If you'd told me a year ago that I'd be watching my ex-wife's wedding unravel from thousands of miles away, half amused, half heartbroken, I'd have said you were nuts. But here we are. My name's Aaron. I'm 34. And this story starts with the kind of betrayal that makes your stomach drop and your entire reality crack like cheap glass. Not just the betrayal of a spouse. The betrayal of a whole damn family. Let me rewind a bit. I'm not some flashy guy. I don't make grand entrances. I'm more the bring an umbrella just in case kind of guy. I grew up in Connecticut, middle child of 3, with a mom who loved family dinners and a dad who barely looked up from his laptop. I went to college for engineering, got a job at a mid-sized firm, and met my wife, Claire, at a coffee shop when I spilled a latte on her laptop and nearly fainted from embarrassment. She laughed. I paid for a new one, and 3 years later we were married in the garden behind her parents' house. Small wedding. Just family. Just love. Or so I thought. Claire was, well, is, the kind of woman who can work a room without even trying. Blonde hair, perfect smile, confident in a way that makes people lean in when she talks. She worked in marketing, and she knew exactly how to pitch herself. To clients. To friends. To my family. My mom adored her. My older brother Jason called her the one with the brains, which always rubbed me the wrong way, though I never said anything at the time. Jason had a way of joking that didn't feel like joking. Things started to crack about 2 years into the marriage. At first, it was small stuff. Claire working late more often. Her phone suddenly always face down. Weekend plans canceled last minute with vague excuses. The campaign's running behind, she'd say. The client's in town. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But some nights, she'd come home wearing lipstick she didn't leave the house in, or with the scent of cologne that sure as hell wasn't mine lingering on her clothes. I tried not to be the jealous husband. Tried to trust. And then came the phone call. It was a Tuesday night, around 9:45. Claire was stuck at the office. I was sitting on the couch eating leftover Thai, flipping through channels I wasn't really watching, when her phone rang from where she'd accidentally left it charging in the kitchen. I swear I wasn't snooping. I wasn't even going to touch it. But the caller ID lit up the screen. J. Just the letter. I froze. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was probably Jessica from her team. Or Jamie. Or any number of people. But then it rang again. Same J. And something in me shifted. My instincts, dulled by years of giving people the benefit of the doubt, finally screamed loud enough to get through. I answered. Silence. Then Claire. It was a man. Confused. Calm. I didn't speak. Aaron, he said next. My name. My freaking name. That was the moment I knew. Who is this? I asked, my voice flat. A pause. Then, stupidly, like this was some sitcom and not my life, he said, You weren't supposed to pick up. Click. Claire got home half an hour later. I didn't say anything right away. Just watched her as she kicked off her heels, rummaged through the fridge like nothing was wrong. She didn't even ask where her phone was. I wanted to believe it was all in my head. That maybe he dialed the wrong number. That maybe, God, I don't know. But Claire looked tired. Genuinely tired. Her eyes were glassy. Her blouse was buttoned wrong. And there was a faint red mark on her neck that she didn't bother to cover. The confrontation happened that weekend. I waited until we were both home, until she couldn't use work or friends or anything else as an excuse. I sat her down on the couch and told her I wanted the truth. About everything. She didn't even try to lie. I didn't mean for it to happen, she said. It just did. Her voice trembled, but not with guilt. More like frustration. Like I'd interrupted something. Who is he? I asked. She hesitated. Jason. My brother. My brother. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember throwing the glass in my hand against the wall. All I remember is the sound, the sharp crack of it shattering, and the ringing in my ears. Claire started crying. Or pretending to. I couldn't tell anymore. We didn't mean for it to get serious, she said. But he understands me in a way. In a way I don't. I snapped. She didn't answer. I left that night. Slept in my car for 2 days before crashing at a friend's apartment in Queens. My mom called. A lot. My dad didn't. Jason sent one text that just said, Let's talk like men. I never replied. The divorce moved fast, mostly because I didn't fight her on much. I just wanted out. Out of the apartment. Out of the marriage. Out of the country, if I'm honest. 3 months later, I got a job offer in Berlin. A fresh start. I packed 2 suitcases and left without telling anyone but my mom, who cried and begged me to stay. She still believed in working things out. I told her I didn't. Berlin was a blur at first. New city, new job, new language. But it was quiet. Peaceful. I didn't have to bump into Claire's friends at Trader Joe's or hear Jason's name at every family dinner. I could breathe. I thought that was the end of it. Until I got an email from my cousin, Caroline, subject line, "Guess who's getting married?" I almost didn't open it. But I did. And there they were. Claire and Jason. Smiling in an engagement photo with fake autumn leaves in the background, like some cringy Hallmark ad. The wedding was set for November. In our hometown. I stared at that photo for a long time. And that was the moment I decided I wasn't done. Not yet. Not after what they did. Not after how easily they moved on. Because if Jason thought marrying the woman he stole from his brother would be a fairy tale, I had one message for him. Enjoy it while it lasts. She's got a type. And Jason? He was next. But before I could make the call that would change everything, something happened. And it started with a voicemail from my mother. 3 voicemails, actually. All left within 15 minutes. Each one more frantic than the last. And when I finally listened to the last one, my heart stopped. Because her voice was shaking. And she said one word I didn't expect. Emergency. I listened to that last voicemail 5 times. My mother's voice, usually so calm and collected, maybe even overly so, was cracking. "Aaron, please. It's your mother. Something's happened. I know you don't want to talk to us, but this is serious. Please just call me back. It's Jason. It's about Jason and Claire." She said his name like it hurt to say it. I didn't call her back right away. I just sat there in my tiny Berlin apartment, rain tapping against the windows like impatient fingers, trying to decide whether I even cared. I'd spent the last few months detoxing from the emotional dumpster fire they threw me into. I'd started going to therapy. I took long walks along the spree. I learned how to make bread from scratch, for God's sake. I was doing better. But her voice, that crack in her voice, that was new. I finally caved. I called her. She picked up on the second ring. "Aaron." "Yeah, I got your messages. What's going on?" A pause. I could hear rustling in the background, like she was walking through the house. "They moved the wedding up." "What?" "To this weekend," she said. 3 days from now. It was supposed to be next month, but apparently Claire's pregnant. I went cold. My grip on the phone tightened so hard my knuckles popped. "You're kidding." I wish I was. Of course she was. Of course she'd reel in another man with the same trick. Jason was always impulsive. If someone dangled something shiny in front of him, he'd bite. Always had. Mom kept talking, but I wasn't really listening. My brain was spinning. "You said there was an emergency." She hesitated. "I wanted you to hear it from me. Because Jason's been going around telling everyone that you gave your blessing." I blinked. "What?" "He said you forgave him. That you moved on. That you sent them a letter wishing them well. That you even planned to visit for the wedding." My heart pounded. "That's a lie." "I know. But Aaron, people believe him. Your aunt called me crying. Said she was so proud of how gracious you've been. Your grandfather asked if you'd be giving a toast." I couldn't even speak. My jaw clenched so tight, I thought my molars might crack. "And the worst part," she said, "he told Grandma that you were the best man." I hung up without saying goodbye. I sat there, alone in my Berlin kitchen, staring at the cracked tile near the stove that I'd been meaning to fix, and felt something break. This wasn't just a lie. This was a rewrite of reality. They were trying to reframe everything, as if I was the footnote in their love story. As if I had simply bowed out like a gentleman and left the stage so they could have their fairy tale ending. And somehow, my entire family was clapping for them. I didn't sleep that night. I barely blinked. My phone buzzed all night with messages from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Congratulations. How proud they were. How brave I was. Claire had always been good at spin. But this was a new level. The next morning, I did something I hadn't done since the divorce. I opened Jason's Instagram. There it was. A black and white photo of their hands clasped. A small bump just barely visible through Claire's sweater. The caption read, "When you know, you know. Life throws curveballs, but love always wins." Hundreds of comments. Hearts. Clapping emojis. Family members tagging each other like it was a damn holiday card. And then I saw it. My name. "Proud of Aaron for being so mature about everything. A true gentleman." That was the first comment. From Claire's mother. I felt sick. They were rewriting me out of the story, painting me as some passive, noble side character who gave up his love willingly. But I wasn't passive. I wasn't noble. I was the guy who had his life ripped out from under him and shoved onto a plane just to breathe again. And now they wanted to put me in a tux and parade me around like the tragic best man? No. I booked a flight. Direct to JFK. Landed Friday night. The wedding was Saturday. I didn't tell anyone I was coming. Didn't post anything. I just rented a car, drove to the old town, and checked into a small inn 10 minutes from the venue. And then I waited. The morning of the wedding, I got breakfast at the cafe where Claire and I used to go on Sundays. The same one where Jason once joked he'd steal her if I didn't marry her soon. We all laughed. I remember that clearly. Even now. Even through the rage. The cafe owner, an older Greek guy named Theo, recognized me instantly. Aaron, where have you been? Thought you moved to Europe or something. I did. Back for the wedding? I froze. You know about that? He shrugged. Small town. Word travels. I didn't respond. Just forced a tight smile and paid for my coffee. I didn't want to make a scene. Not yet. Back at the inn, I sat on the bed and stared at my phone. I had Jason's number still. I had Claire's too. I could have done something petty, leaked photos, spread rumors, whatever. But that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted truth. So I called him. It rang 4 times. Then he picked up, sounding rushed and out of breath. Yo, Aaron? You good? My voice was steady. Hey, just wanted to call and say congrats. He was quiet for a second, like he didn't believe it. I mean, I heard you're getting married today, I continued. Heard you even told people I gave you my blessing. Jason laughed, nervous. Hey man, I figured you wouldn't mind. You're in Berlin, starting fresh. No hard feelings, right? No hard feelings, I echoed. Sure. I just wanted to say something before you say I do. What's that? I paused. Let it breathe. Enjoy it while it lasts. He laughed again, more awkwardly this time. What does that mean? She's got a type, I said. Married men. Silence. Not a word. Just breathing. Then I hung up. It was petty. I know it was. But I didn't care. I didn't expect anything to come of it. I just wanted him to know. To feel what I'd felt. That cold slap of betrayal. That pit in your stomach that doesn't go away. But I wasn't ready for what happened next. An hour later, I got a call from an unknown number. Claire. I let it go to voicemail. She called again. And again. And then a text lit up my screen. You need to stop. I didn't respond. Then, 5 minutes later, another call from my mother. I picked up. She was frantic. Aaron, what did you do? What are you talking about? They called off the wedding. I blinked. What? Claire stormed out of the venue. Jason's losing it. There are guests here. People are whispering. Your uncle drove 4 hours. And now she's saying it was all a mistake. My chest tightened. She said that. She said you called Jason. That you told him things. I told him the truth. I said, my voice low. Something none of you seemed interested in hearing. She was silent for a moment. Then, you need to come here. I hung up again. But I didn't drive to the venue. I waited. Night fell. And that's when she called. Claire. Again. I answered this time. What do you want? I asked. She didn't speak at first. Just static on the other end. Then she screamed. A long, shrill, raw scream that didn't sound like her. It didn't even sound human. You ruined everything, she shouted. No, I said. You did that when you slept with my brother. You think you're some kind of hero now, she spat. You think you're better than us? No, I said. But I'm not the one who lied to 100 people just to keep a fantasy alive. You always do this, she hissed. You always make yourself the victim. And that was when I laughed. Because that was the moment I realized. She still didn't get it. She still thought this was about her. She still thought I cared. But I didn't. Not anymore. The fantasy was breaking. And they were the ones left scrambling in the ruins. But the story wasn't over yet. Because what she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that I hadn't come back just to make a phone call. I'd come back for something else. And that part was about to unfold in front of everyone. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was angry. I'd already been through that phase. Rage that kept me awake, fists clenched under the blanket, trying not to scream into my pillow like some teenager dealing with his first breakup. This was different. This time, I was just done. Claire's call had been the final nail. The screaming, the blame, the way she twisted everything into some warped tragedy where I was the villain because I hadn't politely applauded her affair turned fairy tale, it didn't shock me anymore. If anything, it confirmed what I'd known for months but hadn't fully accepted until that moment. I had never mattered to her as a person, just a placeholder, a stepping stone to something shinier. Jason was shinier. Or at least, he used to be. I woke up the next morning to another flood of texts. Some from family members I hadn't heard from since the divorce. Most of them walked the fine line between concern and passive aggression. I don't know what happened, but you really stirred the pot, Aaron. You should have stayed in Berlin if you weren't ready. We were all rooting for a peaceful day. I guess that was too much to ask. Only a few dared to say what they really meant. Why did you ruin their wedding? This isn't your moment anymore. Let them be happy. Let them be happy. As if I'd been the storm cloud above their sunny love story. As if I hadn't been the one left in the rubble, gaslit and cast aside so neatly that people applauded my silence. I didn't respond to any of them. I checked out of the inn without saying a word, tossed my bags in the rental, and started driving. No destination in mind. Just away. Away from the hypocrisy. The fake smiles. The polite backstabs. I ended up at a gas station off some back road just past the river, staring at myself in the bathroom mirror while cold water dripped from my face. My eyes looked sunken, older than they had a year ago. The lines on my forehead deeper. I hadn't shaved in days. I looked like a guy who got hit by a truck and just kept walking. I pulled out my phone, opened my email, typed out a short message to my manager in Berlin. Subject, taking a short leave. Message, something's come up back home. I need a few weeks to handle personal matters. I'll work remote where I can. Thanks for understanding. I hit send. Then I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes and stared at the steering wheel. I didn't have a plan. No revenge scheme. No righteous mission. Just a painful hole in my chest that wouldn't fill. So I did something I hadn't done in years. I drove to my childhood home. My parents had downsized after my siblings and I moved out, but the house was still in the family. My Uncle Don lived there now. He was one of the few relatives who never took sides during the divorce fallout. He opened the door before I even knocked. Aaron. Hey, Uncle D. He blinked at me, then stepped aside without a word. Inside smelled like wood polish and old books. The wallpaper hadn't changed since I was 10. He offered me a coffee, and I sat at the kitchen table while he rummaged through the cabinets. You here for the wedding? He asked eventually, glancing over his shoulder. He didn't press, just handed me a mug and sat across from me, folding his hands like a patient therapist. After a few sips, he said, People are talking. I figured. He nodded. Let them talk. You're not the villain. I didn't reply. He leaned back in his chair. You know, when your dad passed away last year, your brother tried to rewrite that story, too. That caught me off guard. What do you mean? He made a big show at the funeral, talking about how close they were, how he visited every weekend. None of it was true. He barely called your dad, but no one questioned it, because it sounded nice. I stared at the coffee in my hands. That's what people do, Uncle Don said. They rewrite things so they can sleep better at night. That sat with me for a long time. I stayed with him for 2 days. Didn't tell anyone. Just helped him fix a few things around the house. Tightened a loose banister. Rewired the garage light. For a while, it felt like I was repairing something deeper, something inside myself. The third morning, I made a decision. I wasn't running anymore. I drove back into town, straight to my mom's house. She opened the door looking like she hadn't slept in a week. Her hair was in a messy bun, and she was still in her robe. Aaron, she said, stunned. Hi, Mom. Come in. Please. We sat in the living room, the same place where Claire once unwrapped Christmas presents with my name on them. The memories clung to the air like smoke. I want to make something clear, I said. I'm not here to apologize. She nodded. I know. I'm also not here to pretend like I'm okay with what happened. I'm not. I probably never will be. She swallowed hard. Aaron, I didn't know how to handle it. I still don't. You chose Jason, I said, whether you meant to or not. She looked like she might cry, but I didn't comfort her. That day I left for Berlin, I continued. I was grieving 2 losses. My wife. And my family. I'm sorry, she whispered. I stood. I didn't come here for closure. I came to say I'm done letting people define my story. And with that, I left. It was the first time in over a year I felt like I had control over anything. That night, I reopened an old folder on my laptop, one I hadn't touched in years. It was labeled CAD Projects. Before I met Claire, I used to freelance designs for small architecture firms. Residential renovations, mostly. It wasn't glamorous, but I loved it. Sketching layouts. Running simulations. Seeing a project take shape from nothing. Claire never liked it. Said it was low ROI and a waste of your engineering degree. So I stopped. But now, Sitting on that creaky guest bed at my uncle's place, I opened one of the old files and started tweaking it. An hour passed, then 2, then 5. I didn't realize how much I'd missed it. Within a week, I had 3 new design concepts. Within a month, I had 2 local clients through word of mouth. By the end of the 3rd month, I was pulling in more from freelance than I ever did in Berlin. And the best part? No one knew. No one in my family. Not Jason. Not Claire. It was mine. I moved out of my uncle's house into a small loft on the edge of town. Exposed brick, big windows, the kind of space you'd see in a magazine. I filled it with plants and sketches and the smell of burnt coffee. It felt like me again. I even got a call from a design agency in Berlin that had seen some of my new renders online. They offered a part-time remote consulting role. And just like that, I was building a life that wasn't defined by what I'd lost. It was defined by what I was choosing. I wasn't healed yet. Far from it. Some nights, I still woke up sweating, heart racing, a phantom echo of Claire's voice in my ears. Some mornings, I stared at my phone, wondering what I'd say if she ever called again. But I was rebuilding. One project, one choice, one breath at a time. Then, one evening, just as I was packing up my tools after a site visit, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. Aaron, it's Emily. I'm sorry to text out of nowhere, but I think you need to see this. Emily was Claire's cousin. We hadn't spoken since the divorce. Attached was a photo. Jason, sitting alone at a bar. Eyes red, tie loosened, slumped forward like a man who'd been hit by a truck and hadn't stopped walking. Below it was a message. She left him. I stared at the screen and felt nothing. No joy, no pain, no vindication, just silence. But that silence said more than any scream ever could, because now they were the ones unraveling. And I was just getting started. But the full extent of what happened next, the chaos, the fallout, the confrontation I never saw coming, that's where things truly turned. I stared at that message for a long time. She left him. Just 3 words, and yet they echoed louder than anything Claire had screamed at me during that phone call the night of the wedding. Louder than the silence Jason had kept after I torched their little fantasy with a single sentence. Louder than the quiet I'd found in Berlin or the hum of my new loft's heater in the dead of night. She left him. I sat in the front seat of my car, engine idling in the parking lot of the duplex I was helping redesign for a client, thumb hovering over the screen. I didn't respond to Emily. I didn't ask why or how. I didn't need to. Jason wasn't built to last. Not in relationships. Not in anything. He was good at beginnings. At attention. At flattery. But he couldn't maintain. He couldn't stand boredom. Or flaws. Or the discomfort of being someone's safe place instead of their constant adventure. Claire needed someone to worship her. Jason needed someone to challenge him. They deserved each other. Until they didn't. But I wasn't here to pick through the rubble of their disaster. I was here because something in me had shifted. Not overnight. Not dramatically. But steadily, like a tide I hadn't noticed rising until it touched my feet. For the first time in over a year, I didn't just want to move on. I wanted to correct the record. Not out of bitterness. Out of principle. Because Jason and Claire hadn't just betrayed me. They'd tried to erase me. Reframe me as a passive background character in their rewritten story. Turn the truth into hearsay and my silence into endorsement. And even now, especially now, that Claire had left him, I knew Jason would try to control the narrative again. He always did. If she left him, it wouldn't be his fault. It would be stress. Or her mood swings. Or, eventually me. He'd turn the story around. Again. And for once, I wanted to be ahead of it. Not just for revenge, but for clarity. So I started planning. Step 1 was gathering information. I texted Emily back the next morning. Appreciate you reaching out. Not surprised. What happened exactly? Her reply came almost instantly. She found out he was cheating. Again. Of course. With who? Someone from work. And get this, married. Sound familiar? I almost laughed. It wasn't even ironic at this point. It was just tragic. A snake eating its own tail. How bad was the fallout? Nuclear. She packed up and left within an hour. Took the dog. Told Aunt Margie everything. Including how Jason lied about you giving them your blessing. Did she admit the affair started when we were married? Sort of. She tried to play it down. Said it was complicated. But Aunt Margie's no idiot. She's pissed. She called your mom and tore into her too. I leaned back in my chair, letting that sink in. The spin was unraveling. The narrative threads they wove so tightly had begun to fray. But it still wasn't enough. Because even if they admitted to a few sins now, it didn't change the damage they'd done. The people who looked at me with pity at family events. The whispers. The relatives who cut me off after the wedding fallout. I wasn't looking for public pity. I was looking for truth to be seen. And I had an idea. There was one person who'd always been obsessed with setting the record straight. My dad. Before he passed, he kept meticulous files on everything. He was the kind of man who still printed out bank statements and labeled them by month. We used to tease him for it, Jason especially. "You're not running the CIA, Dad," he once joked. "You're retired." But I remembered something. The year before he died, Dad started scanning everything, backing it all up to a drive in case anything happened. He made a big deal of showing me. "You're the tech guy," he'd said. "If something happens to me, you'll know how to access it." At the time, I shrugged it off. Now, I was curious. I drove back to Uncle Don's and asked him if he still had the box of Dad's files. He did. It took me an hour to find the thumb drive, labeled LTB 2021. My dad's initials. I plugged it into my laptop and started sifting through folders. Most of it was boring. Pension plans, medical records, home repair receipts. But one folder caught my eye. Family emails. I clicked. There were hundreds. Emails between my dad and Jason. And some, a lot, actually, between my dad and Claire. I opened the earliest one from her. The date? 6 months before she and I separated. Subject line. "Need advice. Please don't tell Aaron." I clicked. My stomach turned as I read it. She wasn't just confiding in my dad about her doubts. She was planting seeds, talking about how I was emotionally unavailable, how she felt ignored, how she worried I didn't want a family. She even referenced Jason. "Sometimes it feels like Jason understands me in ways Aaron doesn't." I know that sounds bad, but I just needed someone to talk to. And Dad's response. "Claire, I care about you, but I'm not comfortable discussing Aaron behind his back. If you're having problems, you need to speak with him directly." My throat tightened. He tried to do the right thing. But there were more emails. Dozens of them. Claire pressing. Manipulating. Jason chiming in, framing our marriage as doomed. All while I was still taking her to brunch and writing her love notes on post. It's like a fool. But then came the kicker. An email from Jason to Claire, dated 2 weeks before I confronted her. Subject line, "I'll talk to him soon. He won't suspect anything." My eyes scanned every word, every smug sentence. They planned it. They coordinated the breakup. Jason had even pitched the idea of getting ahead of it by spinning it as a peaceful split. I sat back in my chair, shaking. This wasn't just cheating. This was premeditated character assassination. They didn't just want to be together. They wanted to be seen as justified. I copied everything, backed it up in 3 places. Step 1 of the plan was complete. Step 2? Gathering allies. I called Emily again. "Do you still talk to Aunt Margie?" I asked. "Sometimes." "What?" "I need a favor." I sent her 3 of the emails. Carefully chosen. Just enough to show Claire's manipulation and Jason's planning. Nothing explicit. Just implications. Seeds. I knew Aunt Margie still held weight in the family. She was the kind of woman people listened to at Thanksgiving without even realizing they were being redirected like cattle. Emily called me back that night. She's furious. Good. She says if you want to tell your side, she'll host something at her place. Just family. She says it's time. I nodded slowly. Let's do it. We picked a date. 2 weeks from then. Enough time for the Claire and Jason mess to fester. Enough time for people to start asking questions again. In the meantime, I kept working. I met with clients. Took walks. Cooked meals from scratch. But beneath all of that, I was laying bricks. Step by step. And then, one day before the gathering, I got an unexpected call. From Claire. The screen lit up with her name. My heart didn't even flutter. I answered. "Hi," I said flatly. Her voice was quiet. "I heard you've been digging. You mean uncovering the truth?" She sighed. "Aaron, can we just meet? Please. No drama. Just talk." I paused. This wasn't part of the plan. But sometimes, the best plans leave room for improvisation. "Sure," I said. "Name the place." We met the next day. Same cafe where I first spilled that latte on her years ago. Full circle. She wore sunglasses even though we were indoors. Her hair was pulled back tight. She looked like she hadn't slept. I took my time sipping my coffee. "You know I didn't mean for this to happen like it did," she started. "Yes, you did," I said calmly. "I've read your emails." She stiffened. "What?" "To my dad. To Jason. You weren't just cheating. You were orchestrating. She swallowed hard. Those were private. And you made them my father's problem. You involved him. You lied to my family. You rewrote our entire marriage so you could be seen as the victim. She didn't deny it. Just stared at me. What do you want? There it was. Not an apology. A negotiation. I don't want anything, I said. But tomorrow, when I tell our family the truth, I want you to stay silent. She flinched. You're going to destroy Jason. He did that himself. I'll look like a monster. I smiled. No, you'll look like the truth. She stared at me, eyes glassy. And for the first time, she didn't have a rebuttal. The meeting ended in silence. But the next day, that's when everything shifted. That's when the story began to change. That's when people started remembering who I was and what I survived. But what happened at that family gathering? That's a story on its own. And it didn't go how anyone expected. The day of the gathering felt like walking into a storm I'd been watching build for over a year. Not the loud, explosive kind, but the quiet kind. Heavy clouds, static in the air, and the unsettling knowledge that something was about to break. I arrived early to Aunt Margie's house. A pale blue colonial tucked at the edge of town with hydrangeas out front and the faint smell of cinnamon always floating from the kitchen. She was setting up extra folding chairs in the living room. Everyone's coming, she told me, eyes sharp but kind. Even your mom. Jason too. I nodded. Claire. She gave me a look. Didn't invite her. I didn't ask why. I didn't need to. The room filled slowly. My mother walked in with a Tupperware of lemon bars, like it was just another Sunday potluck. She looked tired, worn in a way that didn't come from age, but regret. Jason arrived last. Alone. No ring. No smile. He gave me a nod when he walked in, like we were old war buddies who hadn't spoken since the armistice. I didn't return it. When everyone had settled, cousins, aunts, uncles, even Grandma in her armchair with a crocheted blanket on her knees, Aunt Margie stood up and cleared her throat. I called this meeting, she said, because this family's been walking around with blinders on for far too long. People were hurt. People were lied to. And I think we owe it to each other, and especially to Aaron, to listen to the truth for once. Everyone turned to me. I stood, calm. No anger. No theatrics. Just the truth. I'm not here to fight, I began. Or get revenge. I've already moved on. Built a new life. Found peace. My eyes flicked briefly to Jason, who sat stiffly near the fireplace, arms crossed. But peace doesn't mean silence. And silence is what allowed a lie to replace what actually happened. I paused. Then I pulled a printed email from my pocket and read it aloud. It was the one from Jason to Claire, the one where he said he'd talk to me soon and that I wouldn't suspect anything. The phrasing was casual, almost flippant, but the intent was undeniable. People started shifting in their seats. Whispers started. I didn't share this to humiliate anyone. I continued. But for the past year, I've watched my own family treat me like I was either too fragile or too distant to speak for myself. Meanwhile, Jason and Claire spun a version of events that made them look like they fell in love by accident, like I was some footnote who gracefully bowed out. I held up more printed emails. Claire's manipulations. Her attempts to paint our marriage as broken before she ever tried to fix it. My father's attempts to stay neutral, and how they ignored him anyway. My dad knew, I said. He tried to stay out of it, but he saw the truth, and he archived it. All of it. There was a long silence. Then Grandma, quiet for most of the meeting, spoke up. You knew? She asked Jason. He opened his mouth, closed it, then muttered, it wasn't like that. I turned to him. Then explain. Right now? To everyone. He stood, visibly sweating. Claire and I didn't plan to hurt you. We were just drawn together. It wasn't premeditated. That email says otherwise, I said. It was a joke, he snapped. Context matters. Aunt Margie snorted. So it's all a joke now. Jason looked around, realizing how few eyes still backed him. His usual confidence was gone. His smirk replaced with something close to panic. My mother stood slowly. Jason, she said, voice trembling, I believed you. I defended you. But you lied to me. To all of us. I didn't lie, he said weakly. I just didn't tell the whole story. And what story were we supposed to believe? She asked. That Claire left Aaron because she grew apart from him, and you just happened to be there? That it was destiny? Jason said nothing. I enabled this, she whispered, turning to me. And I'm sorry, Aaron. I should have seen it. I didn't gloat. I didn't smile. I just nodded. because her words, even late, meant something. I'm not asking for an apology, I told the room. Not anymore. I'm asking you all to remember that silence can be just as cruel as betrayal. That it's not brave to stay neutral when someone's rewriting the truth. I turned back to Jason. And as for you, I want nothing from you. No contact. No explanation. No relationship. His jaw tightened, but he didn't respond. He didn't have to. Because his world, the one where he was the charming golden child who could do no wrong, was collapsing. Not with a bang, but with polite nods and averted eyes. That's how it always ends for people like him. Not with scandal, but with quiet shame and isolation. The meeting wrapped with scattered conversations and hushed apologies. I stayed long enough to speak to a few cousins who offered sincere support. Even Grandma took my hand and squeezed it, eyes misty. And Jason? He left without saying goodbye. I went back to my loft that night and sat on the balcony, sipping tea as the city lights flickered beyond the trees. There was no adrenaline, no euphoric rush, just closure. Clean. Final. The next week, Emily sent me a message. Jason's moving out of state. Says he needs a fresh start. Not many people are returning his calls. What about Claire? No one knows. She blocked half the family. Rumor is, she's in New York. Alone. I didn't ask for more. I didn't care. Because my story, my version, had finally been heard. And not in anger. In clarity. I kept freelancing, taking on bigger projects, even mentoring a few younger designers from the local college. My mother came to visit a month later. She brought old photo albums and offered to help repaint my kitchen. We didn't talk about Jason. We didn't have to. She knew the damage had been done, but she was trying. In her own way. That mattered more than any apology ever could. One evening, as I walked home from a client meeting, I passed by a bookstore window and saw something in the reflection, me. Standing tall, shoulders back, eyes calm. For the first time in a long time, I didn't see a man who'd been broken. I saw a man who recovered, who rebuilt, who rewrote the ending, not with vengeance, but with truth. And that was enough. Because revenge isn't about rage. It's about release. And as I walked past that window, the wind shifting softly behind me, I whispered the words I never got to say that day in court, or at the wedding, or in all those sleepless Berlin nights. You don't get to define me anymore. And I meant it. I never cared much for money. Sounds like a lie, right? But really, I was content with a good book, an old record playing in the background, and my grandfather's watch ticking away softly on my wrist. That watch, leather band worn thin, the face slightly cracked, was the only thing I asked for when my father passed away. Not the company, not the estate, just the watch. Because while my stepbrother Daniel was busy counting projected dividends and calculating his future net worth on the back of cocktail napkins, I was watching the seconds slip by, trying to make sense of a man I never fully understood. My name's Luke. I'm 29 now, but this story really begins when I was 17. That's when Dad remarried. I don't want to sound like the bitter stepchild, because I wasn't. Not at first. I gave Marlene, my stepmother, the benefit of the doubt. She was charming in that refined, country club kind of way. Her smiles were always just a second too late, her hugs a touch too rehearsed. And Daniel? Well, he was already 19 when our parents got married. Older by 2 years, and somehow already acting like he was royalty while I was the groundskeeper's kid. To be fair, Daniel and I never fought. Not directly. It was more like an ongoing Cold War. His jabs were subtle, almost masterful. He'd flash his Rolex and casually ask what model my hand-me-down watch was. He once offered me one of his ties for a college interview, then laughed when I thanked him and said, "No worries, it's not like I wear polyester anymore." That kind of thing. He had a way of making you feel small without ever raising his voice. My dad, Andrew Whitaker, was old money. Think generational wealth, but with a work ethic that never really died. He could have lived off trust fund interest, but instead he built an $80 million logistics empire from scratch. Warehousing, freight, global contracts. The kind of boring stuff that prints money while everyone else is too busy trying to make their startup go viral. He was proud of his success, but prouder that he did it without relying on his family's wealth. That meant something to him. Legacy, hard work, character. And yet somehow, when it came to family, he had a blind spot the size of Montana. See, after he married Marlene, the atmosphere in our house started to shift. Slowly at first. A changed seating arrangement at dinner. New art replacing the old portraits. The fireplace mantel, once home to family photos and childhood crafts, was now lined with modern sculptures and designer candles. Dad didn't seem to notice, or maybe he didn't care. He was smitten with Marlene. She made him feel young again, I guess. Or maybe she just knew how to stroke his ego in the right places. It wasn't long before Daniel moved into the guest house. That should have been fine. He was in college, supposedly studying business. But the way he acted? You'd think he owned the place. He'd throw parties and complain about the noise level in the main house. He'd leave his laundry with the staff and act surprised if it wasn't folded to his liking. He even asked the landscaper once to trim the hedges more symmetrically. This isn't a jungle safari. The worst part? Dad gave him a role at the company. At first, it was just a summer internship. But by the time I finished high school, Daniel had a title, Strategic Development Liaison, which basically meant he sat in on meetings, said vague things like, "Let's circle back to this," and took credit for other people's work. I asked Dad once, just once, if I could intern in accounting. Not even paid. Just experience. He gave me a tight smile and said, "Luke, you're a smart kid. You don't need to rely on family. Find your own path." That stung. I wanted to scream. I'm not relying on you. I'm asking to learn from you. But I just nodded and said, okay. College was my escape. I went to a small liberal arts school upstate, majored in philosophy, of all things. Not exactly a direct pipeline to generational wealth. But I loved it. I loved thinking deeply, questioning everything, exploring ethics and logic and the meaning of existence. Meanwhile, Daniel dropped out 2 years in and still somehow got promoted. The title changed to Executive Vice President of Global Strategy, which was hilarious considering he couldn't locate Singapore on a map. I didn't come home much. Thanksgiving, sometimes Christmas. The mansion always felt colder than I remembered. Marlene had replaced most of the staff with people she trusted more, which just meant people who answered to her instead of Dad. The cook who used to sneak me peanut butter cookies after school? Gone. The housekeeper who taught me how to sew a button? Gone. All replaced by polished professionals in matching uniforms who smiled without warmth. Dad aged fast in those years. Stress, maybe. Or just the weight of knowing time was catching up. He started talking more about legacy during our calls. How important it was that the company lived on. How proud he was of Daniel's business sense. And me? He told me he was proud that I was doing what I loved, even if he didn't understand it. That felt like code for "you're not part of this world." Then, a year ago, everything changed. I was back for Christmas. The house was as sterile as ever. Glassy white floors, imported Italian furniture that looked more like art than something you could actually sit on. Daniel greeted me with that classic smirk and a clap on the back. "Still chasing your dreams, huh?" he said, eyeing my worn leather boots and faded jacket. "Still pretending you earned any of this?" I replied casually. He laughed like I was joking. Dinner was a silent performance. Forks clinking, crystal glasses filled with wine I couldn't pronounce. Dad looked tired. Pale. His suit hung a little too loose. I noticed his hands trembling slightly when he reached for the salt. No one else seemed to care. After dinner, he asked to speak to me alone in the library. It was the only room that still looked the same. Same bookshelves, same armchairs, same faint smell of pipe tobacco. He closed the door behind us and sat down slowly. "I'm making some changes," he said, voice low. "To the will." I asked. He didn't flinch. "I've already made them," he said. "I just wanted you to know. You'll understand when the time comes. And whatever happens, don't let it change who you are. You're not like them." It was cryptic, but heartfelt. I wanted to ask more, but something told me not to press. He looked like a man who'd made peace with a difficult decision. He died 3 weeks later. The funeral was massive. Half the city's elite showed up. Politicians, CEOs, foreign dignitaries. Daniel gave a speech that sounded like it was written by ChatGPT on legacy and leadership. Marlene wore black designer sunglasses and dabbed at her eyes like a soap opera widow. I stood in the back and just tried to breathe. Then came the reading of the will. I didn't even want to go. I figured Daniel would get the company, the properties, the accounts, the cars. All of it. Marlene would get whatever was left. And me? Maybe a nod in the obituary. Maybe a framed photo. But the lawyer insisted I attend. Said my name was mentioned more than once. So I showed up. Sat in the back of the mahogany-paneled conference room while Daniel strolled in like he was early for his own coronation. Marlene sat beside him, all pearls and perfume. She gave me a polite smile that didn't reach her eyes. Daniel leaned over and muttered, "You can keep your old man's watch. I'll handle the rest." I didn't respond, just leaned back in my chair and watched the lawyer open the file. He adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat, and began to read. The first few pages were predictable. Donations to charity. A few generous gifts to longtime employees. A scholarship fund in Dad's name. Then it got interesting. To my beloved stepson, Daniel. Daniel straightened in his chair. "I leave a trust fund in the amount of $500,000 to be managed by the estate for his continued development." Daniel blinked, then smiled, assuming more was coming. "To my wife, Marlene." She sat up straighter. "I leave the summer home in Nantucket, as well as a one-time cash gift of $2 million. There was a beat of silence. Daniel looked confused. Marlene's brow furrowed. Then the lawyer flipped to the final page. "And to my son, Luke Whitaker." I held my breath. "I leave full ownership and controlling interest of Whitaker Global Logistics, including all assets, subsidiaries, properties, and associated trusts. This decision is made with confidence and clarity, knowing he alone carries the values upon which this company was built." Silence. The air left the room. Daniel's smirk vanished. "And Marlene?" She leaned forward, voice trembling. "No, this has to be a mistake." The lawyer didn't even look up. "It's not." And that was just the beginning. I didn't say a word. Not when Daniel's mouth hung open like a malfunctioning puppet. Not when Marlene tried to argue with the lawyer, demanding he go back and check again. Not even when she accused me of manipulating my father in his final days, like I was some scheming villain out of a daytime soap. I just sat there, silent, holding the watch on my wrist like it was an anchor keeping me from floating away in the storm of disbelief, fury, and confusion that erupted around me. The meeting ended awkwardly. No champagne toast. No victory lap. Just Daniel storming out, his polished shoes squeaking on the marble floors, and Marlene clenching her pearls like they were rosary beads. The lawyer handed me a thick folder of documents and whispered, "Your father was very deliberate." Then he left, as if he'd just dropped a grenade, and walked away before it went off. I sat in the car for nearly 20 minutes before driving away. I didn't cry. I didn't laugh. I didn't feel victorious. Honestly, I felt numb, like I was wearing someone else's skin. Was this what Dad meant in the library? That I'd understand when the time came? I had so many questions, and the only man who could answer them was now a framed photo on the fireplace. The following weeks were surreal. Overnight, I went from being the quiet son with the old watch to the CEO of a sprawling logistics empire. The office building had a wing named after my father. The staff treated me with the kind of cautious respect normally reserved for royalty or celebrities. Every handshake came with a curious glance, every greeting tinted with disbelief. I wasn't supposed to be here. Everyone knew it, including me. Daniel didn't take it well. He started showing up to the office, uninvited, unannounced, and increasingly aggressive. The first time, he tried to barge into my office like he still worked there. "You can't seriously expect me to believe this is permanent," he said, throwing his arms out like the company walls were some kind of prank. Dad must have been out of his mind. This was supposed to go to me. I stared at him across the desk. Calm. Collected. The way Dad used to look at reporters when they asked him dumb questions. "It's already done, Daniel," I said. "I'm just trying to understand what he wanted and do right by it." He leaned forward, voice dropping. "You think you can run this place? You majored in philosophy, Luke. You spent 4 years writing essays about Plato while I was building this company from the inside." I almost laughed. "You mean sitting in meetings and skimming profit reports while interns did the work?" He slammed his palm on the desk. "You think you deserve this more than me?" And that was the thing, wasn't it? I didn't. I never said I did. But my father did. And he was the only vote that counted. I didn't hear from him for 2 weeks after that. Then the real games began. First, it was the rumor mill. I started hearing whispers from board members, questions about my leadership, my lack of experience, suggestions that maybe a co-chair position should be created to help guide the transition. I knew exactly where it came from. Daniel still had friends on the board. Old golfing buddies of Dad's, drinking partners, people who owed Marlene favors. They started circling like vultures, hoping I'd fumble. Then came the media leaks. A strange son inherits $80 million empire. Family furious over shocking will. That headline ran in 3 business blogs the same week. Suddenly, I was fielding questions from journalists and dodging cameras outside the building. Marlene, ever the PR queen, released a statement calling the will unexpected and uncharacteristic of Andrew's values. Daniel did a podcast interview where he said, "I always believed family meant trust. But lately, I'm not so sure." He didn't mention me by name, but the implication was loud and clear. And through all of it, I tried to stay quiet. I threw myself into learning the business. I met with every department head, asked questions, listened. I stayed late, went home exhausted, and started dreaming in spreadsheets. I even found Dad's old notebooks in the office safe, half filled with scribbles, ideas, even handwritten notes about people he trusted and didn't. On one page, underlined twice, was a simple sentence: "Daniel doesn't build. He takes." That's when it hit me. Dad didn't just leave the company to me out of affection. He left it to protect it. But the house, that was another story. See, I hadn't been back to the mansion since the funeral. Part of me didn't want to. Too many memories frozen in time. But one morning, a courier dropped off an envelope at my office. Inside was a single sheet of paper. A formal notice. "We are requesting that you vacate the property known as the Whitaker Estate within 15 business days. As the estate now falls under corporate assets, occupancy must be reevaluated in accordance with the transition of ownership. Signed, Daniel Whitaker, on behalf of the Whitaker Family Trust." I stared at the page for a long time, my coffee going cold in my hand. He was trying to evict me from my childhood home. That was the breaking point. I drove there that afternoon. No call, no warning. Pulled up the long, winding driveway, gravel crunching beneath the tires. The hedges were still perfectly trimmed. Daniel's doing, I was sure. I knocked on the grand oak door. One of the new house staff answered, eyes wide when he saw me. "Mr. Whitaker, It's fine," I said. "Where's Daniel?" "In the sunroom." Of course he was. I walked through the house like a ghost revisiting his own grave. Everything was colder. The photos were gone, replaced by abstract art and modern sculptures. I reached the sunroom and found him lounging with a drink in hand, shirt unbuttoned, tin glowing like he'd just returned from Capri. Well, he said, not even standing. "Decided to come home after all?" "You sent me an eviction notice," I said. "This isn't your home." He sipped his drink, unfazed. "It's not yours either. You may have the company, but this house belongs to the trust. And as co-beneficiaries, we get a say in its future. That's what the lawyers are for." "You don't want the house," I said. "You want me out." He smiled. "You catch on quick." I took a step closer. "Why, Daniel? Why does it matter so much to you?" He finally looked up, and for a moment, the smirk faded. "Because you didn't earn it. You were Dad's little project. The one he pitted. The deep thinker. You were always the shadow, and now suddenly you're standing in my light." I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. But that was before he added, "And let's be honest. When you fail, I'll be there to clean up the mess. Just like I always have." That night, I didn't sleep. I walked the halls of the mansion until sunrise, memorizing every creak in the floorboards, every picture frame that had been replaced, every echo of a home that once was. And then, at dawn, I made a decision. If Daniel wanted war, I'd give it to him. But I wouldn't fight like he did. No rumors. No headlines. No shouting matches. I'd fight the way Dad taught me. Quietly. Thoroughly. With purpose. And I already had my first move. I left the mansion just after sunrise, not bothering to pack a bag. There was nothing there for me anymore. Every room had been scrubbed of the past, rebranded with Daniel and Marlene's sterile taste. My childhood bedroom was now a home gym. The wall where Dad used to mark my height with pencil notches. Painted over. Gone. Like I'd never existed. It felt like being erased in slow motion, and the worst part was, they didn't even try to hide it. I crashed at a motel that night. Cheap, musty, and lit with that sickly yellow glow that always feels a little too sad. I stared at the ceiling for hours, trying to remember the last thing Dad ever said to me face to face. Not the library talk, not the cryptic will discussion. Just the last real thing. I think it was about a book. He handed me a copy of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, said, "I think you'll like this. Read it slowly." I never did. It was still in my car. I opened it that night. Somewhere near the middle, underlined in my dad's handwriting, was a single sentence. "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. I didn't understand it fully then, but I reread that line maybe 20 times before I finally slept. The next few weeks were the worst of my life. The board didn't trust me. Investors were jittery. Daniel and Marlene kept appearing in the press, subtly undermining me, suggesting the company was being steered by inexperience. Our stock dipped. Nothing catastrophic, but enough for analysts to circle like sharks. I'd wake up every morning to news alerts dissecting my every move, as if I was some out-of-place intern who accidentally sat in the CEO's chair. And then came the betrayal I didn't see coming. I had one ally on the board. Her name was Gloria Chun, late 60s, sharp as a tack, former VP of finance under my father. She'd been with the company for decades and was one of the few people who took me seriously. She invited me to lunch at a quiet bistro downtown. I thought it was just a catch-up. She slid a manila envelope across the table without making eye contact. "Daniel's making a move," she said quietly. "He's trying to call for a vote of no confidence. If he gets enough signatures, the board can vote you out." My throat tightened. "He can't do that. The company's mine." She sighed. "You own the majority stake, but the bylaws allow the board to appoint a temporary executive if they deem the current one harmful to operational stability. It was added after your father's heart scare to protect the company if he ever became incapacitated." My father, always thinking 3 steps ahead, except with Daniel. I opened the envelope. Meeting schedules, memos, emails between board members. Daniel had been laying the groundwork for weeks. Quiet lunches, promises of restructuring, hints that he'd bring back stability. "I'm sorry, Luke," Gloria said. "You have until the quarterly meeting to sway them. After that, well, let's just say I hope you have a parachute." That night, I went back to the motel and stared at myself in the mirror. Unshaven, eyes bloodshot. I looked more like a conspiracy theorist than a CEO. Daniel was winning. Again, I hit rock bottom that week. The pressure, the loneliness, the weight of a legacy I didn't ask for, it crushed me. I considered walking away, selling my shares, cutting my losses, disappearing somewhere quiet with my watch and a couple of books. But every time I thought about it, I'd hear his voice in my head. "When you fail, I'll be there to clean up the mess." No, not like this. So I started over. Quietly, I moved into a small apartment above a bookstore. Nothing fancy, just a place with a view of the city and a working stove. I cooked my own meals, answered my own emails, did my own laundry for the first time in years. It felt grounding, like I was finally living on my own terms. I went to the office every day at 6 a.m. before anyone else arrived. I'd sit in Dad's old chair and just think, read through contracts, learn the ins and outs of every department. I shadowed the warehouse team, took a forklift certification course, attended shipping audits in person. I made it clear I wasn't just a name on the door. I was here to work. People noticed. It started small. A nod in the hallway. A barista who remembered my order. Gloria forwarding me memos before they reached Daniel. Then bigger things. The VP of Logistics asked if I'd review a new routing software proposal. The HR head invited me to the annual employee retreat. I even started a weekly Q&A session. No suits allowed, just casual talks with staff over bagels and coffee. I told them the truth, that I didn't have all the answers, that I was learning. But I promised them this. I cared, and I wasn't going anywhere. Then something incredible happened. One of the junior analysts, a kid named Dev with thick glasses and nervous energy, sent me an email with a subject line that just read, "Important?" Inside was a chart, a comparison between 2 supplier contracts. He'd discovered that a subsidiary Daniel had advised was using a shell vendor that overcharged by 18% and funneled the difference to a holding company registered in the Caymans. He even linked the bank account. It was in Marlene's name. My stomach dropped. I double-checked everything. Then again, it was real. Buried under layers of fake names and clever accounting, they were bleeding the company from the inside. Slowly, discreetly, but undeniably. And now, I had proof. I didn't react right away. I didn't confront Daniel. I didn't go to the press. I waited. I built a case. Quietly, carefully. I had Dev loop in a forensic accountant. Hired a private investigator to trace the shell companies. All off the books. By the end of the month, I had a folder thicker than the one the lawyer handed me after the will reading. But I still needed leverage. And I still needed time. So I played the long game. I invited Daniel to lunch. He showed up 30 minutes late, wearing sunglasses indoors and scrolling through his phone like I was the help. We ate in silence until he finally spoke. "You know, I've been thinking," he said. "You don't have to make this harder than it needs to be. Just take the golden parachute. Walk away. I'll make sure you're set for life." I sipped my water. "Why would I do that?" He smiled, leaned in. "Because you're not cut out for this. You're trying to wear Dad's shoes, but you never realized they were never yours to fill." I didn't respond. I just looked at him, long and hard. For the first time, I saw him clearly. Not as the golden child, not as my rival, but as a scared man clinging to something he didn't build. When lunch ended, I stood up, offered him a handshake. "Thanks for your honesty," I said. "I think it's time we both stopped pretending." And then I walked away, knowing exactly what was coming next. The quarterly board meeting. The vote of no confidence. The trap he didn't know I'd already set. The quarterly board meeting was scheduled for the second Tuesday of the month. That gave me exactly 21 days to set everything in motion. 21 days to prepare, align the right people, seal off escape routes, and make sure when the hammer fell, it fell hard. Not just on Daniel's schemes, but on every enabler who helped him build his little empire behind Dad's back. I wasn't driven by rage anymore. That had burned out in the motel room weeks ago. What I felt now was something colder, sharper, like the click of a chess clock when you know exactly how many moves it'll take to win. I didn't want chaos. I wanted precision. I wanted closure. And I wanted justice, real, public, and undeniable. The first move was Gloria. She was skeptical at first when I told her what I'd found. She'd been around long enough to know that claims like this could sink a company if handled recklessly. So I didn't show her everything, just enough to prove the connection between Daniel, Marlene, and the shell companies. She stared at the paper trail for a long time before finally whispering, "He's not just greedy. He's stupid." That was the opening I needed. I asked for her help, not just to protect me during the meeting, but to help clean house. We couldn't go public with this quietly. If Daniel was ousted without explanation, he'd spin it in the press. Say I panicked, or got jealous, or manipulated the board like I manipulated Dad. But if we brought proof, undeniable proof, and let the board confront him directly, that would be checkmate. Gloria agreed. Reluctantly at first, but she came around fast once I gave her a bigger vision, reclaiming the company's soul, returning it to what my father built. Not the polished version Daniel paraded at fundraisers, but the honest, hard-working legacy that gave warehouse workers benefits before it was trendy. She was old school, and somewhere deep down, she missed that version too. We began calling discreet meetings with allies on the board, people Dad had trusted, people Daniel had overlooked or insulted, people like Mr. Kaplan, who Daniel once called a dinosaur behind his back, or Linda Marsh, the former COO, who Daniel tried to push into early retirement because he wanted fresh energy. We didn't tell them everything, just enough to plant doubt. We let them ask questions. Then we answered, slowly, methodically, and always with receipts. Next, I looped in Dev. He'd kept quiet so far, but the look in his eyes told me he was itching to see this through. I made it official. I promoted him, not just for the data he uncovered, but because he reminded me of who I was before all this. Quiet, overlooked, sharper than anyone realized. He helped me organize the evidence into a presentation so airtight it could survive a court hearing. Spreadsheets, transfers, shell company documentation, timestamps, all connected in a clean, logical flow, like a puzzle snapping together, piece by piece. We called it the diversion pipeline. At the same time, I started showing up more, not just in the office, but on-site at warehouses. I shook hands, asked questions, listened to grievances. People who barely remembered my name started waving when I walked past. One of the forklift drivers even handed me a coffee one morning and said, "It's good to see one of the Whitakers not wearing a scarf indoors." I laughed. So did he. Word was spreading. Maybe I wasn't just a placeholder after all. And that's when Daniel made his next move. He leaked an email to the press. A fake one. It looked like I was asking Gloria for help to hide losses in Q3. Sloppy formatting. Typos. And the signature? Sincerely, Luke Whitaker. I hadn't ended an email with sincerely since college applications. Still, it caused a stir. One outlet ran the headline, Whitaker CEO involved in Q3 accounting scandal. We responded fast. I issued a public statement and had our IT department trace the IP address where the email originated. It led back to a private Wi-Fi network registered to one of Daniel's old fraternity brothers. Gloria wanted to go to the board right then, but I told her no. Let him think we're on the back foot, I said. Let him overplay it. And he did. A week before the board meeting, Daniel arranged a family brunch at the estate. Said he wanted to clear the air before things got more hostile. Against every instinct I had, I agreed. I showed up wearing a black blazer and jeans. Casual but deliberate. Daniel greeted me at the door like we were long-lost brothers. Marlene kissed my cheek like she hadn't spent the past 3 months publicly undermining me. Glad you came, Daniel said, pouring mimosas like we were celebrating a wedding. Let's not pretend this is anything but what it is, I replied. You wanted to feel in control before next week. He smirked. Control is earned, little brother. That's what you still don't get. We ate on the patio. Eggs Benedict. Fresh fruit. White linen napkins folded into perfect triangles. Daniel talked in vague terms about finding compromise, about how we could present a united front, about how some things are bigger than ego. Marlene nodded along, occasionally dabbing her mouth like a silent spectator at a play. Then Daniel leaned back and said something I'll never forget. You know, I used to think Dad gave you the company out of pity. But now, I think he gave it to you because he knew you'd mess it up. And then I'd swoop in and save it. That was his final lesson. I stared at him. Quiet. Controlled. Then I stood up. Thanks for brunch, I said. I look forward to seeing you Tuesday. He tilted his head. You sound confident. I met his gaze. I am. The next 3 days were a blur. We printed full binders for every board member. Black covers, gold lettering. Confidential. Internal Financial Review, 2017, present. Inside was the full diversion pipeline. Dev added a glossary for the legal terms, and Gloria wrote a foreword that could have passed for a New York Times op-ed. We also included a sealed envelope with a summary of Daniel's leaked fake email and the traced IP documentation. Then came the video. See, one of the PIs I'd hired had done more than trace accounts. He'd managed to get footage, real footage, of Daniel meeting with a known shell company broker. The kind of guy who wears gold rings on every finger and never pays with a credit card. The meeting took place in a golf club parking lot. The broker handed Daniel a sealed envelope. Daniel gave him a briefcase. We put the video on a USB. We labeled it Asset C, Supplementary Visual. Everything was ready. The night before the board meeting, I couldn't sleep. I sat on the fire escape of my apartment, looking down at the bookstore lights below. I thought of Dad. I thought of every moment Daniel had humiliated me. Every smirk, every dig, every time he pretended the empire was already his. I thought about what it meant to finally stop being the quiet son and start being the man my father hoped I'd become. Then I went back inside, pressed my shirt, polished my shoes, and slept like a stone. Because tomorrow was Judgment Day. The boardroom was quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get before a meeting starts. Nervous, chatty, full of rustling papers and clinking coffee cups. This was different. Heavy. Still. The kind of silence that settles over a courtroom just before the verdict. No one made eye contact. No one touched their coffee. The only sound was the soft hum of the ceiling fan overhead, spinning like it had no idea what was about to happen. I sat at the head of the table. Calm. Composed. Wearing the same watch my dad gave me when I turned 16, the one Daniel always mocked. Gloria was to my right, her expression unreadable. On my left, Dev sat with a small laptop and a notepad, looking 10 years older than he had a month ago. Across the table sat the rest of the board, 12 men and women, most of whom had come into this meeting expecting a showdown. And then there was Daniel. Late, of course. He always did love a dramatic entrance. He walked in wearing a navy 3-piece suit, hair perfect, smile plastered on like he was posing for a magazine cover. Marlene was right behind him, draped in designer black, sunglasses perched on her head like a crown. She looked more like she was attending a funeral than a corporate meeting. They took their seats without saying a word. I cleared my throat. Let's begin. The first 30 minutes were standard protocol. Financials, projections, logistics reports. Boring on purpose. I wanted Daniel to get comfortable, to let his guard down, to start thinking maybe this was just another day. Maybe I was bluffing. Then I handed out the binders. Before we move forward, I said, I'd like to introduce a special report, an internal review of certain financial irregularities discovered over the past 6 quarters. Daniel froze with his water glass halfway to his mouth. Gloria handed out the final binder. Dev plugged in the USB and dimmed the lights. The flat screen behind me flickered to life. We call it the diversion pipeline, I said. It outlines a series of transactions involving shell vendors and inflated supplier costs, ultimately funneling funds into a Cayman Islands holding company. The first slide popped up, a clean flowchart of the diverted funds. Then a list of fake vendors. Then a timeline. Every dollar. Every signature. Every date. Daniel laughed. Actually laughed. You can't be serious. You think I had something to do with that? I don't think. I replied, turning to the next slide. I know. Then I opened the sealed envelope. Ladies and gentlemen, Gloria said, picking up from me. This is a forensic analysis tracing the financial trail back to a joint account registered under Marlene Whitaker's name. The same account used to make several luxury purchases and pay out bonuses to unregistered entities. The room shifted. Chairs squeaked. Throats cleared. Daniel's face dropped a shade. Then came the final blow. Dev clicked to the video. The parking lot footage. Daniel accepting the envelope. The handshake. The briefcase. Silence again. Daniel stood up. This is illegal. This is entrapment. You don't get to spy on me. No one spied, I said. The footage came from the golf club's security system. We subpoenaed it yesterday. Turns out one of their board members is also on ours. Marlene finally spoke. Her voice was barely a whisper. You said it was offshore for tax reasons. Daniel spun toward her. You told me to. No, I cut in. Don't do that. Don't drag her down with you. This was your show. He turned back to me, face contorting between disbelief and rage. You don't get to do this. You're just a kid with a philosophy degree and a dead dad's name. This company is mine, was always mine. I stood. No, Daniel. It never was. I looked around the room. As acting CEO and majority shareholder, I'm calling for an immediate vote to remove Daniel Whitaker from all positions of influence within Whitaker Global Logistics, pending formal investigation. The evidence has been submitted to our legal counsel and, as of this morning, to the SEC. Gasps. Real ones this time. I further move that the board initiate proceedings to recover embezzled funds and sever any remaining financial ties with the Whitaker Family Trust, which, effective immediately, will be dissolved as a controlling interest. One by one, the board members opened their binders, reviewed the signatures. The votes began. Aye. 12 voices. Unanimous. Daniel collapsed back into his chair, staring at the table like it had betrayed him. Marlene didn't say another word. She just stood up slowly and walked out without looking at anyone. It was done. Afterward, I stayed behind in the boardroom. Just me and Dev. You okay? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, just tired. He paused. Do you think he really thought he'd win? I looked at the empty chair Daniel had left behind. He thought the world owed him something, I said. He just forgot who built it. The fallout was swift. News broke the next morning. Whitaker Empire cleans house. Stepbrother ousted in fraud scandal. The media turned fast. Daniel became the villain of the week, face plastered across screens with headlines about betrayal, greed, and the golden boy gone wrong. The SEC opened a formal investigation. So did the IRS. The shell companies were shut down. The diverted funds were traced, seized, and returned. Several lower-level execs were implicated and removed. Marlene issued a public statement claiming she was misled and deeply saddened. No one bought it. She disappeared from the social scene completely. Daniel tried to fight it. Hired lawyers. Filed appeals. But the evidence was too clean. Too thorough. Everything folded like a cheap poker hand. Within 6 months, he filed for bankruptcy. The guest house was sold. The sports cars repossessed. I heard he moved to a condo in Miami and was trying to rebrand as a consultant. I didn't care. I wasn't watching him anymore. I was too busy rebuilding. We restructured the company from the ground up. New ethics policies, profit-sharing programs, community outreach. We started scholarships in my father's name, real ones, for kids like Dev who'd been overlooked. I moved out of the apartment above the bookstore and bought a small house near the lake. Quiet, peaceful. I kept the watch. Still wore it every day. But now, when I looked at it, I didn't feel like I was holding on to something I'd lost. I felt like I was carrying it forward. One day, I walked into Dad's old office, now mine, and found a letter tucked in the back of the safe. It was dated 6 months before he died. Luke, if you're reading this, then it means I was right. I know this won't be easy, but I also know you're stronger than you think. You see people clearly. You listen. You care. That's leadership, not the loudest voice, but the quietest conviction. The company is yours because the legacy is yours. Build it well. And don't forget to rest now and then. P.S. You were always my favorite. But don't tell your brother. Dad. I smiled, folded the letter, put it in my jacket pocket. Then I got back to work. Because some legacies aren't inherited. They're earned. And this time, no one was taking it from me. You ever realize too late that you've been the joke in someone else's story? My name's Howard. I'm 68 years old, or at least I was the day this all started, retirement day. I'd worked 39 years at the same logistics company, 34 of those in the warehouse and 5 more in the office, after my knees decided they'd had enough lifting other people's burdens. Funny, right? The body gives out just around the same time they hand you a plaque and a slice of dry sheet cake, and send you on your way like you're a used mop. I always figured I'd go out quiet. No fuss, no speeches. Just sign the papers, clean out my desk, and take the bus home like it was any other Thursday. But my daughter insisted. You deserve a party, Dad, she said, all sweetness and good intentions. Everyone's going to be there. We'll make it special. I believed her. That's the worst part. I genuinely believed her. To understand how I got here, you need to know a little about my family. My wife, Marlene, passed away 10 years ago. Cancer. Quick, mean kind. I'd met her when I was 22 and never looked at another woman after. She was the kind of person who made a room softer just by walking into it. After she was gone, I poured myself into my work and into raising our daughter, Ava. She was 26 at the time, newly married to a man named Chad. Yes, really, Chad, who sold insurance and wore sunglasses indoors. I gave him the benefit of the doubt at first. I figured he was just one of those guys who pretends to be confident because he's terrified of not measuring up. I tried to bond with him, offered to help when they bought their first house, even co-signed on their second car when their credit wasn't quite there. I never once brought it up, never made them feel like they owed me. That's not how I was raised. Ava had always been my soft spot. She took after her mom in the looks department. Same warm smile, same steady eyes, but she had a hard edge to her too, one I didn't always recognize. When she was little, she'd run to me with skinned knees, and I'd scoop her up and tell her stories about brave little girls who outsmarted dragons. She'd listen with her chin on my shoulder, nodding like it all made sense. I missed that little girl. I missed her even as I watched her grow into someone I didn't always understand. So when she said they were planning a party, I said yes. Not because I wanted a celebration, but because I thought, maybe stupidly, that it was a gesture of love. One last moment before I disappeared into the background of their lives. I even went out of my way to make it nice. I bought a stack of personalized gifts for the staff I'd worked with, handwritten notes for the ones who'd stayed late with me during inventory crunches, and a little engraved watch for Ava, something her mother had picked out years ago and asked me to give her when she was ready. I guess I thought retirement day qualified. The party was in the break room. Someone taped up a crooked banner that said, "Congrats, Howie," in red marker. I hate being called Howie. Always have. My name's Howard. You don't spend nearly 4 decades showing up early, working overtime without complaint, and training every green kid who walks through the door just to be remembered like the office mascot. But I didn't say anything. I smiled. I nodded. I shook hands and thanked people who barely looked me in the eye. Then I saw the cake. It was one of those sheet cakes from the grocery store, white icing, way too much food coloring in the blue letters. It read, "Finally useless," with a little plastic figure of a guy in a rocking chair next to it. Everyone laughed, like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. Even Chad. Especially Chad. He clapped and hooped like he was at a comedy show. "Guess you're really off the payroll now, huh?" he said, elbowing me in the ribs. "Hope you saved enough for bingo nights." I stood there, holding a paper plate and a plastic fork, my face doing that thing where it forgets whether to smile or cry. Ava didn't say anything. She just snapped a photo of the cake and posted it on her story with a laughing emoji. I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded like it was all in good fun. Then I made the rounds. I handed out the gifts I'd brought, gave the warehouse guys each a pocket knife with their initials on it. Told Denise from payroll I'd finally give her back her stapler. She laughed, bless her. Even gave my old floor manager, Rick, a bottle of the whiskey he liked, even though we'd barely spoken in the last year. Then I gave Ava the watch. She looked confused. "What's this?" Your mother wanted you to have it, I said quietly. She picked it out before you know. A pause. A shrug. Thanks, Dad. Just thanks. No hug. No tearful moment. Just a thanks, like I'd handed her a pair of socks. Then she went back to her phone. I cleaned up the party myself. Threw away the plates. Took down the banner. Wiped the tables. And when it was all done, I stood there in the empty break room, holding the last slice of that awful cake, and I realized I didn't want to go home. Not the house. Not the street where no one waved anymore. Not to the silence that used to be filled with Marlene's humming while she made tea. Not to the mailbox full of bills and charity letters. Not to the family that called when they needed things, but never to check how I was sleeping. So that night, I went to the bank. Emptied the account. Every last cent. I left a note on the kitchen counter. Nothing dramatic. Just a line, gone fishing. And then I vanished. No phone. No social media. I didn't even take my car. And for a whole month, I was free. Until yesterday, when I saw a public post on some community board a teenager had left open at the cafe where I was washing dishes for cash. Grandpa, if you're reading this, we had no idea. Please come home. And suddenly the freedom didn't feel so simple anymore. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You need to hear the rest. How we got from a birthday cake to this post. Because it didn't start with the party. That was just the final straw. It started way before. With a lie. And a dinner. And the day I realized my daughter didn't see me as her father anymore. She saw me as her backup plan. And trust me, that changed everything. If I had to pinpoint the exact moment the shift began, when I stopped being a father and started being useful, I guess, it would be Ava and Chad's 3rd anniversary dinner. It was supposed to be a celebration. I remember because I just paid off the final loan on the house, and for once, I felt like I could breathe without checking my wallet first. Ava had called me a few days prior, saying they were having a little get-together at their place. Just a quiet dinner, Dad. Nothing big. We'd love to have you. I brought wine. A bottle of red Marlene used to like, saved for a special occasion. I even dressed up a little, button-down shirt, slacks, shoes that hadn't seen the light of day since Marlene's funeral. When I rang the doorbell, it was Chad who answered, wearing a polo and loafers like always, his cologne hitting me before his handshake. Hey, old man, he said with a wink, stepping aside. Didn't think you'd make it. Didn't think I'd make it. I should have turned around then. The house smelled like takeout and lemon cleaner. Ava was in the kitchen, plating food that clearly wasn't homemade. I didn't mind that. Lord knows I'm no chef. But what got me was how she barely looked up. Hey, Dad, she said flat. You want water or wine? I brought wine, I said, holding it out. She looked at the bottle like it was a grocery receipt. Oh, cool. Just put it over there. I set it next to 2 unopened bottles of something imported. Expensive labels. Definitely not for me. Dinner was awkward. Chad spent most of it talking about his new business lead, some multi-level thing that sounded suspiciously like a pyramid scheme, and Ava nodded along like she was proud of him. Every time I tried to ask how her job was going, or how their garden was doing, the subject changed. Fast. Like I was some substitute teacher they were tolerating for the grade. But the moment that really stayed with me came after dessert. We were still at the table, and Chad leaned back, sipping his drink, when he said, So, Howard, what's your plan for retirement? Got a place picked out? Maybe a little beach condo. Ava laughed, like it was a joke. He can't even swim, Chad. I smiled politely. Just taking it one day at a time. Haven't decided anything yet. Chad raised an eyebrow. No big plans. I figured you'd be dying to travel. Live it up. Spend all that hard-earned dough. Ava glanced at him, then at me. Speaking of that, Dad, we were actually wondering if we could talk to you about something. And there it was. The shift. The tilt of the earth you don't notice until you see your own reflection in someone else's expectation. She folded her hands like a bank teller. We've been thinking about expanding. Maybe getting a bigger place. There's this 4-bedroom just outside of town. Good schools. Bigger yard for when we have kids. But the down payment's kind of steep. Chad jumped in. It's a great investment, Howard. Real estate's the safest way to grow wealth, you know? And with your credit and savings. I'm not co-signing another loan. I said quietly, not angry yet. Just tired. Ava's smile twitched. We're not asking you to co-sign. Just, maybe help out a little. You said the house is paid off, right? You're in a great spot, Dad. And we're family. We're family. That phrase is a rusty knife. Used only when they need something. I didn't argue. Not then. I just nodded and said I'd think about it. And I did think about it, on the walk home in the dark, because I didn't want to ask them for a ride. I thought about it the next day while I weeded the front yard, and the next week when I saw my neighbor's son, barely 20, screaming at his father on the porch for not paying his car insurance. The world had changed, and maybe I was too slow to see it. But I wasn't going to pay for a house I'd never live in, for a future grandchild I hadn't been trusted to meet yet. I didn't say no outright. I just stopped answering calls for a few days. I thought maybe they'd get the message. They didn't. What came next was a string of smaller things, little paper cuts that didn't bleed until they stacked up. Ava stopped inviting me to dinners. When I dropped by with groceries, because I still remembered what Marlene used to do for our neighbors when they had babies or bad weeks. I'd find the bags untouched days later. When I called to ask if she wanted to go through some old photo albums Marlene had made, she said she was too busy, maybe next month. Then came the will conversation. It was late January, cold enough that the windows sweated when you made tea. I had Ava over for soup. Just her. No Chad. I figured maybe we could reconnect. But 5 spoonfuls in, she said, "Have you updated your will?" I looked up. What? She sipped like it was casual. Just wondering. You know, with retirement and all, it's good to have everything organized. I already have one, I said too quickly. It's all taken care of. She set her spoon down. Does it still have Mom's name on it? Because if it does, that makes things complicated. I stared at her. Your mother's name is on it because we made those decisions together. But she's not here anymore. No, Ava, she's not. But I am. She looked away then. I couldn't tell if it was guilt or strategy. After that, the calls stopped altogether. Months passed. Spring turned into summer. I busied myself with projects, fixing up the shed, organizing old records, volunteering a little at the library. But the silence was deafening. And then came the retirement party. You already know how that went. What you don't know is what happened 2 days after. I got a call from my bank. Ava had tried to access my account. She claimed she was helping me set up automatic bill pay, that I'd forgotten my login and given her permission. But I hadn't. I checked my statements. Nothing was missing, yet, but there were login attempts from her zip code. I didn't confront her. Not right away. Instead, I did something I hadn't done in years. I started writing things down. I made copies of every document, printed out bank statements, changed passwords, made a second set of keys for my safety deposit box, and gave it to the only person I trusted, my old coworker Denise, the one who laughed at my stapler joke and cried when I gave her that gift. Then I watched and waited. Ava finally called me a week later, just to check in. Her voice was syrupy, like the kind you pour on pancakes when you know the bottle's almost empty. "I miss you, Dad," she said. I almost believed her. But then she added, "Chad's cousin is selling a cabin by the lake. Dirt cheap. It'd be a perfect retirement spot for you. We could even help you move in." And that's when I realized it. They wanted me out of my house. Out of the way. Maybe not in a malicious, movie villain way, but in that quiet, insidious way people do when they've decided your best years are behind you, and now you're just inconvenient real estate. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room, looking at old photos of Marlene and Ava. Our road trips. Her prom. That Christmas when we couldn't afford gifts, so we made each other hand-drawn coupons instead. I remembered Ava giving me one that said, "Good for one big hug, anytime." I still had it, tucked into a book on the shelf. And now she wanted my house. My savings. My silence. The next morning, I started packing. But not for the lake house. Not for the retirement plan she had in mind. I packed the things that mattered. The watch Marlene had given me to give Ava, the photo albums, the journal I'd kept since Marlene got sick, and a USB drive full of documents I didn't trust leaving behind. I sold the car. Quietly. Took cash. I called the bank, told them to close the account on my word only. No exceptions. Gave them a password phrase that only Marlene would have known. That's how I knew I'd never forget it. I didn't tell Ava, not even when she sent a reminder for the cabin trip the following week. Instead, I waited for the party. Waited for the moment they'd be too distracted by cake and bad jokes to see what was really happening. And when that moment came, when I smiled, cleaned up the tables, handed out gifts, and saw Chad smirking over his drink like he'd won some invisible game, I knew. They had no idea what I'd done. No idea what was coming. No idea what they'd already lost. Because I may be old. I may be retired. But I am not useless. And I was done being quiet. Done being the backup plan. Done being the joke. But first, I had to disappear. Not forever. Just long enough for them to realize what they'd taken for granted. And long enough to make them squirm when the cracks started to show. So I vanished. And the fallout? Let's just say it started small. A missed birthday. A bounce check. A Facebook post. And then something much, much bigger. But I'll get to that. When you leave everything behind, you'd think there'd be a rush of adrenaline, right? Some grand feeling of freedom? Like a movie scene where the wind's in your hair, the music swells, and you're finally in charge of your life again? That's not what happened. Not even close. I left at 4:32 a.m. the morning after my retirement party. I remember the exact time because the old cuckoo clock Marlene loved chirped as I stepped out the door for the last time. I'd packed light, just a duffel bag, a folder with my documents, and a canvas bag with Marlene's watch, the photo albums, and my journal. Everything else stayed behind. The furniture, the houseplants, even the slippers by the door. I wanted it to look like I'd just gone for a walk and never came back. I took a bus heading west. Not because I had a destination. I just needed to be in motion. The first few days were quiet. Numb almost. I stayed at a cheap motel 3 towns over, paid cash, kept my head down. I watched local news, ate cereal straight from the box, and stared at the walls more than I care to admit. At night, I listened to the occasional car drive by and wondered if I'd made a mistake. If maybe, just maybe, I'd misread everything. Maybe Ava wasn't being malicious. Maybe Chad was just an idiot, not a manipulator. Maybe the cake really was a joke. But then I'd think about the way Ava looked through me at dinner. About how quickly she brought up the will. About the login attempts at the bank. No, I wasn't crazy. I wasn't paranoid. I was awake. By the end of the week, the cash from my car sale was already thinning. I hadn't thought much about what came next. I didn't want to go to another city and start over. I wasn't looking for a second act. I just didn't want to spend my final years being treated like an ATM with a heartbeat. I ended up in a little coastal town about 6 hours away. Population under 3,000. Quiet place. Nothing flashy. A boardwalk with a few shops, a diner that smelled like coffee and fried eggs from 6 blocks away, and a public library that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. I rented a room above a bait and tackle shop. The owner, Doug, was a widower around my age with sun-leathered skin and a surprisingly soft voice. I told him I was retired and just passing through, maybe looking for part-time work to keep busy. He didn't ask questions, just handed me a key and said, "Room's clean, sheets are new, don't touch my bourbon." That first month was hard. Harder than I thought it'd be. I'd gone from being someone reliable, someone useful, to living in a room with a hot plate and a single chair. I had no phone, no internet, no way to see what Ava or Chad were up to. I told myself that was the point, but the silence started getting to me. Every morning, I walked the shoreline, trying to breathe in something other than regret. I'd see grandfathers tossing pebbles into the water with their grandkids, old couples holding hands, and young parents arguing over sunscreen. And I'd feel it, the ache, the sense that I was standing behind a glass wall, watching a world I used to be part of move on without me. I hit rock bottom on a Tuesday. It was raining. Not the romantic kind of rain you see in novels. This was cold, sideways, miserable rain. I'd been walking without an umbrella like an idiot and got soaked to the bone. When I got back to my room, the power had gone out. Some storm had knocked out a line down the block. So there I was, sitting in the dark, wet socks on linoleum, a can of beans in my hand, and I just lost it. I don't mean tears. I mean full-on what am I doing breakdown. I cried so hard I shook. I wasn't mourning a death. I was mourning myself. The version of me that used to matter. The one Marlene loved. The one Ava used to hug without asking for anything. I stayed like that for hours, until my stomach growled and I realized no one was coming to save me. And that's when something shifted. Not big, not profound, just a quiet, tired realization. If no one was coming, I had to stand up. So I did. The next day, I asked Doug if he knew anyone who needed help. He pointed me toward a local cafe run by a woman named Linda. She was in her 50s, short, sharp, and funny in that way only people who've lived through serious storms can be. She needed someone to wash dishes part-time and clean up after clothes. I told her I wasn't picky. "Can you lift a crate?" she asked. "Barely. Good enough." It wasn't glamorous. I spent my days elbow deep in soap suds and my nights wiping tables. But after a few weeks, I started to feel something again. I'd wake up with purpose. I learned people's names. Linda paid cash. She even let me eat the leftover pastries at night. I didn't tell anyone where I'd come from. Not right away. When people asked, I just said I was retired and needed a change of scenery. That was enough for them. Little by little, I started to rebuild. I bought a used bike. Started biking along the coast in the mornings. I got a library card and read everything I could about history and old rock bands. I filled pages in my journal. And one night, Linda invited me to sit with her after close. She poured 2 mugs of something strong and said, "You look lighter these days." I shrugged. "Dish soap'll do that." She smiled. "No, it's something else. Like you're carrying less." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. Then she said something I haven't forgotten. "You're not the sum of what you left behind, Howard. You're the sum of what you choose to carry forward." That night, I opened the folder I'd brought with me, the one with all the papers, the photos, the old documents. I flipped through every page, and I started tearing. Not the important stuff, just the things that tied me to a version of myself I no longer needed. Printouts of bank statements, letters I never sent, photos where I wasn't smiling. I kept the photos of Marlene, the ones where we were dancing in the kitchen, the one where Ava was on my shoulders at the county fair, the one of all 3 of us on the front porch, laughing at something no one remembers. And I decided then, I wasn't going back. Not to the house, not to the guilt, not to the role of useful old man who never said no. But I wasn't done with them either, because while I was rebuilding, I'd started noticing something strange. Linda's niece ran the local community board online, and sometimes I'd help her post events. One day, I caught a glimpse of a familiar name, Chad Worthington. He was listed as a new rep for an insurance firm expanding into coastal counties. Same smug headshot, same shark grin. I pretended not to care. But over the next few weeks, I kept seeing it. Ads, posts, mentions. He was building a brand. And I knew. He was using the money Ava had squeezed out of me over the years to fund it. I wasn't mad. Not in the screaming, table-flipping way. It was something colder. Sharper. I started paying attention. I started taking notes. Because while I washed dishes and rode my bike and listened to the waves roll in, I realized I had more power than they ever gave me credit for. I knew where the money came from. I knew the house's deed. I knew every account, every paper trail, every asset. They thought I was gone. They thought I was irrelevant. But I was watching. And I was building. Not just a new life. Not just a new sense of self. I was building a plan. Because when you hit rock bottom, the only direction left is up. And sometimes the best revenge is patience and precision and letting them think they've won, just long enough for the floor to vanish under their feet. And I had just the right tools to pull the rug out. They had no idea, but soon they would. Trust me, when you strip a man down to nothing, you expect him to fold, break, fade into some invisible corner of the world and die quietly. That's what Chad and Ava were betting on. That I'd wander off into the fog like some forgettable old man who didn't know how the world worked anymore. They thought silence meant defeat, but they misunderstood. Silence is strategy. I spent 5 weeks building the new version of myself in secret. Washing dishes, eating modestly, paying rent in cash, and letting the local gossip breeze past me like wind through an alley. I became a ghost with fingerprints, present but invisible. And as I rebuilt my sense of self, my purpose, I also began to construct something else. A plan. Revenge, you see, isn't rage. It's not yelling or breaking things. That's too loud, too clumsy. Real revenge is quiet. It waits. It learns. It sets the table for a meal your enemies don't realize they're about to eat. And by the time they taste it, it's already too late to spit it out. I started with knowledge. Because knowledge is power, but more importantly, it's leverage. Back when I was useless, I'd let Ava and Chad run with assumptions. They thought just because I didn't talk about my finances, I didn't have any. That just because I still lived in the old family house, I hadn't invested, diversified, or planned beyond a pension and some dusty savings account. They never asked about the side business I sold in '99, or the silent partnerships I held in 2 small companies, one of which, thanks to a freak spike in pandemic-era demand, had recently gone public. They didn't know about the trust fund Marlene and I had built, not for Ava, but for our future grandkids. One we agreed would only activate if the family stayed together in good faith. They assumed I was comfortable, maybe even modestly secure. They didn't know I was rich. And that, more than anything, was my shield. I spent hours in the back corner of the library, typing carefully on one of their ancient computers. I created a new email address, a virtual mailing address through a forwarding service, and updated the security on every financial account I owned. I locked down my estate, changed beneficiaries, scrubbed Ava's name from everything. Then I called Denise. Denise, my old coworker from the warehouse. The only one who looked me in the eye after that awful party. The one I trusted enough to give a spare key to my safety deposit box. She answered on the first ring. Howard, she said, cautious but warm. Hey, Denise. I'm okay. She burst into tears. We didn't talk long, but long enough for me to confirm what I needed. She'd gotten the letter I left. She hadn't said a word to Ava or anyone else, just like I asked. She'd held onto the backup documents I left her. Copies of my will, trust paperwork, deeds, and a thumb drive with all my passwords. I asked her for one favor. Go by the house, I said. Tell me if anything's changed. The next day, she called back. They've moved in, she said, voice tight. Ava and Chad. They're acting like they own the place. I closed my eyes and breathed in through my nose. They have no deed, I said quietly. I never signed it over. I know, Denise replied. I checked the county records. It's still yours. But they changed the locks. I laughed. For the first time in weeks, I actually laughed. That was their first mistake. Pretending possession was ownership. Their second mistake was underestimating my memory. You see, I remembered everything Ava and Chad had ever asked for, every loan, every favor, every passive-aggressive jab disguised as a joke. I pulled the old receipts and statements from my files and began logging them into a spreadsheet. All the cash gifts they claimed were small, all the investments that turned out to be losses. And then I compared them to the values in the trust fund we'd originally created for Ava's future. Let's just say the math wasn't in her favor anymore. I had the paper trail, but I needed more than documents. I needed people. So I started building a network. It began with Linda, my boss at the cafe. One night after close, I told her everything. Who I really was, what had happened, why I'd disappeared. She didn't blink. Tell me how I can help, she said, pouring us both a drink. I asked her if she'd let me use the cafe as a meeting spot. Nothing shady, just a place I could quietly reconnect with the people who still mattered from my old life. Over the next few weeks, I invited a few select folks to visit me. People Ava and Chad never cared about. People who weren't useful in their world. Old coworkers. A couple of retired warehouse supervisors. The mailman who used to bring Marlene fresh rhubarb from his garden. People with memories. I asked them about Ava. I didn't lead. I just asked. And the stories they told? She hadn't just distanced herself. She'd rewritten history. She said you were sick, one said. She said you were confused. That you weren't making smart decisions anymore. Chad said you'd given them power of attorney. That you didn't want to be bothered. Each story burned deeper than the last. But they were fuel. I pulled up every county record, bank transaction, and trust document I had access to. I cross-checked the date Ava tried to access my bank account with her phone records, which I still had access to via our old family plan account. Yes, she never removed me. Another oversight. And then came the gift from the universe. I found Chad's business listing on a public registry. A new LLC. Registered under my home address. That was mistake number 3. Now they weren't just overreaching. They were sloppy. And it gave me what I needed most. A legal foothold. I scheduled a private appointment with a lawyer named Ruth. She was sharp as a tack and known in the area for handling delicate family disputes. I brought her every document, every printout, every login trail, signature mismatch, and record of verbal misrepresentation I could collect. She listened quietly. Then she looked at me and said, Howard, would you be okay with a little noise? What kind of noise? The kind that gets attention. I smiled. I think it's time. We drafted the paperwork. Filed a cease and desist for the LLC tied to my address. Sent formal letters demanding immediate vacating of my property, citing unlawful occupation. Updated my will to reflect Ava's removal. And established a new trust for any future grandchildren that would bypass their parents entirely, protected from contesting. Then I opened a new account under a shell trust. One that couldn't be tracked to me publicly. I moved most of my assets there. But the cherry on top? I made a few anonymous calls. One to Chad's employer. One to a journalist who covered local business fraud. And one to the city's Small Business Bureau. Just enough to ask questions. Questions like, is it legal to use a stolen home address for an LLC? And, are there any known cases of financial manipulation involving retired relatives? No accusations, just whispers. Then I waited as the noise grew. Linda started hearing things from customers. People murmuring at tables. I didn't say a word. Until one day, I got a text. From Ava. It simply read, "Did you do this?" No context. No greeting. Just raw panic. I didn't respond. Not yet. Because the final piece? The final piece was already in motion. You see, I'd made one more quiet visit. Disguised, of course. Glasses, beard, a borrowed cap from Doug's shop. Just enough to blend in. I went by the house. My house. The lawn was overgrown. Packages sat unopened on the porch. And in the window, I saw Chad pacing. On the phone. Angry. Frustrated. Waving a piece of paper in the air like it was a snake that bit him. I took a photo from across the street. Then I turned and walked away. Because the storm was coming. And they weren't ready for it. But I was. I had everything I needed. The documents. The leverage. The allies. And the receipts. Now, it was just a matter of pulling the trigger. And I knew exactly where. And exactly when. Because while they were busy building castles out of my bones, I was digging tunnels under their foundation. And they never heard me coming. But they would. Very soon. And oh, how sweet that sound would be. Revenge isn't loud. Not the real kind. It doesn't burst through the door with fireworks and shouting. It slips in quietly, sits down at the table, and lets everyone notice, too late, that the seat they thought was theirs has already been pulled out from under them. My moment came on a Thursday. Funny how big moments tend to land on ordinary days. It wasn't a holiday or a birthday or any sort of anniversary. It was just a Thursday morning when the coastal air smelled a little sharper, the cafe felt quieter, and I realized I didn't feel nervous anymore. I felt ready. Because everything was set. The documents. The lawyer. The notices. The evidence trail. The financial traps they'd stepped into all by themselves. And one more thing they didn't realize. Ava and Chad had unknowingly given me the perfect opening. The moment they moved into my house, claiming it through implication instead of permission, they made themselves legally vulnerable. And when Chad registered his business at my address, that was the second nail in their coffin. The third nail came from their own arrogance. They left a trail of text messages, social media posts, and casual comments to friends that made it seem like I'd willingly given them access. All of it was false. All of it was provable. And all of it was going to be brought to light. The lawyer, Ruth, scheduled everything on the same day. Better to hit once and hit hard, she said. We'll file the property claim, asset protection injunction, unauthorized occupation complaint, and fraud inquiry simultaneously. No breathing room. I liked her style. I paid her double what she asked. That morning, the filings went out at 9:03 a.m. By 9:47, Ava called me. Dad, you need to answer. This is serious. Something's happening with the house. Did you do something? Please call me. I didn't answer. At 10:15, Chad called. You need to explain right now. The city council just reached out. Something about our business license being flagged? And the house, your house, our house, there's some kind of legal hold? What did you do? Call me back. I didn't answer that either. Instead, I sat outside the cafe with a cup of coffee. Linda had insisted on comping today. No arguments. She sat with me, arms folded, watching the ocean. You look calm, she said. I am. You're not shaking. Not pacing. Not second-guessing. I smiled. I already did all that. Weeks ago. She nodded and patted my arm once. Good. You deserve this, Howard. By noon, the fallout began. Ruth called first. They've received all notices, she said, her voice steady but with the hint of a grin. They tried to reach me 5 times already. The county clerk's office is involved now. And, prepare yourself, their bank froze their joint account pending verification. I sat up. Already. When you register a business under a fraudulent address, certain systems move fast. And the house. Locked down. Legally frozen until the investigation concludes. They can't sell, rent, or claim primary residence. I took a long breath. Good. Thank you. Howard, she softened. Not many people get to stand up to their own family. You did it with grace. Grace wasn't exactly how I felt, but I appreciated the sentiment. Around 1:30, the real show began. A silver SUV I recognized from too many tense dinners pulled into the cafe's parking lot. Crooked, like the driver's mind wasn't on the wheel. The doors opened in a rush, and there they were. Ava and Chad. They scanned the patio until they found me, sitting calmly with my coffee, a newspaper folded neatly at my side. Ava walked toward me first, fast, frantic, eyes wide and red like she'd been crying. Chad followed, jaw tight, phone in his hand like it was a weapon. "Dad," Ava said breathlessly. "Please, you can't just disappear and then do this to us." I looked up slowly. "Do what exactly?" She gestured wildly. "The house. The business alerts. The legal papers. They're saying we're under investigation." "You are," I said calmly. "For occupying a property you don't own. And for fraudulent business registration." Chad's voice was sharp. "You're acting insane. We moved into that house because you abandoned it." "I didn't abandon anything," I replied. "I left temporarily. And even if I hadn't, you still have no rights to enter, live in, or change locks on a house you don't own." Ava's lip trembled. "We thought you didn't want it anymore." "You thought," I corrected gently, "that I wouldn't fight back." Chad scoffed. "This is ridiculous. You're blowing everything out of proportion. If you needed space, you could have just said so. You didn't have to sabotage our life." I set my cup down. "I didn't sabotage anything. I protected my life, my assets, my name. And the only reason this affects you is because you built everything you have on the assumption that I wouldn't look too closely." Ava shook her head. "Dad, we're family." "No," I said softly. "Family cares. Family asks how you're doing before asking what you can give. Family doesn't try to access your bank account behind your back. Family doesn't move into your home the second you step out the door." She covered her mouth. "I didn't, Dad. I didn't try to access your account. I have the login logs," I said. "From the bank. I know the device. I know the zip code. I know it wasn't an accident." She went pale. Chad stepped forward, lowering his voice in what he likely thought was intimidation. "You need to drop the complaints. All of them. Right now. Or we'll fight it." I looked at him, really looked at him. The bravado. The certainty that he could talk anyone into anything. The belief that he was always the smartest man in the room. "You're welcome to fight," I said. "But you won't win." "And why's that?" he snapped. "Because the house isn't in your name. Because the LLC you created is tied to my address, not yours. Because every dollar you spent in the last 6 months is traceable to a joint account you can't legally claim as separate property. And because every lawyer in the county can smell your desperation from a mile away." His nostrils flared. "You think you can ruin us?" "No," I said gently. "I think you ruined yourselves." Ava sank onto the patio chair across from me. She looked smaller than I remembered, like the version of her I'd loved all those years had been hiding underneath the hardened shell she'd worn recently. "Dad," she whispered, "why didn't you just tell me you were hurting? Why didn't you tell me you needed us?" "Because for years," I said quietly, "you only asked what I could give. Not how I was doing. Not how I was coping. Not how I felt." She wiped her face. "Can we fix this? Please?" I looked at her hand. Her wedding ring caught the sunlight. Thin, delicate, expensive. I wanted to forgive her. But forgiveness wasn't supposed to be free. I leaned back. "You can start by leaving the house. Immediately. My lawyer will coordinate with yours." Chad clenched his fists. "You can't." "I can," I said. "And I already did." "And what?" he growled. "Do you want from us?" I stood slowly. My legs didn't shake. My voice didn't tremble. "I want you," I said calmly, "to live with the consequences of how you treated me. Just as I lived with the consequences of believing you still saw me as family." Ava sobbed quietly into her hands. Chad glared, realizing he was losing control, losing the battle, losing access to everything he thought he could mine from me. "You'll regret this," he hissed. I shook my head. "No," I said softly. "But you might." I walked past them, out of the cafe patio, down the sidewalk. Linda watched from the doorway, arms crossed, chin lifted, proud. As I turned the corner, my phone, my new phone, the one no one knew about, buzzed. It was Ruth. "Everything's proceeding smoothly," she said. "They'll be out of your house in 48 hours. The business registration is suspended, and the trust is protected. Nothing they do can touch you anymore." I inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly. "Thank you," I said. After we hung up, I stood there for a long moment, staring at the horizon. For the first time in years, I wasn't afraid. I wasn't alone. I wasn't trapped. I was free. And as the coastal wind brushed across my face, carrying the scent of salt and sunlight. I felt Marlene beside me, steady, warm, proud. I whispered into the breeze, "I'm not useless." Then I walked home. The final line drifted through my mind, a quiet truth finally spoken. I didn't lose my family. I only lost the ones who were never truly mine. My name's Travis. I'm 31, and every year I tell myself the same thing. This will be the last Thanksgiving I host. Every single year. Yet somehow, there I am, arms deep in turkey brine, meticulously folding napkins into little fan shapes, and smiling through gritted teeth while my Aunt Karen critiques my choice of wine like I bottled it myself. But this year managed to outdo every previous disaster. Not because someone brought up politics or because Uncle Roy got drunk and knocked over the charcuterie board again. No, this time it was quieter, sneakier. The kind of betrayal that hits you hours later, when everyone's gone and the house is finally quiet. That's when I checked my bank account and realized someone had made me pay for everything. Let me back up a little. I'm the youngest of 3 siblings and the only one who stayed in our hometown. My brother, Grant, is a high-flying sales exec in Atlanta. My sister, Molly, married rich and now manages a lifestyle blog where she occasionally posts smoothie recipes and unsolicited parenting advice. I, on the other hand, run a small but successful web development agency from my apartment. Nothing crazy, but I live comfortably, and I've worked my butt off to build something real. My parents split when I was in high school, and since my mom downsized and my dad moved to Florida, the role of holiday host sort of defaulted to me. Now don't get me wrong, at first, I didn't mind. I actually like cooking. There's something almost therapeutic about turning chaos into a coherent meal. But over the years, what started as a cozy family get-together gradually mutated into this bloated, overhyped spectacle. Each Thanksgiving, more and more people showed up. Distant cousins I hadn't seen in a decade, my sister's in-laws, my brother's new girlfriends. And somehow, despite everyone being full-grown adults with jobs, I was the one footing most of the bill. At first, it was subtle. People would forget to bring what they signed up for, or conveniently disappear when it was time to split the cost of the catering. But this year, they took it to another level. The week before Thanksgiving, I sent out a group text, a very clear one, asking everyone to chip in $60 per adult and $30 per kid, since we were doing a hybrid of home-cooked and catered dishes. I used to cook everything myself, but with 20-plus people showing up these days, it was just too much. The message was polite, straightforward, and included a payment link. A few people replied with thumbs-ups. Most didn't respond at all. I reminded them 2 days later. Still nothing. Thanksgiving morning came, and the first knock on my door was Molly, heels clicking on the hardwood, her son already smearing cranberry sauce on his tiny Patagonia jacket. She hugged me like we were starring in a Hallmark movie. "You're amazing for doing all this again, Trav," she said, placing a decorative squash on my already cluttered counter. I raised an eyebrow. "Did you send your part for the food?" I asked. She blinked. "Oh, didn't we do that already? I thought Chad sent it." Chad, her husband, was busy outside arguing with someone about where to park his Tesla. I just nodded and let it slide. Then came Grant, booming through the doorway like he owned the place. He brought 2 bottles of wine, which, I later realized, were both already opened and half empty. He clapped me on the back and said, "Looking good, bro. Hope you got enough for everyone. We brought friends." Sure enough, trailing behind him were 3 people I'd never seen before. 2 women and a guy wearing a leather vest and holding a ukulele. I blinked. Are they staying for dinner?" "Oh yeah, they were too far from home to visit family. So we figured, more the merrier." Sure, why not? By the time dinner actually started, my place looked like a magazine shoot gone wrong. There were candles burning unevenly, kids screaming in the hallway, my mom loudly asking if the turkey was organic or just free range, and someone, probably Uncle Roy, playing country music from their phone in the living room. I was holding it together by a thread. Just one thin, gravy-splattered thread. Dinner was fine, I guess. No huge fights. No dogs jumping on the table this year. People ate, drank, and praised my mashed potatoes like I'd just split the atom. Nobody mentioned the contribution I'd asked for. Not once. I even brought it up, casually, during dessert. "Hey, I sent that payment request earlier in the week. Just want to make sure it didn't get lost?" I asked the table, keeping it light. A few mumbled, "Oh yeah, gotta do that," and someone changed the subject to Black Friday deals. I should have known then. The night ended around 11. People started to drift out in waves, some with take-home containers they had apparently brought in advance, like this was a restaurant. Molly air-kissed me on the cheek and whispered, "You're the best baby brother ever," before grabbing a whole pie I didn't remember offering her. Grant gave me a bro hug and left me with a sink full of wine glasses and one very sticky child-sized handprint on my bathroom mirror. At midnight, I finally collapsed onto the couch, scrolling through my phone absent-mindedly until I opened my banking app out of habit. And there it was, $2,403.17. Pending. From the restaurant. Not just the catering bill. The full bill. Meals, drinks, and wait. Uber charges? I clicked in confusion and saw that several rides had been booked to and from the restaurant under my saved card. The catering company I used had a bundled app that, for convenience, let people add rides or extra wine orders under the same group. Apparently, someone in my family had just started using it like a group tab. At first I thought it was a mistake. Maybe the card info got mixed up. Maybe someone used the wrong profile. But then I saw the email confirmation. It was my name, my email. I checked the app's log. Multiple users had added to the order. Different names. Same billing info. I just sat there, stunned. Not angry. Not yet. Just numb. Then I saw it. A new message in the family group chat. From Aunt Carol. "Thanks again, Travis. You're so generous. We all assumed you were treating since you're doing so well. We'll host next year." My stomach dropped. I didn't even know what to reply. My chest felt tight. I scrolled back through the chat history. Not a single offer to split the cost. Not one person asked. They just assumed. Or worse, they knew and didn't care. And that's when it hit me. They didn't forget to pay. They decided not to. That's when the anger started. And I had no idea, as I lay there staring at that glowing $2,400 charge, that I was just beginning to uncover how deep this little assumption really went. I didn't sleep that night. I just laid there on the couch, fully dressed, staring at the ceiling fan spinning lazily above me. Every now and then, my eyes would flick back to my phone, like the $2,403.17 charge might disappear if I stared hard enough. But it didn't. It sat there like a weight on my chest, a perfect, unavoidable number. Not just a number, a reminder of how they saw me. Not as a brother, a cousin, a nephew, but as a bank. A convenient little ATM in a flannel shirt who happened to be doing well, and therefore, apparently, owed them all dinner, drinks, dessert, and a fleet of Uber rides. I started to replay the night in my head, obsessively. The half hugs, the fake smiles, the way Molly had taken home 2 full containers of mac and cheese without asking. How Chad had handed my son's old Lego set to his nephew like it was his to give away. How my own mom had asked, in front of everyone, "Is this your new sofa? It's cute. A little modern for my taste, but I guess if you like it." Every small moment I'd brushed off over the years came flooding back in with horrifying clarity. Like the time Grant accidentally used my Netflix for 6 months without paying. Or how Aunt Carol once asked if I could just handle the Christmas shopping this year, and then handed me a list of 14 names, complete with sizes and preferred brands. And how everyone always praised me, loudly, publicly, for being the responsible one, or so generous, but never once asked if I was okay, if I needed anything, if maybe I didn't want to be that guy anymore. By 4:30 a.m., I wasn't tired. I was seething. And still, a small part of me hoped it was just a mistake. That someone, anyone, would text back and say, "Hey, that was messed up. I'm sending you my part." But when I opened the group chat again, the only thing new was a meme Grant had sent about leftover turkey being better than the original meal. A string of laughing emojis followed. Nobody mentioned the charge. Nobody even asked if I was okay with it. Around 6 a.m., I did something I'd never done before. I called the restaurant. I needed answers. The catering manager was surprisingly helpful, pulling up the invoice and reading it to me line by line. I had originally ordered the dinner for 12 people, the main meal, plus a few extras. But sometime around 4 p.m. Thanksgiving Day, the order had been modified to include wine, appetizers, and 5 additional entrees. And the payment method? My card. Confirmed. He even told me the names associated with the digital order additions. Chad, Molly, Carol, even Grant's friend Rick the ukulele guy. It wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate. I was shaking when I hung up. Not from rage, exactly. Not yet. It was more like betrayal layered over embarrassment. Like I'd shown up for a play and realized halfway through that I was the punchline. The idiot. The one paying for everyone else's fun while they laughed behind my back and toasted to how well I was doing. And still, I didn't say anything. Not yet. Instead, I did what I always did. I cleaned. I washed every dish. Scrubbed the wine stains from the tablecloth. Threw out half-eaten pie slices and wiped down the stove. I gathered all the throw blankets, sprayed the couch, even swept the entryway. It was almost manic, like if I just cleaned hard enough, maybe I could scrub away the feeling that had settled in my chest. By the time I finished, it was nearly noon. That's when my phone rang. It was Molly. I took a breath and answered, trying to keep my tone even. "Hey," I said. "Oh, finally," she chirped. "Chad was trying to get a hold of you. Did you block him?" I blinked. "No. Why would I block Chad?" She sighed, like I was already being difficult. "I don't know. He just said his Uber receipts went through your card and he wanted to double-check you didn't mind. You know, since it was all kind of last minute and you seemed fine with it." I couldn't even speak for a second. "Molly," I said slowly. "I didn't approve any of that. I sent a payment request days ago. No one responded. And now I'm out over $2,000 for food and transportation I didn't order." There was a pause. Then she laughed. "Oh my God, Travis. You're being dramatic. It's not like you're broke. You have your own company. What's $2,000 to someone like you?" Something inside me snapped. I don't even remember hanging up. I just remember tossing my phone on the kitchen counter like it was covered in slime. I could still hear her voice in my head. "What's $2,000 to someone like you?" Like I was some tech billionaire, not a guy who still bought store-brand cereal and wore jeans until they frayed at the pockets. Like success meant I owed them something. That afternoon, I drove to my mom's place. Not to confront her, not yet. I just needed confirmation. Something. I told her I was dropping off leftovers, lie, and sat with her in the living room while she went on about how nice the evening was. "I think this was one of the better Thanksgivings," she said, sipping tea. "Everyone seemed happy. And I think it's great you treated everyone. It's a sweet tradition." My stomach turned. "Tradition?" I echoed. "Well, you always end up covering things. That's just kind of how it goes now, isn't it? You've got the space, the income. You're the dependable one." And just like that, I realized something chilling. They had all normalized it. It wasn't even a surprise to them. It was just expected. I drove home in silence. And later that night, just to confirm how far the entitlement had gone, I sent a polite message in the group chat. "Hey everyone, I noticed the total charge for food and rides came to over $2,400. I hadn't budgeted for that, especially since I asked everyone to chip in. Please let me know when you can send your portion, $60 per adult, $30 per kid, plus whatever you added through the app." Within 15 minutes, the replies started. First, from Aunt Carol. "Oh honey, I thought you were treating. That's what your mom said." Then from Chad. "Wait, what? I thought it was covered already. Can't we just handle it next month? Bit tight right now." Then Grant. "You really chasing us for pocket change, Trav? Kinda tacky, bro." The others started liking his message. Someone even added a laughing emoji. No one offered to pay. No one apologized. They doubled down. That's when I stopped waiting. Stopped hoping someone would do the right thing. That's when I really started planning. But the final straw? That came 2 days later. I got a Venmo notification from Molly. Not a payment. A request. For $45. Caption, "For the pie tin I brought and your kid's old Lego set. Tyler wants to keep it." I stared at the screen for so long the phone went dim. That was it. That was the moment. I wasn't just going to stop paying for them. I was going to make them regret ever thinking I was the dependable one. Because what none of them realized, what none of them bothered to ask, was that doing well didn't just mean I could afford things. It meant I'd learned how to protect things. Like my money, my dignity, and my time. And they were about to learn, in a way they'd never forget, what happens when you treat someone like an open wallet one time too many. I didn't speak to anyone in the family for a week after that. No texts, no calls, nothing in the group chat. I muted it, deleted the shortcut from my home screen. Every time I saw a notification pop up, a laughing emoji, another dumb meme, or some shallow comment from Grant about grinding hard this season, it made my skin crawl. I was unraveling, and not in the obvious, dramatic way people think of when they picture someone reaching their limit. It was quieter than that. Subtler. My mornings grew slower, heavier. I'd sit at my desk, fingers hovering over the keyboard, trying to code something, anything, but my brain just wouldn't cooperate. It wasn't just about the money. It wasn't even about the principal anymore. It was about how little they thought of me, about how easy it was for them to use me. Not just once, not accidentally, but as a pattern, a habit, a tradition, my mom had called it. Like I was just the dependable background character in everyone else's story, always there to pick up the check, carry the bags, say it's fine, with a smile plastered on my face. For days, I barely ate, barely left my apartment. I kept replaying every holiday, every birthday dinner, every little favor I'd ever done for them, wondering, was it all just expected? Was I ever appreciated? Or was I just convenient? I started second-guessing everything. I even found myself staring at old photos from past Thanksgivings. Pictures my sister had posted to her Instagram with cutesy captions like blessed and family first, and in nearly every photo, there I was in the background, setting the table, cleaning up, holding someone's baby, never front and center, never tagged, and it hit me like a freight train. I wasn't part of the family dynamic. I was support staff, the person who made sure everyone else looked good, felt good, was good, no matter how much it drained me. That was my rock bottom. The part where I didn't just feel used, I felt invisible. And so I stopped showing up. That Saturday, I skipped a cousin's birthday party. No text, no excuse. I just didn't go. Then I ignored a message from my mom asking if I could help figure out why her Wi-Fi wasn't working again. I'd fixed it 4 times in the past 2 months. I let the message sit unread. And when Grant called me to ask if he could crash at my place next month while he was in town for some conference, I let it go to voicemail. He didn't even ask. He just assumed I had the space, the time, the willingness. It wasn't easy. Every part of me, the part that had been trained since childhood to people please, to avoid conflict, to earn love by being useful, wanted to cave, to send an apology, to go back to the role they'd cast me in. But I didn't. Instead, I started pouring that time and energy into myself. I restructured my business, took a long look at my budget, where my money was going, what subscriptions I didn't need, what clients weren't worth the stress. I raised my rates, something I'd been afraid to do for months. And to my surprise, most of my clients didn't even blink. One of them even said, "I'm shocked you didn't do this sooner." I started working out again. Nothing extreme. Just a daily walk at first, then short gym sessions. Slowly, the fog started to lift. My sleep got better. My appetite came back. And then, almost accidentally, I started talking to people who weren't in my family. A former classmate reached out about a project. We ended up getting coffee. Then again the next week. I told them about the Thanksgiving fiasco, and instead of laughing or brushing it off, they actually looked angry for me. "Dude, that's messed up," they said. "You should have sent them invoices." I smiled for the first time in days. The next week, I started journaling. I know it sounds cliche, but it helped. I wrote out every little thing I remembered, every comment, every instance of being overlooked, every time I was expected to give without ever receiving. And as I wrote, patterns emerged. Not just in my family, but in how I'd let myself become complicit. I was always the first to offer, the last to complain, the one who apologized when someone else was rude, the one who downplayed it all with humor so nobody felt uncomfortable, except me. I started to see myself more clearly, not just as a victim, but as someone who had never set boundaries. And so I started building them. Not loudly, not in some dramatic family blow-up, but with silence, with space, with quiet, intentional absence. It wasn't easy. They noticed, especially my mom. "Is everything okay, Travis?" she left in a voicemail. "You've been distant." I didn't answer. Instead, I wrote myself a list. Not of revenge plans, not yet, but of priorities. At the top of the list, stop rewarding bad behavior. That one simple sentence became my compass. So when Molly sent a group message asking if anyone could help her move a couch into her new sunroom, I didn't reply. When Chad followed up privately with, "You coming or what?" I blocked him. I started posting less on social media. No more public photos of my apartment. No stories of homemade dinners. No announcements about new clients. If they wanted to think I was doing well, they could wonder in silence. And then something strange happened. The silence worked. Aunt Carol called me, not to ask for something, but to check in. Genuinely. She said she'd noticed I hadn't been active lately and wanted to see if I was okay. I almost didn't pick up, but I did. I'm fine, I said. And for the first time, I meant it. She was quiet for a second, then said, "You know, I didn't realize how much we relied on you. I guess we've taken it for granted." I didn't say anything, because I wasn't ready to forgive, but I appreciated the honesty. It was the first crack in the wall. A week later, I got a text from one of Grant's friends, not Rick the ukulele guy, but another one. He said Grant was in town and had apparently shown up at my place without warning and was super confused when I didn't answer. I texted back, "I don't host uninvited guests anymore." That message got passed around, and slowly, the request stopped. The silence stretched longer. They didn't know I was rebuilding, didn't know I was saving every receipt, didn't know I was compiling evidence, didn't know I was planning something better than a confrontation. They thought I was sulking. They didn't realize I was transforming. And what they really didn't know was that the next time they would hear from me, the next time I made myself the center of their attention, it wouldn't be with an apology. It would be with a decision. A very expensive, very public, very permanent one. It started with a spreadsheet. I know, not exactly the most cinematic beginning to a revenge arc, but I'm a web developer. Spreadsheets are how I process the world. And in this case, it was my version of sharpening a blade. I titled it Holiday Ledger and began populating it with columns: event, date, people present, expenses paid, contributions made, who benefited, and most importantly, who knew. I went back 3 years. Birthdays, Christmases, baby showers, random family game nights that somehow always happened at my place, always catered, always featuring name brand snacks I didn't eat, but somehow ended up buying. I combed through my bank records, Venmo history, texts, even Instagram posts to confirm who was there and what was eaten. The more I dug, the more disgusted I became. Thousands of dollars. Tens of them. No one had contributed to Thanksgiving for the past 3 years. Not a single one. The spreadsheet was more than numbers. It was a confession from them, through their silence, through their patterns. They'd made me the mule for the entire family's comfort. But not anymore. With every row, I didn't just track debt. I tracked leverage. And the leverage was delicious. My first real move came one quiet afternoon in early December when Molly sent me an email. Not a text. An email, which already told me she was trying to keep things professional. The subject line was quick favor. "Hey Trav, I hate to bother you, but I'm finalizing some design updates for my blog and was hoping you could help tweak the layout again like you did last time. I'll give you credit at the bottom. No rush. Would just love to have it ready before New Year's. Let me know, love you." I stared at it for a while. This was the same sister who had let her husband charge drinks to my card and then laughed when I asked about repayment. So I replied, "Hi Molly, I'm glad to hear your blog is going well. I've recently overhauled my client list and am no longer accepting unpaid work. My current rate for design consulting is $125 per hour with a 2-hour minimum. Let me know if you'd like a formal estimate or invoice. Best, Travis." She didn't respond. Not at first. Then came the guilt text, 2 days later. "Really? You're charging me now? That's wow, okay." I didn't reply, because that was the point. Let them squirm. Meanwhile, I was gathering allies, not in some Ocean's 11 way, but quietly, patiently, like a chess player reclaiming the center. One was Marcus, my cousin on my dad's side, who was rarely invited to family events because he was weird. Translation: introverted and allergic to phoniness. He'd always been a black sheep, and I now realized I probably had more in common with him than anyone else in the family. I invited him out for lunch. No agenda, just catching up. It took about 20 minutes before the topic of Thanksgiving came up. "Let me guess," he said. "They roped you into paying for the whole thing again?" I stared at him. "You knew?" He laughed without humor. "Dude, they've been doing that since Grandma passed. You just didn't notice because you were too busy being nice." I nodded slowly. "Let me ask you something," I said. "Would you be interested in helping me with something?" Quietly. No drama, but maybe a little poetic justice. He smirked. I've been waiting for this day. So now I had Marcus, tech-savvy, spreadsheet fluent, and deeply petty in a way I appreciated. He helped me start pulling screenshots, emails, receipts, old family group chat exports. We created a shared folder, Holiday Justice. Every shared Google Doc had a paper trail. Every transaction linked back to a date and time. It wasn't about exposing them. Not yet. It was about being prepared. Because the perfect opportunity was coming. Christmas. One afternoon, my mom called. I debated not answering, but curiosity won. "Hi, honey," she said, too cheerful. "I've been thinking. You know how we usually do Christmas Eve at my place and Christmas Day at yours?" I paused. "We used to do that, yeah." "Well, I was hoping we could bring back the tradition this year. Everyone's asking about it, and it just feels more festive when you host. You always make it so cozy." I let the silence hang for a moment. "So you want me to host again?" "Well, yes, but don't think of it like that. We'll all pitch in this time." I almost laughed. Like how everyone pitched in for Thanksgiving. Another pause. This one longer. "I told them that wasn't okay," she said. "I talked to Carol and Molly and said you were hurt. They said they didn't realize you were serious about the payment." I snorted. "Did they offer to pay me back?" "No, but I think that's something you should just let go, Travis. Family's messy. You know that." And there it was. The eternal excuse. Family's messy. Translation: you're not allowed to hold them accountable. I exhaled through my nose. "Let me think about it." "Okay, but let me know soon. Molly wants to know if she should order a cake or if you're handling dessert." I hung up without answering. The decision was already made. I was going to host Christmas, but not in the way they expected. I started planning meticulously. Not the food, not the decor, but the framework. This was going to be the trap, the test, the grand setup. I cleaned the apartment from top to bottom. I redecorated the living room to feel colder, cleaner, less lived in. I boxed up the comfy throw pillows, hid the board games, stored the liquor bottles. I made the space look like a showroom, not a home. Because it wasn't a home for them anymore. It was a stage. Then I created a custom RSVP system on a private site I hosted. I built a Christmas guest portal with a login and everything. Each family member got a unique code. Inside, there was a menu of the catered items, from appetizers to desserts, and a required payment form before confirming attendance. Every adult was required to contribute $85 to cover the upgraded menu and $25 for kids. There was no pay later option, no gray area. You paid or you didn't come. I sent the links individually. No group chat, no warning. The responses trickled in over the next week. Aunt Carol tried to call me. I declined. Molly texted, "Wait, are you seriously charging us before Christmas dinner?" I replied, "Yes." Grant emailed, "Is this some kind of joke?" I didn't reply. Then he texted a screenshot of the payment form with the caption, "You good, bro?" I texted back one word, "Great." Within 3 days, 4 people paid. 8 didn't. Molly tried to circumvent the system by just showing up on Christmas Eve anyway. She found the building locked. Because I'd changed the security code on the front door. Only those who paid got the new code, along with a time window for entry and instructions for seating. But that, the Christmas dinner incident, was only the first domino. What came after that? That was the masterpiece. Because I wasn't just removing myself from the role they assigned me. I was about to replace that role with someone else. Someone they couldn't control. I woke up on Christmas morning to a full inbox. 15 unread messages. 6 voicemails. 3 missed calls. The subject lines alone made me grin into my coffee. This is ridiculous. Open the door, Travis. Are you seriously doing this on Christmas? Mom is freezing in her car. I sipped slowly. Cinnamon creamer, 2 sugars. The good stuff. I was already dressed. Jeans, button down, fresh haircut. The apartment smelled like roast duck and herb stuffing, both catered from a place way above the family's usual budget. And I hadn't lifted a finger. Because for once, they'd paid in advance. Well, some of them. Molly, Grant, Chad, and Aunt Carol hadn't. Neither had my mom. They'd refused. Molly said it was insulting. Grant said it was tacky. Chad sent a screenshot of a meme with the caption, "This you?" and then radio silence. Carol tried calling me 5 times in 2 hours, then sent a guilt-ridden email about family meaning more than money. And my mom? She just said she was disappointed. That last one stung a little, but only for a moment, because Christmas came anyway. Marcus showed up first, right on time. He brought cookies and a bottle of wine, despite already having paid for dinner. That's the kind of guy he is. I let him in personally and handed him a guest envelope, one of the custom-printed ones I'd made. Inside was a seating assignment, a menu, a thank you card, and a small wrapped box with a Bluetooth speaker I'd gotten on sale. "I thought this was about revenge," he joked, reading the card. "It is," I said, "but it's also about remembering who actually respects me." By 3 p.m., we were 9 in total. Cousins, 2 old friends, a neighbor who had nowhere to go for the holidays. Every one of them had contributed. Every one of them had been respectful, kind, communicative, the kind of people I wanted to be around. We sat at a long table with linen napkins and gold-rimmed plates. It looked like a magazine spread. Not because I was trying to impress anyone, but because I wanted to see what a healthy, drama-free holiday could actually look like. We played music. We laughed. We ate way too much. And outside, apparently, there was chaos. Around 4 p.m., my building's maintenance guy texted me. "You got a crowd down at the door. You want me to tell them anything?" I replied, "Tell them Merry Christmas and that the guest list is full." He sent back a thumbs up. 5 minutes later, I got a voicemail from Molly. Her voice was sharp, shaky. "This is disgusting, Travis. We're family. You can't just lock us out. Everyone's out here in the cold. Mom's literally shivering. This is abuse. You need to come downstairs now." I deleted it because I was done being the doormat, the free ride, the warm body they called only when something needed lifting or paying for or smiling through. They could sit in their cars all night. Dinner was incredible. There was a toast. A few people brought gifts. And when dessert rolled out, dark chocolate torte and caramel apple pie, I finally stood up and made an announcement. Thank you all for being here, for respecting me, for paying on time, for treating this like a shared experience, not a favor you're owed. You're the first group in years who's made me feel like I wasn't hosting out of obligation. I hope this becomes the new tradition. There were claps, smiles, glasses raised. I didn't even have to say what had happened outside. They all knew. After everyone left, each with a to-go box, a hug, and another thank you, I finally allowed myself a moment of peace. The apartment was quiet again, not empty, like it always felt after those old family gatherings, but peaceful, whole. Then I opened my laptop. The final phase of my revenge wasn't just about excluding them. It was about replacing them. For years, I've been quietly building a professional portfolio website. I kept it hidden from my family, afraid they'd either mock it or try to milk it for favors. But now, I leaned in. I updated every section, added testimonials from real clients, a price chart, automated forms, clean, crisp design. Then I added a new blog post, front and center. The cost of hosting family, a personal case study in boundaries and burnout. I didn't use names. I didn't have to. The story was detailed, honest, and backed up with math, receipts, messages, timelines. How generosity turned into expectation. How silence turned into resentment. How setting boundaries was the greatest gift I could give myself. I published it on December 27th. By January 3rd, it had over 40,000 views. Reddit picked it up. A few influencers reposted it. A family therapist even DM'd me asking if she could use it in her lecture on emotional labor. And my inbox? Flooded. Messages from strangers saying they'd experienced the same thing. That they felt seen. Validated. One woman wrote, "You put words to a decade of pain I never knew how to explain. Thank you." But the cherry on top? Molly found it. She sent me a single message, dripping with fury. "Hope your little blog post made you feel better. You embarrassed us in front of thousands of people." I replied, "Good. Now imagine how I felt for years." That was the last time she messaged me. My mom called again a few days later. She sounded tired. "I read the post," she said. "I wish you'd talk to me first." "I did," I said quietly. "You just didn't listen." There was a pause. Then, "I'm sorry. I didn't say anything. Because I wasn't doing this for her. Or for them. Or even for revenge anymore. I was doing it for me. For the person I'd buried under years of forced smiles and unchecked generosity. The person who finally understood that love without respect is just manipulation and holiday wrapping paper. The person who learned, maybe too late, but just in time, that you teach people how to treat you by what you tolerate. That night, I deleted the old family group chat. Then I made a new one. It had 4 people in it. And not a single one of them ever expected me to foot the bill. I wasn't their wallet anymore. I was finally me. And for the first time in my life, that was enough. I'm Daniel. I'm 32. And if you asked anyone in my family to describe me in one sentence, they'd probably say something like quiet but dependable. That's the role I've always played. Reliable older brother. The guy who helps move couches, fixes leaky faucets, picks people up from the airport, and never makes a scene. I'm the one who gets called when the power goes out or the Wi-Fi's down, Not because I'm some tech genius or handyman, but because I always show up. Always. I don't argue, don't complain. I just do it. That's who I've been for years. And to be honest, I didn't even realize how much people had come to expect that from me. Like it was my job just to exist in service to everyone else. Until my sister's wedding knocked the wind out of me. My younger sister, Brielle, is 29. She's the kind of person who fills up a room without saying much. Glamorous, loud in a charming way, always posting curated Instagram photos with perfect lighting and humble brag captions. She's always been our parents' golden child, and I don't say that with bitterness, just facts. She was the surprise baby, the one who came after my parents had basically decided they were done having kids. And from the second she was born, she had everyone wrapped around her finger. Growing up, it was always be nice to your sister, she's younger. Or let her have it. Daniel, you're older. You should know better. And I did. I knew better than to expect things to ever really be fair. Still, I tried to be close with her. Even when we were teenagers and she'd roll her eyes whenever I spoke. Even when she borrowed my car and returned it with a dent and no gas and our parents just shrugged. Even when she forgot my birthday 3 years in a row and then laughed it off like it was no big deal. I kept showing up. I helped her move into every apartment she ever rented. I fixed her old laptops when she spilled drinks on them. I even built her kids' IKEA beds last Christmas Eve while she was out with friends because her husband was busy and she needed the house to look nice for Santa. So when Brielle got engaged, I was genuinely happy for her. I even told her I'd help cover some wedding expenses if they needed it. She laughed and said, "Thanks, Danny, but we're going all out. No expense spared." The guy she married, Josh, comes from a wealthy family, and they threw this massive, over-the-top wedding at a country club about 40 minutes outside the city. Everything was planned to the last detail. Designer flowers, custom cocktails, a string quartet for the ceremony, and gold-trimmed menus printed on linen paper. I remember thinking it was a little much, but hey, if they had the money, who was I to judge? About 2 weeks before the wedding, I got an email from her wedding planner. Yes, she had a full-time planner, asking for my meal preference, filet mignon, seared salmon, or a vegetarian risotto. I filled it out like everyone else and didn't think much of it. I had even taken the day off work, gotten my suit dry cleaned, and bought a nice gift from their registry, a ridiculously expensive espresso machine I honestly couldn't afford. I figured it was a small gesture to show her I cared. The day of the wedding, I showed up early to help wrangle some family members into their seats and stayed out of the way otherwise. I wasn't in the wedding party or anything, but I figured I'd at least be seated with my cousins or parents. Instead, when the seating chart was revealed at the reception, I was shoved into the far back corner at what I can only describe as the obligation table, the one with people nobody really knew well but had to invite. I recognized a couple of distant relatives and one of Brielle's co-workers I'd met once. No place card, no greeting, no explanation. I told myself it was probably a mistake. Then the dinner began. Or at least, it did for everyone else. Servers started bringing out trays to the tables. White-gloved hands lowering plated meals with gleaming silverware, salads drizzled with balsamic glaze, wine glasses being refilled with practiced ease. And then one of them walked up to our table, looked down at the list in her hand, and hesitated. After a pause that felt like it lasted forever, she leaned down and placed a single paper plate in front of me. Not even one of those fancy heavy-duty ones. This was a bendable, no-frills white plate with what looked like half a scoop of potato salad and a slice of unbuttered bread. No silverware. No napkin. Just that. I blinked, honestly thinking it was some kind of weird joke. I looked around, and nobody else had one. Every single other person, every guest, every +1, even the DJ, had full place settings. I sat there for a moment, frozen. That's when Brielle walked past with her new husband on the way to the head table, her champagne glass in hand. And when she saw me staring down at the plate, she smirked. Not smiled. Smirked. Then she leaned over, and in the voice of someone who thinks they're being clever, whispered, "Be grateful we even invited you." I laughed. Not out loud, not bitterly, just this soft, stunned exhale. I didn't say anything. I just reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out my phone, and took a selfie with the plate. Her smirk faded a bit when she realized I wasn't reacting the way she expected. I didn't ask questions, didn't cause a scene, didn't tell anyone what happened. I just smiled for the camera like I was in on the joke. The rest of the night was a blur. I didn't eat. I didn't even stay for the dancing. I left before dessert was served, told my parents I had a headache, and drove home in silence. When I got there, I sat in my car for almost 20 minutes staring at that photo. Not because I was sad, though, yeah, a part of me was, but mostly because I couldn't figure out what I had done to deserve it. Had I said something? Missed something? Or was I just always going to be the guy who showed up, gave everything, and got handed scraps in return? I didn't text her after the wedding. I didn't call. I figured she'd forget all about it anyway. Maybe she already had. I posted the selfie to my private Instagram with no caption, visible only to my close friends. A few of them messaged me asking what happened, and I told them I'd explain later. I never did. It felt too stupid to talk about. Too petty to say out loud. My sister gave me a paper plate at her wedding. Who even believes that? A month passed. Then 6 weeks. Life moved on. I threw myself into work, started going on runs in the morning, even picked up an old guitar I hadn't touched since college. And just when I thought I was done thinking about that night, just when the sting had faded enough to move on, I got a text from Brielle out of nowhere. No greeting. No apology. No reference to the wedding at all. Just one sentence. Hey, can you watch the kids for a few hours Saturday? Daycare's closed, and Josh has a golf thing. I stared at the message for a long time. My first instinct was to ignore it. The second was to reply with something snarky. But in the end, I just typed, can't. Sorry, that should have been it. But it wasn't. She texted again 2 days later. Hey, if you're free this weekend or next, we could really use you. Things are tight with daycare, and I'd rather not ask Mom. When I didn't respond right away, she sent a follow-up. We're not asking for much, just a few hours every weekend. You're good with the kids, and they love you. And that's when it really hit me. I wasn't even a person to her. I was a resource, a backup plan, a warm body she could call when things got inconvenient. And suddenly, I wasn't just annoyed, I was furious. Not the loud, throw something kind of anger. This was quieter, colder, the kind that builds slowly until it sits in your chest like a weight. And I knew exactly what to do with it. I opened my photo gallery, scrolled back to that night, and found the selfie. The paper plate. My forced smile. Brielle's wedding glittering behind me like a scene from someone else's life. I saved the image and waited. Waited for her next message. It came the next morning. I didn't respond right away. Her text just sat there for a bit, blinking at me like it expected me to cave. Any chance you're around Saturday morning? The kids have a birthday party after, so it'd only be a couple hours. I almost laughed. It was written so casually, like we were just good siblings doing each other favors. Like she hadn't humiliated me in front of 200 people not even 2 months ago. Like I hadn't sat in a folding chair with a paper plate while a server walked past me carrying a tray of steak and wine glasses to my cousins at the next table. I sent the photo. No words. Just the photo. Me, half smiling with my chin tilted slightly to catch the fluorescent ceiling light, holding that ridiculous paper plate. You could even see the crimped edge bending from the weight of the sad little potato salad. No explanation, no caption, just that. Read at 9:06 a.m. And then nothing. Not for an hour. Not for the whole day. I thought maybe she'd reply with something sarcastic, maybe a half-hearted LOL or an eye roll emoji. But instead, radio silence. And that silence lasted 5 days. When she finally texted again, it wasn't what I expected. You're seriously mad about the plate? No apology. No reflection. Just a challenge. A tone I recognized immediately, dismissive, condescending, like I was overreacting to something trivial. I read the text 3 times and tossed my phone on the bed. It took me an hour to even type a reply, and all I wrote was, "You knew what you were doing." She responded in under a minute. It wasn't my idea. The planner mixed up some stuff. Don't make this into a thing, Daniel. So now it was the planner's fault. Right. The same planner who personally emailed me with meal options? The one who had enough attention to detail to know my dietary restrictions. I have a mild dairy allergy. I even noted it. But somehow forgot to give me a plate like every other guest? Please. Still, I didn't press. I let her stew in the awkwardness of her half-lie. I didn't respond again. I figured that would be it. That maybe she'd get the hint and leave me alone for a while. But no. 2 days later, she called. I didn't answer. She called again an hour after that. Then my phone buzzed with a long message. Look, I don't know what's going on with you, but I'm asking for help here. Josh and I are drowning. Our nanny quit. Daycare's too expensive, and we don't have family nearby. I thought you'd want to help, considering you don't have kids and you work from home. You always used to say you loved spending time with Ava and Leo. What changed? What changed? That line sat in my gut like a stone. What changed? What changed was watching my sister pass out champagne to everyone in the room while I sat there feeling like the guy who had snuck in through the back. What changed was being humiliated, on purpose, and then gaslit about it like it wasn't a big deal. What changed was me finally realizing that maybe I wasn't being the dependable older brother. Maybe I was just the family's emotional punching bag. I typed a response. Deleted it. Typed another one. Deleted that, too. I didn't know how to explain to her that this wasn't just about a plate. This was about years of being taken for granted. Of always being available, always making space, always pushing aside my own needs for hers. Of being the one she leaned on, but never really saw. So I said nothing. I didn't answer her next 3 messages. That's when the shift happened. She stopped asking and started telling. I really need you Saturday, just from 10 to 3. Josh has a meeting and I can't cancel on my friend again. I'm dropping the kids off at your place. Please leave the door unlocked. That was the moment I felt something crack inside me. Not break, not snap. Just crack. A long, slow fissure through something I'd spent my whole life building. My patience. My quiet tolerance. My ability to just take it and move on. And then, without warning, my mom called. Now, my relationship with my parents has always been, let's call it unbalanced. They weren't bad people, just highly selective with their attention. Brielle was the star, always. She was the dancer, the pageant girl, the straight-A student with the bright future. I was the quiet one, the helper, the son who never needed much. Hey, sweetheart, my mom said. Her voice was warm, practiced. The kind of tone she used when she was buttering me up for something. I just talked to Brie. She says you're having a little tiff? A tiff. A tiff. Like I'd refused to pass her the salt at dinner. Like I hadn't been humiliated in front of our entire extended family and all her friends. I stayed quiet. She's really struggling, Daniel, my mom continued. You know she wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Josh works a lot, and with everything going on, well, you don't have kids, so you wouldn't understand. There it was. The classic line. You don't have kids. You wouldn't understand. Because apparently, in our family, having children turned you into a martyr and granted you access to a special kind of sympathy that erased all your past behavior. Mom, I said carefully. Did she tell you what happened at the wedding? There was a pause. A long one. She mentioned there was some issue with the seating, she said finally. But honey, that's water under the bridge, isn't it? It wasn't. And she knew it. I hung up without saying goodbye. It was the first time in my life I'd done that to my mom. And it felt awful, but also necessary. That night, I didn't sleep. I laid in bed replaying every moment from that wedding. Every tiny cut from the last few years. Every unacknowledged favor. Every birthday ignored. Every holiday where I sat alone at the kid table because they ran out of space. And suddenly, I remembered something. Brielle's bridal shower. A month before the wedding, I had offered to help set it up. She declined, said her friends had it covered. But then she called the day before in a panic because her balloon arch collapsed, and her charcuterie vendor bailed last minute. I dropped everything, drove across town with my folding table, picked up supplies, and spent 4 hours slicing cheeses and rolling salami into little roses because that's what she saw on Pinterest. She posted photos afterward, tagged her friends, never mentioned me. I remembered every single slice. The next day, I blocked her number. Not just muted, blocked. Then I blocked my mom's number, too. I turned off my phone and drove to the lake an hour away. I sat there on a rock with my feet in the water, breathing, thinking, watching the sun start to dip behind the trees. It was the first real silence I'd had in weeks. That's when it hit me. She wasn't going to stop. None of them were. Because they had never been taught what my boundaries looked like. Because I'd never shown them. But now I was done. That night, I opened my laptop and created a new album. I titled it Receipts. And I started collecting. The texts, the bridal shower photos, the messages from my mom, even the RSVP email from the wedding planner. I screenshot them all, organized them, labeled them. I wasn't even sure what I was going to do with them yet, but I knew I needed them. Not for revenge. Not yet. But for clarity. For proof. So that the next time someone tried to spin the story, I'd have the whole picture. But Brielle wasn't done. Not even close. Because 2 weeks later, she showed up at my apartment with the kids. Unannounced. Banging on the door. Calling my name. Daniel. Come on, open up. I know you're home. I saw your car. Ava and Leo were with her. Leo, the youngest, had tears in his eyes. Ava looked confused. She was holding a backpack with cartoon dinosaurs on it. I just need a few hours, Brielle said through the door. Josh is out of town, and I'm going to miss my appointment. You're seriously going to let your niece and nephew sit in the hallway? I didn't answer. I just stood there behind the door, heart pounding, hands shaking, because this wasn't about babysitting anymore. This was about control, about entitlement, about her thinking she could drop her kids at my door like packages and walk away. After 10 minutes of knocking, she finally left. But I knew, deep down, she wouldn't let it go. And that was the moment I realized I had something she needed, something she couldn't buy, manipulate, or guilt her way into. Access. And I was about to take that away, permanently. But not yet. Because first, she had to learn what it felt like to be ignored. Really ignored. To need someone, and know that they'd stopped caring. To finally feel what I'd felt for years. I just didn't know yet how far she'd go to get back what she'd lost. But I was about to find out. I didn't open the door. Not when she banged. Not when she shouted. Not even when Leo started to cry. I stood there on the other side of the frame, back pressed to the wall like I was the one intruding. My hand hovered over the lock more than once. Every instinct I'd trained over a lifetime of just be the bigger person wanted me to cave, to open it, to say, all right, come in, I'll take them just this once. But I didn't. I stayed still, quiet, like a ghost in my own home. Eventually, her voice faded. The footsteps shuffled away. I heard the elevator ding. Then silence. That moment, those 10 minutes, should have felt like a victory. A turning point. But instead, I collapsed onto the floor like someone had pulled the plug. All the adrenaline, all the rage, it drained out at once, and I was left sitting there in the quiet, feeling like a monster. What kind of person lets their niece and nephew cry in a hallway? What kind of brother ignores his own family? I didn't sleep that night. And not just from guilt, though that was part of it, but from something heavier. A kind of sadness I hadn't known I was carrying. A realization that I wasn't just drawing a boundary. I was tearing down an entire structure I'd helped build. The Daniel they all knew. The one who always said yes, who never pushed back, who was dependable and invisible at the same time. He was gone. And in his place? Well, I didn't know yet. The next week was quiet. Eerily so. No texts. No calls. No pop-ins. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe I had finally earned peace. Then I opened Facebook. My aunt had tagged me in a comment under a photo from some birthday party. It was one of those chaotic family events where people eat too much cake and the kids are sticky with frosting. I hadn't been invited, of course. But that wasn't what hit me. The caption on Brielle's post read, "Thankful for family who show up when it counts. We may not have a village, but we have each other." My stomach flipped. It was so perfectly curated, so disgustingly fake. There she was, surrounded by people holding her kids, smiling like the picture of maternal sacrifice. No mention of me. No room for the truth. Just this polished image of a struggling mom doing her best with the little support she had. And the comments. Oh, the comments. "You're such a strong mama. I don't know how you do it all, girl. Superwoman. Let me know if you need a sitter. Wish I lived closer." I scrolled through them, heart pounding, jaw clenched, reading people praise her for surviving a storm she helped create. And for a moment, I wanted to comment. To write, "She has family. She just burns them out and then plays the victim." Or maybe post the photo again, the paper plate, the smirk, and let people draw their own conclusions. But I didn't. Instead, I logged out and deleted the app from my phone. Because I knew what this was now. It wasn't just about me. It was about narrative, control, image. And if I was going to truly step away from it all, I had to let go of that, too. I had to stop needing them to understand. That was the lowest point for me. Not the wedding, not the hallway, not even the Facebook post. It was that exact moment, sitting in my apartment, realizing that closure might never come. That they might never apologize. Never see it from my side. That no matter how calmly I explained, how carefully I laid out the facts, they'd twist it. Make it about their struggle, their hardship, their perspective, and I'd still be the quiet one. The one who changed. The one who snapped. I cried that night. Not for them. For me. For the years I'd spent chasing approval like it was a prize I just hadn't earned yet. For the family I thought I had. For the version of myself I had to bury just to survive. But here's the thing about rock bottom. It's quiet. And in that silence, something shifted. The next morning, I made coffee. Stared out the window. Then I opened my laptop and did something I'd been putting off for months. I updated my portfolio. See, I'm a freelance designer. Logos, branding, UI work. I've always had steady clients, but I never really pushed myself. I kept my rates low. Never marketed. Never asked for referrals. I told myself it was because I liked staying under the radar. But deep down, I think I was scared. Scared to take up space. Scared to ask for more. Scared of becoming the kind of person my family would whisper about behind my back. But now I had nothing to lose. I spent the next 3 days revamping everything. I built a new website, rewrote my bio, reached out to past clients, and asked for testimonials. I even signed up for 2 design platforms I'd always avoided, thinking I wasn't good enough. Within a week, I landed 3 new clients. Within a month, I doubled my income. And with every new project, every glowing review, I felt a piece of myself return. Not the Daniel they knew, the quiet one, but the Daniel I'd buried under years of forced humility. I started going to the gym, too. Nothing intense, just moving my body, lifting weights, breathing deeper. I changed my morning routine, started journaling, bought a coffee machine that actually made me excited to get out of bed. And slowly, I rebuilt my life. But here's the thing they don't tell you about rebuilding. It's lonely. Even when things are going well. Even when your calendar's full and your bank account looks healthy, there are moments when it hits you like a punch to the chest. They don't care. They don't check in. They don't notice. They just move on. And that realization hurt more than anything else. Because for all the talk about family, about unconditional love, it turned out mine had conditions. Quiet ones. Unspoken ones. But real. And now that I wasn't playing the role, I was written out of the script. That fall, I spent Thanksgiving alone for the first time in my life. No invite. Not even a group text. I saw photos later, Brielle hosting, of course. The table was set beautifully. Matching plates. Candlelight. Even the kids had mini place settings with gold napkin rings. I almost laughed. The irony wasn't lost on me. I made pasta that night. Watched old reruns. Went to bed early. And you know what? It was peaceful. Quiet. Mine. A few days after that, something unexpected happened. I got a message on LinkedIn, of all places, from Josh. Yeah, Josh. Hey man, not sure if this is weird, but I saw your news site. Impressive stuff. Didn't realize you were doing so well. That was it. No, sorry. No, hope you're doing okay. Just a little poke. A fishing line, thrown out to see if I'd bite. I didn't respond, because by then, I'd learned something important. When people only reach out once you're thriving, it's not about you. It's about what you can give them. Still, I won't lie. I stared at that message for a while. I imagined responding, being cordial, maybe even letting him know how much that wedding had hurt me. But then I remembered Ava's confused face in the hallway. The single paper plate. The way my mom had said, "It's water under the bridge, isn't it?" And I realized I didn't know them anything. I had my own bridge now. And I was finally learning how to cross it without looking back. What I didn't expect, though, what caught me completely off guard, was what happened next. A knock at my door. 3 months after I'd blocked her. 3 months of silence. And there she was. Brielle. Alone. No kids. No makeup. No smirk. Just standing there with something in her hands. Something that would change everything. She was holding a scrapbook. At first, I thought it was a photo album. One of those sentimental gestures you see in movies when someone tries to make amends. But as I stood in the doorway and Brielle held it out toward me with both hands, I realized this wasn't an apology. It was something else entirely. "I thought you might want this," she said, her voice lower than I'd ever heard it. No sugar, no performance. Just flat. Like she was exhausted. "You made most of it anyway." I took the book and flipped it open. Pages of birthday cards. Photos from our childhood. Drawings I'd made for her when she was 6. A wrinkled flyer from her first school play, where I'd drawn stars in the margins and circled her name. "You kept this?" I asked, without meaning to. She looked down. "Mom did. After she passed it to me, I figured you'd want it." I almost threw it out a few times, but she trailed off. I didn't invite her in. I didn't step aside. We just stood there in the hallway like 2 strangers who'd run into each other in front of a house neither of them belonged to anymore. Is that why you came? I asked. To give me this? She nodded slowly. But then, after a pause, added, and to ask for a favor. There it was. I felt my jaw tighten, like muscle memory. She couldn't help herself. Even now, especially now, she only showed up when she wanted something. It was almost laughable how predictable it had become. But then she looked me in the eye and said, Josh left. Just like that. 2 words. No build-up. No emotion. I blinked. Wait, what? He packed a bag last week. Said he couldn't do it anymore. Took the car, the guest room TV, and half the savings. I found out there's someone else. Maybe more than one. She gave a bitter smile. You were right. About all of it. I didn't say anything. What could I say? I had no idea how to process this. Part of me wanted to feel sorry for her. Another part, maybe the louder part, felt nothing at all. Not satisfaction. Not schadenfreude. Just emptiness. Then came the ask. I need help. Just for a few weeks. I can't afford full-time daycare, and I'm working double shifts. Mom said you might. I cut her off before she could finish. No. Just that. A single word. No apology. No justification. She flinched. I'm not asking you to watch them all the time, she said quickly. Just the mornings, maybe? Until I get back on my feet. Please, Daniel. They miss you. Ava asked about you yesterday. I hated how much that line hurt. But I didn't budge. You didn't come to see me when she asked about me. I said. You came because you needed something. Her shoulders slumped. I know, she whispered. But I'm really trying. I didn't answer. Eventually, she turned and walked down the hall without looking back. The scrapbook still in my hands. I closed the door behind her and leaned against it, heart racing, not from anger this time, but clarity. Cold, clean clarity. This wasn't about babysitting. It never was. This was about patterns. About how people treat you when they think you'll never leave. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't just walking away, I was planning something. I didn't want revenge in the traditional sense. No screaming. No public takedowns. I didn't want to burn her life down. I wanted something quieter. I wanted the truth. So I started paying attention. It began with social media. Despite everything falling apart behind the scenes, Brielle kept posting like her life was intact. Carefully framed photos of the kids baking cookies, tagged with #blessedmoments. Quotes about strength and healing. A smiling selfie in the car, clearly hiding the tension in her eyes. And the comments? Flooded with sympathy. You're doing amazing. Josh didn't deserve you. Single mom life looks good on you. But here's what most people didn't know. Brielle was not as alone as she made herself out to be. Because while she posted about having no one, I noticed something strange. A recurring name in her tags. Kendra. Kendra was an old friend from high school. Someone I vaguely remembered from years ago. Pretty, ambitious, and messy. She used to be one of those girls who lived for drama. And it looked like she was back in Brielle's life with a vengeance. Digging a little deeper, I discovered that Kendra had recently launched a momfluencer brand. Something about resilience, healing, and parenting through hardship. Her content had a very familiar tone. Because a lot of it sounded like Brielle. Same phrases. Same hashtags. Even the same captions. Then I found the podcast. Kendra and Brie, Stronger Than Yesterday. Launched a few weeks prior. Weekly episodes. Light banter, dramatic storytelling, and healing through humor. And sure enough, in episode 3, Brielle told the story of how her brother abandoned her in her time of greatest need. She didn't name me, but it was me. She described the paper plate incident with tears in her voice, framing it as an honest mistake the planner made, and how her brother used it as a reason to turn his back on her. She said, I know I'm not perfect, but I would have never let my niece and nephew cry outside someone's door. Never. Family is supposed to show up, even when it's hard. That line, it burned. Because it was a lie. A beautiful, crafted, sympathy-gathering lie. But the thing about going quiet for a while, people forget you were listening. I downloaded the episode. Saved it. Then I looked into the LLC that owned the podcast. Kendra's name. And Brielle's. Equal partners. A small-time sponsor had already signed on. A baby blanket company. Nothing huge, but enough. Enough to matter. So here's what I did. I reached out to Kendra. I didn't threaten her. Didn't accuse. I played it cool. I pretended I wanted to sponsor their show. I created a fake email account, posing as a rep for a startup parenting app. Said we were interested in working with authentic, family-first creators. Asked for a media kit and listener demographics. Kendra was ecstatic. She sent everything. Audience metrics, back-end numbers, their sponsorship rate card, and something else. A link to a private Dropbox folder filled with press assets, including a bio page. And in that bio, Brielle had claimed she was a full-time single mom with no family support. No family support. I laughed out loud when I read it. Then I screenshotted everything, organized the files, made a folder called PR versus reality. And then, I waited. I didn't want to nuke her brand. Not yet. I wanted something better. I wanted her to feel it. The slow unraveling. The same way I had. So I started talking to people. Quietly. Cousins who'd reached out after Thanksgiving. Old friends who'd drifted. Even our mom, who, after my silence, had finally left a voicemail saying, "I think I might have misunderstood some things." I told them my side. Not with anger. Not with bitterness. Just truth. I showed them the texts. The wedding photo. The podcast clip. I let them draw their own conclusions. And slowly, I saw the shift. The Facebook likes on her posts dipped. The comments grew fewer. Mutual friends stopped reposting her quotes. I didn't gloat. Didn't call her out. Because I wasn't interested in public humiliation. I was interested in silence. In isolation. In her finally seeing what it felt like when the people you relied on disappeared. But I wasn't done. Because the final piece of this puzzle, the moment I'd been waiting for, was coming. I just didn't know it would arrive so perfectly wrapped. 3 weeks later, I got an email. From the podcast sponsor. The baby blanket company. Apparently, my fake startup had gotten their attention, and they reached out for a collaboration. To Brielle's real email. And she, thinking it was legit, forwarded it to Kendra, who forwarded it right back to my fake inbox, excited to close a big fish. Which meant, I had her. I had proof that she was willing to fabricate her story on a business platform for personal gain. And suddenly, I wasn't just her estranged brother anymore. I was holding the string that could unravel her entire facade. But I hadn't pulled it yet, because I was waiting for the moment she'd come crawling back again. She texted me again on a Sunday morning. "Hey, I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but if there's any part of you that still cares, I could really use your help." It was short. No emojis. No guilt tactics. Just a quiet plea. I stared at it for a long time. She didn't know what I had, what I'd been building. She didn't know about the folder on my desktop labeled Final Move, or the way I'd turned her fake vulnerability into a breadcrumb trail of receipts. She didn't know I'd been gathering everything, not to ruin her, but to show her a mirror she couldn't smash. And most importantly, she didn't know I was finally at peace with the idea of letting go after she saw it all for what it really was. I didn't reply to her text. Instead, I waited 2 days. Then I sent her a package. It was small. Just a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was a flash drive, a printed note, and a single photo, the original selfie, me at her wedding, holding the paper plate. The note was short. "Here's everything you forgot I remembered. You made me invisible. I made you transparent." I don't know what part she opened first, the image, the note, or the folder on the drive marked "in case you forgot." That folder contained screenshots of her podcast episode transcript, with the fabricated claims highlighted. Screenshots of her bios across multiple platforms describing herself as estranged from family and doing it all alone. An audio recording of her voicemail to mom begging for backup just for a few weeks. A saved copy of the fake brand proposal and her enthusiastic email agreeing to it. A collaboration she thought was a real sponsorship opportunity. And finally, a PDF titled "The Timeline You Erased," a clean, chronological list of the times I'd helped her over the last 5 years. Moving, babysitting, fixing things, the charcuterie roses, the 3 a.m. emergency pharmacy run when Leo had a fever. It was detailed, undeniable. She went silent for 4 days. Not a word, not a text, not even a passive-aggressive post. Then Kendra messaged me from her personal Instagram account. It was polite, professional, and just a little panicked. "Hi, Daniel. I just wanted to reach out because there's been some confusion about a potential sponsorship deal. I understand you may be in possession of some content that includes me. I'd love to clarify or discuss how we can resolve this amicably. Translation, please don't blow this up." I waited a full day. Then I responded. "You weren't the target, but you chose your partner. Don't build a brand on someone else's broken story." She left me on read. 2 days later, the podcast quietly vanished. No farewell episode. No explanation. Just gone. The Instagram page followed. Then the Twitter. Kendra rebranded solo a few weeks later, posting vague quotes about outgrowing people and learning to walk away from drama. But the engagement tanked. Sponsors stopped tagging her. The flame fizzled out. And Brielle? That took longer. I didn't hear from her again for almost 2 months, until she showed up at my apartment. Again. This time, she wasn't holding a scrapbook, or the kids, or even her phone, just herself. She looked tired, not worn down in the way motherhood does to you. This was different. Deflated. Like she'd finally seen herself from the outside and didn't quite recognize the person staring back. I opened the door. Said nothing. She didn't ask to come in. She just stood there and said, "You were right." That was it. Not an apology. Not a performance. Just quiet truth. She went on, haltingly. Told me the fallout from the podcast killed her last chance at monetizing her platform. How a mutual acquaintance leaked screenshots of the timeline PDF to the parenting forums she used to post in. How sponsors ghosted her. How Kendra distanced herself and even hinted in her stories that Brielle had exaggerated her trauma. She said she had to move back in with mom temporarily. That she was working weekends at a boutique and looking for a second job. "I know you probably don't care anymore," she added, her voice cracking a little. "But I just wanted you to know. I see it now. What I did. What I let myself become." I let her speak. I let her sit in it. Then, calmly, I said, "I'm glad you do. But this isn't about you anymore. It never really was." She blinked. "Then what's it about?" "It's about me finally choosing peace over guilt," I said. "About me realizing that I'm not responsible for everyone's mess. Especially not people who hand me paper plates and expect me to be grateful." She looked like she might cry, but she didn't. Instead, she nodded. Once. Like she accepted it. Like she understood this door wouldn't open the way it used to. She turned and left without asking for anything more. And this time, I didn't feel like a villain. I felt free. That was a year ago. Since then, I've doubled my client base, started mentoring new designers, and even gave a talk at a conference about knowing your worth. I didn't mention Brielle, of course, but I told the story about the paper plate, about drawing boundaries, about letting go of the need to be understood. And when I finished, a woman in the front row came up to me afterward and said, "I have a sister like that." I just smiled and said, "Most of us do." Thanksgiving this year, I spent it with friends. The kind who bring real plates. Who pour wine without keeping score. Who don't ask you to shrink so they can shine brighter. I still have the photo. It's printed now, framed on my desk. Not as a trophy, but as a reminder. Because sometimes, the smallest plate is what carries the biggest lesson. And now I serve myself. Every time. You ever have one of those moments where everything just freezes? Like your brain is still playing catch up with what your eyes just saw and what your ears just heard? That's what happened to me the night my fiancée told me, 3 weeks before our wedding, that she needed a break to clear her head. Not a breakup, not a delay, just a break. Like our relationship was a Netflix show she could pause while she figured out if she still liked the genre. My name's Anthony, I'm 29, and I thought I had my whole life figured out. I was the guy who followed the rules. College degree, good job in finance, nice apartment in a safe neighborhood. I wasn't flashy, but I was dependable. I saved my money, sent birthday cards to relatives who barely remembered I existed, and offered to fix things around my mom's house every time I visited. I was the guy who showed up. And for 5 years, I showed up for Natalie. Every dinner, every crisis with her family, every tearful night when she doubted herself, I was there. I thought we were solid. I thought we were building something real. My family wasn't exactly the warmest growing up. My dad bailed before I could remember his face, and my mom. Well, she meant well, but she always seemed disappointed in everyone, especially me. I wasn't the golden child. That title went to my older sister, Marissa, the doctor, the golden-voiced speaker at every Thanksgiving. She married a real estate guy with big white teeth and bigger opinions, and the two of them made sure every family gathering turned into a performance. Meanwhile, I was the one fixing the leaky faucet in Mom's kitchen while they held court over wine and bruschetta. Natalie was the first person who made me feel like I wasn't invisible. She laughed at my dumb jokes, listened to me vent after long workdays, and even came with me to help Mom after her hip surgery. She fit into my life so seamlessly that after 3 years of dating, proposing felt inevitable. And when she said yes, I swear, for a moment, I felt like I'd finally made the right choices. That illusion started to crack about 6 months before the wedding. Little things. She got snappier, distant. She stopped making wedding decisions with me and started outsourcing them to her friends. It's just stress, she'd say. Planning a wedding is a full-time job. Fair enough. I backed off. I figured she needed space, so I gave it. But the distance never closed. It just stretched further. She started spending more weekends with her bride tribe and fewer nights at our place. Sometimes she'd ignore my texts for hours. When I brought it up, she rolled her eyes and accused me of being clingy. I wanted to believe it was just pressure. Her mom was a nightmare, micromanaging every single thing, from the flower arrangements to the color of the tablecloths. I thought maybe that stress was leaking into us. I kept telling myself that once the wedding was over, things would go back to normal. We'd go on the honeymoon, laugh under the sun, and come home stronger than ever. Then came the night, 3 weeks before our wedding. A Wednesday. I got home from work, exhausted, loosened my tie, and found her sitting on the couch, already dressed like she was going somewhere. Not upset, not even nervous, just distant. "We need to talk," she said. Those 4 words. They always hit like a bullet. She told me she needed a break, that she felt trapped, that she'd lost herself in the relationship. I tried to stay calm, to listen, but I felt like I was standing outside my own body. She said she didn't want to call off the wedding. Just pause everything. Maybe take a solo trip. Think. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. She hugged me like a friend saying goodbye at the airport, and left. For 3 days, I didn't tell anyone. I walked through my life like a ghost. When my mom called to ask about the final head count for the rehearsal dinner, I mumbled something and changed the subject. When Marissa texted a passive-aggressive message about my non-responsiveness, I left her on read. I didn't know how to say it out loud, saying it would make it real. Then the phone rang. It was a recruiter I'd spoken to months ago about a position in Seattle. A dream job. At the time, I turned it down because Natalie didn't want to leave her family. But now, I don't know what came over me. I told him I was interested. 2 days later, I was on a video interview. By the end of the week, I had an offer. That night, I sat alone in the apartment, staring at the wedding invitations stacked by the door. I picked one up. The gold embossed lettering. Our names, intertwined in cursive. The venue. The date. It all looked like a joke now. A parody of something that never really existed. So I made a decision. I canceled the venue. Called the caterer. Emailed the photographer. Piece by piece, I dismantled the wedding. I sent a mass email to guests telling them the event was off. No explanation. Just canceled. I didn't call Natalie. I didn't respond to the texts that started coming in. I packed my things, closed out the lease, and 3 weeks later I was in Seattle. I thought that would be the end of it. I started fresh. New job. New number. Different coast. I didn't bring much with me, just the essentials. I didn't even tell my mom or Marissa until a month later. They were furious, of course. Mom called it immature and said I owed Natalie a conversation. Marissa accused me of running away like a coward. But none of them had been there that night. None of them had felt that vacuum in the air when the person you love tells you they're not sure if they love you anymore. And for a while, it was peaceful. I walked to work in the rain, got coffee alone, read books in my tiny apartment with its bare walls and too bright kitchen light. It was lonely, but clean, honest, quiet. Until 2 days ago. I came home late after a brutal day at the office. My phone buzzed, a number I didn't recognize. I let it ring. A minute later, another call. Then a text. "Please, Anthony, just talk to me." I froze. I stared at the screen like it was a ghost. Another text came in. "I'm outside." At first, I thought it was a joke. A scam. But then I heard the knock. Not frantic. Just persistent. I walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and there she was. Natalie. Hair longer. Eyes puffy. Holding her phone in one hand and a folded piece of paper in the other. She looked up, right into the peephole, and said quietly, "I made a mistake." I didn't open the door. I didn't speak. I backed away like it was on fire. And that was just the beginning. Because the next morning, I woke up to a flood of messages from numbers I didn't recognize. "You owe her a conversation. She's been through so much. She deserves closure. You're being cruel." The texts kept coming. From her bridesmaids, her cousin, even one of her co-workers. All of them painting me as the villain. The heartless man who wouldn't even grant his ex-fiancée 5 minutes of closure. But none of them were there the night She asked for a break like we were deciding on a movie. None of them saw what it did to me. And none of them knew what I just found out last night. Because after the 5th text, I finally opened her message history. And I saw something she didn't mean for me to see. Something that shattered whatever scraps of peace I had left. And that's when everything changed. I didn't respond right away. I just sat there on the edge of my mattress, still on the floor because I hadn't bothered buying a bed frame, staring at her message history with a numb kind of disbelief. I hadn't meant to open it. I wasn't planning on replying to Natalie, ever. But curiosity, it's a tricky thing. I thought maybe she'd sent something dramatic, something that would let me confirm, once and for all, that I'd made the right decision by walking away. I didn't expect to see what I did. The first message was from her, timestamped 3:02 a.m. Please just give me 5 minutes. You don't have to take me back. I just need to say it. But right below it, I saw something strange. A message from a number with no name. So he's ignoring you now? LOL. You said he was the clingy one. And then another. Guess the safety net cut the cord. My stomach twisted. There were maybe a dozen messages total, all from the same number, scattered over the past month. Some of them were jokes. Some were cruel. A few were pictures, screenshots of memes about exes coming back after ghosting. But the worst part? Natalie responded to every one. And not once did she defend me. One reply stood out. It was dated just 2 weeks before she showed up at my door. I don't regret anything. He just never understood me. I needed to live before I settled. I put the phone down like it was radioactive. My mind raced, trying to stitch together a timeline, trying to fill in the blanks. She needed a break to clear her head, but she'd been laughing about me behind my back. Worse, it wasn't just that. The messages didn't sound like a concerned friend comforting her during a rough time. They read like two people enjoying a secret, sharing a joke at someone else's expense. Me. I didn't sleep that night. I stared at the ceiling, thinking about every time she'd told me she just needed space. Every weekend she'd spent with her bride tribe. Every time she deflected a real conversation with a kiss and a half-lie. I realized something I hadn't let myself admit. The break wasn't a moment of confusion. It was a cover, a soft exit plan, and I'd been the fool waiting at the gate. By morning, I was exhausted, but adrenaline kept me upright. I went through my workday like a robot, barely blinking. My boss even asked if I was okay. I lied and said I had a headache. I considered blocking her number, but something held me back. Some mixture of morbid curiosity and misplaced caution. I told myself I wasn't going to engage. I just wanted to understand. Then the voicemail started. First one, Natalie sobbing, saying she made a huge mistake and couldn't stop thinking about me. That she knew she'd lost the best thing that ever happened to her. Second one, quieter, more composed, saying she'd been working on herself, going to therapy, journaling, trying to grow. She didn't ask me to take her back, just to listen. But the third one? That one stopped me cold. It was her mother. Anthony, this is Michelle. I know you've made your decision, and I respect your right to move on. But Natalie is hurting, and I think the decent thing would be to hear her out. We all make mistakes, and I think you're being very cruel by pretending she doesn't exist. That was the word they all kept using. Cruel. Not hurt. Not devastated. Cruel. As if I'd pulled the rug out from under a helpless woman instead of reclaiming my dignity. I didn't respond, but I did block Michelle's number. That night, I got a package at my door. No name. Just a brown box with no return address. I hesitated, checked it for anything off, then opened it. Inside was a scrapbook. Photos of us. Printed text from our early days. A letter. I shouldn't have read it. But of course I did. In it, Natalie said she had panicked. That she thought she needed to experience more before settling down. That her friends had put things in her head. That maybe she wasn't ready. She said she had gone on a trip alone, reconnected with herself, and realized the life we were building was everything she wanted. She claimed there was never anyone else. She just didn't know how to be loved the way I loved her. I closed the book. I didn't cry. I just felt hollow and angry because she was rewriting the narrative, erasing the part where she abandoned me, replacing it with a softer version where she simply needed to grow. The next day, I heard from my mom. Apparently, Natalie had contacted her too. She just wants to talk, Anthony, my mom said. I know it was messy, but you were always the bigger person. Don't shut the door so hard that you can't open it later. I almost laughed. My mom, the same woman who once told me I was too sensitive when Marissa stole my bike in middle school, and blamed me for leaving it unlocked, was now giving me advice on boundaries. Did she tell you what she did? I asked. What did she do? Mom replied. She got scared. People get cold feet all the time. That's when I realized Natalie had been busy. She was painting herself as the lost soul, the regretful ex-fiancée, the one who made a tragic mistake. She was controlling the story, and everyone, from her friends to my own family, was eating it up. 2 days later, I got a letter at work. It was in a plain white envelope with my name written in the same looping cursive she used on our old Valentine's cards. I didn't even open it. I tossed it in the trash, walked into the nearest conference room, and just sat there. I felt hunted, watched, gaslit. And then, I got the message that broke me. It was from her friend, Lacey, one of the bridesmaids who used to giggle with Natalie while sipping overpriced cocktails and pretending to care about my day. She wrote, "Hey Anthony, just so you know, Natalie found out you were talking to someone new. She's devastated. You could have at least waited until she had closure." Waited? I stared at the screen, my pulse thudding in my ears. Waited? Natalie had abandoned me. Natalie had taken a break without telling anyone, made jokes about me in texts to another guy, and then waited 6 months to come crawling back. And now she was hurt because I'd had coffee with someone from my building? I called her. I don't know why. I just snapped. She answered on the first ring, breathless, like she'd been waiting with the phone in her hand. "Anthony, what do you want from me?" I asked. My voice was calm, but cold. I just wanted to talk. I didn't mean for everything to go down like that. I was scared. I thought. "Don't lie to me," I said, and I could hear her inhale sharply. "Who's the guy you were texting jokes about me with?" Silence. "You don't know what you're talking about," she finally said. "I saw the messages, Natalie. I saw the dates. Don't insult my intelligence." Another pause, then a quiet, shaky voice. "That was nothing. It wasn't like that. It was exactly like that. And now you're showing up at my apartment, messaging my mom, sending letters to my job. I just want you to hear me out." I did. I heard everything. 6 months ago, you wanted space. You got it. Click. I hung up. But the storm wasn't over. That night, Marissa called me. "You're being dramatic," she said. "She flew across the country for you. She manipulated half my contact list and stalked my apartment." I shot back. "She just wants to make things right." "No. She wants the version of me that made her feel safe while she looked elsewhere. Do you even hear yourself?" I hung up again. And that's when the real betrayal came. I got a knock on the door the next morning. When I opened it, there was no one there, just a folded envelope. I opened it and immediately felt my stomach drop. It was from Marissa. Inside was a handwritten letter, but all I needed to read was the last line. "Maybe you're too broken to see when someone is truly sorry." I crumpled the paper and threw it as hard as I could at the wall. It hit the floor without a sound, like every other thing I'd ever done to protect myself. For the first time in my life, I realized that maybe my family didn't care about what happened to me. They only cared about how I handled it. And as long as I stayed quiet and didn't make waves, they'd keep inviting me to the table. But the moment I stood up for myself, I became the problem. That was the breaking point. And what I did next, well, let's just say I stopped waiting for apologies. I started making plans. After I read Marissa's letter, I just sat there, on the edge of my futon, that same cheap thing I told myself I'd replace when I got settled. I stared at the wall across from me, trying to process the truth that had finally landed with full weight. My family didn't know me. Worse, they didn't care to. I'd spent years trying to be the steady one, the peacemaker, the one who kept things from falling apart. I thought that earned me some kind of unspoken loyalty. A benefit of the doubt, maybe, but it hadn't. What it earned me was a front-row seat to my own erasure. The days that followed felt like a free-fall. I stopped answering calls, blocked numbers, ignored emails. My appetite disappeared. I'd come home from work, toss my bag onto the floor, and stare out the window like I was waiting for something. I didn't know what. An apology? An explanation? Some proof that I wasn't the only one going crazy. That first week, I barely functioned. I'd wake up, go to work, force myself through spreadsheets and meetings, then return to my apartment and sit in silence. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional siren wailing in the distance. It was like I'd slipped into an alternate dimension where everyone else kept moving and I was just frozen. And it wasn't just about Natalie anymore. It was my mom, Marissa. Even a few old friends from back home who messaged me out of the blue saying things like, "I heard what happened. I hope you're not holding a grudge." People mess up. As if this whole situation was a parking ticket I was being petty about. I kept thinking about that line in Marissa's letter. Maybe you're too broken to see when someone is truly sorry. Too broken. It echoed in my head like a drumbeat. And I started to believe it. Maybe I was broken. Maybe I was the common denominator. I thought back to every relationship I'd ever been in, romantic, platonic, familial. And the one thing they all had in common was that I gave more than I got. I showed up. I bent. I compromised. And in the end, I got left behind every single time. I didn't want to be bitter. I really didn't. But bitterness doesn't need your permission. It just creeps in. Quietly. Patiently. Like water in a crack, waiting to freeze. 2 weeks after that letter, I hit what I now recognize as rock bottom. I got an invitation in the mail. It was hand-addressed. I almost didn't open it, but curiosity still had claws in me. Inside was a cream-colored card, thick and embossed with gold lettering. The kind you only see for fancy events. Marissa and her husband were renewing their vows. 10 years of marriage. Destination ceremony in Napa Valley. A weekend of wine, speeches, and celebrating the enduring power of love. I laughed out loud. Not because it was funny, but because the absurdity of it made something in me snap. She invited me. The brother she had just called too broken. No note. No apology. No mention of the letter or our last phone call. Just an invitation with RSVP instructions and a hotel block code. I stared at that card for a long time. Then I walked to the kitchen, pulled open the drawer with my old wedding invitations, the ones I never mailed, and put hers right on top. That's when something shifted. I looked at the pile of things I'd been avoiding. The unopened letters. The stack of moving boxes I never unpacked. The mattress on the floor. The broken lamp I kept saying I'd fix. My life was still in transition, months after I supposedly moved on. So I got up. I started small. I bought a bed frame. Not a fancy one, just something solid. I put the mattress on it and threw away the old blankets I'd been hoarding since college. I bought new sheets. Real ones. Navy blue with white stripes. It felt like nothing, but also like reclaiming something small that was mine. The next weekend, I went to IKEA, replaced the sagging futon, and finally bought a desk. I spent the whole day assembling everything, sweating through my shirt, cursing the instructions, and when I was done, I sat in the chair and looked around. My apartment looked like someone lived there. Not someone in limbo. Not someone waiting. Just someone living. I started cooking again. Not just microwaving Trader Joe's meals, but actually cooking. Pasta, stir-fry, roasted vegetables. I rediscovered how calming it was to move around a kitchen, to slice onions and listen to music and feel like the day had rhythm again. Work got better, too. I leaned into it, not as a distraction, but as a way to build momentum. I started mentoring a junior analyst named Darren who reminded me a little too much of myself at that age. Quiet, capable, but afraid to speak up. He'd always thank me for little tips, and one day he said, "You're one of the only people here who doesn't make me feel stupid." That stuck with me. Maybe I wasn't broken. Maybe I was just tired of being used. The apartment came together slowly. I bought art for the walls. Nothing fancy, just prints from a local bookstore. I got a rug. Plants. A real coffee table. I even started going for walks in the evening after work, sometimes down to the waterfront where I'd sit and watch the ferries come and go. One night, I ran into a neighbor, Lena. I'd seen her in the elevator a few times, but never really talked. She had this easy smile and wore old band t-shirts with blazers like she couldn't decide if she was going to a concert or a job interview. We struck up a conversation about the cafe downstairs. One chat turned into another, and eventually she invited me to a rooftop poetry night her friend hosted. I almost said no, but something in me whispered, say yes. So I went, and it was weird, and awkward, and great. I met people, laughed, drank mediocre wine from plastic cups. Lena read a poem about how heartbreak feels like a house fire where you're both the arsonist and the insurance agent. I told her afterward that it was oddly comforting. She said, "Thanks. I wrote it during a blackout cry on my bathroom floor." We became friends. Real ones. The kind where you can sit in silence, and it's not weird. We started walking to the farmer's market on Sundays, grabbing coffee, talking about everything and nothing. I didn't tell her about Natalie at first. But one night, we were sitting on the rooftop, and she asked why I'd moved to Seattle. And I told her the truth. All of it. Not just the clean version, but the messy one. The heartbreak, the betrayal, the guilt, the weird, warped grief of watching someone try to rewrite your story in their favor. Lena didn't interrupt. She didn't pity me. When I finished, she just said, "Sounds like she wasn't ready for the version of you that wasn't made for bending." That line hit me like a sucker punch. Because she was right. All my life, I'd been bending. For family, for partners, for peace. But lately, I'd started standing straight. And it felt good. The next few weeks passed quietly. I got into a rhythm. I started journaling. Nothing deep, just a few lines each night about what I noticed, what I felt, what I hoped. Some nights it was nonsense. Others, it felt like I was leaving breadcrumbs back to myself. I didn't think about Natalie much anymore. Or rather, when I did, it wasn't with anger. It was like remembering someone from a past life. A character in a story that used to feel too close. Then, one morning, I got an email. From my mom. Subject, family dinner, please come. I stared at it for a long time before opening it. It was an invitation. Not just to dinner, but to reconciliation. She said Marissa would be there. That they both wanted to clear the air. That they hated how things were left. That it was time to talk. She mentioned Natalie's name, too. Said she hadn't heard from her in a while. Said she'd been through a lot. And that's when I realized. They still didn't get it. They still thought this was about a relationship. They didn't see the real story. They didn't see the way my silence had been survival. That I wasn't punishing anyone. I was protecting myself. And yet, a small part of me was curious. Not about going back, but about what would happen if I finally spoke. Really spoke. I stared at that email, heart beating like a drum. And slowly, a plan began to form. I didn't reply to the email. Not right away. I reread it maybe 20 times over the next 3 days. Each time weighing my options like I was negotiating some silent treaty with my past. The old Anthony, the one who always said yes, who'd walk back into the lion's den if it meant someone else got to feel comfortable, would have responded with something like, "Sure, happy to catch up," and then spent the next week bracing himself for yet another round of veiled jabs and emotional gymnastics. But I wasn't that guy anymore. I had changed. Quietly, deliberately. Not into someone colder, but into someone clearer. And clarity has a funny way of showing you not just what hurt you, but how it happened. And more importantly, why you let it. I decided not to go to that dinner. Not because I didn't want to see them, but because I wanted to choose how they saw me. This wasn't about payback, not exactly. It was about rewriting the script. The one they'd all written for me without asking for my input. The one where I was the hurt little brother, the cold ex, the passive participant in everyone else's narrative. I wasn't going to beg for understanding. I was going to show them who I'd become. And when the dust settled, they'd finally understand what they lost when they treated me like an afterthought. That night, I sat at my desk and opened a blank document. I wrote out a single sentence. You don't get to burn the bridge and then act shocked when I don't swim across. Then I got to work. Step 1 was Natalie. Or rather, Natalie's version of me that still lived in the minds of her friends, her family, and mine. She had spent months, maybe longer, curating this image of herself as the sad, confused ex who'd made a mistake and was bravely trying to make amends. That version of her got sympathy. Mine got silence. But what no one knew, what I barely knew until recently, was that Natalie wasn't just confused. She was calculated. I remembered something she'd let slip once, long before the wedding chaos. We were lying in bed after a party at her coworker's place, and she was venting about an old friend who'd crossed a line with her. I asked what happened, and she rolled her eyes and said, "It's not like I slept with him or anything. I just needed to feel wanted. I never said I was perfect." At the time, I let it go. But now, it echoed in my mind like a bell tolling in the distance. I started digging. I knew her Instagram was private, but mutuals were a thing. I scrolled through tagged posts, looked at public photos. Then I remembered her best friend, Lacey, the one who had texted me accusing me of being cruel. Her profile was public and careless. Buried 3 months back was a carousel of photos from some beach trip. One was a sunset, one was a drink, and one, half-cropped, was a group selfie. Lacey, 2 other girls, and at the edge of the frame, Natalie, sitting on the lap of a man I'd never seen before. His hand was on her thigh. It wasn't obvious. It wasn't scandalous. But it was there. I saved the image. Then I scrolled through his profile, also public, and found more. A group dinner. A hiking trip. Her name never tagged, but her face always there. Laughing. Drinking wine. Sitting just close enough. The last one was from a bar downtown. For people at a table, raising glasses. The caption read, "To finally cutting ties with what holds you back." Posted a week before she showed up at my door. The self-growth narrative was a lie. She didn't come to me because she missed me. She came because that fell apart. Step 2 was my family. This part took time. I knew I couldn't convince them of anything by arguing. Marissa especially. She was the queen of deflection. Every time I tried to call her out in the past, she'd twist it into some therapeutic-sounding nonsense about my unresolved issues. But this time, I had something she couldn't spin. You see, Marissa was all about appearances. Her social media was a curated museum of success. Dr. Husband, 3 kids, fitness journey, motivational quotes in cursive font. Every like was a gold star. Every post was a chess move in the game of social hierarchy. And guess what she was planning to do for her 10-year vow renewal? That's right, livestream it. I found out because one of her old college friends, Callie, who I used to be close with, messaged me. She said she saw Marissa's post about the upcoming ceremony and was shocked I wasn't tagged. I asked if she had the link to the stream. She did. I bookmarked it. Then I got an idea. I wouldn't crash the party. I'd preempt it. I started writing again. Not a speech. Not a rant. A letter. Not to Natalie. Not to Marissa. Not to my mom. To everyone. It took me 3 nights. I crafted every sentence with precision. I kept the tone calm, clear, and devastatingly honest. I wrote about what really happened. About how Natalie walked away from our life together while already building something new. About how my family chose to scold me for not making them comfortable instead of holding her accountable. About how they let the version of events that made them feel better become the only version that mattered. And then I said this. I'm not writing this for sympathy. I'm not asking for your validation. I'm writing because for the first time in my life, I'm done shrinking to fit into the spaces you've allowed me. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to agree. But you will know the truth. I posted it anonymously on a forum where mutuals could see. I included screenshots, cropped, redacted, but clear enough. The beach photo. The bar photo. A snippet of the conversation between Natalie and that mystery guy, the one where she laughed about me being the safety net. Then I hit publish. And I walked away. Step 3 was more personal. I filed the paperwork to officially change my mailing address so no one could reach me through old contacts. I spoke to HR at work about redirecting any personal mail to a private P.O. box. I even changed my phone number again. This time not out of fear, but intention. I was cutting cords. But I wasn't isolating. I started spending more time with Lena. Not as an escape, but as something real. We didn't label anything. We just shared moments. She didn't try to fix me. She didn't tell me how to feel. She just listened. Asked good questions. Challenged me when I deflected. One night, we were sitting on her balcony, and I told her everything. From the engagement, to the move, to the vow renewal letter. She listened quietly, and when I was done, she said, "You're not looking for revenge." I raised an eyebrow. I'm not. You're looking for closure, but the kind you give yourself. Not the kind you beg from other people. I thought about that for a long time after she said it. She was right. But closure doesn't mean silence. Sometimes it means clarity. And sometimes it means consequences. The day of Marissa's vow renewal, I woke up early. The sun was already pushing through the blinds, painting lines across the hardwood floor. I made coffee, took a long shower, and opened my laptop. I didn't log into the stream. I didn't need to. Because 30 minutes before the ceremony started, I scheduled an email blast to go out. To everyone. Every cousin, every friend, every +1 I hadn't seen in years. The same people who'd been sent wedding invites with gold embossed cursive. The same ones who'd whispered condolences and disappeared when things got messy. The email included the letter I wrote. A shorter version. With the photos. With the receipts. The subject line? Before you raise a glass, know the full story. Then I closed my laptop. And waited. Not for their replies. But for the silence that follows when truth finally breaks the surface. And somewhere between that silence and the flood to come, I started to smile. Fallout doesn't come all at once. It doesn't hit like an explosion. It's quieter than that. Slower. It spreads in waves. Awkward silences, unanswered texts, passive-aggressive comments in group chats that suddenly get deleted, and a strange, loaded absence where there used to be noise. That's how it started. The first wave came about an hour after I scheduled that email blast on the morning of Marissa's vow renewal. I didn't check my inbox at first. I wasn't pacing or biting my nails. I went for a walk, bought myself breakfast from a small bakery I'd been meaning to try for months, sat on a bench at the park near the water, and watched a golden retriever chase ducks. I felt still, not triumphant, not giddy, just clear. When I finally opened my phone, it buzzed like it was having a seizure. Over 40 unread messages. Some were short. A few were long. Most started with some variation of, "I had no idea." My cousin Mark wrote, "Bro, that email. I don't know what to say. You handled that like a boss." My uncle Ray, who never said more than 2 words to me outside of holidays, sent, "Saw the pics. Can't believe she had the nerve. Proud of you." But there were others too. My mom, "Anthony, I wish you hadn't aired family business like that. We could have handled it privately." And Marissa, "I'm speechless. Truly, you would sabotage the most important day of my life just to make a point? That's low, even for you." I didn't reply to either of them, because they weren't asking questions. They were issuing complaints. And I wasn't interested in shrinking anymore to make space for other people's comfort. But the real aftermath came in the days that followed. I heard from Callie again, Marissa's old friend. She said the wedding was a disaster. Apparently, the email had made it to more than just the guests. Someone had forwarded it to Marissa's husband's side of the family, including his very conservative parents, who had not appreciated the sudden blast of drama on what was supposed to be a sacred renewal of vows. The awkward tension started before the ceremony. People murmuring, guests looking at each other sideways. Marissa, of course, had tried to pretend everything was normal, but you can't exactly smile through a reputation collapse when everyone's walking around with your brother's receipts in their pocket. Half the bridal party skipped the rehearsal dinner. One of the groomsmen left halfway through the event. And according to Callie, even the officiant made a vague, uncomfortable reference during the vows to not letting the past become a weapon. Oof. That night, the live stream recording, which was supposed to go public for inspiration content, was mysteriously deleted from every platform. The photographer who had posted preview photos took them down. And Marissa's Instagram, once a shrine to her perfect life, went quiet. For 5 full days. Which, if you know Marissa, might as well be 5 years. Natalie, meanwhile, went ghost. I didn't hear from her directly, but I saw the ripple effects. 2 of her bridesmaids blocked me, probably furious. That was fine. But a week after the email, I got a DM from a guy named Jordan. Name didn't ring a bell, until I clicked his profile and recognized him. He was the guy, the one from the beach photo, the one with the caption about cutting ties. His message was simple. "Didn't realize what she did to you. I should have. Sorry, man. Hope you're doing all right." I sat with that for a moment. I didn't reply. What was there to say? But part of me, some deep, long-buried part, felt seen. It wasn't about rubbing it in. It wasn't about making Natalie hurt. It was about finally breaking the illusion. She couldn't play the victim anymore. Not after I laid out the truth. Not after I forced everyone to look. My mother called again the following Sunday. I let it ring 4 times before I answered. Her voice was tired. Not angry. Just worn. "Anthony," she said, "I've been thinking." I waited. I didn't realize how much I've asked you to carry. How often I expected you to just absorb everything. Still, I said nothing. "I'm not asking you to come home. I'm not even asking you to forgive. I just want you to know. I heard you. And for the first time in months, I felt something warm crack open in my chest." I still didn't say much. But when she asked if she could visit Seattle sometime, just as a mom, not as a fixer, I said yes. Not soon. But maybe. Marissa didn't reach out again. Not directly. But I got word, through the family grapevine, that she'd taken a social media break and was telling people she was reevaluating how much of her life she shared publicly. Which was code for, she got caught. And honestly, I didn't need anything more from her. I wasn't interested in revenge beyond the truth. And the truth had done its job. In the weeks that followed, I found myself exhaling more easily. Things with Lena had grown steadily. She never asked for details, but she knew. Knew when I needed silence. When I needed sarcasm. When I needed to just be a guy on a couch with takeout and an old movie playing in the background. One night, we were out walking, and she said, "You've changed since I met you." I laughed. "Good or bad?" "Neither," she said. "Just more you." And that felt right. Because I hadn't changed into someone new. I just peeled away everything I was never supposed to carry. I've thought a lot about what it means to win. For a while, I thought it was about proving people wrong, about forcing apologies, about being vindicated in public. But the real win? It's peace. It's coming home to a space that feels like yours. It's looking in the mirror and knowing you didn't bend. Not this time. It's realizing that walking away wasn't weakness, it was strength. And that sometimes the cleanest revenge isn't rage or noise. It's calm. It's silence. It's success. It's no longer needing anything from the people who hurt you. Not closure. Not apologies. Not validation. Just this. A full, unapologetic life without them. My name's Tyler. I'm 28, and last week I watched my stepmom, who has all the grace and humility of a raccoon in a Gucci scarf, grab the microphone at my father's funeral and declare, in front of over 200 people, that she deserves everything he left behind. And no, she didn't mean emotionally. She meant everything material. Every cent, every antique vase, every car, every stock, every property, including the one she used to mock for being too tacky to host brunch in. Apparently, tacky becomes tasteful once the original owner's 6 feet under. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This wasn't a spontaneous tantrum. This was the final act of a very long, very bitter performance from a woman who probably thinks gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss is a personal mantra. Let's rewind a bit. My dad, Richard, known around town as Rick, or to people who wanted something from him, Richie, built his wealth from scratch. Classic small-town success story. Kid starts a landscaping business at 18, turns it into a real estate empire by 40, retires at 55, spends the rest of his life alternating between golf and lecturing waiters on how to properly pour drinks. He was intense, proud, and often difficult to please, but he was my dad. And I loved him. My mom passed away when I was 12. She was everything he wasn't: soft-spoken, easygoing, a bit artsy, made these terrible clay sculptures that we all pretended looked like animals. After she passed away, something in him hardened. Not immediately. He tried to be present, I'll give him that. But grief doesn't make people nicer. It just makes them more of whatever they already were. For my dad, that meant working more, controlling more, talking less, and eventually, dating younger. Enter Vanessa. Vanessa, who wore 5-inch stilettos to my 8th grade parent-teacher night and asked my homeroom teacher if there were AP classes in charm. Vanessa, who once brought a bottle of champagne to my high school graduation and loudly told the valet she was celebrating being the hot mom. Vanessa, who has, to this day, never pronounced my name correctly. It's Tyler, not Tyler. I'm not a bathroom floor. I was 14 when she and Dad got married. She wore a white dress with a slit so high I had to pretend I didn't see her hip bone. My dad looked happy, or at least, less brooding. I gave a polite toast. I'd like to think it was gracious, given the circumstances. I didn't mention her calling my mom the warm-up act during a very awkward Thanksgiving dinner. I didn't bring up the time she told me my taste in music sounded poor. I just raised my glass, said something generic, and avoided eye contact with her aggressively contoured face. Vanessa was never outright abusive, she was smarter than that. She was passive-aggressive, which is more sustainable if you want to irritate someone over a long period of time. Her comments were always wrapped in faux concern. Are you sure that's the college you want to go to? I just worry you'll end up like those people. Or, I'm just saying, if I were your real mom, I'd tell you to floss more. Your teeth are your only asset. Over the years, we coexisted. Barely. I kept my distance, especially after I moved out. Dad would update me occasionally, mostly to say things like Vanessa's redecorating again, or Vanessa's started a new cleanse, she's very tired. I never asked follow-up questions. Then 2 years ago, Dad got sick. Pancreatic cancer. The silent, brutal kind. The kind that doesn't care how many homes you own or how many overpriced supplements you take. He called me from his home office. Vanessa was at a spa retreat, of course, and said, "It's not looking good." I was there as much as I could be after that. I flew back and forth. I worked remotely. I sat with him in chemo waiting rooms, made bad jokes, watched old westerns with him even though I hate them. Vanessa, to her credit, showed up sometimes. Usually with the wrong kind of soup and unsolicited advice from some essential oils influencer. She cried a lot, loudly, but only when there were witnesses. My dad passed quietly on a Wednesday morning. I was there. She wasn't. She was getting a facial peel. Not even kidding. The funeral was the following Saturday. The whole town came out. Everyone had a story about Rick, how he helped them get a mortgage, how he paid their kids' tuition, how he let them stay rent-free for 3 months when they lost their job. My dad had his flaws, but when it came to his community, he was generous. And now, everyone was here to say goodbye. The service was beautiful until it wasn't. We were wrapping up. People had said their pieces. I was sitting in the front row, numb, holding a printed copy of the eulogy I didn't have the strength to read. And then Vanessa stood up. She was wearing black, of course, but in that Morticia Addams meets Real Housewives kind of way. Tight dress, lace gloves, giant sunglasses. She looked like she was auditioning for the role of tragic widow in a soap opera no one asked for. She walked to the microphone slowly, like she was on a runway, not in a church. Then she said it. I just want to say, I deserve everything he left behind. There was a beat. A collective, did she just say that? Hush fell over the room. I was his wife, she continued. His partner. Through good and bad. I was there. I comforted him. I cared for him. I kept this family together. I sacrificed so much. And now, I believe, truly, that I deserve what he left. I do. She sniffled dramatically. And for anyone who thinks otherwise, well, maybe you didn't know him like I did. That's when I stood up. Quietly. No yelling. No dramatic exit. Just calmly walked down the aisle, past the pews, past the florist's overdone arrangements, and out the church doors. But I didn't leave the premises. I walked to my car, opened the glove compartment, pulled out a crisp manila envelope. Inside? My dad's actual will. The one he signed a month before he passed away. The one I witnessed, along with his lawyer and his nurse. The one that left everything to me, his only son. Not a dime to Vanessa. Not the cars, not the house, not even the dumb statue she insisted on putting in the garden that Dad secretly hated. He left her nothing. On purpose. He even wrote a line at the bottom. To Vanessa, your love was always conditional. My love for my son never was. Yeah. So I walked back into the church. The second I stepped back into the church, envelope in hand, the air shifted. I wasn't loud. I didn't stomp or throw the doors open like some kind of low-budget superhero. I just walked in, slowly, deliberately. And maybe, just maybe, I paused for half a second longer than necessary before taking my next step. I wanted her to see me coming. Vanessa was still at the mic. She hadn't moved. Maybe she thought her speech had landed. Maybe she thought the crowd was silently admiring her boldness. Maybe she thought the stunned silence was respect. Wrong. It was disbelief marinated in secondhand embarrassment. I saw her eyes flit toward me. She blinked once. Twice. Then, oh, the flicker of recognition in her face when she noticed the envelope in my hand. That envelope. Her jaw stiffened. Her knuckles whitened around the microphone. You know that moment in a horror movie when the monster realizes the victim has a weapon? Yeah, that. I didn't go back to my seat. I walked straight to the podium. Vanessa, I said, calm and dry, if you're done auditioning for the Real Widows of Small Town County, I'd like to share something. She tried to laugh. Tried to keep it light. Oh, Tyler. Honey, I was just speaking from the heart. I held up a hand. Sure. This won't take long. The crowd, bless their nosy little souls, were now leaning in like they'd just been handed popcorn. I looked out over the audience. Familiar faces, old neighbors, family friends, business partners, a few of my dad's golf buddies who I'm pretty sure didn't understand boundaries but definitely understood drama. I wasn't planning on saying anything, I began. But since we've now entered the who deserves what portion of the funeral, I thought I'd clear something up. I unsealed the envelope with a soft rip. The kind that seems louder when everyone's holding their breath. This, I said, lifting the document just enough for her to see the familiar lawyer's letterhead, is my father's most recent will. Signed, notarized, and legally binding. Vanessa twitched. A small, involuntary thing barely noticeable. But I noticed. I know you're all probably wondering what my dad decided. After all, he had a lot. Property, stocks, cash, art, well, what he called art and what Vanessa called ugly brown furniture. I saw a few smirks. Good. Let them loosen up. It was a fair question to ask. I turned slightly, addressing the whole room now. But here's the thing. My dad knew exactly who stood by him during the hard times. Who showed up. Who sat with him while he was sick, while he was tired, while he was human and not just some symbol of wealth. Vanessa opened her mouth. Closed it. Thought better. This will, I continued, tapping it lightly, does not leave anything to his wife. A gasp. No joke. A real gasp. Somewhere in the back, I heard someone whisper, Oh my God. Not the house. Not the cars. Not even the landscaping tool she hated so much. Not a single dollar. A sharp inhale came from her left. Probably her friend Lorraine, who once tried to give me advice on manifesting money using crystals. Instead, I said, voice steady, he left it all to me. His son. Which, I suppose, makes sense, since I'm the one who, how did you put it, Vanessa, never truly appreciated what he built. Vanessa looked like she was trying to figure out if lunging at me would result in jail time. I turned to her. Not angrily. Just, sincerely. And you know what's really interesting, Vanessa? He wrote something. A message. Just for you. Her lips tightened. Her posture straightened. Like she was preparing to deliver a rebuttal on national television. I pulled the final page from the will and read aloud. To Vanessa, your love was always conditional. My love for my son never was. Please return anything I gave you during our marriage to my estate. You didn't love me. You tolerated me for the lifestyle. That's over now. Pure silence. Well, except for the one guy in the back who muttered, damn. Vanessa's mouth opened, then closed, opened again. It was like watching a Windows 98 error screen. But this must be a mistake, she finally stammered. He promised. He told me, he said I would be taken care of. Oh, you will be, I said, folding the will slowly. There's a generous clause about a one-time payment for you to relocate. You know, to help you. Start fresh. Her eyes narrowed. How much? I smiled. 10,000. If silence could shatter glass, we'd all be in danger. She blinked rapidly. 10,000? 10,000. That's an insult. That's not even a handbag. Someone in the third row actually coughed to cover a laugh. Then I guess it's the perfect amount, I replied, as calmly as I could manage without bursting into a sarcastic dance. Because this wasn't about love. Not for you. And he knew it. Her voice dropped. Low and venomous. You think this makes you the good guy? I shrugged. Nope. Just the one with the paperwork. And that's when she lost it. Tears. Screaming. Dramatic declarations of betrayal. She threw her gloves on the ground like she was challenging me to a duel in the 1800s. Someone tried to escort her out, some cousin of hers who I'm 90% sure was only there for networking reasons. But me? I just walked back to my seat, document in hand, like I hadn't just detonated a Gucci-wrapped firework in the middle of my dad's funeral. The real fun, though, started after the funeral. Because Vanessa didn't leave town. She didn't pack up her endless supply of monochrome activewear, her collagen shots, her 3 suitcases of shoes, and her ring light and hop on the next flight to wherever people like her go to reinvent themselves. No, Vanessa stayed. And not in a humble, quiet, I'll mourn privately and reflect on my choices kind of way. She stayed like a raccoon who's found an unattended picnic, bold, unashamed, and fully convinced that none of the food technically belongs to anyone yet. I found out 2 days later that she was still living in my dad's house. My house. I drove up the winding driveway, the same one Dad used to complain about paving every winter, and found her car, a glossy black convertible she could barely drive, but insisted made her feel powerful, parked like she owned the place. One tire was slightly over the line. Typical. I didn't barge in. I rang the doorbell. I'm polite like that. A full 30 seconds passed. Then the door opened a few inches. She peered out, wearing a silk robe that didn't cover enough and holding a smoothie that looked more cosmetic than edible. Her lips were pursed like I'd just interrupted her award-winning performance of Morning Widow drinks wheatgrass. Tyler, she said, oozing fake civility. To what do I owe the pleasure? I looked past her. The foyer lights were all on. There was a half-eaten charcuterie board on the marble console table, where Dad specifically told her not to leave food, and I swear I heard spa music playing from upstairs. I'd like to come in, I said, seeing as this is my house now. She didn't move, just blinked slowly. I'm still grieving, she said, as if that was a legal argument. I need time, space, healing. You've had 5 days, I said, and also a facial. She narrowed her eyes. I'm not leaving just because of your interpretation of the will. It's not an interpretation, I replied. It's a binding document, signed by a lawyer, with witnesses. I'm one of them. Remember me? I'm the kid who didn't record your healing crystal chakra dance during Dad's last birthday dinner. That jab earned me a full door swing. She stepped aside dramatically and gestured like she was letting me into Buckingham Palace. Fine, come in. But I think you'll find this whole king of the castle thing is going to be a lot harder than you think. Oh, I thought. I just wasn't going to let her know that yet. I walked in. The house smelled like eucalyptus and lemon water. The portrait of Dad, his favorite one, the one where he looked genuinely at peace, was missing from the wall. In its place was a mirror framed in what looked like seashells and gold spray paint. I turned to her. "Where's Dad's portrait?" She sipped her smoothie. "In storage." It was depressing. It was his house. She raised an eyebrow. "And now it's yours, right? So you can put up whatever gloomy things you want." She flounced into the living room and dropped onto the couch like she was expecting a fan to blow her hair back. I followed, mostly because I didn't trust her not to claim the entire home as a mourning sanctuary if I turned my back. She crossed her legs slowly. Too slowly. Like she was on a talk show. "So, what now? Are you going to have me physically removed? You know, traumatize the grieving widow? There are laws, Tyler." I smiled. "Actually, yeah, there are. They're called probate laws. And right now, you're trespassing." She scoffed. An actual, hands to her chest, high-pitched scoff. "Please. Rick would never have wanted this. He said I'd always be taken care of." "Sure," I said. "He said that before he got sick and realized you were logging into his investment accounts to check something every week." Her face twitched. "That was for us. For our future. Your future was in his will. You just didn't like what it said." We stared at each other for a long, slow second. She was calculating. Always had been. Behind the fake tan and passive-aggressive compliments lived a brain that ran on spreadsheets, schemes, and self-preservation. And I could tell. She wasn't going to leave. Not yet. Which meant I had to turn things up a notch. "Oh, by the way," I added casually, like it had just occurred to me. "The lawyer called. Said we can start liquidating assets by the end of the month." She stiffened. "Liquidating?" "Yeah. Stocks, cars, the lake house. This one, too, if we decide to sell." Her mouth opened and closed. "You're not serious." "Oh, I am," I said, leaning down to pick up a magazine from the coffee table. "Unless you've got $10 million tucked into that green juice. This place isn't yours anymore." She stood. "You wouldn't dare." I looked up at her and smiled. "Vanessa, I dared to read the will out loud at your own husband's funeral. What makes you think I won't have movers here by next Thursday?" She didn't respond. Not verbally, anyway. But she glared at me with the kind of contempt usually reserved for exes and salad that arrives without dressing. Then she stormed upstairs, robes swishing, smoothie sloshing, ego cracking. I left without saying goodbye. And that was before I started phase 2. Because if she thought that was the end of the story, she had no idea what was coming next. I didn't go straight home that day. Instead, I parked a few blocks away at the old bakery where Dad used to take me for sticky buns every Sunday after church, back when life was simple and grief was something I thought only happened in movies. I ordered coffee, sat in the same corner booth, and pulled out my laptop. If Vanessa wanted to play hardball, she was going to learn very quickly that I brought a bat to the game. Phase 2 wasn't about screaming matches or tossing her Louis Vuitton luggage onto the lawn, though the image was tempting. It was about something far more effective. Humiliation. Legally executed, publicly undeniable, thoroughly humiliating. And it started with the HOA. My dad's neighborhood had a strict homeowners association. It was his idea, ironically. Back when he helped develop the area, he pushed for high standards, well-kept lawns, noise control, no unsightly garden gnomes, his words, not mine. Vanessa hated it. Said it felt like living in a country club run by middle school hall monitors. I opened a folder labeled Dad's Estate and scrolled to the digital inventory list his lawyer had sent over. There it was, the deed to the house, officially transferred to my name. I forwarded it, with a very polite, legally typed message to the HOA, letting them know that any and all infractions going forward were to be addressed to me, not Vanessa. Within 48 hours, they were knocking on her door about the unapproved alterations she'd made. Apparently, Vanessa had installed a set of LED-lit flamingo statues in the backyard, as a vibe. Dad would have hated them. The HOA did too. She got a $500 fine. Then another for excessive sound disturbances from her daily yoga sessions, which she insisted on conducting with outdoor speakers blasting Enya and someone shouting affirmations in German. But I wasn't done. Phase 3 was public, but subtle. My dad's will had included a statement disinheriting Vanessa, one he insisted be shared with the board of his charitable foundation. See, Dad wasn't just a real estate guy. He sat on the board of 6 local charities. Vanessa had used that for years to boost her image. Philanthropist, her Instagram bio said. wife, dreamer, muse. I sent the statement to every board member, along with a brief summary of Vanessa's exclusion from the will. Just enough to raise eyebrows at her next brunch fundraiser. By the end of the week, 2 invites had mysteriously vanished from her calendar. And yes, I checked. Her public profile changed to survivor. Advocate. Still standing. Which brings us to phase 4. I showed up at the house again, 1 week after the funeral. This time, with 2 uniformed movers and a locksmith. She opened the door wearing full makeup and a silk blouse like she was expecting a photo op, not a court order. "What is this?" she asked, eyes narrowing at the 2 burly guys behind me. I handed her the papers. "Official eviction notice. You've had 7 days. That's more than generous." "You can't be serious," she said, voice trembling. "I lived here. This was my life." I nodded. "And now it's mine." She tried to laugh it off. "This'll backfire. You'll regret this." I looked her square in the eye. "Vanessa, the only thing I regret is not buying popcorn before all of this started." She glared, paused. Then, in one last gasp of dramatic flair, she slapped me. No warning, no hesitation, just a full, open-handed, reality TV-worthy slap across the cheek. I didn't flinch. The movers did. I turned to them, still calm. "Let's start with the upstairs closet. The one with the fur coats." Vanessa stood there, frozen. And then she said it. Low, bitter, desperate. "You were always a little boy, Tyler. Just a scared little boy who needed daddy's money to feel important." I stepped closer. Not menacing, just firm. "And you were always afraid he'd see through you." Then I turned my back on her and walked inside. She left the next day. No big scene, no final monologue. Just a black SUV pulling out of the driveway early in the morning. I watched from the upstairs office window, the one Dad always used when he needed quiet. She didn't even slam the door. She didn't need to. She'd already lost everything. A week later, I moved in officially. Cleared out the tacky decor. Brought back the portrait of Dad. Put his favorite records on the shelf, the ones Vanessa used to hide behind fake plants because they clashed with the vibe. I sat on the couch that night with a drink in hand, staring at the fireplace. And for the first time in a long, long while, it felt like home. When I opened that credit card, I honestly thought I was doing the right thing. My name's Glenn, I'm 29, and I've always been the responsible one in my family. The one who keeps things together when everyone else falls apart. My dad's health had been declining for months, and when he was admitted to the hospital for surgery, I didn't even think twice. The bills were piling up faster than we could process, and Mom was overwhelmed. My sister, Julia, said she'd handle the logistics, but handling things, in her world, meant posting dramatic Facebook updates about how hard this has been on the family. So I stepped up. I applied for a credit card, told myself I'd use it only for Dad's medical expenses, and that once insurance kicked in or we figured something out, I'd pay it off. It felt like the right thing to do. The adult thing. I should probably explain a bit about my family before this story starts making sense. My sister Julia is 3 years older than me and has always been, well, spoiled, to put it mildly. Growing up, she was the kind of person who could wreck my bike and somehow convince my parents it was my fault for leaving it in her way. She's always had that charm, that way of twisting things just enough to make herself look like the victim or the hero, depending on which role suited her better that day. She married a guy named Ryan, who owns some kind of luxury event planning business, though in reality, he's more of a showman than a businessman. Their lives are built on image, curated photos, rented cars, pretending success is permanent. Meanwhile, I've spent most of my 20s working in IT, saving up for a small apartment, and trying to keep my parents from drowning financially. When Dad's surgery came up, I didn't even tell Julia about the credit card. I knew she'd have an opinion. She always does. And it would probably involve some lecture about trusting the process or manifesting abundance. But after the surgery, things started to feel off. I checked the credit card portal online, and the balance was rising faster than I expected. I figured maybe there were extra hospital fees or some charges that hadn't cleared yet. I didn't worry too much at first. Then one morning, I woke up to my phone blowing up. Julia had posted a full video montage on social media of her twin boy's 7th birthday party. I didn't even know she was throwing one so soon. Our dad was still recovering, and she hadn't visited the hospital once that week. Out of curiosity, I clicked the video. It started with a drone shot of their backyard, decked out in what looked like a full carnival setup. bounce houses, food trucks, LED lighting, a stage, even what looked like hired performers dressed as superheroes. Then the camera panned upward to show a helicopter descending onto a landing pad, a literal helicopter, with her kids inside, waving like mini celebrities while music blared and fireworks exploded in the background. At first, I laughed. It was so over the top that I assumed it had to be edited. But as the video went on, the guests were all cheering, the kids were running out, and Julia was posing in front of the helicopter like she was at the Oscars. I just shook my head. Classic Julia, I muttered. But then I noticed something in the background, a banner near the food station with a logo that said, Ryan and Julia Productions, Family Events Division. I frowned. Since when did they have a division for family events? Out of mild curiosity and growing unease, I logged into my credit card account again that night. The number staring back at me made my heart drop. Over $18,000 in new charges. And not from the hospital. I saw merchant names I didn't recognize, event rental companies, catering services, aviation charters. One of them literally said Skyline Helicopters. I froze. I scrolled again. The dates matched up perfectly with Julia's party. My stomach turned cold. I called her immediately. She answered on the second ring, her voice bright and chipper. Hey Glenn, did you see the video? Isn't it amazing? The boys were so happy. Julia, I cut her off. Why are there event charges on my credit card? Did you use my card? She laughed, actually laughed, like I just asked her if she borrowed my pen. Oh, don't be dramatic. Mom said you were helping with Dad's bills, right? So I figured it was all coming from the same place. Family expenses. Family expenses? I repeated, my voice rising. You used my credit card, the one I opened to pay for Dad's medical care, to pay for a helicopter? Relax, she said, her tone flipping into that infuriatingly calm voice she used whenever she wanted to make me feel unreasonable. Ryan said he'd reimburse you once his next client pays. It's just temporary. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. Julia, that's fraud. You can't just take someone's credit card without asking. Oh, come on, she said. You're acting like I stole from a stranger. We're family. You can't put a price on memories, Glenn. The boys will remember that day forever. I was speechless. She talked like this was normal, like she was entitled to it because we shared DNA. I hung up before I said something I'd regret. That night, I called Mom. I wanted her to talk sense into Julia, maybe help me figure out what to do next. But Mom's tone caught me off guard from the start. Glenn, she sighed, you need to stop overreacting. Julia said you gave her permission. What? I could barely believe it. No, I didn't. I opened that card for Dad's medical bills, Mom. Not for her. Don't raise your voice, she snapped. Your sister is under a lot of stress. Her husband's business has been slow, and she wanted to give the kids something special. You have a steady job, Glenn. You can handle a bit of debt. I just sat there, staring at the phone in disbelief. I didn't know what stung more, the fact that Julia had stolen from me, or that Mom was defending her. A few days later, I decided to confront them in person. I drove to my parents' house, credit card statement printed in hand. Julia was already there, lounging on the couch in her designer tracksuit, scrolling through her phone. When she saw me, she grinned like nothing was wrong. Oh, look who decided to show up. Mr. Responsible himself. I didn't even respond. I placed the statement on the coffee table and said, you're going to explain every single one of these charges. Right now. She glanced at it, then shrugged. You're so dramatic, Glenn. I told you, Ryan's handling it. Handling it. I snapped. You spent $18,000 of my money without permission. Before she could respond, Mom came in from the kitchen, holding an envelope. Oh, Glenn, I've been meaning to talk to you about that, she said, setting it on the table. What's this? I asked. She smiled, like she was about to reveal some kind of surprise. The bank sent this by mistake. It's your card. My stomach dropped. What do you mean by mistake? She handed me the envelope, and inside was my own credit card, the one I thought I'd been using for Dad's medical bills. Julia said you asked her to use the family card instead, Mom said casually. So we just switched things around. I stared at the card in my hand, realization hitting like a punch to the gut. They hadn't just used my card, they had taken it, activated it, and spent almost $20,000 behind my back. Julia smirked at me from across the room and said, you did want to help the family, didn't you, big brother? That's when I knew this wasn't just a misunderstanding. It was betrayal, pure, deliberate betrayal. I stood there, the card shaking in my hand, and for the first time in my life, I didn't know what to say. I could feel every ounce of trust I'd ever had for my family crumble right then and there. And that's when something in me changed, something deep and quiet but powerful. I wasn't just going to let this slide. I didn't know how yet, but I was going to make things right in my own way. That was the moment the revenge started forming, quietly, beneath the shock. And trust me, it was only the beginning. For days after that confrontation, I couldn't think straight. Every time I tried to work, my mind replayed that smug grin on Julia's face, the way she leaned back on the couch like she owned the room. It wasn't just the money, it was the casualness of it all. The way she'd acted like my sacrifice meant nothing. I had put my own finances at risk to help Dad, and she treated it like a blank check for her kids' helicopter party. But what really started eating at me was Mom. I couldn't wrap my head around how easily she took Julia's side. It wasn't new, not really. There had always been favoritism, but this time it was so blatant, so unfair, that it made something inside me shift. Growing up, I'd always been the easy kid. I did well in school, I didn't cause trouble, I got a job early. Julia, on the other hand, lived in chaos. Every month, it was some new drama. Credit cards maxed out, cars repossessed, landlords furious. And every time, Mom bailed her out. She just needs some help getting back on her feet, she'd say. Meanwhile, I was the one paying for my own college textbooks by working at a hardware store and fixing computers for extra cash. When I was a teenager, I used to think Mom's favoritism came from pity. Like, maybe she saw Julia as fragile and me as strong. But the older I got, the clearer it became that Julia just knew how to manipulate her. She could turn on the waterworks, say a few lines about how hard things were, and suddenly Mom was handing over her checkbook. So when this credit card mess happened, it didn't shock me that Julia tried to justify it. What shocked me was how easily Mom enabled it again, how little hesitation she had throwing me under the bus. A few days later, I called the credit card company. I was ready to report the fraud and close the account, but when I explained the situation, the representative said something that stopped me cold. "Sir, I see here that the card was activated in person at your home address. The authorized user signed with the same last name." Authorized user. I froze. "Wait," I said. "There's another user on this account." "Yes, sir," the woman replied. "A Julia, my last name, was added during activation." I had to take a second just to breathe. She wasn't even hiding it. She had literally walked into my parents' house, opened my mail, and added herself to my account. After that call, I drove straight to Mom's. I didn't even knock. Julia was in the kitchen again, sipping a latte and scrolling through her phone. "Hey, big spender," she said with a grin, not even looking up. "Julia," I said, my voice low, "you added yourself to my credit card. Without my permission." She finally glanced up, eyebrows raised. "You're still going on about that? Glenn, it's not a big deal. We're handling it." "Stop saying that," I snapped. "You keep saying we, like it's some family plan. It's not. It's my credit. My responsibility. You had no right." Mom came in, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "Oh, Glenn, stop acting like such a martyr. Julia said you offered to help. You told me you wanted to make things easier for everyone. When did I ever say that?" I asked. "You said it when you signed up for the card," she said sharply. "You told me it was for the family. You can't backtrack now." I just stared at her. "Mom, I said it was for Dad's hospital bills. You know that." She crossed her arms, her tone shifting into that stern voice that used to make me feel like a scolded kid. "Don't raise your voice. You've always been so rigid, Glenn. Not everything has to be black and white. Julia needed help. Family helps each other." Julia snorted. "Exactly. You're making this weird." I laughed under my breath, but there was no humor in it. "You two really think this is normal? You think it's fine to steal from me because it's family?" Julia's eyes narrowed. "You're acting like you're the only one who ever sacrifices. You don't have kids, Glenn. You don't understand what it's like trying to give them something special. You're single, you live in that tiny apartment, and you have no idea how hard it is. Right?" I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "I wouldn't understand, because I don't blow 20 grand on fireworks and helicopters while our father's recovering from surgery." That's when Mom slammed her hand on the counter. "Enough. I will not have you disrespecting your sister in my house." That line, "in my house," hit harder than I expected. It wasn't just the words, it was the meaning behind them. This wasn't about right or wrong anymore. It was about loyalty. And in her mind, that loyalty was to Julia. I left without another word. Over the next week, I stopped answering their calls. Julia texted me a few times with half-hearted updates about Ryan's business, saying the money would be reimbursed soon. But I didn't believe her. Not after the credit card company confirmed she'd made herself an authorized user. Meanwhile, the interest was piling up. The minimum payment alone was over $1,000. I could cover it, barely, but I knew if I didn't do something soon, my credit would take the hit. I thought about filing a police report, but the idea of doing that to my own sister, it made my stomach twist. I wasn't sure if I was more afraid of the fallout or the shame of admitting how easily I'd been manipulated. Then one afternoon, I got a call from Dad. His voice was weak, but he sounded better than before. "Hey, buddy," he said. "Your mom told me you've been upset about something. Everything okay?" I hesitated. He'd been through so much already. I didn't want to dump more stress on him. "Yeah, it's fine," I lied. "Good," he said softly. "Because she's been worried sick. Julia, too." That nearly made me laugh out loud. "Yeah," I said. "I'm sure she's losing sleep over it." Dad chuckled. "You know your sister's heart's in the right place. She just doesn't always think things through. Right?" I said, keeping my tone neutral. "How are you feeling?" We talked for a few minutes before he got tired and hung up. I sat there staring at the wall afterward, a mix of anger and guilt churning in my chest. I hated that even now, I was protecting them. A few days later, I found out Julia had gone back to Mom's bank, my bank, and convinced them to issue another card for convenience. She used my address again, pretending it was a replacement for a lost card. I only discovered it because the new statement showed charges I didn't recognize. By then, the total was over $24,000. That's when I realized something chilling. She wasn't just impulsive. She was calculated. Every move she made had a layer of charm to it, a way of making people doubt themselves. She'd been doing it her whole life, and now she was weaponizing it against me. I went back to Mom's house again, but this time, I recorded everything. The moment I walked in, Julia greeted me with that fake sweet smile. "Glenn, you look tired. Maybe you should take a break from all this drama." "I want my money back," I said flatly. "You'll get it," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "Ryan's got a big event next month. We'll settle everything." "I'm not waiting for Ryan," I said. "You're paying me back now." Mom appeared in the doorway, looking annoyed. "Stop harassing your sister. She already said she'll handle it." I turned to her. "Mom, do you even hear yourself? She's stealing from me, and you're defending her." "She's not stealing," Mom snapped. "You're just being difficult. You always make things harder than they need to be. Julia has a family to think about." Something in me snapped. "So what about me? What about Dad's hospital bills? Or my credit score? Or the fact that I can't even trust my own family anymore?" Mom's expression hardened. "You're being dramatic, Glenn. You've always been like this, turning small problems into big ones." Julia smirked. "Maybe you should stop keeping score, Glenn. Not everything's about money." I took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. "This isn't about money. It's about respect. Something you clearly don't understand." Julia stood up, stepping closer. "You want respect? Earn it. Stop acting like you're better than everyone." I stared at her, my voice dropping to a whisper. "You used my credit card to pay for a helicopter ride. How am I supposed to respect that?" For a second, she looked like she might say something back, but instead she just turned away, muttering, "You'll get over it." I left again, but this time I didn't feel powerless. I felt focused. I knew I couldn't rely on them to fix this. If anything was going to change, I'd have to make it happen myself. But before I could even start planning my next step, something else happened, something that made everything worse. The following week, I got a letter from my bank. It wasn't a statement this time. It was a notice of non-payment on the account. Apparently, someone, Julia, no doubt, had tried to dispute several charges, claiming they were fraudulent. But because her name was listed as an authorized user, the bank held me responsible. I called immediately, but the representative was blunt. "We can't remove the charges without proof of misuse. Since the authorized user shares your last name and address, it's considered a family dispute, not a fraud case." That was it. No protection, no backup plan. Julia had backed me into a corner perfectly, and that's when I realized this wasn't just a family issue anymore. It was war. The tipping point came a few days later, at dinner. Mom invited me over to talk things out. Against my better judgment, I went. Dad was there too, pale but recovering. Julia and Ryan sat across from me, all smiles. The table looked beautiful. Candles, roast chicken, wine glasses polished to perfection. It was almost theatrical. Mom started with a sigh. Glenn, I know things have been tense, but we're family. Let's find a solution that works for everyone. Ryan chimed in smoothly. Yeah, man, no need for hard feelings. We're all just trying to get by. I looked at him. You mean I'm the one trying to get by? Because of you too. Julia rolled her eyes. Here we go again. Mom gave me a warning look. Don't start. Start. I said quietly. You already started when you helped her steal from me. Watch your tone, she snapped. That was the moment everything shifted. I saw it so clearly then. The years of enabling, the excuses, the emotional blackmail disguised as family loyalty. They weren't going to stop. Not unless I made them. I leaned back in my chair and said, You know what, Mom? You're right. Family should stick together. So I'm going to do exactly that. Julia smirked, thinking I was backing down. Finally, she said. But she had no idea what I was really planning. Because the next morning, I started documenting everything. Every charge, every statement, every recorded conversation. I wasn't sure yet how I'd use it, but I knew one thing for sure. This time, I wouldn't be their doormat. And soon, they'd find out exactly what happens when the responsible one stops playing nice. But that moment, my quiet start of retaliation, was just the spark. The real fire was yet to come. It's strange how betrayal doesn't always come crashing down in a single moment. Sometimes, it creeps in quietly, one little act of dishonesty at a time, until the final blow hits and you realize the people you trusted most have been sharpening the knife for months. That's what the next few weeks felt like for me. A slow burn, leading up to a moment so raw that it changed everything I thought I knew about my family. After the dinner, I decided to go quiet. No yelling, no accusations, just silence. I figured that would make them nervous, maybe even uncomfortable. Julia was the kind of person who thrived on attention, good or bad. The more I ignored her, the more she'd crave to know what I was thinking. I used that to my advantage. I started collecting evidence, statements, email confirmations, even the original paperwork showing I was the sole account holder on that credit card before she added herself. I took photos of the helicopter invoices from the bank app before she could delete anything. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing, not even Dad. But I underestimated just how far they were willing to go. One morning, I got an email from my landlord. The subject line made my stomach drop. Notice of payment failure. Apparently, my last 2 rent payments had bounced. That didn't make sense. My paycheck deposited automatically, and I had plenty in my account. I logged into my bank, only to find something horrifying. My checking account was nearly empty. Thousands of dollars gone. I called the bank immediately, thinking it had to be fraud. The woman on the line asked if I'd recently added any authorized access or linked accounts. My heart sank. Yes, I said slowly. But that's just my family's joint account for my dad's medical bills. Sir, she said carefully, the withdrawals were made under that linked account. The transfers appear to have gone to an account ending in 7741, under a Julia, your last name. For a second, I couldn't breathe. I just sat there, staring at the screen. You're saying my sister transferred money out of my account? Yes, sir. It looks like multiple transfers over the past 3 weeks. Would you like to dispute them? I felt something twist inside me, disbelief mixed with a kind of cold rage. Yes, I said finally, my voice barely steady. Start the dispute. Now, she walked me through the process, but as I filled out the forms, I kept thinking about the timeline. Those transfers had started after the dinner. After I'd sat across from Julia while she smiled and told me we'd find a solution. She'd been stealing from me while pretending to make peace. That was the first moment I realized Julia wasn't just entitled, she was ruthless. I went straight to Mom's house again. I didn't even bother knocking. I found Julia in the backyard, sunbathing like she didn't have a care in the world. When she saw me, she lifted her sunglasses and said, Well, if it isn't the family accountant. Where's Mom? I asked. She's out running errands. What? I stepped closer. You stole from my bank account. She blinked, pretending to be confused. What are you talking about? Don't do that. I snapped. Don't play dumb with me. You linked my account to yours and transferred money out. Thousands of dollars, Julia. She stood up, slowly, brushing off her towel. Oh, that, she said, like it was nothing. Mom said it was fine. We needed to cover a few bills for Dad. I figured you'd understand. My voice cracked as I said, "You figured I'd understand you draining my savings?" She frowned, like I was the unreasonable one. "It's not like we're not family, Glenn. It's all going to the same place." "The same place," I repeated, laughing bitterly. "You mean your lifestyle, your parties, your designer handbags. That's where my money went." She crossed her arms, her expression turning sharp. "You're being dramatic again. Mom told me to handle the finances since you were being difficult. You should be thanking me." "Thanking you?" I could feel my hands shaking. "For stealing my money?" That's when I heard the front door open. Mom walked out, holding grocery bags. When she saw us, her face immediately hardened. "What's going on here?" "Your son's accusing me of stealing again," Julia said, her voice trembling with fake indignation. Mom set down the bags. "Glenn, you promised to stop this nonsense." "I told you Julia was just helping with the accounts." "She took my money, Mom. Over $3,000. Mom sighed, like she was tired of hearing the same complaint. "And we've been covering hospital bills, prescriptions, gas to get there. You think this stuff is free? It's not the hospital, Mom," I said, my voice breaking. She transferred it to her own account. Mom's tone went cold. "You're really going to accuse your sister of stealing? After everything she's done for this family?" "Everything she's done?" I laughed, but it came out hollow. "She's done nothing but take, and you keep letting her. She's using you." That's when Mom said something that hit me harder than I expected. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "You've always been jealous of her, Glenn." I just stood there, speechless. Jealous. That word echoed in my head like a curse. It didn't even make sense. Jealous of what? Of her constant chaos? Of the debt she kept burying herself under? Of being Mom's favorite punching bag whenever Julia messed up? I couldn't even speak. Julia, of course, took that silence and ran with it. "See," she said softly, "this is what I mean. He can't stand that I get attention. He's been like this since we were kids." Mom nodded, actually nodding like she believed it. "It's true, Glenn. You've always had this chip on your shoulder. You think because you have a stable job, you're better than everyone." I wanted to scream, but instead, I just whispered, "I paid for Dad's surgery. I opened a credit card for this family. And you call me jealous?" Mom looked away. "You're making a scene." That was it. That was the breaking point. I left without another word. I didn't trust myself to stay there. For the next few days, I tried to focus on work, but I couldn't. Every email I wrote, every meeting I sat through, I kept thinking about how my own family had turned on me. I'd always believed that even when we fought, there was a line we wouldn't cross. But now I realized they'd crossed it long ago. I just hadn't seen it. Then, one night, I got a call from the hospital. Dad had taken a bad turn. He was stable, but the nurse said someone needed to authorize another payment for his ongoing treatment. I told her I'd handle it. When I tried to pay, my card was declined. I checked the balance again, and my heart sank. Julia had maxed it out. The same credit card I'd opened for Dad's medical bills. Every cent gone. I sat there in my car, in the hospital parking lot, staring at the screen as my throat tightened. I didn't even cry. I just felt empty. Then I saw something on social media that made the emptiness turn to fire. Julia had posted new photos. Her and Ryan, smiling on a beach. Champagne glasses, designer clothes, the caption reading, "Family means never worrying about money. When you've got love, you've got everything." Love. That was the word she used after bleeding me dry. That's when something inside me snapped completely. I called her right then, not even caring that it was nearly midnight. She answered on the third ring, sounding irritated. "Do you know what time it is?" "You maxed out my card," I said quietly. "Excuse me." "Don't play dumb," I said. "You used it again." "I just tried to pay Dad's bill, and it got declined." "Oh, that," she said, her tone suddenly defensive. "Ryan and I needed to cover a few expenses. We'll fix it." I laughed bitterly. "Expenses? Julia, my dad is lying in a hospital bed, and I can't even pay for his medicine because you're drinking champagne on a beach." There was a pause. Then she said, "You're being dramatic again." "I swear to God, Julia, watch your tone," she snapped. "You don't own the family, Glenn. You're not our father. Stop acting like it." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I'm not trying to be Dad. I'm trying to help him. And you're destroying everything I've built." She sighed, clearly bored now. "You always think you're the victim. Grow up, Glenn." Then she hung up. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat on my couch with the credit card statements spread out around me like a crime scene. Because that's what it was, a crime. Just not one I could easily prove without destroying what was left of my family. But deep down, I knew something had changed forever. The next morning, I drove to my parents' house one last time. I wanted to tell Dad the truth before Julia or Mom twisted it further. When I got there, Dad was sitting in his recliner, looking weaker than I'd ever seen him. Mom was in the kitchen, humming softly, as if nothing had happened. I sat beside him and said quietly, "Dad, there's something I need to tell you." He smiled faintly. "You sound serious, son." "It is serious," I said. "It's about the money. The credit card." Julia, before I could finish, Mom appeared in the doorway, her expression sharp. "Not now, Glenn. He doesn't need this stress." "He deserves to know," I said. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "If you say one word to him about this, I swear." "Swear what?" I said. She hesitated, but then said something that cut deeper than anything before. "Swear that you'll never see us again. You'll be out of this family for good." I stared at her. "You're threatening to cut me off because I want to tell the truth?" "I'm protecting your father," she hissed. "No," I said quietly. "You're protecting her." Dad looked between us, confused. "What's going on?" Mom smiled quickly, too quickly. "Nothing, dear. Glenn's just stressed about work." I opened my mouth to speak again, but Dad coughed violently. Mom rushed to help him, glaring at me over her shoulder. "Leave, Glenn. Now." So I did. I walked out of that house knowing I'd lost more than money. I'd lost my family. And as much as it hurt, part of me knew it had to happen. Because when people show you who they are, you can't unsee it. Still, I had no idea the worst betrayal hadn't even happened yet. It came 2 weeks later, when I got a letter in the mail with my name on it, demanding repayment for a loan I never took out. And the signature on the loan agreement? Julia's. Signed as Power of Attorney, Glenn, with my last name. I don't remember the exact sound the envelope made when I tore it open, but I'll never forget how it felt. It was thick, official, the kind of paper that carries bad news. Inside was a loan agreement from a credit union I'd never even heard of, demanding immediate payment for $28,000. My name was printed at the top in bold letters, and underneath, clear as day, was a signature, Glenn, last name. Except it wasn't my handwriting. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake. Maybe a clerical error. Maybe someone else named Glenn. But as I flipped through the pages, my stomach dropped. Attached to the back was a photocopy of my driver's license, my actual driver's license, and a forged signature authorizing Julia as my power of attorney. It didn't even look convincing. The signature looked like a child's version of mine. Sloppy, forced. But it didn't matter. It had my name, my information, and according to the loan officer, it was legally binding. The letter said the bank had attempted to withdraw the first payment twice and had already reported the delinquency to credit agencies. I could feel the blood drain from my face as I read the words again and again. Julia had taken out a loan in my name. I sat there on my couch for a long time, just holding the papers, staring at them like if I looked long enough, they'd somehow change. But they didn't. And that's when it hit me. This wasn't just a petty theft anymore. This was identity fraud. She had stolen not just my money, but my identity. I remember sitting in the dark that night, the only light coming from the TV I'd forgotten to turn off. I felt completely hollow. My credit was destroyed, my savings gone, and my father's medical bills still looming. I had done everything right, worked hard, saved, been responsible, and somehow, it still ended like this. For the next few days, I barely slept. I called the credit union, filed a police report, and sent copies of my signature to prove the forgery. The woman on the phone at the bank sounded sympathetic, but her words were careful, procedural. "Since the documents include identification and family connection," she said, "this may be treated as a civil matter rather than criminal until proven otherwise." A civil matter. I almost laughed. My sister had committed fraud, and they were calling it a family disagreement. When I went to the police station to file a report, the officer looked skeptical the entire time. "You're sure your sister did this?" he asked. "I'm positive," I said. "She's done it before, with my credit card, my bank account." He sighed. "Look, family fraud cases are complicated. If she had access to your mail or identification, it might not be considered unauthorized in the same way. I'll file the report, but don't expect much." It was the tone that broke me, the same dismissive, almost patronizing tone I'd been hearing my whole life, whenever I tried to stand up for myself. When I got home, there was another letter waiting for me, this time from my credit card company. Notice of account closure. Apparently, Julia had tried to open another card using my information. This time they flagged it as suspicious and shut down the entire account. My credit score dropped by nearly 100 points overnight. That evening, I drove to my parents' house again. I told myself I was just going to ask for one thing, for them to take responsibility, to admit what they'd done. When I arrived, it was around sunset. The house looked peaceful from the outside, the same little home I'd grown up in, with the porch light flickering and the smell of Mom's cooking drifting through the window. But when I walked in, the air felt heavy. Mom was at the kitchen table with Julia. They were laughing at something on Julia's phone. I stood in the doorway holding the loan papers in my hand. "Mom," I said quietly, "we need to talk." She looked up, her expression already wary. "About what?" "This." I dropped the envelope on the table. Julia forged my signature. She took out a loan in my name. Mom frowned, glancing at Julia. "What are you talking about?" Julia sighed dramatically, like I was a child interrupting her. "Oh my God, Glenn. Are we still doing this?" "Still," I snapped. "You committed fraud. Look at this. Look at the signature." Mom picked up the papers, scanning them. "Where did you get this?" "It came in the mail," I said. "The credit union sent it. They're already contacting collections." Mom's face hardened. "Maybe it was a mistake." "It wasn't a mistake, Mom. Look at the name on the power of attorney." Julia signed it. She pretended to be me. Julia rolled her eyes. "Relax. Ryan said it was fine. We needed to consolidate some of the family expenses, and you weren't being helpful." I could barely process her words. "You stole my identity because I wasn't being helpful?" "It's not stealing if we're family," she said calmly. "You're making a big deal out of nothing." I turned to Mom, desperate for her to finally say something. Anything that showed she saw how wrong this was. But instead, she just said, "Julia was trying to help. If you hadn't been so cold about everything, maybe this wouldn't have happened." That was it. That was the moment something inside me broke completely. I felt my chest tighten, and before I knew it, my voice was shaking. "You're defending her again. After everything. After she drained my savings, maxed out my card, and now destroyed my credit. You're still defending her?" "Enough," Mom yelled. "You think yelling makes you right? You've been holding this family hostage with your money for years, Glenn. Acting like you're better than us because you have a steady job and no responsibilities." I just stood there, staring at her. "Hostage," I repeated softly. She kept going, her voice trembling with anger. "You think I don't see it? The way you look down on us. You throw money at problems just to remind us who's in control." I laughed, a short, bitter sound that didn't even feel like mine. "Mom, I've been the only one actually trying to fix things. I've been the one paying the bills, keeping the lights on, making sure Dad gets treatment." Her eyes flashed. "And you expect gratitude for that?" "I expect decency," I said. "I expect not to have my own mother help my sister rob me blind." Julia stood up, her voice dripping with venom. "You know what your problem is, Glenn? You've never known how to love. You think money replaces everything. That's why no one wants to be around you." "Enough," I whispered. "I'm done." I turned to leave, but Mom's voice stopped me cold. "If you walk out that door, don't come back." I froze. She didn't mean it. She couldn't mean it. "Mom, you heard me," she said, her voice flat now. "We're a family. If you can't be part of that, then go." Julia crossed her arms. "Maybe that's for the best. You're just making everything toxic." I wanted to scream, to shout, to tell them how deeply they'd hurt me. But instead, I just nodded. "All right," I said quietly. "I'll go." I walked out of that house for the last time, leaving behind every photograph, every memory, every trace of who I thought I was in that family. I sat in my car for a long time afterward, staring at the dashboard, hands shaking on the wheel. That night was my lowest point. The apartment felt colder than usual when I got home. I didn't turn on the lights. I just sat on the floor with the papers scattered around me, surrounded by proof of my own family's betrayal. My credit was gone. My savings gone. My name, ruined. I could barely afford next month's rent. For days, I didn't talk to anyone. I stopped answering calls. Even when my coworkers reached out asking if I was okay, I ignored them. I couldn't explain this. How do you tell someone your family destroyed you? Not by accident, but by choice. But when you're at the bottom, something strange happens. The noise quiets down. The people who used to manipulate you can't reach you anymore because they already took everything. And in that silence, I started to think clearly for the first time in months. I pulled out a notepad and began writing names, dates, amounts, account numbers, every lie they'd told. I ordered copies of every statement, every transaction. I filed for a full credit report and printed all three. Each one showed the same ugly reality, debts I didn't create, all tied back to Julia's fingerprints. And yet, somehow, that gave me comfort. Because for the first time, I had something solid. Proof. One evening, as I was organizing the documents, I got a call from the hospital. It was one of the nurses who'd cared for Dad. She said, "Your mother came in today to ask about payment arrangements. She said you were taking over the finances again." I almost laughed. "No," I said quietly. "Not anymore." She hesitated. "She mentioned something about your accounts being frozen." That stopped me. "Frozen? What do you mean?" "I'm not sure," the nurse said. "She just said the bank flagged your family's account." She seemed upset. That was when I realized something. Julia might have pushed too far. The police report, the disputes, the forged loan, it was all starting to stack up. The system she'd used to manipulate everyone was starting to show cracks. I wasn't ready to fight back yet, not completely. But for the first time in a long while, I had something I hadn't felt in months. Control. I wasn't plotting revenge yet. Not consciously. But as I organized the files and highlighted the key evidence, a quiet plan was forming. I didn't know how or when, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to stay the victim. And soon enough, they were going to learn that the quiet, responsible one they took advantage of, the one they dismissed as weak, was about to become their biggest problem. But first, I had to disappear for a while. Lay low. Let them think I was broken. Because people like Julia only notice strength when it hits them where it hurts most. And when the time came, I planned to hit hard. Rock bottom has a strange clarity to it. You start to see everything for what it really is. Not just the people who betrayed you, but also the quiet truths you ignored for years. I had spent most of my life trying to fix things, thinking if I just worked hard enough, stayed calm enough, gave enough, my family would finally see me. But they never would. And once I accepted that, the anger faded, replaced by something sharper, colder. Focus. I decided to start over. Not just emotionally, but practically. My credit was trashed, my savings gone, but I still had one thing left, my skill. I worked in IT, and I'd always been good at it. I'd done side projects here and there, but now I needed more than a paycheck. I needed freedom. So I started freelancing. Late nights, early mornings, no social life, just coffee and code. At first it was survival. I was barely keeping up with rent, but then I got good. Really good. Within a few months, I started building a reputation online. I helped a few small businesses with cybersecurity issues, and word spread. I fixed a company's ransomware problem once, saved them from losing their entire database, and they paid me more than I'd made in 3 months at my old job. That one project changed everything. I started my own consulting service soon after, registered the business, opened a new bank account, one that no one in my family knew about, and built everything under a new LLC. It was slow at first, but steady. Every invoice I sent felt like a small victory. Every client referral was another step away from the version of me who used to beg for respect from people who never deserved it. Months passed, then a year. I moved to a new apartment, smaller, quieter, but mine. I bought secondhand furniture, cooked simple meals, and worked from a laptop that had seen better days. But I was happy. For the first time in years, no one could take anything from me. During that time, I didn't talk to my family. Not once. Mom tried calling early on, left a few voicemails saying things like, "You can't stay mad forever," or "Your father misses you." Julia never called, but she didn't need to. Her silence said everything. I didn't respond. Then one day, almost a year after everything fell apart, I got an email from a financial officer at a hospital, the same one where Dad had been treated. The subject line said, "Outstanding balance inquiry." My stomach dropped for a second, thinking maybe something had gone unpaid. But when I opened it, I froze. "Dear Mr. Last name, we wanted to thank you for your recent payment covering the remaining balance of your father's medical account. Your promptness is greatly appreciated. Payment." I hadn't paid anything recently. I scrolled down and saw the note attached. Payment received via estate transfer. Account closed. I didn't know what that meant until I called the billing office. The woman explained, It was covered by a trust fund transfer under your father's name. You were listed as the primary beneficiary. For a second, I couldn't even process it. I hadn't spoken to Dad in months. I didn't even know he'd set anything up. But the nurse I'd spoken to before had mentioned the bank freezing accounts. Maybe that's when things started changing. The next few days were a blur. I met with the estate lawyer, a calm man in his 60s with tired eyes. He explained that Dad had left me something small but meaningful, a portion of his savings, separate from Mom and Julia's accounts. He wanted you to have a clean slate, the lawyer said. He said you were the only one he could trust with it. It wasn't much by most standards, but to me, it was everything. It meant he'd seen what was happening. Maybe he hadn't been strong enough to stop it while he was alive, but he'd made sure I wasn't left with nothing. That moment lit a fire in me again. I used part of that inheritance to expand my business. I invested in better equipment, hired a part-time assistant, and rebranded my service. Within 6 months, my client list tripled. I went from scraping by to turning down offers because I couldn't handle them all. I even got a contract with a mid-sized company that paid enough to cover a year's worth of expenses in advance. Money didn't fix everything. It never does, but it gave me options. And with those options came peace. By year 2, I wasn't just surviving. I was thriving. My name started circulating in small tech communities online, and I was invited to speak at a cybersecurity panel. I remember standing on that stage, looking out at the audience, thinking how strange it felt to finally be seen. Not because I was saving anyone else, but because I'd saved myself. But success has a way of drawing attention, even the kind you don't want. It started with a message request on social media from Julia. The profile picture was different, more polished, but it was definitely her. Hey, big brother. Long time no talk. We should catch up. I stared at the screen for a long time before closing it. I didn't reply. 2 days later, I got another message. I heard you're doing really well now. That's amazing. Ryan and I have been struggling with some stuff lately. Maybe you could help us out a little? You know, like family does. That phrase, like family does, made my jaw tighten. The same line she'd used when she stole from me. I didn't respond to that either. Then came Mom's call. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. Her voice was softer now, weaker. Glenn, she said, I know you don't want to hear from me, but your sister's in trouble. I said nothing. She made some bad decisions, Mom continued, and they're struggling financially. Ryan's business failed, and the house might be foreclosed. She asked if you could lend her something, just until things get better. I took a deep breath. No, I said quietly. Glenn, please, she said, her voice cracking. She's your sister. She's a thief, I said. And you helped her. You both did. There was silence on the line. Then Mom whispered, You've changed. Yeah, I said. I finally have. I hung up before she could say another word. That night, I sat by the window, watching the city lights shimmer below. For the first time, I didn't feel guilt for saying no. I didn't feel the urge to fix everything. I felt free. But as much as I wanted to close that chapter for good, something inside me wouldn't let go. Not yet. Because while I'd moved on, Julia hadn't. And when someone like her starts losing everything, they don't just fade quietly. They panic. They scramble. They look for someone to blame. So when I got the letter from her a few weeks later, handwritten, messy, desperate, I knew the storm wasn't over yet. She wrote, You think you're better than us now, but you wouldn't have anything if it weren't for Dad's money. We're still family, Glenn. You owe us. I folded the letter slowly, a small, cold smile forming on my face. She still didn't understand. I didn't owe them anything anymore. But soon enough, they'd owe me. And this time, I wasn't going to forgive or forget. If you'd told me, back in the apartment with the loan papers spread out like evidence at a crime scene, that I'd end up smiling while a police officer knocked on my sister's door, I would have called you crazy. But that's the thing about hitting rock bottom. It clears your head in a way anger never did. When the adrenaline fades, what's left is patience, process, and leverage. That's how I learned to win. The setup was boring. It had to be. Revenge that's loud and flashy is theater. The kind that sticks is legal, procedural, and slow enough to make people think it's chance. I spent the next few weeks doing the only things I could, documenting, verifying, and building a paper trail that even a sympathetic relative couldn't gaslight away. First, I dug into logs. Because I work in IT, I knew where to look: IP addresses, timestamps, device fingerprints. I pulled every email header, every login attempt, every password reset notification tied to my accounts. I had Julia's phone number tied to several suspicious requests. The bank's fraud team, once I dragged them into a heated meeting, handed over copies of the activation forms for the card and the loan. The activation had been done at my parents' address, but the IP used during the online loan application matched the IP used to log into Julia's business email. Small detail, but it lit up like neon when you know how to read it. Then I started subpoenaing things the way lawyers do on TV, only without the theatrics. My lawyer, I paid up front with part of Dad's small trust. The best selfish thing I ever did. Helped me get formal records, CCTV stills from the bank branch, the merchant receipts for the helicopter, wire transfer confirmations, even a dated printout from Skyline Helicopters showing who approved the charter. The credit union had a photocopy of the forged POA attached to the loan file. The signature analysis came back inconclusive at first, but then we hired a handwriting analyst who compared dozens of samples. The analyst's words, inconsistent with the subject's natural writing, likely traced or copied. That, combined with the IP logs and the bank's CCTV showing Julia at the counter the day the authorization was processed, suddenly the family dispute framing the banks had been using started to collapse. I also recorded conversations. I wish I could say I did it out of some plan to humiliate them, but the truth is simpler. I wanted facts. I stopped being conversational and began being clinical. When Mom called begging me to be reasonable, I let her. I recorded the call, legal where I live. I checked first, and later I had a clean file of her telling me it was better for Julia to use my card and that she'd make sure it was taken care of. That was the rope I used to pull things tight. With evidence in hand, the first move was to protect myself. I filed formal fraud claims on every affected account and demanded credit freezes. That hurt in the short term. Freezing the accounts made payments and transfers more complex, but it also prevented more damage and triggered formal investigations. Banks don't like the paperwork, and once you make a bank file a suspicious activity report, they treat the case differently. They assigned an investigator and, more importantly, put legal holds on several transfers out of Julia's business account pending review. Next was the civil route. I filed for an emergency injunction to freeze assets tied to the forged loan and to force the bank to rescind the fraudulent account. That got the court's attention because the loan documents included a supposedly notarized POA, which, according to the notary, had not been properly witnessed. The judge granted a temporary order pending a hearing, assets frozen, transfers halted, and a subpoena issued to the credit union to preserve all records. Now I had time. Time is the most underrated weapon. While the courts sorted the legalities, I began quietly contacting vendors. The helicopter company, the caterer, the event rental place. All of them had invoices paid by wires traced back to accounts Julia controlled. I presented them with copies of the bank's suspicious activity report and the subpoena. Some vendors were cooperative immediately. They didn't want the headache of a fraud ring attached to their brand. A few asked for payment guarantees. A couple negotiated refunds and chargebacks. The helicopter company was the slow one, but once the bank investigator called, they placed the deposit on hold and agreed to reverse the transaction pending the outcome. I won't pretend all of it felt righteous. There were nights I replayed Mom's face and the way she defended Julia, and for a while I let that sting fuel me. But the plan was never to ruin anyone more than necessary. It was to force accountability. Truth tends to be surgical. When you remove the ability to hide behind charm and excuses, even the most polished liar starts to squirm. And squirm they did. The first clear payoff came quietly on a Tuesday. I arrived at work and found an email from the bank investigator with the subject, preliminary, unusual activity, immediate action recommended. Attached was a PDF showing internal transfers from Julia's account to multiple personal accounts, inconsistent with ordinary vendor payments. The investigator had connected several dots that I couldn't, timestamps that matched my IP logs, handwriting analysis accompanying the loan file, and a pattern of authorized user activations at my parents' address spanning months. The bank recommended criminal referral. A criminal referral changes everything because it takes the conflict out of family court and puts it into the public record. Once a fraud unit gets involved, they can issue warrants, freeze accounts, and compel testimony. I felt the waves of it. The bank flagged the loan as possibly fraudulent. The credit union put a hold on the collections notice, and a prosecutor took the file. Then the knock happened. It was mid-afternoon when a uniformed officer arrived at my parents' neighborhood with 2 plainclothes detectives. I watched the squad car from a block away because I wasn't ready to face Mom or Julia yet. From my phone, I saw the officer walk up the porch steps. My hand went cold. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe they were there for something benign. But then the detective called my number. "Mr. Glenn," he asked, "we're at your parents' residence. We'd like to speak to your sister about a fraud investigation. Will you come down?" I drove. The house looked the same as it always had, but the mood was different. Crows of sympathy replaced by the hollow hum of normalcy just before a storm. Mom opened the door, and, for the first time since this whole thing started, she looked at me without the practiced warmth I'd known my whole life. Her eyes were small, glassy, like someone trying to decide whether to cry or lie. The detectives did their jobs the way professionals do: calm, precise, surgical. They explained that the probe had found probable cause to believe that a loan and several transfers were made using forged documentation and unauthorized access to another person's accounts. They asked Julia to come with them for questioning. She went pale and then angry, and for a moment tried to dismiss them with the same charm she used at family dinners. But police work doesn't care about charm. They read her rights, took her statement, and left, handcuffs optional because it wasn't that type of case yet. It was an interview to gather evidence. Julia looked at me before she went into the car. For a second I thought she would rush at me, say she'd been coerced, break down, and beg forgiveness. Instead, she spit a single sentence at me that felt like an old knife. "You'll regret this." Regret is subjective. In that moment, regret meant she had to face consequences for actions she thought would be buried under family nostalgia. The public payoff unfurled even faster than I expected. The event vendors called counselors and clients. For families who'd booked Julia's production, services demanded refunds. 2 small business partners pulled lines of credit they'd extended to Ryan's company, citing the bank's legal hold. Ryan stopped returning messages. The lawyers took different routes. The prosecutor's office prepared charges for identity theft and fraud. The civil court moved to invalidate the loan and recover losses. The credit union issued a notice that it was cooperating fully with investigators and that the loan would not be held against my credit while the case proceeded. The helicopter company refunded the deposit. Little by little, the financial damage to me reversed, not because my sister suddenly felt remorse, but because the system, once activated, does not like being gamed. There was one last satisfying move I made that felt, for me, like the cleanest revenge. I quietly sent a single email to a handful of people, the family's most connected friends, some of Julia's major past clients, and a community organizer whose newsletter helped local small businesses. It wasn't salacious. It laid out facts, dates, bank references, the credit union's reference number, and a link to the police statement, public record. No commentary, no vitriol, just evidence. The email did 2 things. 1, it pulled back the curtain on the image Julia had sold for years, the glamorous event planner who gave kids magical birthdays. 2, it put her business relationships on notice. When clients woke up to that email, the calls started, refunds requested, contracts canceled, reviews pulled. Reputation, which had always been her currency, took a hit that money couldn't immediately fix. I watched the pieces fall where I wanted them to. I didn't need to yell. I didn't need to humiliate. I let legal truth do the heavy lifting. The best part was watching the people who enabled her finally have to reconcile with reality. A few of them offered weak apologies. Others kept their distance. Mom called twice that night. I didn't answer. But revenge, even the cleanest, smartest kind, never feels complete in the head. There's always a sliver of something left: pity, grief, or the knowledge that you changed people's lives forever. I'm not proud that I enjoyed that night, but I can't deny it. There was a satisfaction in watching consequences align with actions. And then something unexpected happened. A week after the detectives interviewed Julia, I got an email from the hospital's billing office. They were closing out Dad's account. All balances satisfied through estate reconciliation, it said. The trust he'd set up, the one that had paid off medical balances earlier, also contained a final request in his own handwriting. He wanted full transparency and an audit of all accounts touching his care. He named me as the person to receive the final report. When the report arrived, It confirmed things the bank had already suspected: misdirected transfers, invoices paid to shell companies tied to Ryan, charges that could not be substantiated for actual medical services. The audit was thorough, and it gave prosecutors more fuel. That night I sat at my kitchen table with 2 stacks of paper in front of me. One, the evidence I'd compiled over months. The other, the official audit from the lawyer handling Dad's estate. The house on the other side of town, the brand new cars, the staged social posts. None of it mattered when you could connect it directly to a bank trail. I poured a glass of water and thought about the person I used to be. The brother who always tried to keep peace. The guy who'd swallowed insults and waved off being pilloried as jealous. That person would have begged for forgiveness and taken whatever crumbs of family they could get. This version of me sat there quietly, not because I was cruel, but because I had learned how to make a system do the work I couldn't do with anger. As I closed the laptop, my phone buzzed. A single text from an unknown number. "They're saying you set her up. You're not going to get away with this, Glenn." No name. No number. Just a threat thinly veiled as bravado. I stared at it for a long time. Threats mean different things coming from different people. From Julia, they were empty bluster. From Ryan, they were likely to be another attempt at intimidation. From Mom, that was harder to read. I didn't reply. Instead, I stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the city lights. There were small victories. The loan was in dispute. Vendors were returning money. Prosecutors were moving. But I knew the real work was far from over. I had won legally, yes, but winning in a family is messy. There were lines that had broken irreparably. Voices that would never sound the same. A sister who might go to trial. A mother who might have to explain her choices. A father who had already paid the price. And in the corner of my mind, a quieter thought kept returning. Justice isn't the same as closure. The next move, whatever it was, would require more than evidence. It would require me to decide what I actually wanted back: money, respect, or something else entirely. I sat back down and opened the folder with the photocopy of the forged power of attorney. My name in an ink that wasn't mine. My life rearranged. I ran my finger over the signature like it might feel warm. Then I set the folder on top of the other documents and shut the drawer. Down the street, headlights cut through the darkness as a squad car rolled slowly by the house where my sister and mother lived. The world outside went on, indifferent. Inside, consequences were starting to land. Some people think revenge is about payoff. They imagine dramatic confrontations and scenes that look good in a movie. Mine was quieter. It smelled of paper, court filings, and late-night coffee. It required patience, the kind that makes you sleep in fits and wake up with a plan. But even with prosecutors involved, and the bank finally doing their job, I knew a trial could swing either way. Evidence might be inconclusive in front of a jury. Witnesses could change stories. People who had been complicit might suddenly remember miscommunication. That uncertainty is the last cruel piece of revenge. It keeps you awake. My phone buzzed again. Another text, different number. "We can make this go away. Meet me tomorrow. Noon. Diner on Elm. Come alone." It was unsigned. It smelled like a trap. It also smelled like an opening. I closed my laptop, pocketed my wallet, and did something I hadn't done in a long time. I smiled without malice. Just the quiet satisfaction of someone who's learned to play chess 3 moves ahead. Tomorrow would be another step. I'd planned the legal part. Now it was time for the social one. Time to see who would fold, who would double down, and who would finally tell the truth under oath. I locked the drawer, turned off the lights, and for the first time in months, went to bed with a plan I trusted. The diner on Elm looked exactly like the kind of place where endings happen. Faded red booths, flickering neon sign, coffee that tasted more like burnt toast than caffeine. I got there early, half expecting no one to show. But at 12:08, the bell over the door jingled, and Julia walked in. She looked smaller than I remembered. Her hair was pulled back messily, makeup uneven, eyes darting like a cornered animal. Gone was the glossy version of my sister, who posed beside helicopters and champagne. She sat down across from me without saying a word. For a while, we just stared at each other. Finally, she said, "They're charging me, Glenn. Fraud, identity theft, forgery. Ryan's blaming me for everything." I didn't respond. Her voice cracked. "You could fix this. You have influence now. You could tell them it was a misunderstanding." I almost laughed. "A misunderstanding? You forged my name on a loan. You drained my savings. You made sure Dad's last months were spent watching his kids tear each other apart. She blinked fast, tears forming. I didn't mean for it to go this far. I leaned forward, keeping my voice steady. That's the difference between us, Julia. You never mean anything. You just do it and hope someone else will clean up the mess. For a moment, she looked like she might argue, but instead she broke. Her shoulders sagged, her hands trembled. Mom won't even talk to me. She said I ruined everything. I nodded slowly. She's right. The waitress came by, refilled my cup, then quietly walked away. Julia wiped her eyes, staring down at the chipped table. I don't know what to do. You tell the truth, I said. You take responsibility. You face the consequences. And for once in your life, you stop blaming everyone else. Her lip quivered. And what about you? You get to walk away spotless. I smiled faintly. No one walks away spotless. But I walk away free. We sat in silence for a long time after that. When she finally stood, she didn't look at me again. She just whispered, I wish you'd never turned on us. And I said, no, Julia. I wish you hadn't made me. That was the last time I saw her. Over the next few months, the fallout unfolded exactly the way I expected. Ryan's business collapsed completely. The fraud charges stuck, and Julia took a plea deal, community service, restitution, probation. She avoided jail, but only barely. Their house was sold to cover debts, their accounts emptied. Mom refused to move in with me, too proud to ask, and she eventually downsized into a small apartment. We never spoke again. The court finalized the reversal of the fraudulent loan, restored my credit, and awarded damages for the stolen funds. I didn't even touch most of it. I donated a part of the settlement to the hospital that had cared for Dad, the same one Julia had used to funnel money. It felt like closing a wound the right way this time. One afternoon, months later, I drove past my parents' old neighborhood. The house was empty now, the lawn overgrown, the paint on the fence peeling. I parked for a minute, watching the place where everything had unraveled. The memories didn't hurt anymore. They just existed, like ghosts fading in daylight. I pulled out the old credit card from my wallet, the one I'd opened for Dad. The account had been closed for over a year, but I kept the card as a reminder. The plastic was cracked, the numbers worn down. I stepped out of the car, walked to the curb, and snapped it in half. The sound was small, but it echoed in my head like thunder. Because that was the sound of the last string breaking, the sound of letting go. I dropped the pieces into a trash bin, turned back toward the street, and smiled for real this time. Not because I'd won, but because I'd finally stopped losing myself trying to save people who never wanted saving. And as the wind picked up, rustling the leaves of the old oak tree by the porch, I whispered under my breath, not angry, not bitter, just calm. Family isn't who shares your blood. It's who doesn't bleed you dry. I drove 4 hours through a snowstorm, expecting hugs and holiday lights, only to find the house empty, the locks changed, and a foreclosure notice nailed to the front door like a final goodbye. I remember exactly what the air smelled like that day. It was sharp and cold, the kind of December chill that makes your nose burn and your eyes water before you even step out of the car. I was 22, a senior in college, and I just finished my last final before winter break. My roommate, Marcus, had offered to let me stay at his place for the holidays, but I was homesick. I hadn't seen my parents since August, and even though they'd been quieter than usual, fewer texts, short phone calls, I told myself they were just busy. So I drove the 4 hours home, blasting Christmas music and sipping coffee I'd stopped for halfway, imagining the smile on my mom's face when I walked in. My dad's usual half grin. Maybe even a fire going, like we used to do before things got off. It was close to 8 p.m. when I pulled onto our street. The neighborhood was dark, the kind of suburb where most houses are asleep by 9, and I noticed something was wrong before I even parked. Our porch light was off. The driveway was empty. No wreath on the door, no lights in the windows. My chest tightened, but I chalked it up to bad timing. Maybe they went out. Maybe they were visiting someone. I grabbed my bag, keys in hand, and walked up the steps, already preparing to knock just in case. But the door didn't open. I turned the key again. It didn't fit. I looked down, confused, and tried it again. Same thing. That's when I noticed the bright orange paper stapled to the front door. At first, I thought it was just junk, a flyer or a holiday notice. But as I got closer, I saw the word in big, bold letters, foreclosure. I froze. I literally couldn't move. For a second, I wondered if I was dreaming. I checked the address again, checked my phone. This was my house. Or at least, it had been. I walked back to my car, sat in the front seat, and stared at the house like it would somehow explain itself. That's when I saw them, my boxes. My old duffel bag, some books, my high school trophies, my guitar case, all dumped in the snow at the edge of the driveway like trash. One box was soaked through, the cardboard caved in and sagging. My clothes were half buried in slush. It was like something out of a nightmare. I called my mom first. No answer. Then my dad. Straight to voicemail. Then my mom again. Then my younger cousin. Then the neighbor. Nothing. No one picked up. I sat there for a good 20 minutes in disbelief before I finally grabbed my things and crammed them into the back of my car. I had to toss some stuff out to make it all fit. My hands were frozen. My brain was still trying to catch up. I ended up booking a motel on the edge of town for the night. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't even really feel anything. Just empty. Numb. Like my soul had just shut down so I wouldn't combust. The next morning, I tried calling them again. Still no response. It wasn't until 3 days later that my dad finally picked up. I didn't yell. I didn't ask him what was going on. I just said, "Why?" He sighed, like I was being difficult. "We thought you'd figure it out." Figure what out? That we had to move on. The house was underwater. We weren't going to sit around waiting for you to come back. You didn't even tell me. He said, "You're old enough to figure things out on your own. We assumed you'd manage." That was the last thing he said to me before I hung up and blocked his number. Blocked my mom's too. Then every family member who tried to make excuses or brush it off. My aunt texted. I'm sure they had their reasons. My uncle said, "Your dad's been under a lot of stress." No one asked how I was doing. No one offered a couch or a warm meal or even just someone to talk to. I went back to school early and crashed at Marcus's place for the rest of the break. I told him everything eventually, and he didn't say much, just handed me a blanket and ordered pizza. That gesture meant more than any word from my family ever had. Spring semester started, and I threw myself into work. Classes, jobs, side gigs, anything to stay busy. I picked up extra shifts at the campus cafe, started tutoring underclassmen, even sold some of my old music equipment online just to keep afloat. I applied for every scholarship, every emergency grant I could find. No loans. I'd sworn to myself I'd make it on my own now. I was done depending on people who treated me like an afterthought. I graduated the following winter. A semester early. No pomp, no ceremony. Just me and a few friends, watching the virtual announcement in our tiny apartment, passing around a pizza and a bottle of cheap champagne. I didn't tell anyone in my family. I didn't expect anyone to care. Which is why, when I stepped out into the sunlight after picking up my diploma packet from campus, I nearly dropped it when I saw my parents standing there. My mom was smiling like we just bumped into each other at the grocery store. My dad had his hands in his coat pockets, doing that awkward shuffle he always did when he didn't know how to act. My heart dropped into my stomach. I turned around to walk away, but my mom called after me like nothing had happened. "Sweetie, aren't you going to say hi?" I kept walking. She followed. "We're so proud of you," she said. We didn't miss the announcement. We were watching. I baked cupcakes. I stopped, not because I wanted to talk, but because something inside me finally snapped. I turned around slowly, looked her in the eyes. I said, "You baked cupcakes?" She nodded eagerly, like she expected me to smile, to fall into her arms, to pretend the last 13 months never happened. "You think cupcakes make up for dumping my life in the snow?" Her smile faltered, just for a second. My dad shifted uncomfortably, but didn't say a word. "Typical. You ghosted me," I said. "Didn't even have the decency to call. Just vanished. You let me drive 4 hours home to find a foreclosure notice and my stuff in the gutter like I was some stranger who got evicted." My mom's voice took on that sickly sweet, performative tone I knew too well. "We were going through so much, honey. We didn't want to burden you. We thought you'd understand." I took a step forward. "Understand what? That you didn't care enough to send a single text? That I didn't even deserve a goodbye?" "You're being dramatic," she said, her voice tightening. "Am I?" I said. "Because the only drama I remember is me sleeping in a motel that night, digging through snow for my soaked clothes." My mom opened her mouth like she had something to say, but nothing came out. My dad finally cleared his throat. "We were hoping to talk," he said. "Privately. Maybe grab lunch. Celebrate your achievement." I laughed. It came out bitter. "Celebrate? You didn't lift a finger to help me finish school. I worked 2 jobs, sold half my stuff, survived off ramen and $1 coffee refills to make it here. I earned this. You don't get to show up at the finish line and pretend you were part of the race. People were starting to stare. I saw a girl in a cap and gown elbow her boyfriend, whispering and pointing toward us. My mom seemed to notice too, because her voice dropped to a hiss. Can we not do this here? You came here, I said. You decided this was the place. So don't get shy now. Her face twisted like she was chewing something sour. I just want our family back together. No, I said. You want to look like a family again. But you left that behind when you locked me out of your life and didn't bother looking back. A beat of silence. Then my dad said the quiet part out loud. Look, your mother's been talking to some people, alumni networks, donors. There are opportunities opening up now that you're graduating. Connections. It would help if we could present a united front. Just for appearances. I stared at him, stunned. So that's what this is, I whispered. You don't care about me. You care about how I make you look. You think now that I've made something of myself, you can cash in. They didn't deny it. They didn't even try. That was the moment something inside me settled. All the confusion, the hurt, the second-guessing I'd done over the past year. It all crystallized into something cold and certain. I reached into my coat pocket, pulled out the laminated card the dean had handed me with my diploma packet, and held it up. You see this? I earned this without you. Every lecture, every exam, every dollar I scraped together, I did it alone. So take your cupcakes, your photo op smiles, and your fake apologies and walk away. Because you don't get to be part of this story. I turned my back and walked. I didn't look to see if they followed. I didn't care if they cried or called out or stood there like statues while the wind blew through their coats. All I cared about was that, for the first time in my life, I had nothing tying me to them. No debt, no expectations, no shame, just freedom. And as I turned the corner and saw Marcus waving from his car with the "Congrats, grad" sign still taped to the window, I smiled. Really smiled, for the first time in a long time. That should have been the end. But they weren't done yet. Because the very next week, I got a message request on LinkedIn from someone I hadn't seen in over 5 years, my Uncle Dave. He wrote, "Hey bud, your dad mentioned you might be hiring. Thought we could catch up." And that's when I knew I wasn't just their son anymore. I was an opportunity. I stared at the message for a good 5 minutes, rereading it over and over, trying to process the sheer audacity. Hey bud. As if we were old pals. As if he hadn't ignored every birthday, every Christmas, every graduation. Uncle Dave was my dad's older brother, and growing up, he was the kind of relative who showed up only when there was food or photos being taken. Never once asked how I was doing. Never offered to help with school or anything else, even when things at home got tense. And now, out of nowhere, here he was, talking like we'd been tight for years. I didn't reply. Not at first. I called Marcus. "You're not going to believe this," I said, and read him the message. There was a pause. Then, "Please tell me you're going to mess with him." "Oh, I'm thinking about it," I said. "I just haven't decided how far I want to go." Because the truth was, Uncle Dave wasn't the only one. Over the next few days, more messages started trickling in. Cousins I hadn't spoken to in years. My mom's church friend who once told me I was too sensitive when I cried during a sermon. Even my dad's former coworker, who I only met once at a barbecue and who barely remembered my name. They were all just checking in. All so proud of me. All hoping to reconnect. And I realized this wasn't random. This was orchestrated. My parents had bragged. At some party or family dinner, they must have played the doting parent card and painted themselves as the backbone of my success. And now that people saw me as a rising star new grad, already interviewing with 2 Fortune 500s, freelance projects blowing up, they all wanted a piece. The funny part? Not one of them asked how I did it. They didn't know I'd spent nights sleeping in the school library because I couldn't afford both rent and tuition. That I'd stood in grocery store aisles doing math in my head to see if I could afford ramen and toothpaste. That I'd been this close to dropping out 3 different times and only stayed because of Marcus and a stubborn voice in my head that said, "Don't give them the satisfaction." They didn't know that after my parents cut me off, it wasn't rage that got me through, it was clarity. I finally saw them for who they were. Not villains. Not monsters. Just selfish people who didn't want to be inconvenienced by their own child's existence. So yeah, I decided I would mess with them. Just a little. I replied to Uncle Dave. "Hey, great to hear from you. I've actually been considering hiring someone for a new project. Can you send over your resume and a short cover letter explaining your recent work?" He replied within 10 minutes. "Sure thing. I'll send that right over. Excited to work with you. But the resume came 2 days later. It was bad. Like, still using AOL email and listing Microsoft Word under skills bad. He had a 5-year employment gap and didn't explain it. And when I Googled the one company he had worked for, it had shut down in 2019 after a lawsuit. Still, I kept it professional. Thanks, Dave, I replied. We'll be in touch if you're a fit for the role. Then I posted a vague update on LinkedIn. Grateful for everyone who supported me on this journey. Just a reminder, success isn't built overnight, and it's never owed to those who disappeared during the struggle. The next day, my mom texted me from a new number. The message was long, rambling. She talked about how family is complicated, how they made mistakes, how they did what they thought was best at the time. But the kicker was the last line. We're just glad to see you thriving. That means we raised you right. I almost threw my phone. No, I thought. You didn't raise me at all. You abandoned me. And I made myself. But I didn't respond. I was done giving them explanations. I started preparing to move, job offer pending, out of state. I didn't post about it. Didn't share where. I just started packing, selling what I didn't need, and focusing on my next chapter. But just when I thought things had finally calmed down, an invitation showed up in the mail. Cream-colored envelope. My parents' return address. Inside, a card. Join us for a family celebration honoring our son's graduation. With my full name, in bold letters. They were throwing a party. In my honor. Without asking me. And I wasn't invited. I stared at the invitation stunned. A party? In my honor? After everything? My hands actually shook as I held the card, trying to understand what kind of mental gymnastics it took to decide this was okay. They weren't just twisting the truth, they were rewriting it. Acting like they'd been there for me, like they deserved to celebrate what I had achieved entirely on my own. And to make it worse, they didn't even have the decency to invite me. My name was on the card like I was the guest of honor, but it was clear I wasn't supposed to attend. I was supposed to be a story they told, a symbol of their successful parenting. I wasn't a son anymore. I was a trophy. I could have ignored it, tossed the invitation in the trash, and moved on. But something about the smugness of it, the arrogance, made me mad. This wasn't just about me anymore. This was about the truth, and how they buried it under cupcakes and fake smiles and a house full of lies. So I made a decision. I RSVP'd. I bought a new suit, nothing flashy, just sharp and confident. I printed out a few things and slipped them into a folder. And on the day of the party, I showed up. It was held in a rented event space in the city. Not fancy, but enough to make a statement. When I walked in, heads turned. My mom froze mid-laugh, holding a glass of sparkling cider. My dad's jaw actually dropped. People started clapping, distant relatives, old neighbors, co-workers I'd never met, all of them smiling like they knew me. Like they deserved to know me. I walked right up to the front of the room, where a banner read, "Congratulations, Ethan," in big gold letters. My mom took a shaky step forward, voice high and sweet. "Ethan, honey, we weren't sure you'd be able to make it, but save it," I said, loud enough for the whole room to hear. The chatter stopped immediately. You could have heard a pin drop. I pulled out the folder and handed copies to the nearest guests, printed emails, financial aid records, dated photos of my belongings dumped outside our old house. I watched their faces shift from confusion to discomfort to outright disbelief. Then I spoke. I didn't graduate because of this family. I graduated in spite of them. Murmurs spread through the crowd. These people, my parents, changed the locks on me. They let the house get foreclosed and dumped my stuff in the snow without so much as a phone call. They ghosted me for over a year. Didn't help. Didn't check in. Didn't care if I was sleeping on a bench or eating once a day. And now they're throwing a party like they were part of the journey. My voice was calm, measured, but I made sure every word hit like a hammer. This celebration isn't for me. It's for them. So they can tell themselves a story where they were good parents, where they stood by me. But that's not the truth. And I won't let them keep lying to you or to themselves. My mom's face turned pale. My dad looked like he was about to say something, but no words came out. I turned to the guests. If you're here because you genuinely supported me, thank you. But if you're here because they told you they raised me into something successful, I'm sorry. They didn't. I did. I walked out to stunned silence. No applause. No protests. Just the sound of one life collapsing under the weight of the truth. A week later, a few of the guests reached out. Some apologized. Some said they had no idea. A few even offered professional contacts or help. But I wasn't looking for sympathy. I just wanted them to know. I wanted the story to finally be mine. And as for my parents, they tried calling, messaging, even sending a handwritten letter saying they were hurt and disappointed that I would air private family matters in public. I didn't respond, because the truth is, I'm not angry anymore. I'm not bitter. I'm done. I moved to a new city a month later, started a job I love, got an apartment with a view of the skyline and a bookshelf full of secondhand novels and notebooks where I scribbled down ideas for the memoir I'll write someday. And every now and then, when I sip coffee on my tiny balcony, I remember that night in the snow, the silence, the cold, and I smile, because I made it, not because of them, but because I decided I would. I don't know what kind of man my mother thought I was going to become, but I'm sure as hell not the one she likes to pretend I am. My name's Kevin. I'm 37, and I've spent the better part of the last decade trying to keep the peace between my mother and my little family, my wife Melissa and our son Jacob. I always figured she meant well, even when she made her jabs. I told myself it was just her way. That whole generation has sharp tongues, right? That's what I used to say. That's what I wanted to believe. But what happened at Jacob's 10th birthday party? That was the last straw. The moment something in me finally snapped into focus. Growing up, my mother was the kind of woman who saw every conversation as a battlefield and every compliment as a negotiation. She didn't praise unless it cost her nothing, and even then, she'd lace it with some backhanded insult. If I got a B, she asked why it wasn't an A. If I got an A, she said, well, it's about time. My dad passed when I was in high school, sudden heart attack, gone before the ambulance even showed up. After that, she doubled down on controlling everything. And I was the good son. I followed the rules. I didn't rebel. I stayed close, helped with errands, even moved back in for a while after college when she needed help around the house. But as I got older, I started seeing how much of my life I'd let her dictate. She never approved of Melissa, called her pushy just because she spoke up for herself. She once told me, straight-faced, that marrying Melissa was the second worst decision I ever made. The first being not going to law school. I'm in construction. I run a small contracting business that's kept a roof over our heads and food on the table for years. But to her, that wasn't enough. We kept her at a distance once Jacob was born. Not completely. I still felt this gnawing sense of obligation, this guilt she somehow hardwired into me. I didn't want to deprive my son of a grandmother. But we never left him alone with her. There was just something off. Every visit ended with some comment that lingered. He's a picky eater, just like his father was. Always gave me a hard time. Or, let's hope he gets Melissa's smarts, not your stubbornness. I brushed it off. Melissa didn't. She started pulling back more and more. I could see it. The way she tensed up before every family dinner. How she'd go quiet in the car ride home. One night, she asked me, why do you keep letting her treat you like this? And I didn't have an answer that made sense. I think part of me just wanted my mom to like me. To say, finally, without qualification, that she was proud of me. We decided to throw Jacob's birthday party at the park this year. He loves the playground there. There's this big wooden ship structure he and his friends call the Pirate Zone. We rented out the picnic area, brought in balloons, snacks, pizza, even one of those folding tables covered in superhero tablecloths. Melissa went all out on the cake. 3 tiers, hand-decorated with Marvel characters. Because Jacob's in that phase where every sentence starts with, "Did you know Spider-Man?" It was a good day. A warm, sunny afternoon, full of laughter and sticky fingers and juice boxes. For once, I thought we'd actually pulled off a peaceful gathering. My mom showed up late. No surprise there, wearing this huge sun hat like she was making a red carpet entrance. She kissed Jacob on the cheek, handed him a gift card in an envelope, no card, just an envelope, and gave Melissa one of her infamous once-overs. Then she turned to me, smiled, and said, "Well, it looks like you didn't mess this up too badly." I laughed it off. Jacob didn't even notice. He was halfway up the slide. And for the next hour or so, things were fine. The kids were playing, the adults were chatting, Melissa and I were tag-teaming cleanup and cake duty. And then, right as Jacob sat down to open his presents, it happened. She leaned down, right next to him, cupped her hand gently on his shoulder like she was about to whisper something sweet, and said, loud enough for me, and several others, to hear, "Study hard, sweetie. Don't end up like your father." Just like that. No hesitation. No wink. No laugh. Dead serious. I froze. I wasn't even holding anything. but I swear my hands went numb. Jacob looked confused. He furrowed his brows and glanced up at me, like he wasn't sure what she meant. Melissa dropped the paper plate she was carrying. My cousin Dave, who was standing nearby, gave this awkward cough and looked away. For a split second, I thought maybe I misheard. But I knew I didn't. My mom just stood there, patting Jacob's back like she'd said something sweet. Like she was the loving grandma imparting wisdom. Like she hadn't just taken a shot at me in front of my son. My 10-year-old son. I didn't shout. I didn't make a scene. I just walked over, calmly took Jacob's hand, and said, "Hey, buddy, we're heading out." He looked confused but didn't resist. Melissa was already packing up the rest of the gifts. I turned to the guests and said, "Thanks for coming, everyone. We're cutting the party short." My mom blinked, surprised. "Wait, what? What's going on?" I looked her dead in the eyes and said, "You're not going to talk to my son like that. And you're not going to see him again. Not if this is the kind of poison you bring into his life." She laughed. Actually laughed. "Oh, don't be so sensitive. It was just a joke. Kevin, come on." But I was already walking away. And that was the last moment she saw her grandson. At least for now. It's been 2 weeks. She's called every day since, sometimes twice. Left voicemails, some apologetic, most defensive. "You're overreacting," she says. I was kidding. You're depriving Jacob of a grandmother over one comment. But it wasn't just one. It never is. It's a pattern. A slow, constant drip of contempt disguised as concern. And I'm done. I haven't picked up a single one of her calls. But now she's escalating. She reached out to my aunt, to my cousin, even tried to message Melissa directly. And I have a sinking feeling this isn't over. Not by a long shot. The thing about people like my mother is they don't take no for an answer. Not because they can't, but because they believe they're entitled to yes. And when they're told no, when you put up a boundary they didn't approve of, they don't pause to self-reflect. They retaliate. The calls didn't stop. Neither did the texts. She started leaving long-winded voicemails that played out like monologues from some old soap opera. "Kevin, I'm your mother," she'd say. "You don't just cut me off like some stranger at a store. I raised you." Then there were the guilt trips, laced with religious tones she never cared for when I was growing up. "God commands forgiveness." Or, "The Bible says honor thy parents." It was like she had a script ready for every excuse. But I stayed silent. Melissa, though, was not. About a week after the party, she answered one of the calls. I didn't know until I heard her voice in the living room. Not shouting, but firm. Steel behind velvet. "No, you don't get to decide when you've crossed the line," she said. "You humiliated my husband in front of our son. That's not a misunderstanding. That's cruelty. You don't get access to Jacob unless you learn how to respect the people raising him." I stood in the hallway, holding Jacob's laundry, and listened. Melissa didn't raise her voice once, but there was this power in her words I don't think even I had fully appreciated. My wife had spent years absorbing the slights, the digs, the tension. And now? She was done carrying the weight of my loyalty to a woman who'd never given either of us a sliver of hers. When she hung up, I didn't say anything. I just set the laundry down, walked over, and hugged her. We didn't need to talk about it. We were on the same page. For a moment, I thought maybe that was it. That my mom would finally get the message and give us space. That maybe, just maybe, she'd reflect on her behavior and reach out in a meaningful way. A real apology, not a rehearsed line. I even had this daydream where she showed up at our door with a handwritten letter and tears in her eyes. But that's not who she is. Instead, she doubled down. She went nuclear. It started small. A passive-aggressive Facebook post. Some people forget who changed their diapers. Vague enough to give her plausible deniability. But then came the more direct ones, sharing old photos of Jacob with captions like, "So many memories, before I became toxic." Friends and distant relatives commented things like, "You're such a good grandma," and "Kids today have no respect." Some even messaged me privately to ask what was going on. I didn't respond. Then she began using others to reach us. My Aunt Carla called one night, her voice already exasperated before I could say hello. "Kevin, please just talk to your mother," she sighed. "She's been calling everyone. She's heartbroken." "She's not heartbroken," I said flatly. "She's cornered." "That's different." Carla was silent for a second. She made a mistake. A comment. "You're going to keep Jacob away over a joke." "It wasn't a joke," I said. "And it wasn't the first. It's just the last." After that, Carla didn't call again. The tension rippled outward. My cousin Dave, the one who'd heard the comment at the party, texted me to say, "For what it's worth, I heard what she said. You weren't wrong to leave." That meant more than I expected it to. But then came the real betrayal. It was the following Saturday, one of those slow, rainy weekends where we were all lounging around the house in pajamas. Jacob was building a Lego set in the living room while Melissa and I were sorting bills at the dining table. The doorbell rang, and we both froze. Not many people showed up unannounced anymore. Melissa peeked through the window and shot me a look, the kind of look that says you're not going to like this. It was my mother, standing on the porch, soaked to the bone under a dripping umbrella, holding a gift bag and wearing that practiced look of concerned sadness. "I'll handle it," I said. I stepped out, closing the door behind me. The rain was cold and relentless, and she looked smaller than usual under the weight of it, but I didn't let that sway me. "You need to leave," I said quietly. "Kevin, please," she said, voice trembling. "I just want to see him. I brought him something. It's nothing fancy, just a little game he likes. He doesn't need gifts. He needs peace. And he has that now." She took a step closer. "I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry if it came out wrong. I didn't mean it. I was just trying to motivate him." "No," I said. "You were trying to insult me. In front of him. You wanted to make sure your opinion of me was the one he remembered that day." She blinked rapidly, then shoved the gift bag into my hands. "I raised you. I know what's best for you. Raised me," I said, cutting her off. "And I'm still undoing some of the damage. I will not let you start fresh on him." I handed the gift back and stepped inside. She stood there for a moment, stunned, then slowly turned and walked away. I wish that had been the end of it. But what came next? That was when the line turned from emotional manipulation to something else entirely. Monday morning, Jacob didn't show up to school because someone called the school pretending to be Melissa and said he'd be absent all week for a family emergency. The office staff called us to confirm. They were confused. Melissa was livid. "Who would do that?" she asked, eyes wide. I didn't even need to guess. That evening, I checked the security footage on our front door camera from earlier in the week. Sure enough, there she was, my mother, trying to drop off a package late at night, hovering near the door like she was afraid to be seen. Inside the package, a letter addressed to Jacob. It said, "Don't believe everything your parents say. Grandma will always love you, no matter what lies they tell you about me." I stared at that line until the words stopped making sense. That was the breaking point. This wasn't just about me anymore. She was now actively trying to wedge herself between us and our son, undermining us as parents, confusing him, turning her need for control into a campaign. And something inside me, that quiet voice that had always made excuses for her, always whispered she means well, went silent. There was no going back after this. Not for her, not for us. But what she didn't know, what she never anticipated, was that I had been preparing for this moment for longer than she realized. And if she thought I was the same obedient son she used to scold into silence, she was about to learn just how much I had changed. The day we read the letter she wrote to Jacob, something shifted in our home. Melissa stood over the kitchen sink, gripping the paper like it had personally insulted her. And I guess in a way, it had. Her hands trembled, not with fear, but with the kind of quiet rage that only a mother protecting her child could carry. I sat at the dining table staring at the letter, the words seared into my brain. I kept replaying that single line. "Don't believe everything your parents say." It was a dagger, a deliberate one. I felt sick, physically nauseous, not just because of what she wrote, but because of what it meant. She had crossed a line I never thought she'd dare approach. I had spent my life telling myself she was just difficult, just old-fashioned, just blunt. But the truth was uglier. My mother wasn't just anything. She was manipulative, calculated. And now, she was targeting my son. Melissa said we needed to draw a hard boundary. Not a suggestion, not a pause. A wall. Solid. Permanent. "This isn't about us anymore," she said. "This is about protecting Jacob." And she was right. But that didn't make it easy. The next few days were a blur of tension. Jacob didn't know the full extent of what had happened, but he picked up on the atmosphere. He started asking quiet questions like, "Did Grandma get mad at me? And did I do something wrong?" We reassured him, told him he did nothing wrong, that he was safe, that sometimes adults make choices that aren't healthy, and that's why we have to make changes. But explaining estrangement to a 10-year-old without feeding bitterness into him, That's a needle I wasn't sure how to thread. And then came the guilt. Not from Melissa, not from Jacob, but from me. It hit me hard in the chest, like a weight I didn't know I'd been holding finally dropped and cracked something inside. For so long, I'd minimized the damage. Not just to myself, but to my family. I kept telling myself it wasn't that bad, that I was doing the right thing by staying connected, but all I'd done was leave the back door open for poison to drift in. I wasn't protecting my son. I was trying to keep my mother happy. And I'd failed them both. I started having trouble sleeping. Not insomnia, exactly, but the kind of restless, empty feeling that kept me staring at the ceiling for hours while Melissa slept beside me. Some nights, I'd get up and just sit on the porch with a blanket wrapped around me and a cup of tea going cold in my hands. I kept asking myself what kind of man I was, not just as a father, but as a son. Was I cruel for cutting her off? Was I weak for waiting so long? I felt like a rope being tugged in opposite directions. Loyalty versus responsibility, guilt versus conviction. Work didn't help. I run a small contracting business, mostly local jobs, home remodels, kitchen renovations, that kind of thing. Normally, it's my escape. My hands know what they're doing, even when my brain is scrambled. But lately, even that rhythm was off. I'd forget materials, mix up timelines. My crew, most of them longtime friends, noticed. One of them, Jordan, pulled me aside one afternoon while we were laying down tile and said, "Hey, man, whatever's eating you, it's showing. You okay?" I almost lied. Almost said I was just tired. But instead, I told him, not everything, but enough. He didn't say much, just nodded, let me talk. When I was done, he said, "You know, we spend our whole lives thinking parents are these giants. Like they're carved in stone. But sometimes they're just people. People who mess up. And we gotta decide if we want their mess bleeding into our own lives." That stuck with me. It was a week later when I hit bottom. I came home late from a job where the client had been particularly demanding, over budget, behind schedule, and asking if we could repaint the entire basement again because she changed her mind about the vibe. I walked in the front door and found Jacob crying on the stairs, clutching a small drawing he'd made for school. It was crumpled. I asked what happened. Apparently, one of his classmates had brought up grandparents, who visited them, who sent gifts, who came to school events. Jacob had said, "My grandma doesn't see me anymore." And another kid said, "Maybe you were bad." Kids can be cruel without knowing it. But still, it shattered him. And when I knelt down to hug him, I felt it. This overwhelming wave of shame. Because no matter how justified my choices were, the fallout had landed on him. That night, after he went to sleep, I broke down in front of Melissa. Fully. Not just tears, sobbing. The kind where your whole body shudders. And I said the words I didn't want to admit. "I feel like I'm ruining him." She sat beside me on the couch, held my hand, and said something that still echoes in my bones. "You're saving him." And that was the turning point. I woke up the next day with a clarity I hadn't felt in years. Not peace. Not yet. But a sense of direction. I started small. I took a few days off work and planned an entire weekend around Jacob. No distractions. Just father-son time. We built a birdhouse, went to the local arcade, made a mess baking cookies, and stayed up watching Spider-Man movies until he fell asleep halfway through the second one. And in those moments, something started to heal, not just in him, but in me. After that, I made a decision. If I was going to truly protect him and build the life I wanted without my mother's shadow, I had to stop waiting for her to change. I had to stop hoping for closure. I had to create it myself. I started therapy. That felt like admitting defeat at first, but it quickly became one of the best decisions I've ever made. Talking to someone who didn't know my mother, who wasn't emotionally tangled in the web, who could name the patterns for what they were: manipulation, enmeshment, emotional gaslighting. It gave me language. And with language came power. I started untangling years of guilt and self-blame. Started recognizing the ways I'd bent over backward to earn love that should have been unconditional. And most importantly, I started seeing myself not as a failed son, but as a good father. Melissa joined me for a few sessions. Not because she needed help, but because we needed it. She told the therapist things I hadn't known she carried. About how hard it was watching me let my mother needle me. How helpless she felt trying to protect both me and Jacob. She cried once, not out of pain, but relief. Relief that I was finally drawing the line. Professionally, things began to shift too. Jordan, the guy who gave me that speech on the job site, surprised me one day with a proposal. He wanted to invest in the business. Said he believed in what we were building, but more than that, he believed in me. With his support, we expanded our operations, took on bigger jobs, hired an office manager so I could focus less on chasing down invoices and more on doing the work I loved. The business grew, slowly, steadily, and for the first time, I didn't feel like I was just surviving. We even signed a contract to renovate the town's old community center. A legacy project, they called it. I was proud, not just for me, but for the version of Jacob who'd one day walk past that building and say, "My dad worked on that." At home, things stabilized. Jacob bounced back. Kids are resilient. He still asked about grandma sometimes, but the questions got softer, less confused. We answered honestly, in age-appropriate ways. Told him that some people hurt others without meaning to, and that it's okay to take space from people who don't treat us with kindness. He nodded, like he understood more than we gave him credit for. But even as our life started to rebuild, I knew it wasn't over, because my mother hadn't let go. And while I'd found clarity, healing, and a newfound strength in myself, I could feel something coming. A final push, a desperate act. And I was right. In the weeks following the letter, something inside me hardened. Not in a bitter way. I wasn't spiraling into hate, but with a kind of focused resolve I'd never felt before. I had protected my son. I had stood firm beside my wife. And now, I was rebuilding. Slowly, yes, but intentionally. And that gave me something my mother never anticipated: leverage. Because while she thought she'd worn me down, what she'd really done was give me clarity. I didn't know what she'd do next, but I knew something was coming. Her silence wasn't silence. It was plotting. My mother wasn't the kind to retreat. She was the kind to reload. So I started paying attention. The first clue came from my Aunt Carla again. She'd gone quiet for a few weeks after our last conversation, but I got a message from her one Sunday afternoon, just a text with a screenshot. My mother had posted a long, public status on Facebook, dripping in faux concern, saying how some children are so ungrateful they keep their own child from knowing the warmth of a grandmother's love, and how it breaks my heart that lies and bitterness can destroy a family. It had hundreds of likes and dozens of comments. People I barely remembered from my childhood chiming in with things like, "So sorry you're going through this," and "Kids these days have no respect." A few names I recognized from Melissa's side of the family, too. Church people, old co-workers, distant cousins. Some of them had shared it. I stared at that post for a long time. Not because I was surprised, but because it confirmed what I had suspected. She was laying the groundwork. She was painting herself as the victim. Not to me, but to everyone else. And once she had enough sympathy, she'd act. Melissa saw the post too. She looked at me and said, "She's getting desperate." I nodded, which means she's going to get sloppy. So I started documenting everything. Every text, every voicemail, every Facebook post, screenshot by screenshot, every email. Yes, she started emailing Jacob's school pretending to be me again, trying to confirm appointments and access. I printed it all. I created a file on my computer and a backup folder on an external drive. Melissa, being smarter than me in this department, created a secure cloud folder and added timestamps, file names, even metadata. She said, "If this turns into something bigger, we need to have every step in writing." And then I called a lawyer, not to sue her, not yet, but to ask questions, to understand our rights as parents, to figure out what protections existed, legally, to make sure she couldn't show up at school or attempt contact through third parties. The lawyer, a woman named Dana, listened carefully. She didn't judge. In fact, she seemed oddly unsurprised. When I finished explaining, she said, "You're not the first client to deal with a parent like this." That stung a bit. She told me that while grandparents' rights exist in some states, they don't override parental rights without a custody claim or proof of abandonment, neither of which applied here. "She's trying to guilt you into submission," Dana said. "Don't let the narrative become hers." I left that office with two things: a notarized letter revoking consent for my mother to pick up Jacob from school under any circumstance, and a list of steps we could take if she escalated further, including a cease and desist or even a restraining order. It felt strange, preparing legal defenses against my own mother. But when someone's behavior endangers your child's peace of mind, biology becomes irrelevant. And now that I was armed with facts, support, and documentation, I no longer felt trapped. I felt in control. The second part of my plan came from somewhere less expected. My cousin Dave, the one who'd witnessed the birthday comment, reached out again. We met for coffee. He seemed uncomfortable at first, but then he leaned in and said, "Listen, she's been calling around, asking questions about you, saying things like, 'Do you know if Kevin's struggling financially? Or has he said anything about Melissa leaving him?'" He paused, gave me a look. "She's trying to stir up a story. I think she's hoping if she tells enough people you're falling apart, someone will believe it." I didn't even blink. "Thanks for the heads up." "She asked me to dinner," he added. "Wanted to talk about how the family dynamic is changing." I said I was busy. That meant more than he knew. Dave had always been neutral. For him to take a side? That said something. And then came the opportunity. Melissa's friend Karen, yes, that's really her name, but the good kind of Karen, worked at a nonprofit that hosted a yearly fundraiser, a gala dinner, community awards, spotlighting local businesses that had given back. Karen told us they were nominating my construction company for a spotlight feature. "You've done work for free on 3 homes this year for families in need," she said. "Don't act like that's not a big deal." At first, I was reluctant. I'm not the suit-and-speech type. But Melissa nudged me. "Let people see you," she said. "Let her see you thrive." So I accepted. And then I had an idea. If my mother wanted to weaponize public opinion against me, I'd beat her at her own game. Not through lies, but through transparency. I didn't make a speech that night, but the event had a video segment. A 5-minute piece on each business they featured. Karen asked if I'd be willing to talk about why I started the company and what our mission was. I agreed, but with one condition. I wanted to write my own narration. I stayed up late working on that script. And when it aired at the gala, this is what people heard over footage of my team working on homes, laughing with families, hammering and painting and measuring in the summer heat. "My name is Kevin, and I started this business with 2 things in mind: dignity and legacy." I didn't grow up in a home where kindness came easy. I spent a long time believing love had to be earned through obedience. But when I became a father, I realized the kind of man I wanted my son to see. Not someone afraid of confrontation, but someone who stood for peace, for respect, for doing the right thing even when it costs you. This business isn't just drywall and nails. It's rebuilding homes the way I'm learning to rebuild myself. Brick by brick. With purpose. The room went silent. People stood up. Melissa squeezed my hand. And somewhere out there, I knew my mother saw it. Whether through someone else's social media, or through one of the people she'd tried to poison against me, it would get back to her. She'd hear my voice. She'd hear me reclaiming the narrative she tried to destroy. And she would realize she was losing. But that wasn't enough. Not yet. Because what she did next was worse than anything I expected. And it gave me the final reason I needed to strike back. Calmly, legally, and with finality. It was a Thursday afternoon when I got the email that confirmed everything I'd suspected and pushed me past the final point of no return. Jacob's school administrator reached out, politely requesting a meeting to review an urgent concern. Melissa and I showed up together. We were led into a small office and handed a copy of a printed email. It was from my mother. She had created a fake Gmail account, something like concerned_grandma245@gmail.com, and emailed the school board directly. The message was long, dripping with passive-aggressive phrasing, but the core accusation was clear. She claimed Melissa and I were emotionally neglecting Jacob, that we had isolated him from all family members, and that he had become withdrawn, sad, and fearful. She suggested a home welfare check. She even offered to take temporary custody if needed. My stomach dropped. My pulse didn't. I stayed calm. I had prepared for this. The administrator looked uncomfortable. "We're obligated to follow up on concerns like this," she said. "But we've seen nothing to support it. Jacob is thriving here. He's bright, polite, engaged. We don't want to intrude, but you need to know someone's trying to escalate this." Melissa was shaking. Not visibly, but I could feel it through her hand in mine. I thanked the administrator, promised to follow up, and left with a folder full of printed emails, including the fake address and the headers showing its origin. We got home, sat Jacob down, and gently reminded him that if anyone ever tried to ask him questions about our home or made him feel uncomfortable, he could always come to us. He nodded. He wasn't scared, not really. But Melissa was. I was. Because this was no longer a family spat. This was a campaign. A cold, Organized smear campaign from someone who had lost control and wanted to claw it back any way she could. And it was time I ended it, once and for all. I reached back out to Dana, our lawyer. I gave her the new evidence, the fake email, the school's notes, everything I'd collected. She took one look and said, "It's time." She filed a cease and desist letter, formally written, delivered via certified mail, and logged with a local court. In it, we made clear that any further attempts to contact us, our son, or third parties in ways that could damage our family's reputation, stability, or well-being would result in a restraining order and a defamation suit. But that wasn't all. Remember the gala? A few weeks after the video aired, a local newspaper ran a story about it. Community impact, business owners who give back, that kind of thing. They quoted my narration from the video. A few online outlets picked it up. And right in the middle of that momentum, I made my move. I wrote a public letter. Not on Facebook. Not on Instagram. On LinkedIn. I knew it was where a lot of mutual acquaintances, community members, and even former clients of my mother's connected. She'd been a private piano teacher for decades. Taught half the neighborhood. Had a pristine public image. In the post, I didn't name her. I didn't even hint at her identity. But I told a story. I wrote about the pain of growing up under emotional manipulation. About being gaslit, guilt, and diminished. About trying to maintain a relationship with a toxic parent and realizing, eventually, that you don't owe people access to your life just because you share DNA. I spoke about the impact it had on my marriage, my confidence, my mental health, and how becoming a father forced me to reckon with what I'd accepted as normal. I ended the post with this. Healing isn't about pretending the damage didn't happen. It's about protecting the next generation from it. My son may never know the full story, but he'll know what peace feels like. He'll know love without strings. And one day, when he's grown, he'll look back at the choices I made and see a man who broke the cycle. The post went viral, not in a TikTok dancing kind of way, but in a quietly devastating way. Comments flooded in, from old friends, former students, neighbors who had stories of their own, even people I didn't know, sharing how they too had cut off family for their own peace. Melissa cried reading the comments. I did too. But the final blow came 2 days later. I got a call from one of her oldest friends, a retired music teacher named Elaine. "I just thought you should know," she said, voice low. "Your mother's been calling people trying to defend herself. She's saying your post was about her, that she's being slandered." I paused. Did she deny writing the email to the school? Elaine laughed bitterly. She denied everything. But no one believes her. She's panicking. She never thought you'd speak. I thanked her, hung up, then closed my eyes. That was it. She had always relied on silence. Shame. The fact that I wouldn't speak up, that I wouldn't fight back because it would be disrespectful, or too dramatic, or not worth the trouble. But I had found my voice. And more importantly, people were listening. She tried once more. Just one more attempt. A letter in the mail, handwritten, no return address, but unmistakably hers. It wasn't even an apology. It was a guilt bomb, full of phrases like, "I never thought my own son would humiliate me, and after all I sacrificed for you." At the bottom, a line written in shaky cursive, "I suppose this is goodbye." She was right. I didn't respond. I filed the letter with the others and sent one final update to Dana. Then I moved on. Jacob is thriving. He just started 5th grade. Built a treehouse with me over the summer. He calls it Fort Peace. Melissa's business, an Etsy shop for custom home decor, has exploded since the gala exposure. And me? I wake up every morning without that familiar weight in my chest. We still talk about her sometimes, but less and less. Jacob asks fewer questions. I don't know if he fully remembers what she did. I hope he doesn't. I hope his memories fade into fuzziness, replaced by ones of safety and warmth. But me? I'll remember. Not out of bitterness, but out of pride. Because I did the hardest thing a son can do. I stood between my child and the pain I'd known. And I didn't flinch. That is my legacy. And that is how the cycle ends. I didn't protect her reputation. I protected my son's childhood. When I was 10, my cousin Leah once told me I'd be lucky if I ever got invited to a family event that mattered. She said it right after pushing me out of the frame during a group photo at her birthday party, like I was some extra in the background of her main character moment. I remember standing there, holding a slice of cake I hadn't touched, wondering what I did wrong. I wasn't loud or flashy like her, or her little sister Claire. I was just there, the quiet cousin, The one people forgot existed until chairs needed moving or dishes needed clearing. Over time, I learned to stop expecting anything from that side of the family. It was easier to pretend you didn't care than to admit it stung. Now I'm 29. My name's Adam, and I manage one of the busiest upscale wedding venues in our area. It's the kind of job that means long hours, intense weekends, and the ability to spot a bridezilla from 5 emails away. I started out as an assistant, then slowly moved up over the years. I know the building like the back of my hand. Every creaky floorboard, every vendor quirk, every little behind-the-scenes trick to make events run like clockwork. It's not glamorous, but it's stable. I'm good at it. I've earned my place. I hadn't seen Leah in years. Not since Grandma's funeral 5 years ago, when she showed up an hour late, wearing white and crying louder than anyone else. Her tears dried up pretty fast when the will was read, and it turned out Grandma left most of her estate to charity. Leah stormed out, muttering about how she deserved something for all the time she spent visiting. Funny how none of us ever saw her at the hospital. So when I ran into Leah at a distant cousin's engagement party this past summer, I almost didn't recognize her. Same sharp jawline and perfectly arched brows, but now paired with a massive diamond ring. She kept flashing around like it had GPS tracking. I was standing by the drinks table when she walked up, grinned like we were best friends, and said, "Adam? Wow, it's been forever. You look well. Still working at that hotel, or whatever?" "It's a wedding venue," I said, keeping my tone flat. "Yeah, I still work there." "Oh, right." She waved her hand like that explained everything. "That place with the fountains and the giant oak tree. I went to a wedding there last fall. It was all right. Little stuffy. The food was kind of meh." I didn't bother correcting her. We'd actually renovated since last fall, brought in a new chef who'd won a regional award, and bookings had never been higher. But she wasn't interested in facts. She was scanning the room again, already losing interest. "So," I said, keeping it casual, "you're engaged?" She lit up like a Christmas tree. "Yup. Can't believe you haven't heard. Mason proposed in Cancun. Private beach. Champagne. Whole thing was straight out of a movie. Wedding's in October. It's going to be the event of the year." "Nice," I nodded. "Where's it happening?" That's when she did it. That little pause. The flicker of a smirk pulling at the corner of her mouth. She tilted her head just slightly, like she was trying to look concerned. "Oh, you weren't invited, were you?" Her voice dipped in mock confusion, like I had somehow misplaced an invitation instead of never being on the list to begin with. I blinked once, then gave a small shrug. "Guess not." She leaned in a little. "Yeah, I mean, we're keeping it super tight, you know? Just close family and friends. You know how expensive weddings are these days. I'm sure you get it." I smiled, but it didn't reach my eyes. "Totally. Makes sense." What I didn't say, what I didn't need to say, was that I had access to the venue's booking system. I'd been promoted to manager just 3 weeks earlier, and I had personally approved every fall wedding date, including one under the name of Leah's fiancé, Mason T. Same last name she had plastered all over her Pinterest boards. I excused myself a few minutes later, not bothering with a goodbye. On the drive home, I kept replaying the look on her face when she said it. That smug, practiced condescension. The way she wanted me to feel small, forgotten, insignificant. Like I'd always be the quiet background cousin who never quite made it into the main frame. She had no idea. And that's when something started to shift. Not anger, exactly. More like clarity. I wasn't going to scream, confront her, or cause a scene. That wasn't me. But I'd been in the wedding business long enough to know that sometimes you don't need to shout to change the entire tone of a story. Sometimes, all you need is the right detail in the right place at the right time. And it just so happened. Leah had left quite a few of those details behind. 1 week later, I was combing through upcoming bookings on a late Friday shift when I clicked open her file. Mason's name was listed on the contract, but Leah's email was attached to all the correspondence. They'd gone for our premium package, garden ceremony, ballroom reception, firework display included. Estimated guest count, 180. Date, October 14th. Deposit, paid. But something caught my eye. In the notes from our finance coordinator, there was a short memo. Previous chargebacks flagged from client's billing history. Double check with management before final confirmation. It was an internal note, would never be visible to the client, but it made me pause. I pulled up the report. Apparently, Leah, or Mason, Had disputed charges from 2 other events in the past 3 years, one birthday bash, one corporate dinner. Both fully attended, both catered, both flagged as unauthorized after the fact. Our venue hadn't been involved in either, but we subscribed to a shared vendor alert system for exactly this reason. Clients like that? They were high risk. Now, normally, we give people the benefit of the doubt. But combined with the size of the event, the unpaid balance, and the previous pattern of behavior, it was enough for me to tag the booking as requires manual reconfirmation, which meant it would go through an extra layer of scrutiny. And if any red flags popped up between now and final payment, we'd have every right to cancel under our contract's risk clause. Of course, I didn't touch anything else. Didn't change the date. Didn't reach out. I just let it sit there. A ticking clock. Quiet. Patient. 2 weeks passed, and then came the final blow. Their payment bounced. Not once, but twice. And when our system flagged it for the 3rd time, Leah emailed in directly, furious, demanding someone fix this stupid error. She claimed the bank was at fault, that our system was glitching, that she knew people and would make sure we lost our license if this wasn't resolved immediately. She even tried calling. Twice. I let it go to voicemail. Then she showed up in person. That was the moment everything started shifting fast, and the moment I knew exactly how far I was willing to let this go. I don't think I've ever seen someone walk into a building so confidently while being so completely unaware of how bad things were about to get. Leah strolled into the venue wearing oversized sunglasses, a white fitted blazer, and heels that clacked across the marble floor like she was doing a runway show. I was at the front desk that day, not because I needed to be, but because I'd seen her name on the visitor log an hour earlier and decided to stick around. Part of me wanted to stay professional, keep my distance, and let our events coordinator handle it. But the other part? The one that still remembered being shoved out of family photos and hearing secondhand that I wasn't wedding worthy. Yeah, that part wanted front row seats. She didn't recognize me at first. I wasn't surprised. I was dressed in a navy blazer, wearing a name tag that simply said, Adam, event manager. To her, I probably looked like any other staff member. Replaceable. Invisible. Just another person to bark demands at. I need to speak with someone about a payment issue, she said briskly, pulling off her sunglasses and placing them on the counter. The system keeps glitching and no one's returning my emails. Frankly, it's unacceptable. We're 2 months out. I nodded, playing dumb. Do you have a reservation number? She sighed. It's under Mason Thompson. October 14th. Premium garden and ballroom package. You'll see it. I typed it in, slowly, and gave a small frown. Looks like the system flagged your file for review. There were a few failed payments, and there's a history note that puts the account under higher scrutiny. It's standard protocol. Leah scoffed. History note? What does that even mean? We paid the deposit, and now you people are threatening to cancel? We haven't canceled anything, I said calmly. But we do require full payment by the due date. And our system flagged prior chargebacks under your billing name, which automatically delays confirmation until it's cleared up. She went quiet for a beat. Her eyes narrowed. That's a lie. There were no chargebacks. I turned the monitor slightly, not enough to breach privacy rules, but enough to show her the bolded red text at the top of the file. High-risk client. Manual reconfirmation required. Her face turned crimson. This is a mistake, she snapped. I want a manager. Now. I looked her straight in the eye and said, You're speaking to him. That's when she recognized me. Her eyebrows furrowed. She leaned forward, squinting at my name tag, and then gave me a once-over like she was seeing me for the first time. Wait, Adam. I smiled politely. Hi, Leah. She blinked. You work here. I manage the entire venue, I said. Congratulations on the engagement, by the way. Her mouth opened, then closed again. She looked like she'd just bit into a lemon. So, you're the one who's been holding up our booking? I kept my tone even. Not holding it up, just following policy. She stood there, clearly trying to calculate her next move. I could almost hear the gears turning behind her eyes. Then, just like that, the switch flipped. Her posture softened. Her tone changed. Adam, she said sweetly. Look, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. I didn't realize you were working here. That's amazing. Good for you. Honestly, can't believe how far you've come. I gave a polite nod, but I didn't return the compliment. She kept going. I'm sure this is just a glitch. I mean, we're family, right? Can't you just fast-track it or something? I'll call the bank. I'll make sure the payment goes through today. I let the silence hang for just a second too long. It's not about the payment anymore, I said finally. Once a file is flagged, it has to be reviewed by the board. And since there are multiple failed attempts and no record of resolution from the bank, it's out of my hands. That was a lie. It was entirely in my hands. But I wasn't about to tell her that. She forced a laugh. Come on, Adam. Don't be like that. We're family. Funny how that word only came out when she wanted something. She hadn't spoken to me in 5 years, hadn't invited me to her engagement dinner or bridal shower. And now suddenly we were family? I handed her a card with the contact email for our review committee. You can submit a formal appeal, I said. That's the best I can do right now. She snatched the card, muttering something under her breath, then stormed out. The heels didn't clack as confidently on the way back. That should have been the end of it. But of course, with Leah, it never is. 2 days later, I started getting text messages from family members I hadn't spoken to in years. Hey Adam, heard there was some mix-up with Leah's wedding? Any way you can help smooth it out? You work at that fancy venue, right? Leah said they're trying to cancel for no reason. That's crazy. She's been crying for days, man. Come on. You can fix this. I didn't respond to any of them. The silence felt like armor. Then my aunt, Leah's mother, called me directly. Adam, sweetheart, I know things have been tense with the family over the years, but can we please put that aside? Leah is so stressed. This wedding means the world to her. You have no idea how hard she's worked. I almost laughed. Aunt Cheryl, I appreciate you reaching out, but there are policies we follow. If Leah resolves the outstanding issue, there's no reason the wedding can't go ahead. There was a pause. Then her voice turned cold. Are you punishing her? Is that what this is? I bit my tongue. Hard. I'm doing my job. You always were the quiet one, she snapped. The one who couldn't take a joke. Maybe if you stopped taking things so personally, you'd understand what family means. That stuck with me longer than I care to admit. Because the thing is, she wasn't entirely wrong. I had taken things personally for most of my life. The birthdays I wasn't invited to. The group texts I was left off. The fact that my name was always the one forgotten during holiday gift exchanges. I'd spent most of my adult life trying not to let it hurt. But now I had leverage. And I hadn't even used it yet. The real turning point came a week later, when I found out Leah had booked a dress rehearsal at the venue without notifying me. She'd gone through one of our junior assistants, someone who had no idea about the account issues. Scheduled a walkthrough of the ballroom and the garden on a Saturday morning. I was already at work when I saw the name pop up on the schedule. I called the assistant immediately. Cancel it, I said. But she's already on the way. Cancel it. Lock the ballroom. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, security called me to the front. Leah had arrived in full hair and makeup, dragging her maid of honor and 2 other girls behind her, all in matching pink silk robes. It looked like they were filming a reality show. Adam, she said, throwing her arms out. So good to see you again. We were just heading to the garden. It's not available, I said. She blinked. Excuse me. There's no reservation on file. And your account is still under review. You're not authorized for walkthroughs at this time. Her smile slipped. This is ridiculous. I confirmed it with. The assistant made a mistake. I've corrected it. The maid of honor leaned in. Seriously? We took the morning off for this. I looked Leah in the eye. You should have cleared it first. That's when she cracked. You're doing this on purpose, she hissed. You're jealous. You always were. Just because no one cared about your little achievements doesn't mean you get to ruin my wedding. There it was. The moment she said it, I knew there was no going back. All the years of being overlooked, dismissed, made to feel invisible, they crystallized into something sharp and clear. And I wasn't going to hold back anymore. But I didn't raise my voice. I didn't threaten her. I just smiled and said, maybe you should have invited me. She turned on her heel and stormed out, practically dragging her friends behind her. I watched them go, then turned to security. If she comes back without written approval, she doesn't get past the lobby. And just like that, things were set in motion. The thing is, Leah had no idea what was actually coming. And the next move? It wasn't mine. I didn't think one family wedding could derail so much of my life. The night after Leah's failed dress rehearsal, my phone blew up again. But this time, it wasn't just extended family calling to guilt me. It was my mom. And when I say she was livid, I mean she sounded like she was 2 seconds from driving to my apartment and banging on the door. Adam, what are you doing? She demanded before I could even say hello. Did you really cancel Leah's walkthrough? She's devastated. Cheryl called me crying. Mom, she never had clearance to be there. Her payment's still in dispute, and she's been flagged for past chargebacks. I didn't cancel anything. I enforced the policy. My mom's silence was deafening. Then, she said you're using your position to get back at her for not inviting you. Is that true? I felt like I'd been slapped. Not because she asked, but because of how easily she believed it. Do you honestly think I would jeopardize my job over a petty grudge? I don't know, Adam, she said, voice tight. You've always been a little sensitive. There it was. That word. Sensitive. The same label I've been stuck with since middle school, when I stopped trying to fight back against my louder, meaner cousins and just withdrew instead. When I'd get quiet at family dinners because every time I opened my mouth, someone had a joke ready. When I started skipping birthday parties entirely and no one really noticed. You know what? I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm not having this conversation. Adam. I said no. And I hung up. I don't hang up on my mom. I never have. I stared at the screen for a long time afterward, hands shaking, heart thudding like I'd run a mile. Over the next few days, everything got worse. I was getting cold shoulders from multiple family members. My uncle, who'd once promised to help me get a side gig at his marketing firm, texted me a single word, disappointed. My cousin Sam removed me from the fantasy football league. My own mother didn't respond to any of my messages. It was like I'd been silently excommunicated. The worst part? For a while, I believed maybe I had gone too far. What if I was being spiteful? What if they were right? What if the kid who got pushed out of group photos had turned into an adult who let bitterness creep into his professionalism? I started second-guessing everything. At work, I double-checked every event file, triple-checked every client status. I stopped joking with the staff. I ate lunch alone at my desk. I stayed later than necessary and left feeling like I had a boulder on my chest. Then came the final blow. We hosted a corporate wedding planning conference at the venue, big names from all over the region. I was scheduled to present on vendor-client risk management. It should have been a proud moment. Instead, an hour before I was supposed to go on stage, my general manager called me into his office. Adam, he said carefully, I need to talk to you about a complaint we received. My stomach dropped. It's from a woman named Cheryl Thompson. Claims that you intentionally interfered with her daughter's wedding planning. Says you're abusing your position and that she plans to go public. I closed my eyes. Sir, that's not true. There's a clear policy trail. I've documented everything. The chargebacks, the failed payments, the unauthorized walkthrough. I know, he said, holding up a hand. I've reviewed it. You followed protocol. But Adam, he paused, steepling his fingers. When you're in management, perception matters. Even when you're right. I wanted to scream. So what does that mean? It means for the time being, we're going to reassign your high-profile accounts. Let things cool off. You'll still have your title. Same pay. But I think it's best if you step back from the Thompson file entirely. It felt like a punishment. A subtle one, sure, but it stung. I wanted to argue, but I knew it wouldn't help. He was protecting the business. He wasn't wrong. But it still felt like I was being told to sit at the kids' table. Again, I walked out of the office and skipped the conference presentation entirely. I went home, closed my laptop, turned off my phone, and lay on the floor of my apartment staring at the ceiling until it was dark. That was rock bottom. It wasn't loud or dramatic. It was just quiet, hollow, like all the air had been sucked out of my world. I stayed in that place for a few days. Showed up to work, did the bare minimum, went home. I avoided my family, ignored the group chats, left my mom's messages unread. It was like I hit pause on my whole life. But then something weird happened. One of the junior staffers, Julia, knocked on my office door a few days later. I barely looked up. Hey, she said. Just wanted to say, I saw what happened with that client last week. And for what it's worth, you handled it better than I would have. I blinked. Thanks, but it doesn't feel like it. She gave me a sad smile. Still, just wanted you to know. That tiny gesture cracked something open. I realized I wasn't alone. I realized that my silence, my retreat, it wasn't helping anyone, especially not me. So I started climbing back. Slowly, I pulled up the Thompson file and went through it line by line. Not to sabotage, not to interfere, but to make sure everything I'd done was by the book. I documented every step. I created a spreadsheet with timestamps, communications, staff notes. I backed everything up on our internal system. If Leah or Cheryl wanted to escalate, I'd be ready. Then I started working with Julia on a training packet for junior staff, how to handle flagged accounts, how to maintain neutrality, how to document risk cases. I pitched it to my GM, and he approved it for rollout next quarter. Bit by bit, I found my footing again. I didn't try to fight the family silence. I accepted it. I stopped checking the group chat. I blocked Leah on Instagram. I put my head down and focused on doing what I did best, running events that made people feel like they were living their best day. We hosted a wedding in late August for a couple who had eloped during the pandemic and were finally celebrating with family. The bride's father pulled me aside afterward, tears in his eyes, and said, "You made this feel like magic." I almost cried right there. It reminded me why I got into this business in the first place. Not for the chandeliers or the paycheck or even the power, but for the chance to give people moments that mattered. I stopped needing to prove anything to Leah, or Cheryl, or anyone else who thought I'd never amount to more than the quiet cousin. I'd built something, and even if no one clapped for me at the family reunion, I was still standing. But just when I thought the storm had passed, something showed up in my inbox. An anonymous tip. A forwarded email chain between Leah and a friend. The subject line, "Getting around cancellation fees, LOL." And what I read changed everything. The email chain was forwarded to me anonymously from a burner Gmail address. No name, no signature. I almost deleted it, thinking it was spam. But the subject line made me pause. "Your cousin is planning to screw your venue. Thought you'd want to know." My hands hovered over the trackpad. I clicked. What opened was a conversation between Leah and someone named Jasmine B., who I later found out was one of her bridesmaids. It looked like Jasmine had screenshot their messages from a shared Dropbox folder that Leah must have been using to plan her wedding. The text was formatted clumsily, like a copy-paste job, but it was all there. "Leah, so update. Mason's card got flagged again, but it's fine. I have a workaround." Jasmine, "A girl how?" Leah, "You remember Claire's old company card from the salon she left? Still active." Jasmine, "What?" Leah, "They never deactivated it, LOL. I booked the fireworks and the rentals on it. We're good." Jasmine, "Isn't that illegal?" Leah, "Girl, please. They can't prove anything. Worst case, I cancel the charges after the wedding. It's not like the venue can take it out of our hands by then." Jasmine, "Damn." Leah, "Also, Adam tried to cancel our walkthrough last week. Don't worry. I just rebooked it under Claire's fiancé's name this time. He's listed as the planner. Now they won't know the difference." Leah, "And anyway, once we're there, it's too late. They won't kick us out on the day. Even Adam isn't that petty." Leah, "Let him try though. We'll see who ends up with egg on their face." I sat back in my chair, heart pounding. I thought I was done. I thought I had taken the high road. Focused on my work. Let the family drama fade into static. But this was fraud. Financial deception. Intentional manipulation of our internal system. And the worst part? She was daring me to stop her. She was betting on the fact that no one would risk ruining a wedding in motion. That no manager would shut down a ceremony mid-reception. That even I, quiet little cousin Adam, wouldn't dare. She was wrong. I forwarded the email to our compliance officer immediately, along with my notes and a formal report. Then I asked to meet with my general manager behind closed doors. When I showed him the screenshots, he whistled low. She really thought we wouldn't find out. She's assuming we won't act. Because of the optics. He raised an eyebrow. "You planning something?" I nodded. "I'd like to handle it. Quietly. Legally. But decisively." He leaned back in his chair, considering me. "You're walking a tightrope, Adam. Are you ready for that?" "I've never been more ready." He gave me a slow smile. "Then let's make it ironclad." Over the next 3 weeks, I became a ghost in the machine. I combed through every aspect of Leah's booking, every vendor she used, every contact name, every alternate ID she tried to slip into our system. And it wasn't just the old salon credit card. She'd submitted 3 different email aliases under different planning agencies, all with slight misspellings to avoid flagging. I'd dealt with scammers before, but seeing it come from my own cousin made it hit different. I worked with our legal team to tighten our contract clauses, especially the one that allowed us to cancel or halt events at any stage if fraud or unauthorized payments were discovered. Then I scheduled a quiet internal meeting with every key department: events, catering, security, even the valet service. No drama, no theatrics, just facts. October 14th, Thompson Tate wedding. Flagged as high risk. If you receive any changes from outside the approved contacts list, route them through me. If there are any walk-ins or unlisted guests trying to access the property early, call security. Are we expecting issues? Asked one of the catering staff. We're expecting to be prepared, I said. And I was. I even reached out to the firework vendor Leah had mentioned. Turns out she had booked them under Claire's old business name, but hadn't submitted final payment. I flagged the account for cancellation and sent them a formal notice that we could not authorize setup on the venue's grounds unless they verified the payment source. I CC'd our lawyer on every email. Paper trail, just in case. Then came the final piece. I reached out to Claire. Now, Claire and I had barely spoken since childhood. She was Leah's younger sister, quieter, a little awkward, often overshadowed by Leah's hurricane personality. But I remembered her being kind, thoughtful. I figured if there was any chance of someone siding with reality over blood loyalty, it was her. I messaged her on Facebook. Kept it short. Hey Claire, it's Adam. I need to talk to you about something important, privately. It involves Leah and a company card she used under your name. Can we talk? She responded 2 hours later. What did she do this time? That's all I needed. We met at a small cafe downtown. She looked tired, worn down. There was a nervous energy in her posture, like someone constantly bracing for emotional whiplash. I showed her the email chain. She didn't even flinch. She used my old card? She muttered. Unbelievable. Do you still have access to the account? I don't. The business was dissolved 2 years ago. But if the card's still active, that means the auto renewals were never shut off. I'm liable, aren't I? Only if you don't report it, I said gently. She rubbed her forehead. She promised me she wasn't using it. Said she'd double-checked. Said I was being paranoid. I waited. Finally, she sighed. What do you need from me? Just the truth, I said. I'm not trying to ruin her life. But I need to protect this venue. And frankly, she brought this on herself. Claire nodded. You'll have it. With Claire's written statement, the screenshots, the vendor records, and internal system logs, our legal team greenlit a formal cancellation notice. We weren't sending it yet. We'd wait for the final trigger. But everything was in place. And then, as if by divine timing, Leah sent in one final request. She wanted to increase the guest list by 40 people. Unapproved. Over capacity. And, once again, submitted under a different email alias. That was the final straw. We hit send. A formal cancellation letter was emailed to Leah's official contact address, and physical copies were mailed via certified delivery. The message was clear, concise, and legal. Due to multiple confirmed violations of our contract, including fraudulent payment methods, falsified vendor contacts, and unauthorized booking alterations, the venue has no choice but to cancel your reservation effective immediately. Your deposit has been forfeited. Any attempt to access the property on or near the original event date will be considered trespassing. 2 days later, I received a single, one-line email. You just ruined the biggest day of my life. You're dead to this family. I read it, then deleted it. No reply. Because the truth was, the biggest day of her life was never about love. It was about spectacle, performance, control, and I had just taken that stage away from her. But this story wasn't over. Because weddings? They're not just about the day. They're about the fallout. And I had a front row seat for everything that came next. I didn't hear anything for a while after the cancellation notice went out. No new emails. No calls. No passive-aggressive voicemails from my Aunt Cheryl. Just silence. And I'll admit, for a few days, that silence made me uneasy. Leah wasn't the type to go down without a tantrum. She wasn't wired that way. I half expected her to storm the venue again in a white dress and stilettos, demanding someone unlock the gates. But nothing happened, until the knock on my office door. It was a Friday afternoon, 2 weeks before her original wedding date, and I was just finishing a call with one of our lighting vendors when my assistant poked her head in. There's a woman here to see you. She says it's urgent. Who is it? She wouldn't say, but she's dressed for something. Dressed was putting it mildly. I walked out to the reception, and there she was, Leah, in full glam, makeup professionally done, a white cocktail dress that screamed bridal brunch, and a face like she was about to spit fire. Behind her stood a man I didn't recognize. Later I found out it was Mason's brother, but at that moment, I didn't care. I stepped forward calmly. Leah. Adam. Her voice was low, furious. You're going to fix this. Now. I don't think there's anything to fix. She stepped closer. You don't get to ruin my wedding just because you're bitter. Do you have any idea what you've done? I do, I said evenly. I followed protocol. You violated a contract. You used fraudulent payment methods. You impersonated vendors. And you tried to override your own cancellation notice with fake aliases. I have it all documented. Her face went red. You don't understand. This isn't just my wedding. There are people flying in. Deposits placed. Gifts already delivered. You can't do this to me. I already did, I said quietly. And Leah? You did it to yourself. She opened her mouth, then shut it. She turned to the man behind her, who looked increasingly uncomfortable. He's lying. He's just doing this because I didn't invite him. This is revenge. The man looked at me. Is that true? I didn't even blink. Ask her about the credit card from Claire's old salon. Ask her about booking vendors under fake names. Ask her how many times her payments bounced. He stared at Leah. She stared at me. I swear to God, she hissed. You're dead to this family. I've heard that one before. And I walked away. That weekend, word got around. Fast. Not just to the family, but beyond. Turns out Leah had built her wedding up into something of a spectacle. She had a hashtag, a countdown, a custom website that had been sending save the dates for months. She'd told people it was the wedding of the season. Even booked an influencer package with a local photographer to make sure every moment was captured for Instagram. Now, she had no venue, no backup, and less than 2 weeks to scramble. I didn't gloat. I didn't post anything online. I didn't say a word to anyone who hadn't directly asked. But I did hear things. The new venue she tried to book, a budget place an hour outside of town, wanted full payment up front and wouldn't allow outside vendors. Leah tried to get around it by claiming she had press connections, but the owner wasn't impressed. Denied. Then she tried to move it to her parents' backyard. Rented a tent, hired a landscaping crew, even tried to order custom flooring to cover the pool. 2 days before the wedding, the weather report called for thunderstorms. Severe ones. She scrambled again, this time trying to split the ceremony and reception between 2 separate locations. But half the guests had already canceled. Flights couldn't be changed. One of her bridesmaids backed out entirely. And then came the cherry on top. Claire. Turns out Claire hadn't just given me a written statement. She'd also called the police. Because after she checked the old salon account, she found out Leah had racked up more than $4,000 in unauthorized charges over the past 3 months, ranging from flower deposits to audio equipment rentals. And Claire? She was still legally listed as the card holder. The fraud report went through. The bank froze the card. The police followed up. Now look, I don't know the full legal fallout. I wasn't involved beyond submitting my documentation when asked. But I did hear that Leah's accounts were reviewed and her social media influencer sponsorships all pulled. No brand wanted to be associated with a bride under investigation for credit card fraud. Her dream wedding collapsed like a house of cards. I wish I could say the family rallied around reason. That Aunt Cheryl called to apologize. That someone admitted Leah had crossed a line and I had just done my job. But that's not how it went. The silence stayed. A few relatives unfollowed me on Facebook. 1 or 2 blocked me. My mom didn't bring it up, not even once, but she did call me for lunch a month later and asked how work was going. I knew it was her version of a peace offering. I accepted it. Some things you just let be. But here's what mattered. I'd done the right thing. Not out of spite. Not out of revenge. But because I finally understood the difference between being quiet and being invisible. I had a voice now, and I knew how to use it. 3 months later, our venue won an award for Best Event Management in the state. My general manager gave me a shout-out at the ceremony for my work in improving our fraud protection protocols. Julia got promoted. Claire and I stayed in touch. And Leah? Last I heard, she was still trying to sell off the extra monogrammed wedding favors. She never found out who forwarded me that email. I never told her. Some secrets deserve to stay buried. But I'll leave you with this. When people show you who they are, believe them. And when someone tries to make you feel small long enough, they forget how tall you might grow. I wasn't just in the frame anymore. I was holding the camera. Hi Reddit, I'm Lily, 29, and I never thought I'd be the type to post on here. But after everything that's happened, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it all out will help me make sense of what my life has turned into over the past year. I used to think I had a pretty normal life, stable job, decent friends, and what I thought was a solid marriage. But one phone call shattered everything I believed about the person I loved most. And then came the aftermath, the lies, the manipulation, the gaslighting, and the family drama. Oh, the family drama. But I'll get to that. This all started about 8 months ago. I was married to David, my husband of 5 years. We met in college. He was charming, the kind of guy who knew exactly what to say to make you feel like the most important person in the room. He wasn't flashy or overly affectionate, but he was dependable, or so I thought. Our relationship had always been a bit one-sided, but I chalked it up to differences in personality. I'm more quiet and thoughtful. David's not. He's more assertive, always like being in control. I guess back then, I didn't realize how deep that went. I work in publishing, mostly from home, while David's in real estate. His hours are unpredictable, and for a while, that worked for us. It gave me time to focus, and we had our rhythm. But there were little red flags. He started coming home late more often. He'd brush off my questions with vague answers. He was more on edge, short-tempered over the smallest things. I remember one night I asked if he wanted to do something for our anniversary, and he sighed like I'd just asked him to climb Mount Everest. Then came the moment that changed everything. It was a Wednesday. I wasn't supposed to be home until late because of a meeting downtown, but it got canceled last minute. I figured I'd surprise David, maybe grab takeout on the way and have a spontaneous dinner together. We hadn't really connected in weeks, and I missed him. I remember I was actually smiling as I unlocked the door. The house was quiet, except for the low hum of his voice from the study. The door was cracked open, and I could hear him on the phone. I froze the moment I heard him say it. She's nothing special, just easy to control. I could do so much better. There was a pause. Then laughter. Another voice, a man I didn't recognize, said, "Then why settle?" David chuckled. "I don't know. Convenience, I guess? She won't leave. She doesn't have it in her." I didn't breathe. I didn't cry. I just stood there like a statue while my heart cracked in two. I backed away quietly, slipped out the front door, and drove to my sister Mia's apartment. I didn't say a word, just showed up at her door, eyes wide, numb. She took one look at me and pulled me inside. I didn't go back home that night, or the next. I stayed with Mia for a few days, trying to make sense of what I'd heard. The betrayal was one thing, but the way he said it, like I was some throwaway object, was what really broke me. I kept thinking back to all the times I made excuses for him, all the times I thought his distance was my fault. How blind had I been? I didn't confront him right away. I needed time. Space. Mia wanted me to torch the house, kidding, mostly, but I wasn't ready for confrontation. Not yet. Instead, I got quiet. Observed. Listened. I still had access to our shared bank account, and when I checked the statements, well, let's just say some interesting charges showed up. Dinners at restaurants I'd never been to. A hotel stay downtown. David was careful, but not careful enough. He never imagined I'd check. Never imagined I'd leave. When I finally called him, 3 days later, I told him I was taking some time for myself. He didn't argue. Just said, "Okay, take all the time you need," like he was doing me a favor. No apology. No concern. Nothing. That was when I knew for sure. He didn't care. He never really did. But then, 3 months passed. I filed for separation. Quietly moved most of my things out. Mia helped, and a couple of friends from work pitched in. I cut off contact except for email. David didn't really seem to notice. I think he assumed I'd just disappear like some obedient little puppy. And then, out of nowhere, he showed up at my door. He looked different. Tired. Haggard, even. He asked to come in. Said he'd made a mistake. Said he'd been going through a phase. Said he was under a lot of pressure, and didn't mean anything he said. I didn't say much, just stood there in the doorway, watching him squirm. He even cried. Actual tears. It might have meant something if I hadn't seen the hotel receipts. If I hadn't heard his voice so smug, so dismissive, like I was some piece of furniture he regretted buying. I didn't let him in. That should have been the end of it. But it was just the beginning. Because the moment I stood up to him, David decided to involve his family. And let me tell you, his mother, Linda, is a character. Imagine someone who thinks the world owes her son everything because he was the star of his high school football team 20 years ago. She always treated me like I was lucky to have him. At our wedding, she actually said, into the mic during the toast, "I hope Lily learns to keep up with David. He's got a big future." Yep, that kind of person. After I refused to let David back in, Linda started calling. First it was polite. "Sweetheart, I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. David loves you." Then it turned condescending. "You're overreacting. All men say stupid things. You need to grow up." And then the guilt tripping began. "You're breaking up the family. You think your sister will take care of you forever? You don't even have kids. What future do you have? At first, I ignored her. But the calls didn't stop. She even came to Mia's building once, unannounced, demanding to speak with me. I wasn't home, thank God, but Mia let her have it. I still laugh thinking about it. Mia standing there in sweatpants, arms crossed, saying, "Lily's not a doormat just because you raised one." Linda left in a huff, of course. But that wasn't the end. Then came the text from David's sister, Amanda. We used to be close, or so I thought. But apparently, blood is thicker than betrayal. She told me I was ruining David's life, that I'd humiliated him, that he was finally starting to open up, and I'd crushed him by leaving. I couldn't believe it. I started to wonder if I'd been crazy all along, if I'd really blown things out of proportion. But then I'd remember his voice on that call. "She's nothing special." And I'd remember how none of them cared until he was inconvenienced. The tipping point came 2 weeks ago. I got a letter. From David. Not a text. Not an email. A handwritten letter. 6 pages long. It was surreal. He wrote about how he missed our routine, our dinners, our Sunday walks. He said he was willing to forgive me if I came home. He actually wrote that, "Forgive me," like I was the one who'd done something wrong. He said he talked to a therapist once, and that was proof he was working on himself. And the kicker? He said his family was willing to welcome me back, but only if I promised to stop being so difficult. I read it 3 times, stunned. I wasn't sure if I should laugh or scream, but it hit me. He still didn't get it. None of them did. They thought I'd just roll over and play house again, like nothing ever happened. Like I should be grateful to be accepted back into their little club. That was when I decided it was time for them to learn who they were really dealing with. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to beg. I wasn't going to explain myself one more time. No, I was going to play the long game. Quiet, strategic, precise. But the first move? That came when I picked up the phone and called David's boss. Now, I wasn't the kind of person to meddle in someone's job. I've always believed in keeping things professional and personal separate, but something about that letter, it flipped a switch in me. The arrogance, the assumption that I'd been the problem. The line that got me the most was, "I'll give you another chance if you're willing to behave." Behave? That wasn't the language of someone trying to heal a relationship. That was a power play. And for the first time in a long time, I realized just how much of my life I'd spent being small. Shrinking myself down so David could feel bigger. Being agreeable so his mother wouldn't call me moody. Pretending I didn't hear their jabs over dinner, their little comments about how I wasn't ambitious enough or outgoing like David's exes. So no, I didn't feel bad when I called his boss. I didn't do it to get him fired. That wasn't the point. I just asked a few questions. Innocent questions, really. I knew David worked for a boutique real estate firm, very reputation-driven. They had high-end clients, the kind who cared deeply about image. I called and asked to speak to someone in HR, said I was considering working with one of their agents, and that I'd like to know if the firm had any policies in place about their agents speaking disparagingly about clients or spouses in public. Hypothetically, I said, what if I overheard one of your agents say something truly awful about his wife? On speakerphone? Would that concern you? The woman paused. I could hear her typing. Well, yes, that would be highly inappropriate, she said slowly. Do you have a name? I told her I didn't feel comfortable saying, that I just wanted to know their policy. She explained they take professional conduct seriously and thanked me for calling. I hung up with a strange calm in my chest. I didn't need to burn his world down. I just needed to make him sweat. Let him feel the pressure. Feel out of control for once. And apparently, it worked. Because the next day, I got a voicemail from David. His voice was tight, almost panicked. Hey, Lily, weird thing happened today. Someone from HR said they got a complaint about me. Not sure what that's about. But if it was you, can you just, call me? I think we need to talk. I didn't respond. 2 days later, Amanda texted me. What did you do? David's on edge and Mom's furious. You're seriously going too far. That made me laugh out loud. Going too far? I hadn't even started. But then the calls started again. Not from David. This time, it was Linda. She left a voicemail so long I had to delete it halfway through. She accused me of sabotaging her son's future, of playing games like a bitter little girl, and then she ended it with, "You always were unstable. David tried to save you." That part got to me. Not because I believed it, but because I realized something. This was never just about David. It was about control, power. This entire family had created this illusion of David as some perfect golden child, and anything that threatened that image, me, My independence, my silence, had to be destroyed. That's when I remembered something important. David and I had a shared storage unit downtown. Mostly it held his stuff, old sports trophies, childhood books, and boxes of files he never got around to digitizing. But there were a few things in there with my name on them, too. Legal documents, photos, journals. So, I went to the unit. And that's where I found something that shifted everything. I was sorting through the boxes labeled with my name when I found a small, unmarked envelope. It was tucked between old notebooks, ones I'd filled with story ideas when I was still dreaming of writing a novel. Inside the envelope were several folded-up receipts. At first, I thought they were just old credit card slips, but as I opened them, my hands went cold. They weren't just receipts. They were copies of charges I hadn't seen on our shared bank account. Restaurant bills, hotel stays, jewelry, spa visits, all in another city 2 hours away. The name on the receipts? Samantha D. I didn't know a Samantha, but judging by the dates, this Samantha had been around for over a year. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The late nights, the indifference, the way he looked at me like I was in the way. He hadn't just been venting to a friend on the phone, he'd been building a double life with someone else. And he'd been careful enough to keep her out of the shared accounts, but careless enough to store the proof where I could find it. I sat on the cold cement floor of the storage unit and stared at those receipts for a long time. Not crying, not even shaking, just thinking. And that's when my revenge plan evolved. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to storm his office or post about him online. No, I was going to dismantle him the same way he tried to dismantle me. Silently, strategically, piece by piece. I started gathering everything. Photos, receipts, screenshots. I compiled it all into a neat little file, organized, dated, timestamped. Then I contacted an old friend from college, Ella, who now works as a freelance journalist. I didn't give her everything. Just enough. A whisper. A tip about a real estate agent who might be hiding more than a few secrets. She said she'd look into it. In the meantime, I booked an appointment with a divorce lawyer. A real one this time. No mediation. No compromise. And just when I thought I had control of the situation, I got a message from Mia. Hey, call me. Now. It's about Mom and Dad. That's when the second storm hit. Because apparently, David had contacted my parents behind my back. And what he told them? That I'd had a breakdown. That I was unstable. That I'd abandoned him without warning and was trying to ruin his life out of spite. He said he was worried for my safety and that he thought my family should step in before it's too late. And to my horror, they believed him. Not entirely, but enough. Enough that when I showed up to talk to them, they looked at me like I was fragile glass. My dad asked gently if I'd maybe misheard what David said on the phone that day. My mom asked if I was still taking my vitamins like I was 5 years old. And when I tried to show them the receipts, my mom actually said, "Are you sure those aren't forged?" I wanted to scream. Instead, I left. I walked out of that house shaking, not from sadness, but from a fire rising in my chest that I hadn't felt in a long time. They didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. And David, he knew they wouldn't. He knew exactly how to twist the narrative. Knew that my quiet, private nature could be used against me. But he forgot one thing. I'm quiet, but I'm not weak. I didn't go home that night. I couldn't. I drove around for a while with no destination, the city lights blurring through the windshield as my thoughts raced. I wasn't crying. Not exactly. But there was this crushing pressure in my chest, like I was holding my breath without realizing it. I ended up back at Mia's, keys shaking in my hand as I opened the door. She was already waiting, barefoot, arms crossed, wearing one of my old hoodies. She didn't ask what happened. She just handed me a mug of tea and said, "We're going to fix this." That sentence shouldn't have made me tear up, but it did. Because for weeks I'd been bracing myself alone, and suddenly I wasn't. The next morning, I decided to stop playing defense. First, I wrote a letter. Not to David. To my parents. A long, detailed letter with everything laid out. The phone call I overheard, the receipts I found, the storage unit, the voicemail from Linda, the manipulation. I wrote plainly and carefully. No drama. No poor me. Just facts. Evidence. My story. I included copies of the receipts and even screenshots of texts from Amanda and Linda. Then I printed it all, sealed it in an envelope, and mailed it. Not just to their house, but to my mom's office and my dad's P.O. box. I wanted to be sure they couldn't ignore it or pretend they never saw it. No more letting David own the narrative. But even then, I knew this wasn't just about setting the record straight. This was about accountability. And not just his. Mine too. Because I had let things slide for too long. Not just with David, but with my family. I had been quiet, patient, accommodating. I'd learned somewhere along the way that being the easy one kept the peace. But I wasn't that person anymore. A few days passed. Then my mom called. She didn't apologize, not really. She just said, "I read your letter." That was it. A pause. Then, "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" I almost laughed. The question was so simple, so naive, that I didn't even know how to answer. I think I mumbled something like, "I wasn't sure you'd believe me." She got quiet after that. Said she needed time. Said she didn't know what to think. I said okay and hung up. That evening, Mia and I were in the kitchen when I got the next message. It was a photo from an unknown number. At first I couldn't tell what it was, just a blurry image of papers scattered on a desk. Then another photo came in, this time clearer. It was a screenshot of a draft email from David to a legal contact. The subject line? Urgent, confidential settlement terms. I stared at it. Another photo came through. This one showed a bullet point list. At the top, in bold letters, non-disclosure clause. No public statements. Return of personal property. And then the final line. In exchange, client agrees not to pursue any legal claims. I felt cold all over. This wasn't just a groveling husband trying to save face anymore. This was a calculated attempt to shut me up. And somehow, someone wanted me to know. I stared at the number. No name, just digits. I texted back, "Who is this?" No reply. I called. Straight to voicemail. For the rest of the night, I sat with that feeling in my gut, that twisted, heavy certainty that something bigger was happening behind my back. David wasn't scared. He was cornered, and he was preparing for a counterattack. The next morning, I got a call from a lawyer. Not mine, David's. She was polite, almost apologetic. Said she wanted to extend an offer to resolve things amicably. I asked what that meant, and she said, "David is prepared to offer a generous financial settlement, provided certain boundaries are respected." "Boundaries," I said. "You mean silence?" She hesitated. "Confidentiality. For both parties." That was the moment I realized. David was terrified of the truth getting out, of people learning who he really was. Not just his family, but his clients, his firm, the image he built so carefully over the years. He wasn't worried about me leaving. He was worried about me talking. I told her I'd consider it. Then I called Ella. "I think I'm ready," I told her. "I want to share the story." Ella was cautious. She asked me if I was sure, reminded me what that might mean for my privacy. But I was done hiding. I didn't want revenge in the traditional sense anymore. I didn't want to ruin his life. I wanted to reclaim mine. I wanted the version of me that existed before David, before Linda, before all of it, before I started defining myself by what other people needed me to be. We agreed to meet the next day. Ella said she'd bring a recorder and a list of questions. She wasn't going to publish anything without my approval, but she wanted to get the story down, just in case. But later that night, just as I was starting to feel strong again, something happened that nearly broke me. Mia and I had gone to bed early. Around midnight, there was a knock at the door. At first, we thought it was just a neighbor. But then came the voice. It was Linda. "Lily," she called out. "I know you're in there. We need to talk." I froze. Mia jumped up, marched to the door, and looked through the peephole. Then she turned to me and mouthed, "She's not alone." There were at least two others outside, figures in the shadows. One of them, we assumed, was Amanda. Mia flipped the lock, but didn't open the door. "You need to leave," she said, her voice firm but controlled. "Please," Linda said. "This has gone far enough. We just want to talk." "No," I said, loud enough to be heard. "We're done talking." There was silence. Then Linda's voice turned cold. "You think you're strong now, don't you? You think people are going to believe your little sob story?" I didn't answer. "Let me remind you," she said. "You were nothing before David. We gave you everything, and we can take it all back." That last line hit like ice water. Mia lost it. "You're lucky there's a door between us," she snapped. "Get off our porch before I call the police." There was some muttering, a sound like shuffling feet. Then silence. They were gone. But something about it didn't sit right. That tone in Linda's voice. That threat. I felt something shift in me again. Not fear, exactly. Just clarity. This wasn't going to be a quiet ending. This was war. And I hadn't even played my best card yet. Because there was one person left who hadn't heard the truth. David's firm. Not just HR, but the partners. And I had a way in. After that night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window until the sun came up, heart pounding, staring at the empty street. Mia was furious. She paced around the apartment muttering things like, "That woman needs to be institutionalized, and one more knock on that door, and I'm getting a restraining order." But me? I wasn't angry anymore. I was focused. Clear. For months, I'd let them make me feel small. They twisted the story, turned my family against me, treated me like a disposable object. But now I had something more powerful than any insult or intimidation, the truth. And it was time to let it speak. Remember how I said I had a way into David's firm? Turns out, one of the partners, Mark, was an old client of my publishing company. We worked together a few years ago on a promotional book his wife was writing. It was a cookbook, actually beautiful photography, high-end recipes, very glossy. We'd stayed in touch casually, the way people do when they genuinely like each other but live in different professional worlds. I sent him a message. Nothing dramatic. Just, "Hi Mark, I hope you're well. I have some information regarding one of your agents that you may want to be aware of, especially given your firm's reputation. Let me know if you're available for a quick call. Lily." He responded within the hour. "Give me 10 minutes. That call was the most composed I've ever been in my life. I told him everything. The hotel receipts, the manipulation, the phone call I overheard. I emphasized that this wasn't a personal vendetta. I wasn't asking for David to be punished. I simply thought they should be aware of the kind of man representing their firm, especially when some of those business dinners listed on the receipts had been paid for with a company card." There was a long silence on the line. Then Mark sighed and said, "You know, I had a feeling." He thanked me, said he'd look into it quietly, that I wouldn't hear from him again, but that I'd likely see the results. And true to his word, I never heard back. But 2 weeks later, David's profile disappeared from the firm's website. Just gone. No farewell post. No moving on to new opportunities. Erased. And that wasn't all. Ella and I published the story. We didn't name him outright, but the details were unmistakable for anyone who knew him. The piece was framed around the broader issue of emotional manipulation and control in marriages. How subtle abuse isn't always bruises or screaming matches. Sometimes it's whispered dismissals, financial control, or rewriting someone's reality until they don't recognize themselves anymore. It was raw, but it was honest. The story blew up. Not viral, but enough. It got picked up by a few relationship blogs, then a podcast. I didn't expect the messages that followed, hundreds of women writing in, sharing their own stories, thanking me for making them feel seen. I cried reading them. All that pain I'd been holding, suddenly, it wasn't just mine. It meant something. David, meanwhile, tried to contact me 3 times. First through email, saying I'd gone too far. Then through a mutual friend claiming he was devastated by how I portrayed him. And finally, he showed up again. At Mia's, this time during the day. I didn't answer the door, but Mia did. I still don't know exactly what she said to him out there on the porch, but he left with a look on his face like he'd been hit by a truck. I haven't seen him since. As for his family, Linda went quiet after she realized the public was no longer on her side. Amanda blocked me. My parents, well, they're still trying to wrap their heads around it all. My mom called a few weeks ago, said she didn't realize how bad it had been, and that she was sorry for doubting me. It wasn't the perfect apology, but it was something. And me? I moved out of Mia's place and got a little 1-bedroom on the other side of the city. It's not fancy, but it's mine. I bought a tiny espresso machine and a bookshelf I assembled by hand. I started writing again. Not just stories for clients, but my stories. My voice. I even finished that novel I started years ago. People always think revenge is about destruction, blowing up someone's life, watching them suffer. But for me, revenge was quieter. It was reclaiming the pieces of myself he tried to erase. It was telling the truth. It was refusing to disappear, even when they begged me to. Especially when they begged me to. David thought I was easy to control. He was right about one thing. I'm nothing special. I'm just free. And that's more than he'll ever be.
Imagine being asked to babysit your cousins during the holidays, but this time, you just can't do it. You've had enough, and you decide to say no. But what happens when your family gets disappointed and the guilt starts to eat at you? Was it the right decision, or did she cross a line? Stick around, because this is one holiday story you won't want to miss.
I honestly don't even know where to begin with this one. I've been going back and forth in my mind about whether I was being selfish or if I was actually in the right. But I guess it all started when Christmas was just around the corner, so a bit of background. I'm 18, and I come from a pretty big family. My mom is one of 5 siblings, so every year, Christmas is this huge family affair. All my aunts and uncles come over, and we spend the day at my grandparents' house. It's always loud, chaotic, and honestly, kind of exhausting. Don't get me wrong, I love my family, but as the oldest cousin, by a few years, I've always been the one they look to for help with the younger ones. The kids in my family are mostly under 10, and you know how it is. One second, they're fighting, the next, they're crying, and you're the one who has to step in and break it up. It's not always the worst thing in the world, but it gets old. Fast. Last year, I was a little more okay with it. I helped out with the kids, watched over them while the adults hung out in the living room. But this year, I was just done. I had been working my butt off in school, trying to keep up with all the assignments and deadlines. On top of that, I was stressed out about college applications. Christmas was supposed to be my break, a time to relax. All I wanted was a few days to do whatever I wanted, catch up on sleep, hang out with my friends, maybe even have some alone time for once. But of course, it's never that simple. About 2 weeks before Christmas, my mom brought up the subject casually, like it was nothing. You know, my name. You're going to have to help out with the cousins this year again, right? She said, like it was already decided. I immediately tensed up. I didn't want to say anything at first, but I could feel that familiar weight of responsibility creeping in. What do you mean, help out? I asked, trying to sound casual. Well, they're going to need someone to watch them while we're all hanging out. You're the oldest, so it's your job to make sure they're all okay. It's tradition. Tradition. It always comes down to that word, doesn't it? As if I have to do something just because we've always done it. I mean, sure, but I was kind of planning on just relaxing this year. I've been working really hard lately, and I'm kind of burned out. I said, trying to make my case, but already, I could tell this wasn't going to be an easy conversation. She didn't even seem to hear me. Well, we've always counted on you. Your cousins are looking forward to it. And right then, it hit me. They were always looking forward to it. They expected me to be the one to entertain them, the one to keep the peace when things got out of hand, the one who had to be the responsible adult. I had spent years being the go-to babysitter for all of them, but this year, I just didn't have it in me. I felt guilty even thinking about saying no, but the thought of spending yet another Christmas stuck babysitting, especially when I had been craving some downtime, made my stomach turn, so, after some internal debate, I decided to say something. Look, Mom, I love my cousins, but I really don't think I can do it this year. I need a break. I've been working so hard, and I just need some time to myself. Can you ask someone else? She went quiet for a second. It felt like an eternity. What do you mean, ask someone else? She finally asked, her tone sharp. I mean, I'm just not up for it this year. I want to relax, not be stuck watching the kids the whole time. I've done it before, and I just don't have the energy this time around. She stared at me like I had just said something outrageous. You know that's not how it works, right? You're the oldest cousin. It's your job to help out. It's Christmas, for God's sake. And that's when it started, the guilt. My mom's disappointment hung in the air like a cloud. It was clear she didn't understand. She didn't see how much I needed this time for myself. All she saw was the tradition, the expectation, and how I was letting it all fall apart by not fulfilling my role. I tried to explain more, but it felt pointless. She was already upset, and I could see it in her face. I just don't think it's fair to always ask me to do it. I need to focus on myself this time. Please understand. She didn't say anything else after that. Instead, she walked out of the room, leaving me there, feeling like the world's worst daughter. The days leading up to Christmas felt off. Every time I passed my mom, she would shoot me a look, like she was trying to gauge whether I'd change my mind. I could feel the tension between us building, and when my dad joined in, saying, "Your mom's right, you really should help out this year," I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. But then I reminded myself, this was supposed to be my time. I had been so stressed out with everything, and this holiday was supposed to be my escape. My mental health was already in a fragile state, and being stuck babysitting all day wasn't going to help. I wasn't a child anymore. I didn't owe it to anyone to give up all my free time just because they'd always relied on me. Yet, every time someone brought it up, I felt like I was being painted as the villain. My mom would tell me how much everyone was counting on me, especially my younger cousins. I knew she was trying to guilt-trip me, but hearing it out loud still hurt. She made it sound like it was some kind of moral obligation I couldn't back out of on Christmas Eve. It all came to a head. My aunt called me, asking if I was still on for babysitting the next day. She said something like, "The kids are so excited to see you, and you're really the best with them." I could tell she was trying to flatter me into saying yes, but it didn't work. I took a deep breath and said, "I'm really sorry, but I can't do it this year. I've been feeling really burnt out, and I just need to focus on myself this time." There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then my aunt's voice changed. She sounded disappointed, almost hurt. "Well, I guess we'll have to figure something else out. It's a shame, though." Her words stung, and suddenly I felt like the most selfish person on earth. I just wanted to make everything easier, to do what was expected of me, but every time I tried to help, it felt like I was losing myself in the process. I was starting to question if maybe I was just being a spoiled brat. Maybe I should have just sucked it up and gone along with it. But then, just as I was about to spiral into that familiar place of self-doubt, I remembered something that I'd been trying to avoid. Why do I have to be the one to do this every year? I love my cousins, but I wasn't their babysitter. I wasn't a robot programmed to just do what everyone asked. I had my own life, my own responsibilities. And this year, I needed to put myself first. Still, when I walked into the kitchen on Christmas morning, the atmosphere felt tense. My mom was there, looking like she had been holding back something all morning. She greeted me with a forced smile, but I could see the disappointment lingering in her eyes. "Morning," I said, trying to keep it casual. "Morning," she replied, her tone flat. "Your cousins are going to be so sad you're not helping out today. They really look up to you." I just nodded, not really knowing how to respond. I had already said my piece, and I wasn't going to apologize for wanting a break. But I couldn't help but feel the weight of her words. Later that day, when we all gathered around the Christmas tree, I saw my cousins running around, laughing, playing games with the adults, and in that moment, something shifted inside me. There they were, all having a great time. And I realized they weren't as dependent on me as I thought. In fact, they were perfectly happy without me being their full-time babysitter. My younger cousins were entertained by everyone else, and the family seemed to get along just fine. It was like I had built up this huge fear that if I wasn't there to take charge, everything would fall apart. But it didn't. That realization felt like a weight lifted off my chest. Maybe I wasn't the only one who could handle things. Maybe it wasn't just my responsibility to keep everyone entertained. But just as I was starting to feel a sense of relief, my mom pulled me aside. She didn't yell, but her voice was firm. "I'm just disappointed, that's all," she said quietly. "I didn't think you'd let us down like this, especially during Christmas." Her words stung, and for a second, I started second-guessing myself again. Had I really let her down? Was I being too selfish? But then, something inside me clicked. I had been trying so hard to be the perfect daughter, the perfect cousin, the perfect niece, and in the process, I'd forgotten about what I needed. I was allowed to have boundaries. I was allowed to take time for myself, especially after everything I'd been through leading up to the holidays. I looked at my mom, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm really sorry if you're disappointed, but I need to be honest. I can't always be the one to step in. I love everyone, but I also need to take care of myself. I hope you can understand that." There was a long pause before she sighed and nodded. "I understand," she said, though I could tell she wasn't completely happy about it. But at least she wasn't angry anymore. The rest of Christmas Day was surprisingly peaceful, given the tension earlier. My cousins had moved on from their disappointment, and the adults were busy chatting and catching up. At some point, my younger cousins stopped running around and joined the adults for presents. I could see them enjoying themselves without needing my constant attention, and I felt a strange mix of pride and relief. My mom, though, still seemed a little distant. We didn't talk much after that conversation, but every time I caught her eye, I could tell she was still processing what I'd said. There was a sense of finality to it. She didn't argue anymore, but I could see she was still hurt. It stung to know that she didn't fully understand why I had made my decision, but part of me knew that I couldn't make everyone happy all the time, especially at my own expense. It wasn't until later that evening, after most of the guests had left and we were all winding down, that my mom and I ended up in the kitchen together. She was putting away leftovers, and I was just kind of standing there, unsure of what to say. It felt like the perfect moment to maybe clear the air a bit. She finally broke the silence. "You know, I don't want to fight about this anymore," she said, looking down at the dishes. "But I hope you understand. It's hard for me to see you not want to help. You're the oldest, and I think I just want you to be that role model for your cousins. They look up to you." I hesitated, unsure how to respond. This was the same argument she'd given me 1,000 times, but it didn't feel as sharp now. It felt more like an attempt to bridge the gap between us. I could tell she didn't want this to hang over us forever. "I know," I said softly. "I get why you want me to help, and I know it's a tradition, but it's also okay to change things sometimes. It's okay for me to have a break too. I want to be there for my cousins, but I also need to be there for myself." She didn't say anything for a moment, and I worried I hadn't gotten through to her. But then she sighed, and when she spoke again, her tone was softer. "I guess I've just been used to you always stepping up, and I didn't realize how much you needed a break." She paused, glancing at me. "Maybe I was expecting too much from you this year." The weight of her words hit me, and for the first time all day, I felt like maybe she actually understood. I wasn't just some selfish teenager to her. I was someone who had her own needs and boundaries. And maybe, just maybe, I wasn't as wrong as I had thought. "I'm sorry if I hurt you," I said, looking down at the counter. "I never meant to make you feel like I didn't care about our family. I do, but I just needed to take care of myself too." She reached out and gave my hand a quick squeeze. "I get it, and I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself, even if it's hard for me to let go of some of those old expectations." I smiled, a weight lifting off my chest. "Thanks, Mom." As we finished cleaning up together, I felt like the tension between us had started to ease. It wasn't a perfect resolution, and I knew there would be more conversations like this in the future, but for now, it felt like we were both learning to see things from each other's perspectives. Later that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I thought about everything that had happened. For the first time in a long while, I felt okay with the decision I had made. I hadn't just done what everyone expected. I had listened to myself and recognized that my needs mattered too. Maybe next year, I'd be more willing to help out with the kids, but only if I was truly in the right mental space for it. And maybe I'd stop feeling so guilty for taking time for myself. The next few days after Christmas felt surprisingly calm. My mom and I didn't talk about the babysitting situation again, but I could tell there was a quieter understanding between us. It was like we'd both been holding our breath for a while, waiting for the other to make a move, and now the air had cleared. However, the lingering self-doubt I had felt before Christmas still crept in every now and then. Every time I saw my cousins or interacted with my extended family, a little voice in the back of my head whispered that maybe I should have stepped up. Maybe I should have sacrificed my time for everyone else like I had in the past. After all, family was supposed to come first, right? It wasn't until New Year's Eve that I really started to reflect on everything. The whole family had gathered for a small celebration at my aunt's house. As usual, my cousins were running around, laughing and playing games. And as usual, I was sitting on the sidelines, feeling a little bit like an outsider. But this time, I wasn't stressed. I wasn't constantly checking the clock or wondering if I was missing out on something by not playing the helper role. Then, my aunt, who had been the one who originally asked me to babysit, pulled me aside while everyone else was busy with the countdown. She had a serious look on her face, and for a split second, I panicked, wondering if I had somehow ruined Christmas by standing my ground. "Hey," she said softly, "I just wanted to say something. I've been thinking about what happened with the babysitting, and I feel like maybe I should have been more understanding. I didn't realize how much you needed a break." Her words caught me off guard. For all the guilt and pressure I'd been feeling since Christmas, this moment felt like a quiet acknowledgement of my needs. It was like she was telling me that it was okay to have boundaries, even with family. "I appreciate you saying that," I replied, genuinely surprised. It's been hard for me to know where to draw the line sometimes, especially with family, but it felt like this year, I really needed to just step back. She nodded, looking thoughtful. I understand. You've been a big help for so many years, and sometimes people forget that you're not just the helper. You're a person too. I didn't know what to say to that. My aunt had always been kind to me, but this moment felt different, more like a recognition of my growth, and the fact that I was no longer willing to be the go-to babysitter or the default caretaker. I was allowed to take care of myself, and that wasn't something I should apologize for. Before I could respond, my aunt reached over and gave my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. I'm proud of you for speaking up, she added softly. I'm sure it wasn't easy. It's a hard balance to find, but you did the right thing. I felt a warmth spread through me at her words. It wasn't the kind of validation I had expected, but it was the kind that made me realize I hadn't made the wrong decision after all. My family wasn't going to collapse just because I wasn't the one running after the kids. They could still have fun, and I could still enjoy the holiday in my own way. As the night went on, I started to feel more comfortable in my own skin. The guilt that had been hanging over me was finally starting to fade. I wasn't selfish for taking a break. I was just prioritizing my own well-being. And that didn't make me a bad person. It made me a person who knew her limits. By the time midnight rolled around, and we were all cheering for the new year, I found myself feeling grateful, not just for the family I had, but for the growth I'd experienced. I hadn't realized it at the time, but this Christmas had been a turning point for me, a time when I learned to stand up for myself, even when it meant disappointing people I loved. It wasn't easy, and there were still moments when I felt guilty for choosing myself, but I knew it was the right decision. My mom had made her peace with it. My aunt had, too. And slowly, I was making peace with it as well. I wasn't the a-hole. I was just someone who had learned to find balance in a world that constantly asked me to give more than I had. As the days passed into the new year, the emotional weight of Christmas began to lift, and I found myself reflecting on everything that had happened. I was still adjusting to this new version of myself, the one who could say no when necessary without feeling like the world was falling apart. But honestly, I was proud of that growth. It wasn't easy, and I still had moments of doubt, but I felt stronger knowing that I could set boundaries and still be a good family member. Over the next few months, I continued to find that balance. I started to say no more often, not just to my family, but to other aspects of life too. It felt empowering to know that I could take care of myself without constantly feeling like I had to play the role of the perfect helper. And as much as it was uncomfortable at first, I was learning that doing what was best for me didn't make me selfish. It made me a healthier, happier version of myself. And when the next holiday rolled around, I didn't feel that old pressure weighing on me. I'd learned to communicate my needs, and I saw that my family had learned to respect them too. The world didn't end because I didn't babysit, and everyone still had a good time. Maybe, just maybe, I had become the role model I was meant to be, not by sacrificing my well-being for others, but by showing them that it's okay to take a step back and focus on yourself when you need to.
So, what do you think? Was she the a-hole for refusing to babysit her cousins during Christmas? Or was she just setting healthy boundaries for herself? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Did she handle it well, or could she have done things differently? Let's hear your take.
Thanksgiving's always been weird for my family. Not in a burn the turkey and laugh about it way. More like, someone always storms off halfway through dessert, someone else ends up crying in the bathroom, and no one ever talks about it the next day. Still, every year I showed up, hoping this time would be different. Maybe we'd be, I don't know, a normal family? I'm Jordan, 29. I live about 6 hours away from my hometown, where my parents and 2 siblings still live. I've got a steady job in real estate finance, nothing glamorous, but I've been lucky enough to do well for myself. Bought my first property at 26, paid off my car, that kind of thing. I'm not flashy, not loud, not the kind of guy who brags. If anything, I try to keep a low profile around my family. They've never reacted well to my successes. My parents are the type who talk a big game about family unity, but have this twisted scoreboard in their heads. Like, my older sister Kayla can do no wrong, even when she borrowed $5,000 from me 2 years ago and forgot to pay me back. My younger brother Tyler is the golden retriever of the family, screws up constantly, but they think it's cute. I'm the middle kid, which means I get overlooked until they need something. Funny how that works. A few years ago, when our parents were going through some financial trouble, I quietly stepped in and started covering part of the mortgage on the family home. I never made a big deal about it. Didn't want to embarrass them or turn it into a power play. I just saw it as doing what any decent son would do. It wasn't even a huge burden for me. The property's been in the family since my grandparents' time, and I didn't want to see it go into foreclosure. I just set up automatic payments and let them think it was being handled some other way. Only a few people knew, my cousin Sarah, because she was with me the day I called the bank and arranged it, and Kayla, who saw a confirmation email once when she used my laptop without asking. Anyway, fast forward to this year. I hadn't planned on going home for Thanksgiving. Work was hectic, and honestly, the thought of spending 3 days tiptoeing around family landmines didn't exactly thrill me. But a week before the holiday, Sarah called me. "You should come," she said. "I feel like, I don't know, something's weird this year. They've been talking about you a lot. Like, in a shady way." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "They were over at Aunt Marlene's last weekend," she said. "Kayla was complaining that you always act like you're above everyone. Your mom didn't say much, but she didn't defend you either. Tyler made some joke about you showing up in a Tesla with a superiority complex. It just felt off. That stung, but not because I hadn't heard it before. It stung because I'd done so much for them quietly, and somehow that made me the arrogant one. I hadn't even told them about my new apartment or that I'd just landed a major client. I wasn't rubbing anything in their faces. If anything, I was keeping my distance to avoid more drama. Still, something about Sarah's tone stuck with me. I figured maybe this year I'd surprise them. Show up, play nice, bring a bottle of wine, smile through the passive-aggressive comments. Maybe it'd be better than I expected. So I packed a small bag Wednesday night, left early Thursday morning, and made the 6-hour drive back to my hometown. The highway was quiet, and I had my favorite playlist queued up. I even stopped at this bakery near the state line to pick up a pecan pie, my dad's favorite. I was nervous, sure, but also kind of hopeful. I imagined knocking on the door, the look of surprise on their faces, the awkward laugh from my mom, and the way my dad would clap me on the back and say, "Well, look who decided to show up." Instead, I got something entirely different. I pulled into the driveway around 2:30 in the afternoon. There were 4 cars parked out front, including Kayla's SUV and Tyler's beat-up Civic. Through the window, I could see the dining room was already set. Long tablecloth, silverware, wine glasses, the works. I even caught a glimpse of my mom walking past, carrying what looked like mashed potatoes. It was cozy, like something out of a postcard, and I felt a small smile tug at the corner of my mouth. Maybe this year would be different. I knocked twice and stepped back. The door opened. Kayla stood there in a burnt orange sweater, wine glass in hand, her mouth slightly open. Her eyes landed on me, and her expression didn't change. "Oh," she said. "Just that. We weren't expecting you." I blinked. "Yeah, I figured I'd surprise you guys. Long drive, but I thought." She cut me off. "It's kind of not a good time." Then she stepped back, not to let me in, but to close the door. It didn't slam, just shut. Soft, deliberate, final. For a few seconds, I just stood there, pie in hand, the cold starting to seep through my jacket. I didn't knock again, didn't text. I just turned around, walked back to my car, and sat there. The silence hit me harder than I expected. I started the engine, but didn't drive. Just sat there, trying to make sense of what had just happened. That's when my phone buzzed. A text from Sarah. "They said you'd ruin the vibe." That was it. No sugarcoating. No apology. Just that. I stared at the screen, reread the message twice, then typed back. Got it. And I meant it. I really got it. This wasn't just an oversight or a misunderstanding. This was intentional. Deliberate. They decided, without me, that I didn't belong. That my presence wasn't wanted. That my showing up, my existence, was a disruption. I didn't cry. Didn't scream. Didn't even feel angry at first. Just empty. Like I'd shown up to a party I helped pay for, only to be turned away at the door. But here's the thing about family. They forget who's behind the curtain. They forget who keeps the lights on. They forget who they've come to rely on, until the day that person quietly steps back and lets them feel the absence. And by the next morning, oh, they'd feel it. Because by the time the sun rose, the utilities were cut, the credit cards were frozen, and my phone was lighting up with 47 missed calls. You ever try to rationalize something while it's happening, just to stop yourself from feeling like a complete idiot? That's what I did as I drove away from my own childhood home, pie still sitting untouched in the passenger seat, The words, "We weren't expecting you," echoing in my head like a stupid riddle. I told myself maybe Kayla didn't mean it. Maybe it was just poor timing. Maybe they didn't know how to react. Maybe. But deep down, I knew. The next few days were a blur. I didn't drive straight back to my apartment. Instead, I crashed at a motel just off the highway, ordered greasy takeout, and stared at the ceiling for hours. I didn't go on social media. Didn't answer texts, except for Sarah, who sent one more message the next morning. "You okay?" I didn't reply. Not yet. I wasn't angry. Not in the explosive, flip-a-table way. It was colder than that. Like something had snapped quietly in my chest, and now I could just watch. Observe. Feel nothing. That's scarier than rage, honestly. Here's what I started thinking about, somewhere around 3 a.m., with a cold burger on the nightstand and the motel AC rattling in the background. I was paying for a house I didn't live in. For people who didn't want me around. A house full of family who made the conscious choice to pretend I didn't exist. They didn't know I was coming because I didn't tell them. But they weren't surprised in the "oh my God, how great to see you" way. They were surprised like I was the stain on a white tablecloth. The uninvited ghost. And the way Kayla closed the door. That wasn't someone confused. That was someone caught. So I started rewinding everything in my head, scene by scene. And it all began to look different. Let's go back a bit. A few months ago, I got a call from my mom asking if I could temporarily increase the mortgage contribution. Dad's hours had been cut, and Kayla was still in between jobs. I didn't ask questions. I just said sure. I figured if things were tight, I could float it for a while. Then 2 weeks later, Sarah told me she saw my parents post photos from a winery tour. Apparently, Kayla had surprised them with a weekend getaway just because. I laughed at first. Thought maybe she used her own savings or something. But something didn't sit right. Then came Tyler's birthday. He got a new gaming setup, custom chair, curved monitor, the works. Sarah sent me a photo of him grinning like he'd just won the lottery. Mom was tagged in the post with the caption, "Thanks for always going above and beyond," with a heart emoji. Funny, no one mentioned me. And no one told me they were spending over $2,000 on gaming gear while asking me to up my payments. That's when I started asking myself a dangerous question. What if they're using me? I brushed it off. Told myself not to be petty. But now, sitting alone with that pie sweating in its container and the motel air turning my fingers numb, the question hit harder. What if they never planned on me being family? Just a wallet with legs? The real breaking point came a few weeks later, after Thanksgiving. I'd returned home, quiet and numb. I didn't answer their calls. Let them ring out. I knew it was starting to click for them. Why the lights were flickering, why the credit cards were bouncing, why their online orders were suddenly declined. But I wasn't ready to talk. Not yet. Instead, I pulled out the old laptop I used to set up the payments years ago. I opened the folders I hadn't looked at in months. And I started going through everything. All the documents. The accounts. The transfers. The utilities. And that's when I found it. A change made 2 months ago. Not by me. Kayla had logged into the shared utilities portal. Somehow guessed the password or used my old laptop. Probably the same time she saw the mortgage confirmation email. She'd added her own email to the notifications. Changed some of the billing addresses. Set up auto-forwarding on the family email I'd created just to keep everything centralized. She'd been snooping. Monitoring things. Quietly. At first, I thought maybe she just wanted oversight. But then I saw the transfers. Tiny withdrawals. $20 here. $45 there. Then larger ones. $120 to an Amazon purchase. $300 labeled consulting fee. And the biggest one, $975 to event deposit. That one made my jaw tighten. I clicked on it. Pulled the details. A venue. A damn wedding venue. Kayla was engaged? No one told me. Not my parents. Not Tyler. Not even Sarah. Though to be fair, she'd been keeping her distance lately, too. But there it was. A partial deposit for a rustic barn-style venue just outside of town. Set for June. She was using my money to pay for her wedding. That was the moment. The moment something inside me just broke. I wasn't hurt anymore. I wasn't surprised. I was done. Still, I needed to be sure. So I reached out to Sarah. Hey, was Kayla engaged? Did I miss something? She replied instantly. Yeah, since October. They announced it at Aunt Marlene's cookout. You weren't there. No one told me. Sarah, I thought they did. I waited a minute. Then sent her a screenshot of the venue payment. No explanation. Just the image. Her reply took 5 minutes. Sarah, oh my God. She told everyone your parents were paying for the wedding. Said she wanted to keep it in the family. Jordan, is that your money? I didn't reply. Sarah, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Then she sent one more message. Sarah, you should hear what they've been saying about you. I hesitated, then replied, tell me. She dumped it all. Screenshots, group chats, voice memos she'd secretly recorded when she realized how deep the favoritism ran. My mother telling Aunt Marlene, Jordan always acts so self-important. He needs to be taken down a notch. Kayla complaining that I owed the family for moving away. Tyler joking that I was probably too busy counting stocks to show up for anything real. And the worst, my dad. A voicemail Sarah forwarded. I sat there in silence, listening to his voice say, Jordan doesn't understand loyalty. He's all money, no heart. That was it. That was the line. All money, no heart. From the man whose mortgage I'd been covering for years. The man I once skipped a vacation for so I could help him fix the leaking roof. The man who cried when I bought him a new recliner for Christmas because his back was getting worse. The man who didn't even bother to open the door on Thanksgiving. They'd all had a choice. They chose to resent me, to use me, to build their lives around my silence, assuming I'd never push back. They were wrong. But I didn't scream, didn't send a rage-filled email. I started slow, like pulling thread from a sweater. I contacted the bank, removed myself from the joint utility accounts, closed the payment portals, switched every auto payment to pending authorization. I contacted the credit card company and flagged every suspicious charge. Then I called my lawyer. Because the house, the one I was paying off, technically, I owned 49% of it. My parents had asked me to co-sign years ago when refinancing after a rough patch. They never read the fine print. Or maybe they did. Maybe they just assumed I'd never care enough to act on it. They were about to learn otherwise. But before that, I did one final thing. I texted my mom. Hey, hope Thanksgiving was fun. We should talk sometime soon. Smiley face. She replied 5 minutes later. We were wondering where you were. We missed you. Call me. I smiled. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I didn't answer the call. Not that night. Not the next. Not the one after that. Her name flashed across my screen at least 7 times a day, sometimes as Mom, sometimes as Kayla, sometimes as Dad, and even once as home. I knew what they wanted. They weren't calling to apologize. They weren't calling because they suddenly realized they'd treated me like an unwanted guest in my own story. No, they were calling because something had been taken away. The silence I gave them wasn't petty. It wasn't revenge. It was self-preservation. For the first time in a long time, I stopped pouring into a family that had made it crystal clear they saw me as a utility, not a son. And it hurt. More than I expected. See, the thing about hitting rock bottom is that it's quiet. You expect fireworks. Some dramatic collapse. But for me, it was the sound of my phone buzzing on silent while I stared at the ceiling of my apartment, wondering what I'd been trying so hard to earn from people who never really saw me. The fridge was full. My bills were paid. My job was steady. But I felt like a ghost in my own life. I started waking up late, skipping breakfast. Work calls became background noise. The drive was gone. I wasn't sleeping. Not deeply, anyway. My chest felt heavy every morning. Like grief. But it wasn't over a death. It was over the realization that the version of family I'd been chasing for nearly 30 years had never actually existed. I deleted Thanksgiving photos from previous years. Archived old voicemails. Moved a folder labeled Family Docs to a flash drive and tossed it in a drawer. I even blocked Kayla for a while, just to stop myself from checking her status updates like some pathetic ex. And yeah, there were moments I questioned myself. Was I too cold? Too calculating? Was I really any better than them? I'd frozen their cards, turned off the heat, even quietly stalled their wedding planning by pulling out my portion of the gift fund I'd been contributing to without ever being invited to the engagement dinner. But the truth is, I didn't feel guilty. Not really. I felt numb. And then I felt nothing at all. Until the letter came. It was a Tuesday morning. A manila envelope, hand-delivered. Not from my parents. Not from Kayla. It was from the bank. The house, the one I'd been co-owner of, was behind on payments again. Apparently, without my contributions, things had spiraled fast. They'd missed 2 consecutive mortgage payments and defaulted on the property tax. I sat there at the kitchen counter, holding the envelope, a half-eaten bagel in front of me, and laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was ironic. I had removed myself from their lives, and the foundation literally began to crumble. I had options. I could have sold my share, transferred the deed, let it go to foreclosure, and let the bank deal with it. But then I remembered what Sarah had told me. You don't need to blow anything up. Just stop holding the ceiling up. So I did one better. I called a contractor. Hi. Yeah, I'm looking to do a property inspection. There's a place I partially own, and I want to get an estimate on repairs. Foundation, plumbing, everything. He agreed to meet me on site the next week. And just like that, I started moving. Not with rage, not with bitterness, just motion, one step at a time. That same day, I went to the gym. First time in months. Didn't do much, just walked the treadmill for 20 minutes. But I left feeling a little more in my body, a little more alive. I showered when I got home, then made real food. Not frozen, not takeout, just chicken and rice and broccoli, like I used to when I was trying to fix myself the first time I moved out at 19. The next morning, I dug out my old notebooks. The ones with scribbled ideas for side projects, business plans, passive income streams I'd always said I'd look into someday. One idea jumped out, an app I'd once sketched out for real estate agents to track local listings and market trends in real time. Nothing groundbreaking, but I'd always believed in it. I opened a fresh document, started mapping it out again. I told no one. I didn't post anything, didn't make a dramatic comeback. I just worked, quietly, consistently. And with every step, I felt the weight loosen. My body felt stronger. My apartment felt warmer. I started smiling more, even if it was just at dumb cat videos or the barista who remembered my name at the corner cafe. Meanwhile, the family group chat was unraveling. Sarah sent me screenshots now and then. My mom asking, has anyone heard from Jordan? Kayla writing, he's being dramatic. Tyler trying to organize a family meeting that no one showed up to. It was like watching a play I'd been written out of, and honestly, it was peaceful. Until Christmas came. That was the test. It had always been my thing. Every Christmas, I'd send out gifts. Nothing extravagant, just thoughtful. A set of high-end knives for my dad when he took up cooking. An engraved necklace for Mom when she lost her sister. A travel pillow for Kayla when she landed that short-lived marketing gig that lasted 3 weeks. But this year, nothing. I didn't even text. And they noticed. I got a long email from my mom on Christmas Eve. It started with, "We miss you," and ended with, "I hope you can find it in your heart to come back to the family." In between were sentences like, "You've always been so cold," and "Kayla didn't mean what she said," and "Family is complicated." I read it twice, closed it, didn't respond, because I was done playing the part of the ever-forgiving son, the ATM with a smile, the brother who never needed anything, so why give him anything? I wasn't angry anymore. I'd simply outgrown the version of myself who needed their validation. Instead, I poured my energy into building. The app prototype was coming together. I found a freelance developer, negotiated a solid rate, and set up an LLC. I reconnected with a friend from college who had connections in a brokerage firm, and he agreed to test the beta version with his team. I was working 12-hour days again, but this time, it was for me. My life got fuller. Not with people, necessarily, but with purpose. I even went on a couple dates. Nothing serious. Just real conversations with people who didn't know me as the reliable son, or the rich one, or the disappointment. Just Jordan, the guy who liked late-night walks and overcooked spaghetti. And then, in late January, I got the call. Not a text, not an email, a real call. It was Dad. I stared at the screen for a full minute before answering. "Hello." His voice cracked. "Hey, it's me." I said nothing. We're in a bit of a situation. I thought maybe we could talk." I waited. He sighed. We're behind. On the house. And your mom's been sick. Not serious, just stress, I think. It's been hard without your help." I stayed silent. "I know you're upset. You have every right. I just thought, maybe we could meet. Talk this out. As a family." Family. That word didn't land the same way anymore. It didn't sting. It just felt tired. "I'll think about it," I said. "Thank you," he whispered. "Really, thank you." But I wasn't doing it for him. I wasn't doing it to make peace or play hero or rescue anyone. I just wanted to see something. To look my father in the eye and see if there was anything real behind the voice that once said I was all money, no heart. And what happened in that meeting changed everything. Because what I found out next, Made me realize the betrayal went even deeper than I thought. And the person who had stabbed me hardest wasn't Kayla. It was someone I trusted even more. I met my father at a diner halfway between my place and theirs. One of those old school places with vinyl booths and chipped coffee mugs that always smelled like burnt toast and pine cleaner. He was already seated when I walked in, staring into a black coffee like it held the answers. He looked older than I remembered. Not just tired, faded. Like the version of him I used to chase approval from had shrunk behind years of denial and pride. I slid into the booth across from him and didn't say a word. He looked up, startled for a second, like he didn't believe I'd actually come. "Jordan," he said, with a nervous little smile. "Thanks for meeting me." I nodded. "You said it was important." He took a breath. "We're losing the house." Straight to it. No sugarcoating. "I know," I said calmly. He blinked. "You know?" I tapped the folder I'd brought with me. Inside, updated mortgage statements, property taxes, emails from the bank, and a full accounting of every dollar I'd paid on their behalf over the past 4 years. I've been managing the payments since 2020. I co-own the house, remember? He gave a half-hearted chuckle. Yeah, I remember. We just thought. You thought I'd keep paying forever." He didn't argue, just looked down at his coffee, swirling it absent-mindedly. "It wasn't personal," he muttered. I raised an eyebrow. "You sure? Because leaving me out of Thanksgiving, using my money for Kayla's wedding, calling me all money, no heart, those feel pretty personal." He looked like I'd slapped him. "Good. She told us she had your blessing," he mumbled. "Said you offered to help with the venue." That stopped me cold. "What? Kayla?" "She said you offered. That it was your way of contributing." I didn't speak for a moment. That was the moment everything clicked. The missing pieces, the confusion, the timing. Kayla had been spinning a narrative this whole time. She had told them I was in on the wedding plans, that I had offered to pay for the deposit, that I was too busy to show up for Thanksgiving, but that I'd sent my love. She hadn't just manipulated the accounts. She'd rewritten me out of the family and inserted a fictional version of me, distant but generous, cold but useful. No wonder no one reached out when I didn't show up. No wonder no one asked questions. She'd already fed them the script. I sat back, stunned. "She lied to you," I said finally. "She's been lying for months." He looked genuinely shocked, but that didn't move me anymore. "She also accessed my accounts, used my name, my passwords. Do you understand what that means?" His face turned pale. I didn't know." "Of course you didn't. Because you never asked." There was a long silence. Then he whispered, "What are you going to do?" And that, right there, was the question. Because for the first time, I had clarity. I had proof. I had leverage. And I wasn't going to waste it. I left the diner without finishing my coffee, told him I'd be in touch. No promises. No reassurances. Just silence. And then I got to work. Step 1 was the legal angle. I called my lawyer, Marissa, sharp as nails and twice as fast, and laid everything out. Co-ownership. Unauthorized use of funds. Password tampering. Property fraud. "I don't want to press charges," I told her. "Not yet. But I want options." She said, "You've got plenty. We can freeze the asset, file a claim for reimbursement, or, if you're feeling spicy, we can petition to force a sale." Would that affect their credit? Oh, absolutely. I paused, then said, "Let's draft everything." Quietly. She started the paperwork that night. Step 2, gather allies. I called Sarah. "You were right," I said. "She lied to all of them." There was a beat of silence. Then she said, "I knew something felt off." I explained the meeting, the discovery, the twist. She was livid on my behalf. She told everyone you were just too busy with your business stuff, that you wanted to help from a distance. Then she helped herself to my accounts. Sarah's voice dropped. "Jordan, if you need me to back you up, whatever you're planning, I'm in." "Thanks. I'll let you know." I wasn't ready to drag Sarah into the fire just yet, but it helped to know someone still had my back. Step 3, information. I logged into the shared family email again. Kayla hadn't changed the password since the last time she accessed it. Rookie move. Inside were dozens of wedding planning threads, venue updates, florists, registries. And then I found the guest list. Not only was I not on it, but there were notes next to certain names. Color-coded. Next to Sarah, it said, "Watch her. Close to Jordan." Next to a mutual cousin, "We'll ask about finances." Avoid. It wasn't a wedding plan. It was an operation. A curated event designed to showcase Kayla's version of our family. One where I was a footnote, a silent sponsor, a myth. And that's when I made my decision. If she wanted a perfect wedding, I'd give her one. But not the way she imagined. I didn't stop her planning. I didn't call the vendors. I didn't cancel anything. I let her think she'd won, that the money was still flowing, that I was still the quiet benefactor in the shadows. And while she spent hours agonizing over linen colors and signature cocktails, I focused on my app. I launched a closed beta with 5 brokerages, built out a small team, hired a designer, rebranded. By the time March rolled around, we had traction, real traction. I got offers, investment interest, even a soft acquisition pitch from a regional firm. For the first time, I was the center of my own story. No family drama, no guilt, just building something that mattered to me. But I hadn't forgotten, and I hadn't forgiven. By April, the house was officially in default. The bank had sent final notices. Kayla and my parents were scrambling. I watched it all unfold through Sarah's updates and the occasional public Facebook post from my mom, always vague, but dripping with desperation. Prayers appreciated during this tough time. Family is everything, even when things get hard. Translation: the gravy train stopped, and we don't know how to adult. Then, in late April, Kayla posted a countdown. 40 days to forever #Mrs. To Be. 40 days. That gave me just enough time. I met with Marissa again. I want to trigger the clause, I said. She looked up from her laptop. Are you sure? Once we initiate, they'll know. No more hiding in the shadows. I nodded. It's time. She smiled. Then let's remind them who's been holding the walls up. We filed a partition action, legal code for, we co-own this house and I want my share, even if that means forcing a sale. The timing? Deliberate. The court date? 2 days before the wedding. I sent the notice via certified mail. Watched the tracking update until it said delivered. And then, I waited. The silence was delicious. No calls. No texts. Just the quiet before the storm. But I wasn't done. I had one more card to play. And it would land the day before the ceremony. Because if Kayla thought she could write me out of the story, she was about to find out. I just picked up the pen. The day before the wedding, around 8:15 in the morning, I was sitting at my apartment desk, coffee in hand, watching the email I'd scheduled hit Kayla's inbox. It was simple, almost polite. A single PDF attached. No passive-aggressive subject lines. No paragraphs of explanation. Just, please review before tomorrow. Inside the PDF was a formal notice. Co-owner has initiated a forced sale due to unpaid mortgage, unauthorized financial activity, and breach of joint ownership agreement. Pending court action may impact property use, occupancy, and event hosting. I didn't need to write anything else. The document did all the talking. 10 minutes later, my phone started buzzing. Call from mom. Call from dad. Call from home. Then Kayla. 6 missed calls in 3 minutes. I didn't pick up a single one. Around noon, I got a text from Sarah. What did you do? They're losing it. I smiled, took another sip of coffee, and wrote back. Just finally stepped out of the background. By 3 p.m., photos were circulating in the family group chat. Screenshots Sarah quietly forwarded to me showed my parents and siblings sitting at the dining table, the same table I'd stared at through the window on Thanksgiving. Except now they weren't sipping wine and laughing. They were surrounded by paperwork. Court dates, bank letters, mortgage statements. The fallout was immediate. The house they thought they controlled, the one they excluded me from, the one built on the assumption that I would always pay, always stay quiet, always shoulder their mistakes, wasn't theirs to wield anymore. They'd poked the quiet one too many times. But the real storm wouldn't hit until the next morning. Wedding day. I woke up early, not for the ceremony. Of course I wasn't invited. But because the app I'd been building for months had a pitch meeting with one of the biggest real estate platforms in the region. I'd hoped it would go well, but I wasn't expecting what actually happened. They wanted to invest. And not a little. A lot. The kind of offer that makes your hands shake and your voice crack on the phone. The kind of offer that puts you on the map. I signed an NDA, shook hands with the partners, stepped outside into the sunlight, and felt something loosen in my chest that had been tight for years. By 11 a.m., I was officially an entrepreneur with funding, traction, momentum, and a future that didn't include being my family's emergency lifeline. I got lunch with a friend, walked around the city, and let the satisfaction settle in slowly. Calmly. Quietly. But meanwhile, back in my hometown, Everything was falling apart. The venue calls. Around 2 p.m., roughly the time guests should have been arriving at the picturesque barn venue Kayla was so obsessed with, the owner of the property called my parents. Someone, Kayla, obviously, had tried to run the final payment using the family credit card. Declined. Then she tried her personal card. Declined. Then she tried my name. Denied due to fraud alert. She didn't understand that I'd already flagged every account she had touched and every attempt to impersonate me. By the time Mom arrived to explain the misunderstanding, the venue manager calmly told her the event could not proceed without full payment, and that due to the pending legal action on the primary payer's home, they were no longer comfortable hosting the wedding at all. It wasn't just money. It was liability. Kayla had used a house she didn't own to secure wedding services she couldn't pay for. And now, legally, the venue couldn't touch it. Guests were standing in the parking lot when the cancellation was announced. People were crying. Some yelling. The groom's family was furious. My father was white as a sheet. Mom kept trying to whisper excuses. Tyler was pacing like he was about to punch something. And Kayla? Kayla had a meltdown so public that 3 different relatives filmed it. I didn't watch the full video, but Sarah sent a clip. My sister standing in the driveway, screaming, "It's Jordan. He did this. He ruins everything." Funny how I had ruined an event I wasn't invited to. But here's the truth. I didn't ruin anything. I just stopped funding it. They ruined it by building a fantasy wedding on the foundation of someone they had pushed out the front door. The face OFF. That evening, after the wedding that wasn't, I finally answered a call. It was my father. His voice was tiny. Defeated. "Jordan," he said quietly. "Please, come to the house. We need to talk." I almost declined. Almost. But something in me, not sympathy, just a sense of ending, decided it was time to close this chapter face to face. When I pulled into the driveway, the house was dark. Half the power had been cut off after months of unpaid bills. The porch light flickered weakly as my dad opened the door. My mother stood behind him, eyes puffy, but not from guilt, from embarrassment. Kayla was sitting at the dining table, still in her ruined hairdo, mascara dried in streaks. Tyler hovered near her like a scolded dog. I walked in. No one spoke. So I did. "What do you want from me?" My father swallowed hard. "We made mistakes." My mother added softly. "We didn't know what Kayla was doing." I looked at Kayla. "You want to explain? Or should I?" She glared at me. "You blindsided us." "No," I said evenly. "I just stopped being your safety net. There's a difference." She jumped up from her chair. "You could have talked to us. You could have worked with us. You didn't have to go nuclear." "You shut the door in my face," I said. "On Thanksgiving. At the house I pay for. Then you stole from me. Lied about me. Cut me out of every decision. You didn't think this was coming." My father finally whispered, "We need help, son." And that's when it happened. I didn't break down. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just felt a kind of clarity I'd never had before. "I'm selling my share of the house," I said calmly. "The court date stands. You'll need to figure out your portion on your own." My mother gasped. "Jordan, this is our home." "No," I corrected. "It was supposed to be ours. Then you decided it wasn't mine." Kayla's voice cracked. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing," I said. "I don't want anything from any of you anymore." For the first time in my life, I wasn't trying to earn their approval, affection, or gratitude. I was walking away with my dignity intact. I turned toward the door. My father whispered, "If you leave, that's it. We may never fix this." I paused in the doorway, then said the truest thing I've ever spoken. I didn't break it, and I stepped out. 6 months later, my app grew faster than I expected. Partnerships, press write-ups, a second round of funding. I hired a team, moved into a nicer apartment, started traveling, started living. Sarah and I stayed close. She was the only family member who didn't vanish into the fog of guilt and silence. As for my parents, they moved into a smaller rental after the court-ordered sale. My father got a part-time job. My mother babysits for extra cash. They send the occasional stiff, awkward holiday card. I read them. I don't reply. Tyler unfriended me on everything. And Kayla? Her wedding never got rescheduled. Her fiancé left 2 months after the fallout. Apparently, the financial chaos and her habit of blaming everyone but herself scared him off. She posts passive-aggressive quotes on social media now about fake people and family betrayal. I don't engage. I don't need to. Because my life, for the first time in years, is mine. Built by me. Funded by me. Defined by me. No guilt. No shadows. No doors slammed in my face. Just forward. Always forward. And every now and then, when I'm driving late at night with the windows down, I think about the moment Kayla closed that door on Thanksgiving. The moment everything changed. And I can't help but smile. Because in the end, they taught me exactly who they were. And I finally chose who I would be. The final line, the one that closes this chapter of Jordan's life, came to me months later when someone asked why I don't talk to my family anymore. I just said, they lost access to me the same way they lost access to everything else, by assuming I'd always be there. And that was the end. I'm not the kind of guy who usually makes waves. I keep to myself, stay out of drama, and try to be the person who diffuses tension, not adds to it. My name's Noah. I'm 23, just out of college, working 2 jobs while trying to get my foot in the door as a graphic designer. I don't come from money, far from it, but I've always taken pride in making the most out of what I have. Creativity isn't just a hobby for me. It's how I survive. That mindset shaped everything about me. The way I dress, the way I think, and apparently, the way people judge me. My family doesn't really get me. They tolerate me. My mom used to say I was artsy, but lately, it's shifted into something more like embarrassing. Dad keeps quiet. He's always been the silent buffer between my mom and me, especially when she starts in on her favorite topic. How much better things would be if I were more like my sister. Jenna. Jenna's 26, gorgeous, confident, and endlessly successful in the way that makes parents beam and strangers jealous. She got a business degree, landed some marketing job with a huge salary and perks, and somehow manages to always be either engaged or freshly single. The drama is exhausting, but my parents eat it up. They brag about her like she's royalty. Every call from extended family ends with some variation of, "Did you hear what Jenna did?" Meanwhile, I might as well be wallpaper. Or worse, a mistake they're still too polite to admit they regret. I think it all started shifting when I moved back in after college. Rent's insane, and with freelance gigs being hit or miss, I figured I'd swallow my pride and stay in the basement suite until I could afford my own place. At first, it was temporary. A couple of months, max. But then just until I land a steady client became maybe next spring, and suddenly I'm the freeloading son, the one who's still finding himself. While Jenna buys a new car and flaunts designer handbags she probably didn't even pay full price for. I tried to ignore it. Really, I did. I cooked dinner a few nights a week, helped around the house, stayed out of the way, but the subtle digs kept coming, especially from Jenna. She never outright insulted me in front of our parents, but she had this way of saying things that hit just a little too sharp to be casual. Like, "Noah, you'd actually look really cute if you shopped at places with actual lighting." Or, "I love how you thrift, it's so post-apocalyptic chic." Delivered with a wink, like it was a joke. But we both knew it wasn't. The worst part was how Mom would smirk, like Jenna had a point. Or how Dad would do that half-cough, half-laugh thing he does when he doesn't want to pick a side. So I stopped replying. I stopped defending myself. I figured if I could just stay under the radar long enough, I'd be out of there before any real damage was done. Then came the Halloween party. It was Jenna's idea, of course. A family-friendly costume party with a twist, she called it. Every year, some ritzy couple in our neighborhood hosted a big costume contest with a cash prize, $10,000 to the best costume, judged by some local artists and influencers. Jenna had been going for years, always flaunting her expensive designer get-ups. One year, she went as Marie Antoinette, with a towering wig and a dress that probably cost more than my car. Another year, she was a vampire queen, with Swarovski crystals glued to her face. Never won, but she always made a splash. This year, the party was being hosted at their newly renovated vineyard, and Jenna was practically frothing at the mouth about it. She dragged our parents into helping her plan her look. Some Medusa-inspired gown with custom silicone snake pieces that wrapped around her arms. She even hired a local FX artist to do her makeup. My mom swooned over the fittings. Dad offered to drive her to her appointments. I, as usual, was wallpaper. But that prize money, that caught my attention. $10,000 could change everything for me. It could pay off my student loan balance, buy me a new laptop to finally handle the heavier rendering jobs, even cover a deposit on a real place to live. And while I knew Jenna would laugh in my face, I couldn't shake the thought that if I did this right, if I really went all in, I had a shot. So I started planning. Not with money, I didn't have any, but with time, I spent weeks sketching ideas, combing through thrift stores, gathering scraps, testing paints, gluing, sewing, layering, rebuilding. I treated it like a design challenge. Could I make something unforgettable using only things people had thrown away? I worked in secret, mostly in the basement, telling my parents I was working late or hanging out with friends. The truth was, I was knee-deep in fabric scraps and melted plastic, sculpting something that slowly began to look like magic. I won't spoil what the costume was just yet. That reveal deserves its own moment. But let's just say, it was unlike anything anyone at that party had ever seen. And it cost me less than $30 total. The night of the party, I came upstairs in full costume, unsure of what to expect. My parents were already dressed and waiting by the door, fawning over Jenna, who looked like she'd stepped off a movie set. Her snake crown glittered under the chandelier. Her gown clung like it had been stitched by angels. And the moment she saw me, she burst out laughing. "Oh my God," she said, doubling over, grabbing her friend Beth's arm for balance. "Noah, what even is that? Did you lose a bet?" Her friend, someone I'd never met, probably another clone from her marketing job, snorted. "Didn't know they let homeless people in." The laugh that followed was loud. Too loud. The kind that's meant to humiliate, not amuse. I looked at my parents, hoping, maybe, just this once, they'd say something. But Mom just adjusted her earring and muttered, "You should have asked Jenna for help, honey." Dad wouldn't even meet my eye. I swallowed hard and said nothing. Because in that moment, I realized something. They didn't believe I could win. None of them did. They thought I was a joke. The weird younger brother with glue stains on his hands and thrift store boots on his feet. But they were about to learn something I'd spent years mastering. The punchline always hits harder when no one sees it coming. So I turned, without a word, and walked out to the car. And that's when the night really started to unravel. The drive to the vineyard was quiet, and by quiet, I mean smothered in that kind of awkward silence where everyone's pretending everything is normal while ignoring the elephant in the car. In this case, the fact that Jenna had just humiliated me in front of our parents and they'd done absolutely nothing about it. Not a word. "No, that was rude. No, Jenna. Apologize." Nothing. I sat in the back seat because, of course, Jenna had called shotgun before I even made it to the door. She and Mom chatted about the lighting at the venue, how her dress might sparkle in photos, how the FX makeup would probably smear if anyone got too close. Dad nodded along from the driver's seat. But even he cracked a smile when Jenna made a jab about how some people didn't get the memo that it wasn't a dumpster-themed party. I don't know what hurt more, the fact that they didn't defend me or the fact that they laughed. It wasn't even a real laugh. It was one of those shallow, throat-choked chuckles that says, "We don't want to upset her." But I kept my mouth shut. Because that costume contest? That $10,000? It was my exit ticket. It was my win. And if I lost my cool now, if I barked back or started a fight, all it would do was prove their narrative right, that I was bitter, weird, too sensitive. So I sat in the back with my costume carefully folded over my lap, watching the trees blur past as we wound down the country roads toward the venue. The vineyard looked like something out of a magazine. Lanterns lit the path up the hill, glowing amber against the October dusk. Giant barrels had been stacked like decorations, draped with ivy and fake cobwebs. A fire pit crackled in the distance, surrounded by guests in elaborate, high-budget costumes. Think Hollywood-level Dracula, Cleopatra with real gold thread, and an 8-foot mech suit that I'm pretty sure required an actual car battery. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just a neighborhood costume party. This was a showcase. And I was about to walk in wearing something made out of torn-up curtains, molded wire hangers, and a whole lot of imagination. Jenna practically glided out of the car. "Wish me luck," she sang, her snake crown catching the firelight. Her heels clicked like punctuation marks across the stone path as she made her entrance, arms spread, head high, soaking in the attention. I followed behind with my parents, staying a few steps back. I could feel their hesitation radiating off them, like they were embarrassed to be seen walking in with me. Mom gave me a quick glance, forced a smile, and whispered, "Just try to enjoy yourself, okay? Don't take things so seriously." I wanted to ask her how she'd feel if Jenna was the one being mocked. If someone had laughed at her dress and called her homeless. But what was the point? They never saw it. Jenna had a way of being cruel that came gift-wrapped in charisma. She could stab you with a smile, and somehow, you'd end up apologizing for bleeding. Inside the main hall, the party was in full swing. Music thumped softly under a layer of laughter and clinking glasses. Waiters drifted by with trays of themed cocktails and miniature hors d'oeuvres. People were taking photos in front of a massive harvest-themed backdrop with glowing pumpkins and hay bales stacked like a Pinterest board come to life. I took my time getting changed, using one of the guest bathrooms to assemble the final pieces of my costume in private. It took about 20 minutes to get everything secured, the wire framing, the paint-smudged layers, the handmade attachments. But when I looked at myself in the mirror, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Pride. Not in spite of where it came from, but because of it. I didn't have silicone prosthetics or Swarovski crystals. I didn't need a budget. I had vision. And after months of being talked over, brushed aside, and treated like the family embarrassment, I was finally ready to step into the spotlight on my own terms. The moment I stepped out, I caught eyes. People turned. At first, I thought maybe there was something wrong. Maybe something ripped, or I had paint on my face where it shouldn't be. But no, they were staring. Their expressions weren't mocking. They were intrigued, curious, even impressed. I kept walking, trying not to smile. That's when I saw Jenna across the room. She was surrounded by a small crowd, mostly other Instagram-ready guests who looked like they belonged on red carpets instead of vineyard patios. Her eyes landed on me and narrowed, just for a second. That tiny flicker of confusion. Like she wasn't sure what she was looking at, but she didn't like that people were looking at me. Beth, her friend from earlier, leaned in and said something I couldn't hear, and they both laughed again. But it wasn't as loud this time. Not as sure. Still, Jenna couldn't let it go. She walked over, wine glass in hand, eyebrows arched. "So what is this?" she asked, gesturing vaguely at my costume. "Some kind of street art? Homeless chic meets garbage sculpture?" I smiled calmly. "It's an upcycled elemental wraith, made entirely from found objects and thrifted material. Took me about a month." She blinked. "Oh, that's ambitious." Beth stepped up beside her. "Looks like something from one of those student art shows where no one actually gets the piece but pretends they do." I glanced past them. More people were looking, not just at me, at us, and not in the way Jenna wanted. Jenna straightened up. "Well," she said, voice a little louder, "good luck. You're gonna need it. Some of these costumes probably cost more than your car." "Probably," I said, but mine didn't need a receipt. Her smile twitched. The night went on like that, subtle digs, icy glances, and lots of behind-the-hand whispers I was never quite close enough to hear. But here's the thing. People kept coming up to me. Strangers. Complimenting my costume. Asking how I made it. One guy even asked if I took commissions. I could feel the shift in the air. Jenna could, too, which is probably why she escalated. At one point, I was standing near the food table when I overheard her talking to a group of guests near the punch bowl. She wasn't even whispering. "He's my brother. Can you believe that? He lives in my parents' basement. Honestly, he probably came just for the free food." I froze. The people she was talking to looked uncomfortable. One of them, a woman dressed as a high priestess or something equally dramatic, offered a weak laugh and said, "Well, his costume is really creative." Jenna smiled like that was the cue she'd been waiting for. "Sure, if you like garbage cosplay. He's always been like that. Tried to go into design, but never really made anything of himself. He freeloads and pretends he's just finding his artistic voice." The words hit me like cold water. But I didn't move. I didn't storm off or yell or throw my drink in her face, though believe me, I imagined it. I just turned and walked away before she could see that my hands were shaking. I found a quiet spot near the back terrace, behind one of the wine barrel displays, and just breathed for a moment. Let the cool air settle the fire in my chest. And that's when I saw Mom and Dad. They were talking to Jenna just a few feet away, and I don't think they realized I was close enough to hear. "She's just trying to impress people," Dad said. "You know how she gets. But does she have to do it at Noah's expense?" Mom whispered back. He looked hurt. She didn't mean it. And anyway, people love her. Let her have her moment. Noah's not exactly a social butterfly. Mom didn't argue. They just stood there, sipping wine, while their daughter picked me apart for sport. I don't think I've ever felt smaller. But at the same time, something shifted in me. Like a wire finally snapped. I'd spent years being the quiet one. The overlooked one. The joke. I'd let their favoritism slide. Let Jenna's cruelty pass as sarcasm. Let my parents' silence stand in for acceptance. But that night, something in me woke up. I was done being the background character in my own life. And if the stars aligned, if my gamble paid off, I was going to make damn sure they remembered this night for the rest of their lives. I wish I could say I shook off what happened by the terrace, that I marched back into the crowd with my head high and my heart steel-clad, fueled by a burning desire to prove everyone wrong. But the truth is, I stood there for a long time, fingers clenched into fists inside the sleeves of my costume, blinking away the sting in my eyes like some stupid kid who'd just learned Santa wasn't real. Because it wasn't just about Jenna anymore. It wasn't about her jokes or the way she turned every room into a spotlight with her name carved on it. It was the way my parents stood there, wine glasses in hand, and let it all slide. Again, I kept replaying their words in my head like a scratched record. She didn't mean it. Let her have her moment. That wasn't just indifference. That was complicity. I wasn't their son in that moment. I was collateral, an acceptable casualty in Jenna's glittering rise to social dominance. And I hated how much it still hurt. At 23 years old, after everything, after the years of being invisible, the snide remarks, the emotional drive-by shootings disguised as just teasing, it still hurt. Eventually, the crowd started shifting toward the center of the venue. A man with a headset and clipboard began organizing everyone into rows for the costume walk. The contest was about to begin. I pulled myself together and moved toward the staging area. There were around 40 contestants in total, each more elaborate than the next. A woman in a phoenix dress with animatronic wings. A guy dressed as a walking chessboard with sculpted, moving pieces. Even a duo in a two-person centaur costume with a working tail mechanism. It was intimidating, but I also couldn't help feeling this strange buzz beneath the nerves. That low thrum of maybe. Maybe I had a shot. The way the contest worked, everyone would walk the length of the main hall while the judges, 3 local artists, an influencer, and someone from the event sponsor, observed from a seated panel near the back. They'd rank creativity, originality, effort, and execution. A few honorary mentions, 3 runner-ups, and 1 grand prize winner. The $10,000 check. That check was taped to a display easel near the judging table. I couldn't stop staring at it. I imagined holding it, depositing it, putting the down payment on a studio apartment, upgrading my tools, maybe even framing a print version of it on my future wall, just to remind myself that I earned something. I was slated to go second to last. Jenna was third. Of course she was. It was the perfect spot. Early enough to leave an impression, but not so late that people got costume fatigue. She knew how to work a crowd. And work it, she did. When her turn came, the entire room seemed to shift. The lights dimmed slightly, probably coordinated, and the speakers played this ambient, slithering sound that mimicked hissing snakes. She walked slowly, deliberately, arms out, her gown catching every bit of light like fire on water. The prosthetic snakes moved slightly as she turned her head. It was like watching a red carpet event during Fashion Week. Her confidence wasn't just visible, it was weaponized. People gasped. Phones came out. One of the judges leaned forward, mouth slightly open. And Jenna ate it up. When she reached the end of the walkway, she bowed, low and theatrical, and gave a coy little wink to the panel. I watched one of the judges grin. Another clapped. She returned to her spot near the back, her smile wide and smug, cheeks flushed with adrenaline and validation. She looked at me, and for a brief second, her gaze wasn't mocking. It was pitying, like she'd already decided the outcome. My turn was coming. The contestant before me, a woman dressed as a Victorian time traveler with actual fog machines in her skirt, was halfway through her presentation. I shifted my costume into place, checked the fasteners, adjusted the framing. Everything was ready. Everything I'd worked on, hidden, glued, stitched, and sweated over was about to be revealed. And that's when it happened. Jenna appeared beside me, all smiles. "Hey," she said, in that syrupy sweet voice that always meant danger. "Can I help you with your back piece? It's slipping a little." I hesitated. I hadn't noticed anything slipping. I reached up to check, but she was already behind me, adjusting something near my shoulder blade. "It's fine, I got it," I said. But she kept going. No, I see it. Just a second." I felt her fingers tugging at the strap. Then something snapped. A faint click. My stomach dropped. "What did you do?" I spun around, trying to reach behind me. The right side of my costume sagged slightly, the main shoulder rig coming loose. A fastener, One of the key clips I'd used to balance the framing was now undone, barely hanging on by a thread. Jenna stepped back, hands raised in faux surprise. Oh no, oh wow, I'm so sorry. I must have pulled too hard. The stagehand called, "You're up next." I looked at her, eyes wide. Did you just? She gave me this innocent smile. It was an accident, Noah. Honestly, you should be more careful with your materials. Then she turned and walked away, already blending into the crowd like nothing had happened. My hands scrambled behind me, trying to reattach the fastener, but the clip was bent. Not broken, but warped just enough that it wouldn't hold. I had seconds. My name was being announced. There wasn't time. I held my breath, adjusted what I could, and stepped onto the runway. The lights were too bright. The music had shifted to some neutral background track. I walked slowly, trying to keep my movements steady so the costume wouldn't tilt too much to the right. Every step was calculated, every glance forward forced, but I still heard the whispering, still saw the judges noticing the slight imbalance, still caught the faint smirk on Jenna's face as I reached the end and turned. The room didn't gasp like they had for her. There were no sound effects, no phones raised, a few polite claps. One of the judges scribbled something down without looking up. I made it back to my spot and stood still, heart pounding. My shoulder ached from holding the weight unevenly. My vision blurred slightly from the stress. And then the worst part, I looked at my parents. They hadn't noticed. Or worse, they had and were pretending they hadn't. Dad was talking to someone behind him. Mom was staring at Jenna, eyes wide with pride. It was like I hadn't even walked the runway at all. The announcer returned to the mic. We'll take a short break while the judges make their decision. Winners will be announced shortly. As the room buzzed with chatter and speculation, I slipped out the side door and leaned against the cold brick wall of the venue. I didn't cry. I wanted to, but I didn't. I just stood there, breathing through my nose, tasting metal and rage. She did it. Jenna sabotaged me, and no one saw. Or worse, no one cared. This wasn't just teasing. This wasn't just sibling rivalry. This was deliberate, cold, calculated. A betrayal so casual, so smoothly executed, it made me question whether she'd done it before, whether all those accidents growing up weren't so accidental after all. I stared out at the vineyard rows disappearing into the darkness, lit only by the distant glow of string lights and the occasional flicker of a cigarette from other guests sneaking breaks. And that's when I made a decision. I wasn't walking away quietly. Not this time. The breeze outside was sharp, laced with October's quiet warning that winter was coming soon. I stood in the cold longer than I probably should have, letting it sting my face, ground me. There was something strangely comforting about the way the chill bit at my skin. It reminded me I was still here, still standing, still real. Inside, the party continued like nothing had happened. Laughter, music, glittering gowns, clinking glasses. The entire vineyard had turned into a golden carnival of curated perfection. And there I was, standing alone behind a row of crates near the emergency exit, my costume tilted and slipping, my stomach hollowed out like someone had taken an ice cream scooper to my insides. Jenna had won. Not the contest. Not yet. But she'd won again. The way she always did. By smiling in my face and stabbing me in the back while everyone clapped for her. And the worst part? No one noticed. No one ever noticed. It was like screaming underwater. You could feel the scream vibrating in your throat, but the world remained deaf. I sat down on an overturned barrel, my costume crunching awkwardly beneath me. One of the side pieces had collapsed in the back, the fabric twisted from the weight of the warped fastener. It wasn't ruined, not completely, but it looked like a makeshift shelter now, something a desperate person might build out of scrap in an alleyway. I could practically hear Jenna's voice echoing in my head. Didn't know they let homeless people in. I let out a breath and tipped my head back. Above me, the sky was clear and full of stars. Too bright for how I felt. Too serene. But in a way, it calmed me. Out here, there were no phones, no stage lights, no fake smiles or clinking flutes of champagne. Just cold air, darkness, and the quiet truth of being utterly alone. That's when I heard the door creak behind me. I turned slightly, expecting maybe a server taking a smoke break or a guest looking for the bathroom. But it was Beth, Jenna's friend. The one who'd laughed the loudest when Jenna made the homeless joke. She paused when she saw me. I didn't say anything, just went back to staring out into the vineyard. "Hey," she said after a moment. "You all right?" I gave her a look. What do you think? Beth shifted uncomfortably. She was still in costume, some kind of glam rock vampire, I think. But without the crowd around her, the attitude was gone. She suddenly looked younger. Uncertain. I didn't realize she actually messed with your costume, she said. I thought she was just being. Jenna. I finished for her. Yeah, she was. Beth looked down at her shoes. Look, I didn't mean to laugh. I mean, I did, but I didn't think it'd be that mean. I didn't respond. I didn't want to let her off the hook that easily. She sat down on the edge of the crate beside me, arms crossed tight against the chill. You know, she said after a while, she talks about you a lot. Like, more than you'd think. That surprised me. Really? Beth nodded. Mostly when she's drinking. Says you're smart. Talented. That you could do something amazing if you ever got over yourself. She made air quotes around that last part. I laughed, a bitter, dry sound. That sounds about right. She's jealous, you know, Beth added quietly. I turned to look at her, genuinely stunned. Jealous? Beth shrugged. Yeah, not of your clothes or your bank account or whatever, but of how free you are. Like, you actually make stuff. You don't care what people think. You walk around in your weird outfits, and you own it. Jenna, she's obsessed with appearances. She needs people to like her. Needs to be the center of attention. You don't. That silence stretched between us again. I didn't know what to say. Maybe because part of me wanted to believe it. Part of me wanted it to be true so badly that Jenna's cruelty came from some place of insecurity instead of just malice. But she still sabotaged me, I finally said. On purpose. And our parents? They let it happen. Beth looked away. Yeah, they did. She didn't stay long after that. Just gave me a nod and slipped back inside, leaving me with more questions than comfort. I sat there for a while longer. Maybe 20 minutes. Maybe an hour. Time lost meaning somewhere between the wind and the way the sky just wouldn't cloud over. Eventually, I stood up. My legs ached from sitting in the cold. My costume sagged with the weight of the busted strap. I gathered what I could, made it stable enough to walk again, and started making my way back to the main hall. But I didn't go inside. I stayed near the corner where the shadows gathered, tucked behind a vine-covered pillar that let me see everything without being seen. The judges were back on stage. The crowd was buzzing with anticipation. My parents stood near the bar, smiling and sipping drinks like proud guests at their daughter's royal coronation. Jenna was front and center, chatting with two of the panelists. Of course she was, laughing with them like they were old friends. I listened as the announcer took the mic and began listing the runners-up. Honorable mention to the steampunk centaur. Third place to the animatronic phoenix. Second place to the chessboard guy. Each name felt like another shovel of dirt on the tiny hope I still held. I could have left right then. Slipped away into the night. Back to the basement room with the half-broken lamp and the folding table I used as a desk. Let the night dissolve into just another memory of being overshadowed, overstepped, and overlooked. But I didn't. Because standing there, half hidden in the shadows, I felt something shift inside me. Not rage. Not sadness. Something quieter. Colder. Resolute. This wasn't the first time Jenna had humiliated me. And judging by my parents' faces, lit up like they were watching a wedding proposal, it wasn't going to be the last. Not unless I did something. I didn't know what yet. But I knew this wasn't going to be the story's ending. I slipped back outside, past the rows of parked cars, past the glowing jack-o'-lanterns and the fancy valet table, until I reached the far lot where my dad's car was parked. I took off the bulk of my costume there, folding it carefully and storing it in the trunk. Then I opened my sketchbook, the one I always kept in my bag, and started writing. Not drawing. Writing. Ideas. Thoughts. Names. A timeline. I wrote until my fingers were stiff from the cold. And then I wrote some more. Because if Jenna wanted to play games, that was fine. But I had just decided I was done playing by her rules. It started small. A spark, really. Not a full-on blaze or fireworks moment. Just a flicker of something I hadn't felt in a long time. Control. Not over everything. Not yet, but over something. My own story. My next move. My silence, at that party, had felt like surrender. But that sketchbook? That page of notes? That was a blueprint. And for the first time in what felt like years, I wasn't surviving anymore. I was planning. I didn't go home with my parents that night. I told them I was grabbing food with some friends. A lie, but one they didn't question because, frankly, they were too busy celebrating Jenna. She didn't win the grand prize, by the way. First place went to the guy in the mech suit. A dark horse victory, and judging by the tightness in Jenna's smile on the drive home, so I heard later, she didn't take it well. I didn't care. I walked back to town from the vineyard. Took over an hour. My costume in a trash bag over my shoulder, my sketchbook tucked under one arm, earbuds in, but playing nothing. I just needed the walk, the quiet, the cold, the long stretch of empty road under a sky that finally looked how I felt. Dark, vast, and ready. That night, I barely slept. Not because I was anxious or hurt or spinning in some emotional storm. That part had already passed. No, this was different. My mind was awake, buzzing, wired in a way that felt electric. I laid out all my notes on the floor, sorted through old receipts, glued fragments from the costume onto the walls of my basement room. I turned my failure into a map. And then I got to work. I started with the costume itself. The broken fastener, the warped shoulder rig, the uneven weight distribution. I redesigned the whole system from scratch. Stronger materials, better balance, more mobility. I wanted to make something not just impressive, but unforgettable. Something that couldn't be laughed at, couldn't be dismissed, couldn't be sabotaged. Then I opened a new file on my laptop, labeled it Project Drift. It wasn't a costume anymore. It was a brand. Over the next few weeks, I worked in secret. Not because I was afraid of anyone finding out, but because I liked the silence now. I liked having something no one could pick apart or undermine or belittle before it was ready. I worked during the day at my part-time print shop job, designing flyers and business cards for dentists and hair salons, and spent every night stitching, sculpting, documenting. I built a rig in the basement out of PVC pipe and zip ties. Hung pieces of the costume on it like it was a mannequin, slowly building a gallery. Then I set up an Instagram. Not under my name, under the brand. Driftworks_official. No selfies. No bios. Just photos. Clean, stark, dramatic shots of each element. Macro textures. Before and after transitions of thrifted junk becoming intricate designs. I didn't tag anyone. Didn't ask for followers. Just posted. Slowly. Consistently. I kept a spreadsheet of growth. 2 followers the first day. For the next. Then 10. Then 20. It wasn't much, not viral by any means, but every click, every heart, was a reminder that someone saw value in what I created. That momentum bled into other areas of my life. I started getting up earlier, reading more, sketching not just costumes but sets, stage concepts, installations. I emailed 3 local event organizers asking if they needed set design interns. 1 never replied. 1 said, maybe in the spring. But the third, a small avant-garde theater downtown, said yes. Unpaid at first, of course. But that didn't matter. I showed up twice a week. Helped paint flats, sew curtains, set up props. The director, a woman named Talia with gray streaks in her black curls and a 1,000-yard stare, noticed my sketches one night and asked me to bring more. A week later, she gave me my first solo assignment, a dream sequence set for a student production. Nothing huge, but it was mine. My parents didn't ask questions. I told them I was working on some freelance projects, which was technically true. Jenna, meanwhile, was planning her Christmas trip to Aspen and posting about it on every social platform imaginable. She had just landed some new brand ambassador role with a fitness company, which apparently meant she got free leggings and told people how great they were. Why don't you help Jenna with her content? Mom asked one morning over coffee. She's looking for someone to do video edits. I looked up from my oatmeal. You mean you want me to be her editor? She blinked. Well, you're always on your computer. I smiled. Pass. She frowned like I'd said something rude. Dad said nothing. I went back to my oatmeal. The days bled into weeks. November passed like a fast-forward reel, and soon December rolled in, sharp and gray. The theater offered me a stipend. Not much, but enough to matter. And Driftworks passed 500 followers. Then 1,000. I started getting DMs, requests for commissions, offers to collab. Someone even invited me to submit a piece to a wearable art gallery in Portland. Then, the email came. Subject line, $10K contest opportunity, sponsored by Creative Forge. It was a national design competition. Open call for wearable art and functional fashion. Top prize, $10,000. I stared at the screen for a long time. Not because I didn't believe it, but because I did. And because I wasn't going to tell anyone. Not Jenna. Not my parents. Not even Beth, who had randomly started liking my Instagram posts after Halloween but hadn't spoken to me since. I submitted my concept under my brand name, uploaded the photos, the materials list, the video walkthrough, every inch of it handmade, repurposed, and reimagined. I double-checked every spelling, every form field, and then I hit send. For 2 weeks, I heard nothing. Then, on a Thursday morning in mid-December, I woke up to another email. Subject, you've been selected. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. Not just a finalist, the finalist. They were flying me out, putting me up in a hotel. The top 5 would walk the runway at a private showcase in New York. Media, judges, industry reps, real stakes. And the winner would be announced live. I read the email 3 times, hand over my mouth. And then I laughed. A full-body, shaking laugh that startled the cat and echoed off the unfinished drywall of my basement ceiling. Because this was it. Not just a win, a moment, a real one. But I didn't tell my parents. And I definitely didn't tell Jenna. When I left for New York, I told them I was attending a week-long design workshop. Networking stuff, I said. Probably won't amount to much, but could be good experience. They nodded, mildly impressed I was doing something with people in the field. Jenna didn't even look up from her phone. Bring me back something from Soho, she said. Something cool. Vintage, not touristy. I said sure. But I brought her nothing. New York was a dream. Cold, chaotic, beautiful in the way that makes you feel both tiny and infinite at the same time. The other contestants were older, some full-time designers, some sculptors. I was the only one who had thrift store receipts and glue-scarred fingers. But when I walked out on that stage, they saw me. The judges, the photographers, the crowd, they didn't laugh. They leaned in. The costume caught the light in all the right ways. The movement flowed perfectly. My shoulder rig, rock solid. The framing, weightless. Every layer told a story. Every angle revealed something new. When I stepped off stage, one of the event reps caught my arm. Who are you? She asked, eyes wide. I just smiled. Noah, I said. I'm just getting started. I landed back home with the kind of calm that only comes from having a secret too good to share. One of those quiet, smug, keep-it-in-your-pocket secrets that sits in your chest like a warm ember. I didn't tell anyone I won. Not yet. Because I wanted the reveal to hurt. And more importantly, I wanted it to matter. See, after the Creative Forge competition, my life didn't just change. It accelerated. It's like the universe finally stopped dragging its feet and decided to put me on a moving sidewalk. After I won, my inbox went from the occasional DM to an avalanche. Requests, interviews, collab offers. Someone from a fashion incubator in LA even reached out and said they were deeply interested in Driftworks as a sustainable, next-gen wearable art label. But I played it cool. I told them I'd consider it in the spring, because I still had unfinished business back home. When I walked through the front door of our house, duffel bag in hand, there was Jenna, sprawled out on the couch in a cashmere cardigan and fuzzy designer socks, scrolling through her phone with the same half-absent air of a movie star waiting for someone to bring her tea. You're back, she said flatly. Yup, I said. She didn't even ask how it went. Mom emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of some holiday snack mix. How was the workshop, honey? I smiled. Pretty great, actually. Dad appeared from behind the fridge door with a beer. Make any connections? A few, I said. You never know what might come from it. Jenna rolled her eyes. Yeah, well, I've got my thing going next week. Influencers shoot up in Vermont. This resort wants me to model their winter gear. Free trip? Dad asked, interested. Of course, she said, flipping her hair. They even gave me a bonus to cover ski lessons. Apparently my snow bunny aesthetic is off the charts. Mom laughed like it was the most charming thing she'd ever heard. I just went downstairs. That night, in my room, I finally unzipped the garment bag from New York. The winning costume was still intact, polished, flawless. I hung it up next to the other pieces I'd started, new designs for the Portland Gallery and another concept for a spring collection. Each one told a story. Each one was mine. But I wasn't ready to go public yet, because something unexpected happened that next morning, something that tilted the entire board in my favor. Jenna knocked on my door. I opened it cautiously, expecting another jab or request for tech help. But she stood there looking different. Not mean, not smug, just slightly uncertain. Like she was about to ask for a favor, but wasn't sure if she'd have to sugarcoat it first. Hey, she said. You got a minute? I stepped aside, and she came in, scanning the room like she hadn't been down here in years, which was probably true. "What's up?" I asked. "So, you remember the Halloween contest?" she began. I nodded slowly. She gave an awkward laugh. "Dumb question. Of course you do. Anyway, one of the panelists from that night, the influencer chick, Chloe something, she reached out to me last week. Said she remembered my costume. I waited. And she's putting together this big charity event next month. Fashion-forward holiday fundraiser, tons of press. They're doing this segment on sustainable fashion meets performance art, and she wants me to be in it." I blinked. "Really?" "Yeah." She said she loved the Medusa look, the drama, the presence. "But here's the thing." She shifted, awkward. She said she's not just looking for models. She wants each guest to wear something custom-made. One of a kind. Statement pieces. And she asked if I knew anyone who made wearable art out of unconventional materials. She paused. "So, I thought of you." There it was. I kept my face neutral. "You want me to design something for you?" She gave a sheepish smile. "I mean, yeah, you've gotten better, clearly. And I figured it could be cool. A collaboration. I get exposure. You get your work in front of a high-end crowd." I let that sit. Because there were so many things I could have said. So many snarky, justified, cutting responses. But I didn't say any of them. Instead, I smiled. "Sure." Jenna blinked. "Wait, seriously?" "Yeah. Let's collaborate." I saw the confusion flicker across her face. Maybe even a touch of suspicion. But I'd said it with enough casual confidence that she didn't question it out loud. "Cool," she said slowly. "So, we need to start this week. The event's on the 19th, and they want press photos by the 15th. Send me the brief," I said. "I'll get some ideas together." And that was it. She left the room, bouncing slightly on her toes. Probably already imagining how she'd pose in front of step-and-repeat banners with paparazzi flashing around her, wearing something made by her weird little brother who finally got it together. But I didn't open any design file that night. Instead, I pulled up the press list for the event. It was massive. Fashion bloggers, YouTube stylists, sustainability influencers, even a rep from a major online art magazine. The kind of crowd that couldn't care less about Jenna's fake laugh brand deals or curated vacation pics. They cared about concepts, about narratives, about truth. And I had one hell of a story to tell. I made a list of every journalist attending. I found their socials. I drafted a private message, short, professional, anonymous, and scheduled them to go out the week of the event. Nothing inflammatory, nothing rude, just the facts. At the Halloween party in late October, Jenna Graves mocked a thrifted costume that went on to win the $10,000 Creative Forge Prize in New York. That costume, created by her younger brother, the same one designing her piece for the upcoming charity event. Just thought you'd want the context. Wearable art has a very long memory. Then I started designing her costume. And that was the real art. I called it Vanity Cage. The structure was elaborate. A golden, corset-like bodice made of bent silverware, shattered compact mirrors, and pieces of old phone cases. The skirt fanned out in layers of twisted photo paper, all of it printed with watermarked selfies. The crown? A hollow ring of lipstick tubes and cracked sunglasses. It looked regal. Stunning, even. But the closer you looked, the more grotesque it became. A monument to ego. A shrine to image. Beautiful at a distance, but warped up close. Jenna loved it. "Oh my God," she said when I showed her the prototype. "It's so high fashion. What's it called?" "Vanity Cage," I replied. She laughed. "God, that's so me." I said nothing. By the time the event rolled around, I had locked in 3 more commissions. One from a college theater professor, one from a drag performer in Atlanta, and one from an arts foundation that wanted to feature me in their spring newsletter. Driftworks hit 8,000 followers. A micro-influencer still, but rising fast. And still, no one at home knew I'd won the Creative Forge competition. Not Jenna, not Mom, not Dad. They still thought I'd gone to some workshop, which made what happened next all the more satisfying. The event was held in a glitzy midtown ballroom, one of those industrial spaces repurposed into a haven for the fashionable elite. Exposed brick walls, dimly lit chandeliers, and tables dressed with minimalist gold centerpieces that cost more than my entire wardrobe. Everyone was there. The kind of crowd Jenna salivated over. Influencers with millions of followers, stylists who talked in adjectives, magazine photographers with tight black turtlenecks, and looser morals. It was a perfect stage, and I had written the script. Jenna had no idea. She thought this night was about her. And in a way it was. But not the way she imagined. The charity event was a mix of fashion and fundraising. High fashion meets high cause. The centerpiece was the Vision Parade, a runway-style walk where each invited guest wore a one-of-a-kind sustainable art piece. Each model would walk out, be announced, and then take photos with the press and panel for coverage. Jenna's name was on the list. So was her piece, Vanity Cage, by Driftworks. The show started at 7 sharp. By 6:45, she was in the dressing area, twirling in front of the full-length mirror with a look of reverence, almost worship, on her face. She was in love with herself, the way she looked, the shape of the costume, the little details she didn't understand but knew others would praise. "I look like a freaking goddess," she whispered, hands grazing the sculpted bodice like it was diamond-encrusted armor. "You're a genius." I stood behind her, arms crossed, silent. "You have to start tagging your work, Noah," she added, fluffing her hair. "Seriously, we're gonna get so many reposts. Everyone's gonna want one of these." "We'll see," I said. She didn't notice my tone. Or maybe she did and thought nothing of it. Jenna was the type who believed tone only mattered if it was flattering. At 6:59, an event coordinator ushered us backstage. I gave Jenna one last adjustment. A gentle shift of the crown on her head, a slight tug of the layered shoulder pieces, and whispered, "Walk slow. Let them absorb you." She winked. "Please. I was born for this." The lights dimmed. Music pulsed low and ambient, the kind of sound that makes you feel like something important is about to happen. The announcer began reading the intros. One by one, the models walked out in their bespoke pieces, some graceful, some avant-garde, some ridiculous in that only cool because it's weird kind of way. And now, presenting a commentary on digital identity and consumer vanity. Vanity Cage, designed by Driftworks, modeled by Jenna Graves. Her name rang through the hall like a bell. The curtain parted, and Jenna stepped into the spotlight. She owned it. She walked like she knew everyone was looking, because they were. Cameras flashed. A hush fell. The outfit caught the light in shimmering waves, the mirror shards on her bodice refracting in every direction. From a distance, she looked like royalty forged from stardust and broken dreams. People leaned forward. Phones went up. Someone near the front murmured, "Wow," exactly the kind of reaction Jenna fed on. She made it to the end of the runway, paused, posed, turned. More flashes. And then silence. The announcer returned to the mic. And now a short behind-the-scenes feature from the artist behind Vanity Cage. Jenna's smile faltered. "What?" she muttered, too far from the mic to be heard. A giant projection screen descended behind her. She turned to look. The lights dimmed slightly, not blackout, but enough for the video to pop. And then it played. It started with a time-lapse of the costume's creation. Thrift store bins, scissors cutting into broken handbags, hot glue melting over metallic mesh. My hands. My sketches. My studio. The process. Then came the caption. "From trash to truth." How Vanity Cage was born after the artist was publicly humiliated at a Halloween party. The room stirred. The video didn't name Jenna outright. It didn't have to. It was all implication, suggestion, and context. Clips of press coverage from Creative Forge. The winning design. Quotes from judges about a deeply personal, pointed commentary on superficial culture and digital self-worship. Then came the audio. A recording, pulled from my phone, of Jenna's voice at the Halloween party. Not doctored. Just raw. "He lives in our parents' basement. Honestly, he probably came just for the free food." Homeless chic meets garbage sculpture. And then, the final frame. Driftworks doesn't just repurpose materials. It repurposes moments. Even the cruel ones. Fade to black. Silence. The lights came back up. Jenna was frozen in place. Her mouth slightly open. Her eyes glassy. And then, the whispers started. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just murmurs. Glances. Shifting feet. A woman near the front lowered her camera slowly. Someone else raised an eyebrow and whispered to the person next to them. One of the panelists, a stylist with purple glasses and a reputation for being brutal, jotted something in a notebook and didn't look back up. Jenna turned toward backstage, stumbling slightly in her heels. She nearly tripped on the corner of her own skirt, a ruffle made of old Instagram filters I'd screen printed onto recycled silk. When she got behind the curtain, I was already there, waiting. Her voice was sharp. Panicked. What was that? I looked at her, really looked, and saw it. The panic under the anger. The fear behind the confusion. She'd always controlled the narrative. But now she was just another page in mine. I told a story, I said calmly. That's what artists do. Her hands curled into fists. You used me. No, I said. You used me. I just made it worth something. You humiliated me. I tilted my head. Did I say anything that wasn't true? She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You sabotaged me, Noah. No, I said again. You sabotaged me. On Halloween. You bent my fastener. You laughed at me. You told people I was trash. And the world believed it. So I gave them something else to believe. She stared at me, breathing hard. I made you look amazing, I added. And I made sure they knew exactly what it cost. I'm your sister. You were. She went silent. The press flooded backstage after the show. I stepped away before she could stop me, slipping into a crowd of designers and reporters asking for my name, my card, my process. Someone handed me a glass of champagne. Another asked if I was available for an upcoming documentary on sustainable fashion. I smiled, humble, gracious. But inside, I burned. Not with rage. Not with revenge. With clarity. This wasn't the end of Jenna's world. She'd recover. She always did. But for once, I was the story. I had the platform. I had the power. And I didn't raise my voice, didn't seek to destroy her. I simply held up a mirror and made her walk through it. The aftermath was quieter than I expected. Not dramatic. Not explosive. No screaming matches or viral meltdowns. Just slow, creeping fallout, like frost spreading across a window pane. Cold, quiet, undeniable. Jenna didn't come home that night. I stayed at the event until well after midnight, nursing a second glass of champagne and talking to a stylist who wanted to commission a piece for a magazine spread. When I finally caught a late rideshare back to our parents' house, the living room lights were still on. Mom was pacing in her robe, a half-drunk glass of wine on the counter. Dad sat on the couch, staring at a paused YouTube live stream of the fashion show on the TV. Jenna still frozen on screen in her glittering cage of broken mirrors and vanity. He didn't look up when I walked in. Mom did. Noah, she said, voice tight. What was that? I dropped my bag near the stairs. You watched it. We all saw it. Your sister. You. She struggled to finish the sentence. She's devastated. She's humiliated. I corrected. She trusted you. I let out a short, cold laugh. Trusted me? Like she trusted me not to embarrass the family on Halloween? Or when she told everyone I lived in a basement and called my work garbage? Mom opened her mouth, but I didn't stop. I didn't lie, Mom. I didn't make anything up. I told the truth. And for once, people actually heard me. That was family business, she snapped. You made it public. And she didn't. I shot back. Mocking me at a public event. Sabotaging my costume. Laughing while her friends said I looked homeless. She made me a joke in front of dozens of people. The only difference is my story had a better punchline. That shut her up. Dad still hadn't spoken. He just sat there, watching the screen, Jenna's frozen image pixelated behind the soft yellow glow of the floor lamp. I won the Creative Forge competition, I added. The one in New York? $10,000. National coverage. That workshop you all dismissed? That was me becoming someone. Mom blinked. You never said. Because you never asked. My voice was firm. Not yelling. Just undeniable. The silence stretched. Dad finally spoke. You planned this. It wasn't an accusation. Just an observation. Yeah, I said. I did. He looked at me, and for the first time in a long while, I saw something in his eyes that wasn't disinterest or vague disappointment. It was respect. Or maybe fear. Same difference. Mom sat down slowly, her glass trembling slightly in her hand. Jenna's been crying for hours. I didn't reply. I just picked up my bag and walked past them, heading toward the basement door. She wants to talk to you, Mom called after me. You should call her. I paused, then turned my head slightly. She knows where to find me. I didn't call. The next few days were a blur of interviews, emails, and sudden decisions. I met with a rep from an art college who wanted to feature my work in a spring exhibit. A startup offered me a modest contract to help prototype wearable tech inspired by Driftworks. The Portland Gallery confirmed my piece would be the headliner for their March show. And that LA fashion incubator? They fast-tracked me for a grant. By New Year's, I'd signed a lease on a small loft downtown. Big windows. Exposed brick. The kind of place with bad insulation and great lighting. I moved out while Jenna was still taking time for herself, holed up in a friend's apartment in Brooklyn. Word was, she'd lost a couple brand deals. Nothing huge, but noticeable. One fitness company quietly replaced her with another influencer. Her holiday partnership with a luxury candle brand got postponed indefinitely. She'd posted a vague apology on her story the night after the show. Sometimes we hurt the people closest to us without realizing it. Growth is uncomfortable. I'm taking space to reflect and do better. No mention of me. No tag. Just a white screen with script font text and a crying emoji. Classic Jenna. But the DMs I got from people who recognized her voice in that video, from creatives who'd been belittled by their own families, from young artists who saw themselves in my story, that was real. The response wasn't a flood, but it was steady, constant, loyal. Driftworks hit 15,000 followers by January, and then something unexpected happened. Jenna called. I didn't answer at first. Let it ring. Let her feel what silence sounded like. But she called again, and again. On the fourth try, I picked up. Hey, she said, voice small. I said nothing. She exhaled, shaky. I deserved it. Still nothing. I didn't think you'd ever fight back. Not like that. You mean effectively? I said. No, she said quickly. I mean publicly. You beat me. You made me the joke. You made yourself the joke. I just gave the audience a program. She was quiet for a while. Then she said, I'm sorry. And she sounded like she meant it. But something in me had changed. I didn't need her apology like I used to. I wasn't starved for her approval anymore. I wasn't waiting to be seen. I know, I said. But it doesn't undo it. No, she agreed. It doesn't. We talked for a little longer. About the show. About the costume. She asked if I'd keep doing commissions. I told her yes. She asked if I'd ever design for her again. I said I'd think about it. And I meant that, too. Because revenge wasn't about destroying her. It was about reclaiming me. My voice. My name. My art. For the first time in my life, people saw what I built. Not as a joke. Not as the weird kid in the basement. But as a designer. A creator. A storyteller. That winter, I framed the check from Creative Forge. Hung it in my new studio above my workstation. Right next to it, I pinned a note, scribbled on the back of an old receipt from the thrift store where I'd bought the pieces for that first costume. It read, They laughed. You built. Never forget which one lasts. And every morning, when the sun streamed through those warehouse windows and hit that frame just right, I'd sip my coffee, glance at the note, and smile. Because in the end, the insult paid off very nicely. I remember the exact moment my world shifted. It was a Wednesday, the kind of gray, damp morning that already presses down on your shoulders before you even get out of bed. I was standing in my dad's study, staring at the empty armchair he used to sit in every night with a crossword in one hand and a cup of peppermint tea in the other. The chair was still warm from when the hospice nurse had come in to straighten things up after he passed. He was gone, just like that. I thought losing him would be the hardest part of this story. I had no idea that grief was only the opening act. My name's Lucas. I'm 27 now, but this all started a few months after my 26th birthday. My dad, Jonathan, passed away after a long, brutal battle with pancreatic cancer. He was my best friend in the world. We didn't always see eye to eye when I was younger. He worked a lot, always at the firm or traveling for court, but after I hit college, we really found each other. Weekly calls turned into daily texts, and eventually, dinners every Sunday without fail. My mom passed when I was 11, so it had always just been the two of us for a while. Until Donna. She was something else. Blonde, sharp-featured, always dressed like she was on her way to a garden party in the Hamptons, even if she was just going to the post office. I first met her when I came home from my junior year of college, and I'll never forget the way she looked me up and down like I was a stray dog on her lawn. So you're the infamous Lucas, she said, flashing one of those smiles that somehow made her eyes colder, not warmer. Your father talks about you constantly. I was beginning to think he was exaggerating. That was her idea of a compliment. They married a year later. Quick, quiet, no real ceremony. I wasn't invited, which apparently was a mistake due to some lost email. Dad swore up and down that Donna thought I couldn't make it. I let it go because, well, he was happy. And after years of being alone, he finally smiled again. And that mattered more than whatever weird tension Donna insisted on radiating like it was her personal cologne. Still, something always felt off. She never really got involved in our Sunday dinners, and when she did, she'd chime in with passive-aggressive jabs. Like the time I brought over an old photo album and she scoffed. "Ah, the shrine. He's always so sentimental about the past." Or when she learned I was working on a nonprofit project and said, "You're still doing that little passion thing. Must be nice not to have real bills." Dad always gave her a look, soft, warning, maybe even a little embarrassed, but never said much. And I never pushed. Because again, he was happy. Or so I thought. Things changed when the diagnosis came. Suddenly, I was around more. Appointments, meal planning, coordinating visits with doctors. I worked remotely for weeks at a time to stay with him. Donna was always busy. Book clubs, brunches, spa days. She was there, technically, but emotionally, checked out. She'd flit through the house like a guest in a hotel, always sighing as if the air itself bored her. One afternoon, I was helping Dad get into bed after a particularly harsh chemo session. He grabbed my wrist, held it tight. "Lucas," he said, his voice thinner than I'd ever heard it. "There's a folder in the safe. Behind the records. It's for you. Don't let her talk you out of reading it." He didn't say what was in it, and he didn't have to. That was Dad for you. Never direct, always a puzzle to solve. A week later, he was gone. The house went quiet in the kind of way that eats at your ribs. Donna didn't shed a tear. Not one. She wore black, sure. Played the part. Even gave a short speech at the memorial. "He was a great man," she said, voice trembling just enough to seem believable. "And he loved this family, his new family." I was sitting in the second row, gripping the chair so hard my knuckles turned white. Because I knew, those words weren't for me. They were for the crowd. For the show. Donna always knew her audience. After the service, people lingered around the house, offering casseroles and awkward hugs. Donna floated through them like a queen in mourning, nodding graciously. I was in the kitchen when she finally cornered me. "We should talk," she said, sipping a mimosa like it was just another Sunday. "About the estate. I know you probably assumed there'd be something left for you, but, well, John and I made some decisions before he passed." She smiled. Not kindly. "Everything is coming to me. The house, the savings, the business stake. It's all in my name now." I blinked. "What?" She placed a manicured hand on my arm like she was consoling a toddler. "It was nothing personal. But Jonathan and I agreed that he needed someone who could really manage things. You're idealistic, Lucas. Sweet, but not exactly the practical type." Then she tilted her head, voice dropping to a whisper. "Besides, he told me something, just between us. He said you were always a bit of a regret, that he wished he'd done things differently, that maybe having you young held him back." I couldn't breathe. I actually felt the air punch out of my lungs. She walked away after that, just turned and walked off like she hadn't just pulled the ground out from under me. I stood there in the kitchen, surrounded by half-eaten deviled eggs and murmured condolences, heart pounding like I was back in middle school getting shoved into lockers. The worst part? A tiny, poisonous part of me believed her. Because grief makes you stupid. Vulnerable. I started wondering, had Dad really felt that way? Was I just a burden to him, even in the end? But then I remembered the folder. The safe. That night, after everyone had cleared out and Donna went upstairs, I stayed behind. I waited until the house was silent. Then I crept into his office, opened the old safe behind the bookshelf, and pulled out the folder labeled with my name. Inside were a few things. A handwritten letter, a copy of the will, some documents, and a photo of me and Dad fishing when I was 9, both of us grinning like idiots. In the letter, Dad wrote about how proud he was of me, how much he admired the work I was doing, how he wished he'd said it more. My hands shook as I turned to the copy of the will, and that's when I noticed something strange. The signature at the bottom didn't match the one I'd seen earlier. The copy Donna had shown me after the funeral. Hers had a slightly different date. A Messier signature. Not Dad's usual sharp penmanship. It was subtle, almost like he'd signed it while sick. But this one was clean, clear, dated months before his condition worsened. And that's when my gut twisted. Donna's copy wasn't just different. It was forged. I should have stopped there. I should have gone to the lawyer right away. But something in me snapped awake. This wasn't just about the will anymore. It was about everything. The way she'd frozen me out. The way she tried to erase me from my own father's legacy. The way she stood in the kitchen and told me I was nothing but his regret. So I made a decision. I was going to play the long game. Let her get comfortable. Let her think she'd won. Because Donna had no idea that I wasn't the only one who had seen that will. And she definitely didn't know I had already started recording. The day after I found the real will, I drove home with my head spinning. I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. Not even my girlfriend, Mia, who had been gently nudging me to talk to someone about how cold Donna had been after the funeral. Something about it all made me want to hold it close to my chest, just for a while. I didn't know who to trust yet. The original will left everything to me. Not just the house, but the business shares, his vintage car collection, even his annotated book collection. He didn't even mention Donna by name. Just a vague, my spouse, should she survive me, shall retain her own property. It was clear, unambiguous. My dad hadn't changed a thing since before he got sick. That meant only one possibility. Donna had created her version out of thin air. And the moment I realized that, something shifted in me. Anger, yes, but deeper than that. A kind of cold, focused clarity I hadn't felt since the day he was diagnosed. The next few weeks passed in a haze of forced politeness and quiet planning. I pretended to accept everything Donna said at face value. I kept showing up to the house, offering help with arrangements, bills, paperwork, anything she'd let me get my hands on. She seemed amused by my sudden obedience. Mistook it for weakness. Finally growing up, she said one afternoon, swirling wine at 2 p.m. like it was water. Your father always said you were soft. But maybe this loss made a man out of you. I smiled, said nothing, but inside, I was already lining up my next move. The lawyer, Mr. Grayson, was someone Dad had worked with for years. I called him under the pretense of wanting to thank him for handling the estate so professionally. We met at a quiet cafe in town, and I brought the folder with the original documents. His reaction was immediate. His hand froze halfway to his coffee, eyes scanning the signature on the second page like it had slapped him across the face. Lucas, he said slowly, this is the copy I drafted for your father nearly a year ago. The one he signed in my office. But the version Donna brought me had edits. I leaned forward. Edits? He nodded, rubbing his jaw. Language changes. More vague allocations. And the signature? Well, I thought maybe your dad was shaky that day. He wasn't doing well. He looked me dead in the eye. But this? This is clear, definitive, and notarized. He pointed to a seal in the bottom corner that Donna's version conveniently lacked. This is the valid will, Lucas, not the one she submitted. My hands clenched in my lap. Can we do something? Oh, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. We're going to do a lot. But I wasn't ready to confront her yet, not without knowing how far she'd gone. And the more time I spent around her, the more I realized this went deeper than a fake will. Donna was slowly dismantling everything my father built, everything he'd hoped I'd protect. She started selling his belongings. The first time I walked into the house and saw the framed photo of him and me on the boat missing from the mantel, I thought I was imagining things. Then the fishing rods vanished from the garage. Then his books, one by one gone. Estate cleansing, she called it. I can't bear to look at this stuff anymore. It's just clutter. One evening, I caught her on the phone with someone talking about liquidating assets. She didn't notice me in the doorway. Yes, she said, flipping through a leather-bound planner. He had a few collectibles. We're still assessing what's worth keeping. The house will go soon. Lucas? Oh, he's just visiting. I'm letting him get his closure. That night, I drove home shaking. She was planning to sell the house. My childhood home. The place where my mom used to read to me at bedtime. The garden my dad planted from scratch after she died. Donna saw it all as real estate. Numbers in a spreadsheet. It made me sick. I told Mia everything. The will. The forged signature. The lawyer's reaction. She listened without saying a word, her fingers tightening around her coffee mug. When I was done, she looked at me and said, You're not just going to stop her, Lucas. You're going to make her regret ever trying this. It was the boost I didn't know I needed. Over the next few weeks, I started collecting proof. Screenshots. Photos. Receipts. I installed a small voice recorder in the study, the same one Dad used to use for his client notes. It was tucked behind some old books on the shelf. Donna never noticed. I caught hours of her making calls, boasting to her friends about how she outmaneuvered me, how Lucas doesn't have the stomach for a fight. She even made a snide joke once about how Dad always did have terrible taste in family. But the final straw came one Sunday afternoon. I stopped by the house earlier than usual. She wasn't expecting me. Her car was out front, but the house was silent. I walked in and called her name. No answer. I headed toward the study and froze. She was in there, sitting behind Dad's desk, papers spread out before her, and she was scribbling. Hard. Her hand jerking back and forth like she was angry at the paper itself. I stepped closer. It was another copy of the will. Another one. I stepped into the doorway. Having fun. She jumped, snapping the folder shut so fast it nearly tore. "Lucas," she said, standing quickly. This is just old documents. I was organizing. I saw the real one," I said quietly. Her smile faltered. "What do you mean?" "The one with the notary seal. The one dated 6 months before the one you submitted. The one you pretended never existed." Her face didn't change, not exactly, but something hardened in her eyes. A crack in the mask. She took a breath, smoothed her blouse. "Lucas, your father was very sick. He changed his mind. He wanted me to have everything. You were, well, you've always had a soft heart. He said you wouldn't understand the kind of pressure he was under. You weren't ready to take on the responsibility. You're not a businessman, Lucas. You work with what? Kids and grants. I didn't move. You forged his will. You can't prove that," she said calmly. I didn't respond. Just let the silence stretch long enough that she shifted uncomfortably. Then she smiled again. "Even if you could, what's your plan? Drag your stepmother to court? Publicly accuse the grieving widow? That won't look good, sweetheart." I laughed. Actually laughed. "You know what won't look good? The audio files I've got. The ones where you admitted to altering documents. Where you laughed about liquidating the estate. Where you called my dad a fool for leaving me anything." She went pale. "You recorded me?" she hissed. "I didn't need to," I said, stepping closer. "Because you never learned to shut up." And for the first time, Donna didn't have a comeback. But she wasn't done. 2 days later, I got a call from Mr. Grayson. "She's contesting the will," he said. "Her lawyer just filed a claim that your father was mentally unfit when he signed the original version. That he was coerced. By you." I laughed again, but this time it was hollow. "She's saying I manipulated my dying father? She's playing dirty, Lucas. And this is going to get uglier before it gets better." I hung up the phone and sat in my car for a long time, staring out at nothing. It wasn't just about property now. It wasn't about money or keepsakes or revenge. This was war. And Donna had no idea that she had just made the worst mistake of her life. Because I wasn't the only one watching her anymore. There were others. And they were finally ready to talk. The weeks that followed were some of the darkest I've ever lived through. I wish I could say I stayed strong and unshaken, but that would be a lie. Donna's legal claim hit harder than I expected. Not just because it was bold and dishonest, but because it forced me to question everything all over again. I kept replaying Dad's final weeks in my head, wondering if I'd said or done anything that could be twisted. Had I pushed too hard when I asked him about finances? Had I looked too eager when he handed me the keys to the study? Could any of that be taken out of context? Donna's claim was that Dad had been manipulated in a weakened mental state, influenced by an emotionally volatile son with a history of resentment. She even submitted a few emails between Dad and me, out of context, of course, where I'd vented about how distant he'd been after marrying her. Emails I thought were private, personal, but now they were evidence. Mr. Grayson was supportive, but even he looked concerned when I sat in his office and read through the filing. "This is going to be a character battle," he warned. "She's not trying to win legally. She's trying to make you look unstable enough that you'd rather walk away than drag this through court." And for a while, I almost did. Friends pulled back. Not because they didn't believe me, but because they didn't know how to help. Mia was still there, always, but even she started to worry when I barely left the apartment for days. I was spiraling, not just from grief anymore, but from the weight of the accusations. I lost my job. Technically, it was a temporary leave that my manager framed as understanding. But I knew what it really was. The nonprofit couldn't afford bad press, and having an employee tied up in a legal mess over a disputed inheritance was too much. They told me to take time and come back when things were settled. I knew that meant I wouldn't be coming back at all. Then came the smear campaign. Donna had money, not just from my dad, but apparently from a separate trust her own father left her years ago. And she used it. Carefully. Subtly. A blog post popped up online claiming I was a bitter son attempting to erase a grieving widow from her rightful inheritance. It didn't use names, but it mentioned details only someone close could know. My work history, my nonprofit involvement, my father's illness. A second post followed. Then a third. Then a few social media accounts started echoing the same narrative, tagging people I knew, linking to the blog. The posts were generic enough to avoid legal action, but pointed enough that they left damage in their wake. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, and I had no doubt who it was. I felt like I was drowning in quicksand. Every move I made only pulled me deeper. I'd wake up at 2 a.m. and just stare at the ceiling, heart pounding, trying to figure out how someone could twist something so personal, so deeply painful, into a PR game. But then something changed. It was a message from someone I hadn't seen in years. "Hey, I'm sorry to hear about your dad. I have something you might want to see." It was from Ginny, my dad's old assistant from the law firm. She'd retired right before his health started declining, but we'd always gotten along. She used to sneak me gummy bears during late-night study sessions when I crashed at his office in high school. We met for coffee the next morning. She looked older, a little more tired around the eyes, but sharp as ever. "I kept a few things," she said, sliding a flash drive across the table. "Backups, emails, schedules. I wasn't supposed to, but I always had this weird feeling about Donna." I took the drive home and opened it on my laptop like I was defusing a bomb. What I found made my chest tighten. Emails between Dad and Mr. Grayson discussing the will, confirming that he wanted me to be sole beneficiary, that he felt Donna had no emotional investment in his legacy, that he didn't trust her to preserve the home. In one message, he even wrote, "Donna's never been cruel, but she's cold. Lucas sees people. She sees property." There was also an attachment, an audio file, a voicemail Dad left for Jenny the week after he signed the real will. "If anything happens to me, and there's any question about what I wanted, tell Lucas to check the green folder in the safe. It has everything. I don't trust Donna with this. She's already asked too many questions about what happens when I'm gone." I sat there staring at the screen for almost an hour. It wasn't just proof. It was my dad's voice, affirming everything I'd feared and everything I hadn't dared hope. For the first time in months, I felt something anchor me, like I'd been drifting in fog and suddenly hit solid ground. I backed everything up to 3 different drives, made copies, uploaded them to encrypted cloud storage. I wasn't losing this, and I didn't stop there. I started reaching out, quietly, strategically, to people Donna didn't think I knew. Her first husband, her former financial advisor, a few of her old friends from the country club days. Turns out, Donna had a pattern. Charm, marry, inherit, move on. She never broke the law, at least not on paper, but she left a string of deeply uncomfortable stories behind her. One woman, Claire, called me after I left her a message. "You're Donna's stepson?" she asked. Her voice was dry, skeptical. "Yes, Lucas. She's a vulture," Claire said immediately. "She nearly ruined my cousin's life. Took him for everything. Gaslit him into thinking it was his idea. You're not the first, kid, but you might be the first to fight back." It felt like breathing clean air for the first time in weeks. From that point on, something lit up in me. A kind of quiet fury, but not the kind that burns out fast. The kind that sharpens. I started working out again. Small things. Push-ups. Jogging. Nothing fancy. But every drop of sweat felt like reclaiming something. I cleaned my apartment. Got a haircut. Updated my resume. Took freelance work where I could find it. Mia noticed the difference immediately. "You're coming back to life?" she whispered one night, curling into me on the couch. "I missed this version of you." I smiled. I think I missed him too. Grayson filed a counterclaim. We submitted the real will. Attached the notarized version. The backup files. The audio message. Donna's team tried to suppress the voicemail, of course. Claimed it was emotional manipulation. But it was clear. Clearer than anything she had. I started getting more calls. People who knew my dad. People who hadn't believed Donna's version of the story. One of Dad's old partners offered me a consulting gig. Said he always admired how I handled myself during the illness. Another reached out to offer a character statement, should I need one. "Jonathan talked about you constantly," he said. "He loved that you led with empathy. He said he hoped you never lost that." It was the first time I cried in months. And through it all, Donna stayed silent. At least in public. Behind the scenes, she was scrambling. Filing delays. Changing lawyers. Reaching out to people I hadn't spoken to in years. Trying to dig up dirt. But she was late. I'd already done the work. Already fortified myself. And then came the letter. It arrived in a cream envelope with no return address. Tucked inside was a single sheet of paper. Typed. "You think you've won, but you don't know who you're dealing with. Walk away. or I'll bury you. There was no signature, but the perfume clinging to the page was unmistakable. I showed it to Grayson. He nodded grimly. It's intimidation. Let's add it to the file. But I didn't need the law to tell me what that letter meant. It meant I was winning. Because Donna was scared. She had money, sure. Influence. But she'd built her life on smoke and mirrors. And now someone had turned the lights on. I wasn't the same Lucas she met in college. The one who awkwardly shook her hand and tried too hard to make her like him. That version of me died the day my dad did. This version? He knew who he was. I wasn't just defending an inheritance. I was defending my father's legacy. And Donna had no idea how far I was willing to go to protect it. Not yet. But she would. Because I had one final move left. And I wasn't playing alone anymore. The letter changed everything. Not because I was afraid of it. That part of me, the anxious, second-guessing version of myself who would have read that note and hesitated, was long gone. But because it told me Donna was finally losing control. She was starting to realize she couldn't lie, scheme, or manipulate her way out of this one. Not like before. You don't threaten someone unless you feel threatened. And that meant I finally had leverage. I didn't respond to the letter, didn't mention it publicly, or even acknowledge it in court filings. I wanted her to think I hadn't taken it seriously, that I dismissed it. But privately, I used it as the final piece I needed to finish assembling the trap I'd been building for months. First, I met with Mr. Grayson again, this time not just as my dad's former attorney, but as my strategist. I want to go public, I told him, sliding a folder across his desk. Inside were copies of every major document we'd collected. The notarized will, the audio recording from my dad, Jenny's emails, the typed threats, and transcripts from hours of recordings taken from Donna's own mouth. Grayson leaned back, flipping through the pages slowly. You're ready for the press? I'm not going to the tabloids, I said. I want something more precise. Something cleaner. A targeted release. Not to ruin her, but to force her hand. She spent months trying to play this in the shadows. I'm done playing in the dark. Grayson nodded, impressed. We can release portions of this through a trusted journalist. Someone who'll stick to the facts and keep the story clean. Once this hits the right circles, she won't be able to hide behind her narrative anymore. The next step was building my network. I'd been quietly reaching out to people over the past few weeks, but now it was time to solidify those connections. I wasn't just some grieving son fighting a greedy stepmother anymore. I was the executor of my father's actual legacy, and people needed to see that. First, I visited Claire again, the woman whose cousin had once been Donna's victim. She'd been hesitant at first, unsure how far she wanted to involve herself, but after I showed her the letter, her expression darkened. She's still using the same playbook, Claire muttered, staring at the typed message. Threats, isolation, silence. She did the same thing to my cousin, only he didn't have the evidence. She's counting on silence again, I said. But this time, I'm giving her a microphone. Claire agreed to go on record. Nothing flashy, just a statement confirming her experience with Donna's tactics. She also connected me with another woman named Pamela, an old friend of Donna's from a country club in Virginia who hadn't spoken to her in years. I saw what she did to her last husband, Pamela told me over Zoom. She drained him, alienated his kids, then sold the house before he was even cold. She doesn't grieve. She just moves on with more jewelry. Each story added a new layer to the pattern. Donna didn't make mistakes. She made blueprints and followed them to the letter. She charmed, she took, she erased, and she moved on. Not this time. Next came the finances. Thanks to a contact I made through Dad's former law firm, a junior accountant who'd once handled some of his personal investments, I learned that Donna had already begun transferring assets into shell companies. LLCs registered in her maiden name, many of them created just weeks after my father's health took a turn. She wasn't just trying to claim the estate. She was trying to disappear it. Grayson and I compiled the information and flagged it with the probate court. That gave us legal grounds to freeze certain transactions and request a forensic audit on the disputed portions of the estate. Donna's response came swiftly, an emergency motion to block the audit, claiming it was harassment. It was denied. She was furious. I got the first direct message from her in weeks the following day. Short. Cold. You're making this worse for both of us. Drop it while you still can. I didn't answer, because behind the scenes, something much bigger was unfolding. There was one piece of the puzzle I hadn't revealed to anyone yet. Not even Mia. It was something I discovered almost by accident. During one of my long nights digging through Dad's old files, I'd come across an encrypted folder on an external drive, something labeled simply as "Do Not Delete." It had been copied over from his work laptop years ago. At first, I assumed it was related to his cases. But when I finally broke the encryption using a password based on one of his favorite chess openings, something only I would have guessed, I realized what I'd found. Recordings, videos, phone logs, emails, all documenting Donna's financial behavior. Apparently, after a particularly tense argument about money, Dad had started keeping a digital trail of every significant interaction they had. Nothing overtly illegal, at least not at first, but it was clear he'd grown suspicious. In one recording, Donna openly discussed moving money into a separate account, just in case things go sideways. In another, she casually joked to a friend about how easy it was to make men sign things when they were distracted by fear. There was one video in particular, taken with a discreet camera in his study, that shook me to my core. It was Dad, thin, frail, but alert, sitting at his desk while Donna paced nearby. "I want to update the will," he said, his voice calm but firm. "And I want Lucas to be the sole beneficiary." Donna froze. "Jonathan, that's ridiculous. You're not thinking clearly." "I've never been clearer," he replied. "You've made your priorities obvious. I won't be manipulated into leaving my son out of what I built." "You'll regret this," she snapped. "When you're gone, and that ungrateful brat sells everything." "I trust Lucas," he said. "I don't trust you." It was dated 2 days before the notarized will was signed. I transferred the footage to a separate drive and locked it in a bank vault. It was my checkmate, not just for court, but for public perception. If Donna tried to escalate, if she tried to turn this into a smear campaign or push for a settlement that stripped me of everything, this was my nuclear option. But I didn't want to use it yet, because something bigger was coming, and I wanted her to walk right into it. The next step was setting the stage. I called Mia and told her everything. Every document, every clip, every plan. She listened without interrupting, her eyes wide but steady. "You're really doing this," she said softly. "You're not just surviving anymore. You're fighting." I nodded. He trusted me with this. I won't let her erase him. She reached out and took my hand. "Then let's finish what she started." Together, we launched a small website, simple, clean, fact-based. A digital memorial to my dad, framed as a tribute but laced with subtle truths. We posted scanned copies of the real will, the notarized signature, quotes from character witnesses, and statements from people Donna had wronged in the past. We never mentioned her name outright, but anyone with a Google search could connect the dots. The site went viral in our circle within days. Law firms, journalists, former clients of Dad's, old friends. Suddenly, the story wasn't entitled "Son Disputes Inheritance." It was "Suspicious Widow Challenges Long-Standing Will, Family Seeks Truth." Emails poured in. Support, encouragement, tips, and one message that stopped me cold. "I worked with Donna years ago. I have a copy of a will she tried to submit after her last husband died. It also had a forged signature. I've been too afraid to say anything until now. But if you need me, I'll testify." I forwarded the message to Grayson immediately. It was the final piece we needed. We now had precedent, pattern, and motive. All that was left was the trigger. Because the court date was finally approaching, Donna had gone quiet in the days leading up to it. No more messages. No more public claims. I knew that meant she was preparing something. A final card to play. But what she didn't know was that I was already holding the ace. She thought she'd buried me months ago, but I'd been building this grave for her the whole time. And now, it was almost time to lower her in. But not yet, because there was one final twist left in the story. And even I didn't see it coming. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. It wasn't like the movies. No thunderous echoes, no dramatic gasps, no spotlights. Just muted wood panels, a tired ceiling fan clicking overhead, and rows of creaky benches half filled with strangers, some reporters, some friends of my father's, and a couple of people I didn't recognize but suspected had ties to Donna's past. Mia was there too, sitting quietly behind me, her hand resting gently on my shoulder like an anchor. Donna walked in flanked by 2 attorneys. She was dressed in black again, though this time, the look didn't say grieving widow. It said corporate defense. Her hair was swept up in a severe bun, makeup understated but deliberate. And for the first time since this all began, She didn't look at me. Good. Because if she had, she might have seen what was coming. Judge Halpern was presiding. A quiet, deliberate man with a reputation for patience and a brutal intolerance for lies. Grayson had said he was a by-the-book type, not easily rattled, not easily manipulated. That suited me just fine. The first few hours were procedural. Donna's attorneys presented her version of the will, citing unfortunate clerical discrepancies between signatures and claiming Dad's mental state had been unstable and easily influenced due to his illness. They referenced my emails again, tried to paint me as a manipulative, desperate son clinging to a false inheritance. I didn't flinch. I didn't even blink. Because we were only playing defense for now. Then it was our turn. Grayson stood, calm as ever, and began with the original will. The notarized copy, the time-stamped metadata, the email trail. He laid it out like a story, not just a case. My father's timeline, his intentions, his clear and conscious effort to leave everything to me, not out of favoritism or neglect, but out of trust. Then he played the voicemail, the one where Dad told Jenny to direct me to the green folder in the safe. A few people in the courtroom shifted uncomfortably when they heard his voice crack slightly near the end. It wasn't dramatic. It was real. But Donna? She didn't move. She didn't even blink. As if she thought staying still would somehow erase what everyone else was feeling. Grayson turned to the judge. Your Honor, this isn't just about who gets what. It's about who my client's father trusted with the life he built. That trust was recorded in documents, in his own words, and in the people who knew him best. Then he looked at me. Lucas, would you like to say something? I stood. My heart was pounding, but my voice came out steadier than I'd expected. I didn't come here to win a house or a bank account. I came here because someone tried to erase the last honest thing my father did. I came here because I refused to let his name be rewritten by someone who didn't even know how he took his tea. That earned a few quiet chuckles. Even Judge Halpern cracked the slightest smirk. I stepped down and returned to my seat. That's when we played our final card. Grayson introduced the witness, the woman who had emailed me weeks ago, Donna's ex-husband's cousin. She walked in with measured grace, and when she took the stand, her testimony was surgical. She described how Donna had forged a similar will in another state years prior, how she had impersonated legal representation during the filing, how she had left that marriage with a house, 3 accounts, and a very quiet out-of-court settlement after the family threatened to press charges. Donna's lawyers objected, claimed it was hearsay, but we had the documents. We had everything. And the moment that woman finished speaking, the courtroom shifted. The tone changed. You could feel it, like something just tipped. Donna's team started scrambling, whispering. They called for a recess. Judge Halpern granted it. But before he stood up, he turned to her attorneys and said, You'll want to reconsider your position before we resume. This isn't headed where you think it is. They knew it was over. But I wasn't done. Back in the hallway, Donna tried to approach me for the first time since all of this began. I was standing by the water cooler, quietly talking with Mia, when I felt that familiar perfume creep up behind me. Lucas, she said, please. This doesn't have to end like this. I turned around slowly. She looked smaller than I remembered. Not physically, but less. Like all the scaffolding she'd built around herself. Money, lies, charm, had finally started to crumble. It already did, I said. The day you forged his name. She took a shaky breath. He would have wanted peace between us. No, I replied, my voice level. He would have wanted you nowhere near his legacy. She blinked. That stung. I stepped forward, lowered my voice. You made the mistake of thinking this was about money. It never was. It was about memory, about love, about who he trusted to carry him forward. Then I walked away. The final hearing resumed that afternoon. And it wasn't a hearing, it was a collapse. Donna's lawyers offered a quiet, desperate settlement. They proposed that I take the house and half the estate if I'd agree to stop the testimony and withdraw all media evidence from public view. They were trying to salvage what little reputation she had left. I looked at Grayson. He didn't even have to say it. We rejected it. 2 days later, Judge Halpern issued his ruling. The forged will was nullified. The notarized will was upheld. I was granted full rights to the estate, everything my father left behind, just as he intended. But the court didn't stop there. Due to the forged documentation and the attempted misdirection of funds, Donna was ordered to pay restitution for legal fees and was referred for criminal investigation related to fraudulent filings. Within a month, her accounts were frozen. Her reputation shattered. The blog posts vanished. The smear accounts went silent. I never heard from her again. Not directly, but I did receive one final message. Anonymous, of course. Just 2 words. You win. I deleted it without responding. The fallout wasn't all clean and tidy. I still had to clean up the estate. Sort through years of files, photos, letters, memories. I found boxes in the attic labeled with my mom's handwriting, things I hadn't seen since I was a child. I found a letter my dad had written to her the year before she died. I found a birthday card I made him in 3rd grade, laminated and tucked inside his law degree folder. It was like meeting him all over again. Mia and I moved into the house a few months later. We didn't rush to change anything. We kept the garden. We left his books on the shelf. But slowly, piece by piece, we filled the place with new memories too. Sunday mornings became quiet rituals again. Not of grief, but of gratitude. The foundation my father built, that Donna tried so desperately to rewrite, wasn't made of paper or property. It was made of love. And that's something no one can forge, even if they try. Because in the end, the truth didn't just survive. It spoke. And this time, everyone listened. She tried to steal my father's legacy, but all she did was cement my place in it. My name's Ryan, I'm 27, and for the last 8 months, I've been working my tail off at a warehouse job, picking up every double shift they'd give me. That's 10, sometimes 12 hours on my feet, dragging pallets, loading trucks, sorting inventory, and then coming home just in time to crash on the couch with whatever leftover food I could microwave before passing out. I wasn't doing it for a promotion or to climb some corporate ladder. I was doing it for her. Emily. She was my girlfriend of 3 years. We met in college, fell hard, and moved in together not long after we graduated. I thought we were building a life. You know, the kind of life where you scrape by together when things are tight, but still find time to hold hands in the kitchen or laugh about dumb movies when you're both too tired to do anything else. We've been through some stuff, don't get me wrong. Her mom never liked me, thought I was beneath her daughter, whatever that means. She came from a cushy suburban family. I came from a blue-collar one. My dad's a mechanic, my mom cleans houses, and I've been working since I was 16. Not glamorous, but it taught me what it means to show up and provide. And I wanted to provide for Emily. Our 3rd anniversary was coming up in April, and I had this whole plan. I saved for months to take her on a surprise trip to Vermont, cute cabin, fireplace, snowy trees, the whole cozy vibe. I even bought her this necklace she'd been eyeing for months at this little boutique downtown. Silver with a tiny crescent moon charm. She's always loved moon phases and stuff like that. I hadn't told her about any of it. I wanted it to be a surprise. She always said I was predictable, too routine, so I thought this would show her that I could be spontaneous too. I was pouring everything I had into it. My time, my energy, my money, all to give us something special. Something that would remind us both why we fell in love in the first place. She'd been distant lately, I won't lie. On her phone a lot more. Going out with her new friends from work. She said I was being clingy when I asked about it, so I backed off. Figured maybe she just needed space. So last week, I got lucky. My manager gave me a random afternoon off. First time in a while. I thought, what better chance to set up part of the surprise? Maybe start packing, light a few candles, cook her dinner for once instead of just passing out. I stopped by the bakery near our place and picked up her favorite lemon tart, then headed home, thinking I'd catch her just before she got back from work. But when I walked in, something felt off. The living room was quiet, but I could hear voices from the bedroom. At first, I thought she was on the phone. Her voice was lighter than usual, kind of giggly in that way she used to talk to me when we first started dating. But then I heard another voice. A guy's. And my stomach sank. I didn't storm in or yell. I just stood there, frozen, listening. I remember holding the box with the lemon tart in it like it weighed 50 pounds. I wish I hadn't heard what came next. She laughed, really laughed, that carefree kind of laugh she hadn't given me in months, and said, "He's a try-hard loser with nothing going for him. I'm just using him until something better comes along." The guy snorted. "You're still with him?" "Only until after the trip. I think he's planning something stupid and romantic. He's always trying so hard to impress me, it's actually kind of pathetic." I didn't hear anything else after that. I didn't need to. I walked out the door, lemon tart still in hand, and just started walking. I didn't even know where I was going. I ended up at this little park by the river where we used to sit during our first year together. I sat on a bench and just stared at the water. It was still half frozen, with chunks of ice drifting by, and I felt numb. Not angry, not sad, just emptied out. After maybe an hour, I stood up, took out my phone, and blocked her on everything. No dramatic goodbye, no confrontation, just silence. I figured if she wanted to use me, she could do it alone from now on. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of a fight. But that's not the end of it. That was 5 days ago. Since then, my phone hasn't stopped buzzing, not from her, because she's blocked, but from our mutual friends. People I haven't heard from in months are suddenly texting me. Hey man, Emily's trying to get in touch with you. She's really upset. She didn't mean what she said. It was taken out of context. You owe her a conversation at least. I owe her? That's rich. One of my old roommates, Josh, even called me and said, bro, she's been calling everyone. Crying. Said you just vanished. What happened? I told him what I heard. I didn't even embellish it. I just repeated her words. There was a long silence on the phone, and then he let out this low whistle. Dude, he said. That's cold. Now, here's where things start to twist in a way I wasn't expecting. Emily's mom, who always treated me like I was lucky to breathe the same air as her daughter, called my mother. My mother. Told her I was being immature, that I needed to be a man and talk things through. That Emily was in a vulnerable state, and my disappearing act was emotional abandonment. My mom, bless her, is the kind of person who believes in keeping peace, even when people don't deserve it. She asked me to come over so we could talk. She said she didn't want to take sides, just wanted to understand. So I did. I sat down with her, and my dad explained the whole thing. Told them about the shifts, the surprise, the lemon tart. Then I told them what I heard. I kept it together until I got to the line about being a try-hard loser. That one stung. I looked up and saw my dad's jaw clench, which he almost never does. She said that, he asked. Yeah. He stood up, walked out of the room, and I heard the garage door open. Later I found out he'd taken a hammer to the necklace I bought and tossed it in the trash. Since then, things have snowballed. Emily's friends are split. Some think I'm being overly dramatic, and that people say things they don't mean in private. Others, especially the ones who know me better, are staying quiet. One of them, Sarah, messaged me late at night. I always thought she didn't deserve you. You were too good for her. But it's not just Emily anymore. Her mom has now started messaging people from my side of the family. My cousin Jenna sent me a screenshot of a Facebook message from her, calling me unstable and vindictive. Said I was turning everyone against her daughter out of spite. So now I'm at a crossroads. I know Emily's going to keep trying to worm her way back in. I know her mom is going to keep poisoning the well. And I know my family, some of them, at least, are going to start wondering if I'm the one overreacting. But I've got a plan. And it starts with someone I haven't spoken to in almost a year. You might remember earlier I said Emily had been hanging around her new work friends a lot. One of them is a guy named Brandon. Tall, clean-cut, real smooth talker. She mentioned him a few times casually, always with that fake nonchalance like she was trying too hard to make it sound like he didn't matter. Well, Brandon and I used to be close. Way back. Long before he and Emily worked together. And I've got a feeling he knows more than he's letting on. I'm about to send him a message. I stared at Brandon's contact for a solid 10 minutes before finally typing out the message. I didn't want to sound hostile. I didn't want to accuse. I wanted him to want to talk. So I went with something simple. Hey man. Weird question, but you got time to chat about Emily? He replied in under 5 minutes. Sure. What's up? We met at this quiet little coffee shop on the edge of town where no one really goes on weekday afternoons. I got there early and sat facing the door, hands wrapped around a coffee I wasn't drinking. I hadn't seen Brandon in almost a year, not since he started posting all those happy hour photos with Emily and her crew. It stung at first, seeing them get closer while I was buried in warehouse shifts, but I trusted her. I chose to trust her. When he walked in, he looked just a little too surprised to see me. Not nervous, exactly, but off. Like someone caught off guard in a dream. He gave me a quick bro hug, sat down across from me, and tapped the table twice like he was waiting for the music to start. So, he said, dragging the word out like it would buy him time. You and Emily, you guys okay? I laughed once. Flat. Cold. Not really. You know about that. He blinked. Well, no. I mean, not directly. She hasn't said anything to me since last week. But I heard she's been freaking out. Yeah, I said. She's been blowing up everyone but me. He looked away and scratched the back of his neck. So what's going on? I took a breath. She said some things. Thought I wasn't home. Called me a loser. Said she's just using me until something better comes along. His eyes flicked back to mine, then quickly down to his coffee. No shock. No denial. Just silence. You don't seem surprised, I said. He paused. Then, look, Ryan. I didn't want to be the one to tell you this. I really didn't. My heart dropped into my stomach. I already knew where this was going, but hearing it would be a whole other level. She's been different lately, he said, speaking carefully like every word was a minefield. At first, I thought she was just going through a rough patch with you, and I tried to stay out of it. But a couple months ago, she started talking like she already had one foot out the door. Like she was just waiting for the right moment. I didn't speak. I just nodded for him to keep going. She flirted a lot. With everyone. But especially with this guy in marketing, Travis. Total sleaze. Always bragging about his money, his condo, whatever. Emily started hanging out with him after work. At first it seemed casual. But then I caught them in the break room one day, and let's just say it wasn't exactly G-rated. He winced, like he felt guilty just saying it. You knew she was with me, I said quietly. I did. And that's why I backed off. I couldn't stomach it. I even told her once, straight up, you're gonna wreck this guy. He's been nothing but good to you. And she laughed. Said you were too boring to miss her if she left. I clenched my jaw so tight I felt my molars grind. I had given her everything. Every hour of overtime. Every saved dollar. Every ounce of patience and belief. And she thought I was boring? What do you want to do? He asked. I looked at him, and for the first time since this whole mess began, I felt something sharp cut through the fog of betrayal. Not rage. Not bitterness. Just clarity. I want her to know exactly what she threw away. He nodded slowly, like he understood. Like he'd seen that same fire in someone else before. Maybe even in himself. I left that meeting with more than just the truth. I left with a plan forming in the back of my mind. And it wasn't just about Emily anymore. It was about her mom, too. Because Emily might have been toxic, but her mom? She was the architect. The quiet puppeteer behind the curtain. The woman who smiled through her teeth and always called me dear, while making it clear I'd never be good enough. The one who once told me I'd be lucky if Emily settled for someone like me. Turns out, she'd been meddling behind the scenes for a while now. Poking around in our lives, suggesting to Emily that she should keep her options open, encouraging her to flirt, even offering to introduce her to some lawyer cousin who might be a better fit. All while smiling at me like we were family. I didn't want petty revenge. I didn't want to yell or expose her in some dramatic, messy scene. No, I wanted a quiet burn. One she wouldn't see coming. I called my uncle. He's not a PI or anything dramatic like that. He's an accountant. A very thorough one. And he's helped me with my taxes ever since I started working. What Emily's mom didn't know was that her little side hustle, the consulting business she bragged about, she'd asked me to help her set up a PayPal account for it a year ago. I still had access. And what she didn't know was that she'd been doing a lot of questionable business off the books. The kind that leaves a paper trail if someone's motivated enough to follow it. Just hypothetically, I asked my uncle, what happens if someone's been collecting income and not reporting it for years? He laughed. Hypothetically? The IRS takes that pretty seriously. I told him I had some documentation, some account records, names of clients. And while I didn't say it outright, he understood. He told me he'd take a look purely out of curiosity, of course. Meanwhile, Emily kept digging herself deeper. On the third day of silence, she showed up at my mom's house. My mom refused to let her in. She cried on the porch for 10 minutes before my dad came out and calmly asked her to leave. She yelled, "This is all just a huge misunderstanding. Ryan's overreacting." But I wasn't. I was just getting started. There's one more thing. Something I hadn't planned on, but it fell into my lap like a perfectly timed domino. Remember the trip? The surprise vacation to Vermont? I booked it under both of our names. Cabin. Flights. Even left little notes in the itinerary for her. Dumb, sweet things like "can't wait to see you in the snow" and "our little escape." I thought about canceling it. Getting a refund. But then I had a better idea. I changed the reservation. Just one name now. And I invited someone else to come with me. Not a rebound. Not a date. Just someone who deserved it more than she ever did. But I'll get to that. Because the next morning, everything changed. The next morning started like any other, overcast sky, birds pecking at the feeder outside my parents' kitchen window, the smell of strong coffee drifting through the house. I was sitting at the table, half scrolling through my phone, when my mom walked in with this weird look on her face, like she wasn't sure whether to laugh or panic. "You're gonna want to see this," she said, sliding her phone across the table. It was a Facebook post from Emily's mom, public, not even locked behind a privacy setting. The post was long and dramatic, written like a poorly scripted soap opera monologue. It started with, "Some people don't understand what it means to love unconditionally," and spiraled into a full-blown rant about betrayal, emotional manipulation, and how certain boys were spreading lies and trying to destroy her daughter's reputation out of jealousy and bitterness. She didn't use my name, but she didn't have to. The comments were even worse. People chiming in with things like, "You raised such a beautiful soul, and men can be so immature, SMH. One person even said, "She dodged a bullet if you ask me." I didn't recognize the names, friends of the family, probably, but it didn't matter. The post had over 300 reactions by noon. I laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. It was that hollow, "UVE got to be kidding me" kind of laugh. I was still reeling from what Brandon told me the day before, still waiting to hear back from my uncle, and now this woman was out here painting me like the villain in her melodrama? But part of me expected this. I knew people like her didn't go down quietly. She was playing defense now, trying to control the narrative, which meant she was scared. Good. What she didn't know was that I had receipts. Literal ones. I went into my email archive and dug out everything, screenshots of texts from Emily where she hinted at her mom's interference, transaction logs from the PayPal account I helped set up for her consulting, messages she sent me asking to forget about those extra payments for now. It was all there. Neat, timestamped, quietly damning. I didn't plan to use it, yet, but just having it gave me this quiet sense of power. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't the one on the back foot. Around lunchtime, Brandon texted me again. He'd done some digging on his end, talking to a few coworkers he trusted. What he found? Even worse than I expected. Turns out Emily wasn't just talking trash about me to Travis, the marketing guy. She was actively shopping around for a new relationship like it was a job hunt, telling people she was emotionally done with me but still hanging on until she found a better fit. Apparently, she even asked one of her friends to set her up with some finance bro who drives a Tesla. While we were still together, Brandon sent me a voice note. "Dude, she used you like a springboard. No respect. No guilt. I don't even think she feels bad, just embarrassed she got caught." That hit different. It's one thing to be hurt, betrayed, but to know the person who hurt you felt nothing about it? That she didn't cry when I walked out, not for me, but for the security she lost? That burned. I sat with that for a while. Didn't respond. Just let the truth marinate. Later that afternoon, my phone buzzed again. This time it was from Sarah, the same friend of Emily's who messaged me the night everything blew up. She asked if I could meet her. Said she had something to tell me, but didn't want to send it over text. I hesitated for a moment. Part of me wanted to be done with everyone even remotely connected to Emily. But something in her message felt different. Like maybe she was carrying something heavy too. We met at a quiet diner. She showed up in a hoodie and sunglasses, like she didn't want to be recognized. She sat down across from me, ordered tea, and sighed like she hadn't slept in a week. "I don't know why I'm doing this," she said, "but I can't keep watching her get away with it." I didn't say anything. I just waited. "She's been cheating on you for longer than you think," she said. It wasn't just Travis. And it wasn't just flirting. She had a full-on thing with a guy from her gym. His name's Evan. They were hooking up back in December. I found out when she accidentally posted a video on her private story. She deleted it within seconds, but I saw it. I confronted her, and she told me to mind my business. I felt that weird twist in my chest again. I'd suspected Travis. But another guy? "She doesn't care about anyone but herself," Sarah went on. "She talks about people like they're tools, like they're disposable. I think she only stayed with you because you were stable, reliable. You were her safety net." That hit harder than I thought it would. Sarah looked at me for a long moment. I wanted you to know you're not crazy. You're not overreacting. And you deserve better than someone who uses people like ladders." I nodded. I didn't know what else to say. When I got home, I opened up my laptop and looked at the Vermont trip again. The cabin rental was beautiful. Isolated. Quiet. A real retreat. And in that moment, I knew exactly who I was taking. Not a new girl. Not someone I was trying to impress. My little sister, Lily. She's 16, loves the snow, and has been dealing with her own stress from school and our family's drama. She used to look up to Emily, thought she was cool and stylish. Lately, she'd been asking questions about why we broke up, if it was her fault, if I was okay. And every time she asked, I wanted to cry. She didn't deserve to be caught in the crossfire of someone else's selfishness. So I called her. Hey, I said, you still have that snow jacket you like? She hesitated. Yeah. Want to go to Vermont with me next week? Just you and me. Snow, hot chocolate, maybe build a snowman if we feel like it. There was a beat of silence. Then the softest, happiest little yes I'd heard in a long time. I smiled for the first time in days. That night, I started putting the rest of my plan together. The evidence, the messages, the final pieces. Not for drama, not for revenge in the explosive, petty sense, but to end this the right way. I was going to let Emily and her mother burn their own bridges, one matchstick at a time. And I was going to make sure everyone saw exactly who they really were when the smoke cleared. The week leading up to the Vermont trip moved slowly, but deliberately. Every text from mutual friends, every Facebook post from Emily's mom, every concerned message trying to nudge me toward reconciliation, it all started to blur together into this surreal background noise. I didn't respond. Not once. Silence became my greatest weapon. I wasn't dodging conflict. I was choosing not to play their game. My uncle finally called back 3 days before the trip. His voice was calm, measured, but I could tell he'd been sitting on something heavy. Ryan, I took a good look at those documents, he said. She's been underreporting income for years. Thousands. Possibly tens of thousands. My stomach turned. Like, enough for the IRS to care. Oh, definitely, he said. I'm not saying you should do anything with this, but if someone were to submit it anonymously, there's enough for them to launch an audit. Maybe even some penalties. I didn't say anything right away. The idea of turning her mom in, it felt nuclear. Extreme. But then I thought about all the lies. The public smear campaign. The way she guilt-tripped my mom and sent nasty messages to my cousin. The way she enabled her daughter to manipulate me and probably dozens of others. And most of all, the way she acted like none of it would ever come back to her. I thanked my uncle and told him I'd think about it. The night before the trip, I stopped by our old apartment. Emily had been forced to move back in with her mom after I cut ties and canceled the lease. I'd left a few boxes of stuff behind, things I hadn't wanted to deal with. She'd been messaging mutual friends to tell me she was going to drop it all off, but I decided I'd grab it myself. I didn't go in. I just waited in the parking lot, and her brother, who I'd always gotten along with, came out and loaded it into my trunk. He didn't say much, just handed me a folded note with my name on it and muttered, "She's a mess, man." I'm sorry. I opened the note when I got home. It was Emily's handwriting. Ryan, I know you hate me right now, and maybe I deserve it. I said awful things. I was stupid and selfish and scared. You were always too good to me, and I didn't know how to handle it. I never thought you'd actually leave. I always thought you'd stay. I took advantage of that. I'm sorry. I miss you. Please talk to me. Just once. There was no mention of the other guys. No mention of her mom. No mention of what I'd heard with my own ears. Just a carefully crafted blend of guilt, nostalgia, and soft regret. A note designed to pull at my heart, to make me doubt myself. I folded it back up and tossed it in the trash. The next morning, Lily and I headed to Vermont. The drive was long, snowy, and quiet in the best way. She spent most of the ride humming along to the music, her face pressed to the window, watching the world blur by in white and gray. When we got to the cabin, she stepped out of the car and said, "This feels like a movie." I smiled. Better than any movie I've seen. We spent the next few days skiing, drinking hot cocoa, making snowmen, and staying up too late watching corny old horror movies. She opened up about her school stress, about feeling like she was caught in the middle of adult drama, and I promised her that no matter what happened, I was going to be someone she could count on. I think she needed to hear that as much as I needed to say it. And when she went to bed each night, I sat by the fire and drafted a letter. Not to Emily, not to her friends, to the IRS. Anonymously, of course. I attached the documentation. Dates, names, the PayPal logs. Everything she'd never imagined someone like me would hold on to. It wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about accountability. If Emily's mom wanted to play the part of the perfect, untouchable matriarch, she could do it with an audit hanging over her shoulder. I never told Emily what I did. I didn't gloat. I didn't send a message. I didn't need to. A month later, word quietly started circulating that her mom was dealing with some legal stuff. A friend of mine in finance said she'd been asking around about accountants who know how to clean up a mess. Meanwhile, I went back to work, took fewer overtime shifts, started saving again, this time for myself, for things I wanted. I reconnected with some old friends, picked up a guitar I hadn't touched in years, and even signed up for a community course in design, something I used to love before I let work swallow me. Emily kept posting cryptic, dramatic quotes on social media. Stuff like, "Sometimes we ruin the best things because we don't believe we deserve them, and healing isn't linear." She messaged me once from a new number. I didn't open it. I didn't need to, because I finally understood something. I hadn't been a loser. I hadn't been pathetic. I'd been loyal. I'd been giving. I'd been steady in a storm someone else created. And now, I was done being someone's stepping stone. Let her climb elsewhere.